Severus looked as though he had aged a decade in a matter of only 2 weeks, the toll taken on him from the failed ritual of the Dark Lord evident for all to see. Physically, he had recovered in only a few days, for the most part, but mentally, it was not lost on Albus the man was struggling. Often, he would suddenly lose focus whilst they were conversing, and even slur his words from time to time. The headmaster was deeply concerned. Despite Severus's insistence, he was well enough to continue on with the task given to him by the Dark Lord. Much to Albus's relief, he had allowed Harry to fill in for him with his teaching duties. Not that Severus was in any condition to fulfill his obligations as a professor. It saddened the older man to see Severus in such a state. "Are you still having lapses in your motor skills?" Poppy asked. Severus frowned as he nodded. "My hands," he muttered. "Sometimes they don't respond." Poppy hummed as she made a note before inspecting the extremities. "I expect it is to do with the neurological trauma," she murmured. "I still think it would be best to see a mind healer, not that you will listen. There is nothing they can do for me that I can't do for myself." Albus shook his head as Poppy looked imploringly towards him. Severus was a proud man, a little too proud for his own good. Albus had implored him to seek professional help, but he would not. "It is getting better," Severus assured them. Albus offered him an encouraging smile. "How long until the Dark Lord proceeds?" "Soon," Severus answered. "I may be able to delay him a week at best." "That is too soon," Albus sighed. "Perhaps Harry will have a suggestion." "He is coming. Once he has finished his lesson with the 6th years, I expect he will arrive in a few moments." Severus nodded as he looked towards the clock. He had refused to see anyone thus far, too proud to allow anyone to visit him in his current condition. When he was brewing the potions the Dark Lord required of him, he spent much of his time in the hospital wing where Poppy could observe him closely. Albus shook his head at the memory of the night Severus had returned, confused, barely able to string a sentence together, and horrifically traumatized by what had occurred. The mind was a powerful tool indeed, but it had its limitations, and Severus had undoubtedly pushed far beyond his own. As perhaps the most competent practitioner in the mind arts Albus knew, it was harrowing to ponder what he had gone through in Tom's pursuit to restore his Death Eaters. Not as concerning as what he intended to attempt next, however. "Ah, Harry, it is good to see you," Albus greeted the teen as he entered the hospital wing. "How is your teaching going?" Harry shook his head. "It's a lot of work," he snorted. "But rewarding," Albus replied. "You'd be hard-pressed to find anything as satisfying as teaching." Harry hummed as he shifted his attention to Severus. "Bloody hell, Snape, you look like shit," he commented. "As perceptive as ever, Potter," Severus drawled. "Tell me, how far behind have the students fallen since you have taken over?" "Who knows?" Harry replied with a shrug. "Let's not pretend you'd be satisfied even if they all got an outstanding on their exams at the end of the year. You'd find something to be miserable about." Severus glared at the grinning Harry, and Albus decided to intervene before any more barbs could be traded. "Perhaps we should turn our attention to why we are here," he suggested. "Severus." The man's lip curled as he looked towards Harry. "The Dark Lord has been focusing on finding a way to restore the memories of the Death Eaters he liberated from Azkaban. As you can tell from my current condition, he has thus far been unsuccessful." "And that won't change," Harry said confidently. "He won't be able to piece the memories back together enough. I left them in tatters." "Even he understands that now," Severus explained. "He does, however, have another plan. I am not privy to it in its entirety, but I can only assume the consequences of it will be most unpleasant. You may have destroyed their minds and their bodies partially, but their magic remains intact." Harry frowned as he pondered the implications. "What can he do with them?" he murmured, more to himself than either Albus or Severus. "I am unsure," Severus answered, "but with the Dark Lord, anything is possible." Harry nodded darkly as he dragged a hand through his hair. "I don't suppose there's anything we can do to stop him, is there?" I was hoping you would have an idea to offer a distraction, Albus replied. Harry shook his head. It doesn't matter what we do. It would only be temporary, he pointed out. I should have just killed them when I had the chance. Severus nodded. Whatever his intentions are, I expect the outcome will be most unpleasant, Albus sighed. We should be prepared, and Severus the moment you know. You will know, Severus assured them. The potions he is having me brew give no indication of what he's planning. I can only deduce that it will be taxing on him and likely the Death Eaters. 4 pints of strengthening solution is quite excessive. Albus hummed unhappily. He too was at a loss as to what Tom was hoping to achieve from his efforts, though having already failed something that was experimental and risky. The headmaster strongly suspected this too would be of the same vein, though likely to be more dangerous. It did not sit well with Albus, and neither Severus nor Harry seemed to be any more comfortable with the approaching unknown as him. Whatever he does, we will handle, Harry murmured, but I don't think we can ignore what Malfoy is doing any longer. He's already been discovered, thankfully by someone who came to me instead of confronting him. It's only a matter of time before he does something stupid, or someone else finds out what he is up to. What do you suggest, Harry? Albus asked curiously. I already know what to do, Harry replied, and the headmaster could not help but notice it did not rest easy with him. Nothing could when it came to Tom Riddle, and yet, as Harry explained what Draco's plan was and what he intended to do, Albus could understand his reticence. Nonetheless, it was not an opportunity that could be passed up, despite the inherent risk involved in such an approach. He had considered telling the young man about the cave on the coast he had discovered, having located one of the women who'd worked at the orphanage as a young girl. The poor Muggle children Tom had all but tortured in there. For now it could wait, though not for too long. Dealing with Draco's plan to see Death Eaters, and perhaps even the Dark Lord within the castle, was the most pressing of matters. Break. The Dark Lord observed his work closely, scrutinizing every detail as he ignored the pungent aroma of blood, burnt flesh, and potion fumes that permeated the air around him. His study resembled a medical facility, and the work he was carrying out required the precision of a surgeon and a strong stomach to boot. It helped that the unresponsive Death Eaters did not react to the pain he was inflicting upon them. The screams would quickly grow tiresome, and with so much work yet to be completed, it would be many hours of it he'd need to endure. One down, he murmured to himself as he conjured a pair of metallic hands and attached them to the stumps of Rodolphus Lestrange. The man had once been rather handsome, but the years in Azkaban had robbed him of his looks, and the months following his liberation even more so. Now, he was barely recognizable. Rodolphus was completely hairless, his blackened and his skin pale. Were it not for the steady movement of his chest from breathing, it would seem that he was dead. The dozens of runes that had been painstakingly carved and burned into his flesh gave him the appearance of something that had been upon a butcher's block. He certainly smelled like death, so much so that even the Dark Lord's stomach turned at the scent wafting off him. Lord Voldemort levitated Lestrange and returned him to his bed before shifting his attention to the next in a long line of subjects. Rookwood would be next to spend many hours in the same chair as Rodolphus. It would be a most unpleasant experience, though one that would prove to be worth it should his efforts bear the fruit of his labor. With a deep breath, the Dark Lord set to work on his second Death Eater out of the 13 he'd chosen from those he'd liberated, the number being of exceptional magical power. Break. He leaned over the sink as he splashed the cold water on his face before turning off the tap and staring at his reflection. Theo looked tired, the bags under his eyes growing only darker with each passing day. The stress was almost overwhelming him now. He'd written to Isabella more than a week ago and had yet to receive a reply from his older sister. Had something happened to her? Theo couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. Isabella never ignored a missive from him. Maybe he should ask Potter if he could check on her. He shook his head at the thought. The boy had agreed to help him with escaping his father and the Dark Lord. He would be unlikely to go out of his way for anything more. Theo released a deep breath and splashed more water on his face, gasping as he looked up to find a pair of bright red eyes peering at him in the mirror. Turning slowly, he froze at the sight of the black, smoky creature that had appeared as silently as a ghost, holding a piece of parchment in its mouth. Taking a moment to compose himself when he realized it meant him no harm, he took the missive with a trembling and watched as the Thistral vanished. An omen of death was not what he needed to see in this moment, but as he unrolled the parchment, he choked back a sob of relief. Not. The tapestry of the warlocks playing gobstones on the 6th floor is the entrance to a passageway that will lead you to an unused astronomy table outside of the grounds. Go to it tonight, alone. There is a portkey disguised as a brass telescope. It will be usable 3 nights from now. When you have led them here, activate it at your earliest convenience. I will be unable to save you from what will happen. Your mother and sister will be waiting for you. Hey. Theo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and the sob that escaped him was a mixture of both. Of course, he'd had his doubts, but finally, Potter had proven to be a man of his word. How he would ensure Isabella and his mother were waiting, he didn't know, but he needed to trust Harry Potter. It was the only choice he had after all if he wished to survive what was coming. Without further preamble, he left the bathroom on the 5th floor and climbed the nearby staircase, pausing as he came to the tapestry Potter had mentioned in his note. Consulting the parchment, he stepped behind the canvas and tapped the bricks in the pattern the boy had sketched. Although it seemed too good to be true, an opening formed in the stone and Theo lit the end of his wand as he stepped into the passageway. It was narrow but not uncomfortably so, and it took him around 20 minutes of walking before he reached a ladder. Cautiously, he climbed and tapped the stone roof with his wand, matching the second pattern Potter had provided. Fresh air washed over him as it slid open, and Theo climbed out, laughing from the relief he felt. Suddenly, he was lighter than he'd been in months, knowing he had his way out of this war without having to face the wrath of either Potter or the Dark Lord. Reveling in the feeling of freedom for several moments, he sobered as he spotted the telescope. Pocketing it as the lifeline it was, he checked his surroundings, noting the direction the castle was in before he began the return journey. In only a few nights, his ordeal would be over with, so long as nothing went awry with Potter's plan. Break. It was the pleasant smell of cooking that greeted Harry as he arrived at his home, coupled with the sound of music emanating from the kitchen. He'd never been allowed to enjoy music as a child, other than when Petunia listened to the radio. On the rare occasion, she could find nothing to watch on the television. Even after entering the wizarding world, it was not something he did regularly. If the Weird Sisters and Celestina Warbeck were anything to go by, he never felt as though he was missing out. What he was hearing now, however, gave him pause the more he listened. It was something of a mournful piece that somehow warmed his chest, an odd experience, to say the least. With a frown of curiosity, he approached, taken aback by the sight of Isabella pulling a bow across a violin, her eyes closed as she lost herself in her own playing. Harry said nothing and contemplated leaving, feeling as though he was intruding on a private moment. Before he could, however, she stopped playing and was startled as she opened her eyes and caught sight of him. Blushing, she put the violin on the table. "Sorry, I didn't think you'd be here yet." "How did you know I was coming?" Harry asked. "It's Wednesday. You've come every Wednesday since I've been here. You usually come later." "I should be less predictable," Harry chuckled. "Your life is unpredictable enough," Isabella pointed out. "I think a little predictability is good for you. Dinner won't be ready for another 20 minutes yet. Since you're here, you can help set the table." "You're making me dinner. Where did you learn to cook?" Isabella nodded, as she used a wooden spoon to stir something in one of the pots on the stove. "My mother taught me," she answered. "Theo has been taught politics, and I've been shown how to run a household. Cooking is a part of that." And there was me thinking all purebloods had house elves. Isabella rolled her eyes at him. Not all of us, and I may be married off to a man that doesn't, she explained. Besides, I like cooking, she added quietly. I suppose you think that all we do is sit around in our big houses and go to social functions. I have no idea, Harry admitted. I'm not a pureblood and was raised by muggles. Muggles? My aunt and uncle. Well, you living in a castle and fighting dragons was hard to believe. Living in a castle. Isabella grinned at him. There's always been a lot of speculation about what happened to you after. Well, you know. Harry chuckled amusedly. I didn't even know I was a wizard until my Hogwarts letter came, he explained. My life certainly wasn't anything to boast about. I didn't grow up in a big house or go to social events. My aunt and uncle preferred to pretend I didn't exist unless they decided there was something that needed to be done around the house that they couldn't be bothered to do. Isabella frowned as she began plating food. So there was no castle. Harry snorted. My bedroom was a cupboard underneath the stairs until I was 11. A cupboard? Harry nodded. They hated magic and thought that they could squash it out of me. Isabella scowled as she muttered under her breath. You had no idea who you were. Not a clue until I visited Diagon Alley and everyone was starring. I bet that was a surprise, Isabella chuckled, placing a plate of stew in front of him before taking a seat. It was, Harry murmured. They fell silent for some time whilst they ate, and Harry lost himself in thought of the life he'd lived before he'd gone to Hogwarts. He'd all but forgotten about Vernon, Petunia, and Dudley, and his miserable experience of living on Privet Drive. You play well, he commented, not wanting to think about his childhood. My great-aunt got me the violin when I was 3, Isabella explained. She came round a few times a week to teach me until I went to Durmstrang. And there was me thinking that all you purebloods did was plot how to make everyone else's lives miserable. Isabella tutted. You really don't know anything about purebloods, do you? No, Harry admitted. The first one I met was a Weasley and the second a Malfoy. One extreme to the other, Isabella sighed. The Weasleys are known to be very sympathetic towards Muggles and Muggle-borns, and the Malfoys. For hatting them. Exactly, Isabella confirmed. Most of us are indifferent. We have our own things to think about other than blood status. Being a pureblood has its problems. Arranged marriages. There is that, and then there's status amongst us, our reputations and legacy. You only have to worry about one of those things. Harry grimaced. I'm not a pureblood, Harry reminded her. You're as good as one as far as most families are concerned. You'll have offers of marriage coming out of your ears when you turn 17. Harry snorted derisively. I won't be accepting any. My parents married because they loved each other. I won't marry anyone for political reasons. That won't stop many lords from approaching you, Isabella pointed out. Her gray-blue eyes were alight with amusement, and Harry shook his head. Haven't you had any offers? Her nostrils flared, and the amusement faded immediately. A few, Isabella confirmed, but that will change soon enough and then I won't get any more. Why not? She deflated and offered him an unreadable expression. Well, when my father dies, Theo will become the lord of our family. Both sides of the war will know what happened, won't they? It won't be so difficult to work out when Theo goes into hiding. The supporters of the Dark Lord won't want to be associated with you, and neither will the other families. Our reputation will be lost with both, Isabella concurred. No one will want anything to do with us. I'll end up being like my great-aunt. She spoke of the woman with fondness. Your great-aunt, Harry pressed. Rosalina, Isabella said with a smile. She never married by choice. Her brother was fine with it, and my father wouldn't have dared try when he took the lordship. That doesn't mean you'll never get married if that is what you want. One day I'd like to, Isabella whispered. It might sound simple to you, but all I want is to be a healer for a while and then have a family. Harry chuckled, and Isabella frowned at him. I'd rather not be mocked, she grumbled. I'm not mocking you, Harry assured her. My grandmother was a healer and then left when my father was born. When the war is done, if I live, there's not much I want. Isabella leaned back in her chair and eyed him speculatively. And what is it you want? Harry smiled whimsically as he pondered the question. I'd like to maybe play Quidditch for a while and then live here in peace, he answered. Isabella laughed. When the war is over, Harry, you'll be lucky to be given a minute of peace. When you defeat him, they'll never leave you alone. They'll want you to be minister or take over from Dumbledore when he retires. I don't want either of those things, Harry sighed. If I had my way, I'd be forgotten about. We both know that won't happen, Isabella pointed out. What about a family? Harry smiled again. I've never had a family, he murmured. I'd like children, lots of them. I'm the last Potter and I don't want the family to end with me. That might happen though, mightn't it? I mean, there's no promises, even if I wish it could be different. He felt his mood drop suddenly at the realization. He'd known it, of course, but speaking his desires aloud and acknowledging the likelihood was something he hadn't done. Well, that conversation took a turn for the worst, Isabella muttered before reaching across the table and taking his hand. For what it is worth, I think you're going to win. I can see it now. In 10 years' time, there will be a pack Potter children causing mayhem in Wizarding Britain. Harry laughed at the thought, and there was a part of him that wanted to grasp hold of that image and cling to it with everything he had. Maybe, he snorted, I'll have to find someone who can put up with all the baggage being married to me will bring. Like I said, you'll have options, Isabella reminded him. There's not a lord in the country that won't have considered you as an option. I bet there's many who haven't. Isabella shook her head. When you win the war, there will be families from both sides who will approach you. Those that supported the Dark Lord will be looking to redeem their reputations, and the others will think they have a chance just because there won't be any doubt to whom their allegiance was to. Mark my words, Harry, you won't be short of options. Harry grimaced once more. So, they will want me because I'm famous. Isabella nodded. You shouldn't complain. At least you can pick a woman who is magically powerful and beautiful. Harry shook his head. I'd rather marry someone I care about. I've seen Narcissa Malfoy. She's a miserable cow. I wouldn't want to be with someone just because they're beautiful. I want to be with someone who wants to be with me, even if I wasn't famous and wealthy. That won't be easy, Isabella offered sympathetically. You are wealthy and famous. Not in the Muggle world, Harry pointed out. I could marry a Muggle. You could, Isabella agreed, but how would you explain your life to them? I'm not saying you should, and I know it will sound typically pureblood, but it will be much less complicated to marry one of our own kind. Besides, you could always marry a foreign witch. What about the French villa girl you spend time with? Gabrielle. Isabella nodded. We are just friends, Harry explained. She's nice and uncomplicated, but that would change if we got married. Her family is well known in France, and so am I. It wouldn't be any different than marrying a pureblood here. If anything, it would be worse. So you're not a complete novice when it comes to politics, Isabella said amusedly. Anyway, it is not something you have to worry about for the time being. You have a few months until you turn 17, and the war isn't over. Harry nodded. Which reminds me, he sighed. You'll be reunited with your mother and brother in a couple of days. Isabella's eyes widened. Really? She asked worriedly. Theo has done what he needs to, and I have given him a way to escape. Do you have any idea how I can get to your mother? Isabella bit her lip. I can write to her, she said thoughtfully. I can ask her to meet me somewhere. My father won't be suspicious. I always write to her and he thinks I'm still at Durmstrang. Harry nodded as he stood. If you think that will work, then do it, he urged. There's only so much I can do. Reaching into his pocket, he removed the portkey he'd made in anticipation of what was to come and placed it on the table. It will take you to a house that only I know the location of. It isn't in England, and as I did when I brought you here, I urge you not to leave for any reason. I will do my best to keep you updated with anything. Isabella nodded her understanding as she too stood. Will I see you again? Harry shook his head. "Not unless it is necessary," he replied. "It's best that no one knows of our association, just in case the war doesn't go to plan. They'll come for you if they learn of it." Isabella nodded once more before rounding the table and wrapping her arms around him tightly. "Thank you, Harry," she whispered sincerely. "I don't know what I would have done without you." "You're welcome," he returned with a smile. "You'll be fine, so long as no one discovers the plan. I can't see Theo saying anything, so no matter what happens, you, your brother, and mother will be out of here before you know it. The house has everything you need. Oh, and then there's this," he added as he placed a key into her hand. "What's this?" "I opened an account in the local Gringotts branch under a pseudonym. Don't worry, I paid the goblins more than enough for their silence, and there's plenty of gold in the vault for you to start again when you can." "I can't accept this," Isabella denied as she attempted to hand the key back. Harry shook his head and closed her fingers around it. "I can always take it back if I win," he pointed out. "Your brother will be clear to take over your family then, so he'll be able to access your vault. If I don't win, well, I won't be needing gold if I'm dead." "Don't say that," Isabella choked. "There's no point hiding from the possibility," Harry sighed. "Come on, you're going to be all right." "And what about you?" Harry shrugged. "That all depends on fate, doesn't it?" Break. Severus did not consider himself to be a man of a weak disposition. However, as he took in the sight of the several Death Eaters that had been all but butchered in the same of serving the Dark Lord once more, even he felt his resolve waver. "It is quite incredible, is it not?" "I would never disagree with your assessment, my lord, even if I am unsure what it is I am seeing." The Dark Lord chuckled. "I have devised a way that they can be of use to me," he explained. "As you can see, they have undergone some changes and will become a powerful asset once the ritual has been conducted. You have the potions." Severus nodded as he patted the satchel slung over his shoulder. "Everything you asked for, my lord." "Excellent," Voldemort praised. "Then there is no need to delay any longer. They will prove most to be most useful when—" The Dark Lord was cut off by the door to what had once been a simple study was slammed open, and an unusually excited and relieved Lucius entered the room. "My Lord Draco has found a way in," he announced. "There is an astronomy table a short distance away from the castle. It leads directly to the 6th floor." The Dark Lord's eyes widened before he nodded satisfactorily. "Good, Severus, you may go," he instructed. "Leave the potions." Severus did so without hesitation, pleased to be out of the man's company and returning back to the castle where he was safe from him. For the time being, at least. If the Dark Lord was to discover. He shook his head before apparating away. No, he would not discover it, and even if he did, it would be too late. Break. And what of the room on the 7th floor? There was a moment of uncomfortable silence before Lucius replied. "My Lord Draco has been unable to access it. He has tried a number of times with no success. I admit, the boy can be a fool, but he has followed your instructions perfectly." "Then our plan must be twofold," the Dark Lord murmured. "I will arrive at Hogwarts personally to visit the room, and the others are to follow 30 minutes later. They will lure out Potter and Dumbledore." "My lord is that wise. We will be going into a place we cannot control. I have another suggestion." "Then I would hear it, Lucius," Voldemort said dangerously. "I think it would be best to lure Potter and Dumbledore out of the castle. Even if both die, we cannot assume control over the protections. We cannot even be sure what those protections are. I implore you to reconsider, my lord. Entering Hogwarts, I just can't help but think so many things could go wrong." Again, silence reigned for several moments this time. "Perhaps you are right, Lucius," the Dark Lord conceded. "I shall consider other options. Maybe it will be the perfect opportunity to put our friends to the test." "You are ready, my lord?" Lucius asked uneasily. "All is in place, old friend," Voldemort assured him. "Now leave me, there is much to be done." As Harry heard a more audible disturbance, he closed the connection between his mirror and the one in the bag Snape had delivered to Voldemort disguised as a potion vial. Fuck, he cursed as he paced back and forth. If Voldemort listened to Lucius, all of his planning would be for nothing. He'd banked on the Death Eaters using the passageway he'd provided, and now that seemed unlikely. He would be blind to what would be happening. He paused as a deep frown marred his features. The room on the 7th floor. Not all was lost, after all, and Harry could not believe he had been so dense. How Tom had discovered the room, he didn't know, but it was an excellent hiding place, so much so that even if someone knew of the room, it didn't mean they would be able to find the Horcrux. Shit, Harry cursed again. Knowing where it was meant nothing, if he could not access the very room it had been hidden in. Could he simply ask the room for it? Not knowing what he would do if that was not the case, he took his leave of Gryffindor Tower and consulted his map. Dumbledore was helpfully already in his office, and he would need to speak with the man imminently, but not before visiting what had been his sanctuary for several years now. He chastised himself on the way for not having considered that Tom could have found it. If anyone who had passed through these halls had, it would be Tom Riddle. Break. He inspected his work closely, ensuring that every detail had been accounted for before he took his place in the very center of the room and drew his wand. With a single gesture, he emptied the 13 vials of his own blood that he'd gathered over the past days into the runic array, and then added a vial from each of his Death Eaters. The Dark Lord allowed them to mix and mingle for a moment and released a deep. Speaking slowly and deliberately, he murmured words similar to those he uttered when creating his Horcruxes, though adjusted to account for the lack of soul involved in the ritual. No, he would not risk anything happening to his precious soul, but he had no qualms about tying anything to his blood, especially when it would serve him so well. Nonetheless, he was unable to escape the sense of trepidation that washed over him as the magic built, and the various, carefully selected ingredients began to dissolve into the blood that was now bubbling gently within the illuminated rules. The magic itself was oppressive, heady, and had felt as sinister in nature as anything else he'd ever attempted. That was a good sign. It meant that it was working, even if it did go against all that was considered decent. The Dark Lord, however, paid it no heed. He'd never been beholden to the laws and nature of magic. It was within his own beliefs that such things were to be pushed, and he had done so many times now, with each exertion proving to yield the most extraordinary of results. This would be no different, and as the power of the ritual peaked, he winced in pain, his jaw clenching tightly as the blood flowed back into him through the wounds he had yet to heal. It burned almost as badly as anything else he'd ever endured, but the Dark Lord knew it would be worth the agony. With that in mind, he bared it until he felt as though he would lose consciousness, and a tired smile crested his lips as he collapsed to the floor, the magic taking hold as he'd planned. Break. You found it, Dumbledore whispered as he eyed the diadem Harry had presented to him. Where? Harry shook his head tiredly. Somewhere that only he would have been able to get to it, he answered dismissively, not wanting to give away the location of the room. Finding it had been no easy task. The room had obliged in transforming into the room that Tom had hidden it in, but that was where the task of locating the diadem had begun. Mountains of disposed items had been in there, collected over centuries by the castle, lost items from shoes to books, from furniture to some rather disturbing objects. Harry would invest some time in investigating the room further when he had it to spare. For now, however, he did not. The important thing is that we have it, Dumbledore continued. No, Harry denied. The important thing is that our plan is out of the window. He is not just sending Death Eaters in the hope of cornering both or one of us. He is coming himself to retrieve that. He told Draco where it was, but he couldn't get to it. So he believes he must retrieve it, Dumbledore murmured worriedly. That is concerning. Harry nodded. I think it is best that he doesn't enter the castle at all, he sighed. I must say, I'm in agreement. Then, what do we do? He is planning something of a distraction away from here. Dumbledore hummed as he peered into the fireplace. He will hope that we will leave the castle and fall for the distraction, he mused aloud. I think we should oblige. And leave the school vulnerable. Dumbledore shook his head. No, the school will not be vulnerable so long as I remain within it. There are many of the most useful protections in place, Harry. Rest assured, the advantage will be mine. You want to face him. Are you ready too? Harry frowned at the question. In truth, he was still adjusting to the acquisition of the wand, and had not practiced with it as much as he'd wished to before facing him once more. Probably not to kill him, he admitted. I think I can hold my own against him. As can I, and I am much less valuable than you in this war, Harry, Dumbledore returned matter-of-factly. I will handle Tom. I would see you assist the Order and the Aurors in dealing with the distraction, whatever it may be. Severus is deeply concerned by it. Harry nodded his understanding, though he felt uneasy leaving Dumbledore to face Tom. Fear not, I am not foolish enough to confront him in a way he would hold an advantage, Harry, the headmaster said reassuringly. I know him better than most, and he will not make it within these walls so long as I am here. Harry nodded his agreement, though reluctantly. You will meet with the Order. As a priority, Dumbledore answered. Now, I suppose we must make some adjustments to your plan. Do you have any ideas? He asked as he leaned back in his chair. He paced back and forth in front of the fireplace in his office, the carpet already worn thinner here from where his predecessors had evidently done the very same in their own moments of worry. You are much more valuable alive than dead, Sirius. You are the minister of magic. There's not anyone who can be trusted to replace you. I'm sorry, but you need to think of the bigger picture. And what about you? Harry had offered him a smile of acceptance. As much as you hate it, this is my war to fight. Maybe in another life, it could have been as simple as you doing whatever you felt you needed to keep me safe. That's not the hand we've been dealt this time. So, I'm supposed to wait and see what happens. Yes, Harry had answered simply. Sirius cursed under his breath as he poured himself a generous measure of fire whiskey to calm his nerves. It was not often he partook in drink anymore, but he could think of no other occasion that it was more needed. At least being in the thick of the action, he had a semblance of control over the outcome. Here, he was relying on the sporadic reports that would flood in and then the eventual result. It did not sit well with the last of the marauders, but deep down, he knew that Harry was right. At this pivotal point of the war, it would not do for him to be killed. The country did not need such an upheaval in the midst of what was unfolding around them. Nonetheless, it still did not sit right with Sirius. By nature, he was a man of action, and merely waiting around was something he would never be comfortable. Shooting a glance towards the clock, he readied himself for what he expected to be a long night. Severus had assured Albus that the Dark Lord would be making his move tonight, though he'd been unable to provide little else of worth. For now, the Aurors and the Order were all but blind to what was to come, and would have to react accordingly. Sirius could only hope they were ready for anything that could be thrown at them. Much to his relief, it appeared that the giants remained incapacitated, and it was not a full moon, so there would be no werewolves to contend with. However, that only served to instill a different sense of unease within him. If both the werewolves and giants were of no use to him, what exactly would the Dark Lord be implementing tonight? Break. She pulled the hood up over her head as she stepped into the shadows of the alleyway she had chosen to watch for the arrival of her mother. The note Isabella had sent was short and direct. Mother, meet me at the same place we visited for my 13th birthday at 9 p.m. Tell no one. Isabella X. She would come. Isabella had no doubt in her mind that her mother would drop everything to ensure she was here for her daughter. And as a church somewhere nearby sounded the hour, a gentle crack broke the otherwise silence that reigned in the small village. Isabella, her mother asked as she approached. The woman was deeply worried, concerned by the sudden and unexpected letter she'd received. Without hesitation, Isabella pulled her into her arms, reveling in the feeling of being with her mother once more. You weren't followed. Her mother shook her head confusedly. Your father is out, she whispered. Something is happening, something big. I know, Isabella murmured. That's why I asked you to meet me here. This is your chance to escape from him, to start a new life. Her mother offered her a sad smile. You know that isn't possible. There is no escape from him, and I will not leave your brother. Besides, we have nowhere to go, my girl. I cannot access to the vault, and I have no gold. It's all been taken care of, Isabella assured her as she took her hands. We have somewhere to go, and Theo will be coming too tonight. Her mother shook her head in disbelief. I'm sure you have done your best, Isabella, but you do not know your father the way I do. He will find us. No, he won't, Isabella cut in urgently. Someone is helping us. Please, you need to trust me. I have a portkey that will take us to a home outside of Britain. We can stay there as long as we need to. And what happens when the war is over, girl? I have gold, lots of it waiting for us if the worst happens. You do not seem best pleased by that, her mother pointed out questioningly. I'd rather it doesn't come to that. Please, mother, you have to trust me. I know it isn't easy, but this is real. You can jur away from him and the war. We all can. Her mother hesitated as she gazed into Isabella's pleading eyes. Not until you tell me who we are putting so much faith in. Isabella hesitated for only a moment. Harry Potter. Potter, her mother scoffed in disbelief. Isabella nodded. I trust him, she said sincerely. He provided somewhere safe for me to stay these past weeks, and he's been helping Theo when he could have killed him for what he's doing for the Dark Lord. Harry helped him, mother, and he will help you. Why? Her mother asked suspiciously. Because I helped him once, Isabella admitted. I could have given him away and he likely would have been killed. We've been friends for around 2 years now. Her mother shook her head, but was cut off before she could speak. I really trust him, mother, more than I have anyone else. He's an amazing person who hasn't let me down, and the best chance we have to be free of father and the Dark Lord. I don't know, Isabella. Life with your father is all I've known. Misery with father is all you've known. It's all any of us have known. What if I'm scared? Do you think I'm not? Isabella returned gently. I'd bet Theo is too, but he is doing the right thing, mother. He wants to be free of them. With a sigh of uncertainty, her mother finally nodded, and Isabella pulled her into another tight embrace as she removed the portkey Harry had given her. Ready? What about our things? Isabella shook her head. This is a fresh start. Everything has to be left behind. The revelation undoubtedly saddened her mother, but she agreed with a nod, and Isabella activated the portkey, breathing a sigh of relief as they were torn away from Britain to what she hoped would be a greener pasture for her, Theo, and their mother. Break. You found it, Rowena whispered reverently as she eyed the diadem on the table before her. He hid it well, Harry replied tiredly. I'm afraid he has used it for his vile practices. I do not think I will be able to save it. Rowena nodded her understanding. Perhaps wisdom is something that should be gained from experience. It seems that it was rather unwise to create the diadem. It would have been wiser to focus on the things that matter. Maybe things would have been better between Helena and I. You have an eternity to make up for it, Harry pointed out. Whenever you are ready, I will send you on your way, both of you. Can you truly do it? Helena asked. Harry offered the ghost a smile. I can. She looked towards her mother, and the two women simply shared a brief look before the younger nodded. I'm ready. It had not been the news the Ravenclaws had wanted, but Harry had told them only the truth of what had happened to the diadem. If anything, Rowena seemed to be relieved despite her disappointment, and Helena had been granted the redemption she had sought for her errors in youth. Perhaps it was not quite the conclusion they'd hoped for, but it was done. The diadem had been found, and the Ravenclaws could now rest peacefully in the knowledge that it was no longer lost. His reflections served to distract him for only a moment before the thoughts of what was to come invaded his mind once more, even if he didn't know what to expect from this evening. Snape was adamant Voldemort would be making his move. that the Dark Lord was unusually excited. That alone was enough to give Harry pause, and yet, as he eyed the map and checked his watch, he knew that he would have to face whatever was coming. As he'd expected to see around this later hour, Nott was on the move and Harry frowned as he noticed another dot trailing behind him. Draco Malfoy. The blonde was keeping enough distance that he wouldn't be discovered by Theo. Evidently, the boy had not been careful enough in making his escape. Bloody hell, Harry cursed as he vanished within the folds of his cloak. He had not come so far with his preparations for them, to come undone by the likes of Malfoy. No, that wouldn't do, not when tonight could prove to be so pivotal in the outcome of the war. Break. He looked upon the hairless, scarred remains of what had once been his most loyal followers. Their vacant expressions, having unsettled him for months, were now something of a comfort. They couldn't speak, they had no need of food, water, or even air. They existed only to serve him. Go, the Dark Lord instructed. You know what you must do. Without a word, all 13 of them vanished, and Voldemort smiled to himself anticipatorily. They lived only to serve him, and he had no doubt they would do so well. My lord. Lucius, you are aware of what I expect from you. I do, my lord. Have you had word from Draco? He summoned me only a moment ago. I will be leaving shortly, as will you. Of course, my lord, Lucius replied quietly, accepting the dismissal and exiting the study. Tonight, the tide of the war would turn, and Britain would get a true reminder of the power the Dark Lord wielded. His followers were abundant, more so than any force the ministry could muster, and their beliefs firm. Although it could not be denied that setbacks had been suffered, that would change this very evening. Come the morning, the fear the magical population felt thus far would seem as though it had been a minor discomfort when compared to the new wave of terror that would wash over them. With a nod to himself, the Dark Lord vanished from his Muggle family home and appeared a short distance away from Hogsmeade, where the sounds of violence and destruction already filled the air. Break. His breathing was heavy, and his limbs trembling as he made his way through the corridors of the school. In only a few moments, Theo would be able to use his portkey, and he did not wish to delay his departure any longer than necessary. He'd betrayed his father and the Dark Lord, and though he did not regret doing so, his life was very much in danger now, as were those of his mother and sister. Theo swallowed deeply at the thought of what would happen if either his father or the man's master were to catch up with them, and he shuddered once more. The agony did not bear pondering. At best, he could hope for a quick death, but he knew he would not be granted such. Both would draw out his suffering until they grew bored of his screams, or there was simply nothing left for them to destroy. Theo's breathing only became more frantic from the mixture of anticipation and fear that crept up his spine. He needed to get out of here. What little composure he'd managed to maintain all but evaporated as he sprinted the final 2 staircases to the 6th floor where he entered the tunnel Potter had shown him, only to yelp as a curse splashed against the wall next to him. Going somewhere, not? Draco asked, equally breathless from where he'd run to keep pace with Theo. Away from here, Theo replied defiantly. You might be willing to die for him, Malfoy, but I'm not. I don't want any part of this war. You're a traitor, Draco sneered as he raised his wand. Theo shook his head. I choose to live, he returned. I choose my family over a monster. Draco's eyes narrowed in fury. Avada Cade. Before Theo could raise his wand or attempt the impending curse, Draco was cut off, and he screamed as he was lifted into the air, his arms swinging backwards with a loud snapping sound. From within the shadows, Potter emerged, eyeing Draco with utter contempt. I always knew you were an idiot, Malfoy, but not so stupid to attempt to commit murder in the school. Not even your father will be able to save you now. Draco whimpered as Potter tore his left sleeve away, and even Theo was surprised to see the dark mark marring the skin on his forearm. It just gets worse for you. Much to Theo's surprise, Draco grinned through his next wince of pain. It's too late, he hissed. I already summoned him. Potter laughed as he stood only an inch away from Draco and nodded. "I know," he whispered. "I'm already expecting him." Draco's eyes widened, though he slumped forward unconscious as Potter hit him with another spell. "Go not," he urged. "Your mother and sister are already waiting for you." Theo nodded and hesitated for only a moment. "Thank you, Potter," he offered sincerely, turning sharply as the ground beneath their feet trembled. "What was that?" "Hogsmeade," Potter sighed. "They're attacking Hogsmeade. Use your portkey now," he instructed firmly. Theo did so, flinching as another explosion sounded, this one much closer than the last. Feeling the portkey activate, the motion F being pulled to his destination lasted longer than he thought, and he lost his footing upon arrival, slamming hard into the ground. "Theo." It was his mother who pulled him to his feet and wrapped her arms around him. Theo breathed a sigh of relief as he spotted his sister only a short distance away. Both were undoubtedly concerned, but Isabella more so as she looked out of the window into the distance. "What's happening?" she asked. Theo swallowed deeply. "He's attacking Hogsmeade. Potter sent me away before I could learn anything else." "Harry's going after them, isn't he?" "Harry," Theo pressed with a frown. Isabella nodded. "I asked him to help us, Theo," she explained. "It's a long story." Theo was surprised by the revelation, but no less grateful for what Potter had done. Without him, he'd likely be dead now if he and Draco had failed to find a way into the castle, though he could not help but think that doing so would prove to be a mistake on Potter's part. "Well, we have time, don't we?" Isabella rolled her eyes at him and continued watching out of the window. It was then that Theo realized his sister had somehow grown rather close to Potter. How? He didn't know, but he found himself rooting for the boy who had saved those that mattered to him. For now, nothing else mattered. "Where are we?" he asked curiously. "Somewhere in France, I think," their mother answered. "We're not in Britain anymore." Theo nodded as he realized that he might never see his home again. Still, he was alive, and that was the best he could have hoped for since the night his father had summoned him to his study to inform him of the task he'd been given. He was alive. Against all odds, he yet breathed. Break. Hogsmeade was under attack, and yet Albus was not going to be there. No, he had opted to wait for the inevitable arrival of Tom, who believed he would be able to retrieve his Horcrux from within the school, whilst the Order and Ministry were distracted. His former pupil would be in for a rude awakening. Albus readied his wand as he approached the 6th floor, having decided to make his stand against the Dark Lord even before he could access the castle. From within the hidden passageway, he would be able to ensure the man could not gain the entrance he sought. The headmaster, however, paused as a large, ethereal cat appeared before him and spoke in the voice of Kingsley Shacklebolt, the recently appointed head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "I have just been informed of several simultaneous attacks taking place across the country. I am being forced to deploy Aurors to each of them. I will keep you informed of developments." Albus released a deep breath. He should have known Tom would not only create one distraction. T was in his best interest to keep the number of Aurors in Hogsmeade low. The question that did bother him now, however, was just how many attacks had been organized. Albus shook his head of that thought. He needed to focus on the task at hand. Just one mistake on his part would be all Tom needed to seize an advantage. Reaching the tapestry that Harry had described to him, Albus stepped around the canvas and entered by tapping the pattern on the bricks with the tip of his wand. He frowned as the feeling of recently cast magic washed over him, and he recognized Harry's own, and the presence of 2 others he was not so familiar with. "Unpleasant," he murmured to himself as he deduced what had happened. One of the trio had left via portkey and 2 others, Harry amongst them, via his own form of transportation, his companion unwillingly. He reminded himself that Harry was capable of handling himself, and instead turned his attention towards the long passageway that stretched out before him. Tom would be arriving soon, which gave him time to prepare for the impending confrontation. Using the protections the school provided and his own ingenuity, he set to work, and it seemed that it was barely the briefest of moments after he'd finished that he sensed the dark disturbance ahead of him. The ground continued to tremble beneath his feet from the explosions in the distance, but Albus was focused on only the tall, pale figure that approached, the man proving to be surprised to see him. "I would urge you to leave, Tom." The Dark Lord sneered. "Have you become so cowardly that you now hide from the war in a tunnel, Dumbledore? How very cowardly. Stand aside and I will make your death painless." "I think we both know I will do no such thing." Voldemort's eyes flashed dangerously as he brought his wand to bear. "Then I will ensure you suffer every indignity imaginable, you old fool." Albus braced himself for what was to come, and the first onslaught did so without delay, the spells of his foe blocked by the formidable protections of the castle. "We both know they cannot keep me out indefinitely." "Perhaps," Albus observed, "but my duty has always been to the school. You will not enter lightly, Tom." With a snarl, the Dark Lord sent another flurry of vicious spells, evidently intent on not prolonging this confrontation. Albus, however, had other ideas, and he raised his own wand to defend himself, the castle, and the students within from the monster, trying to breach the defenses that kept them safe. Break. From the very moment Harry had arrived in Hogsmeade, he found himself embroiled in nothing short of carnage. Buildings crumbled as people fled, and the streets were awash with smears of blood and limbs that were strewn across the village. Without preamble, he'd portkeyed the unconscious Draco away so that he would not fall into the hands of the Death Eaters, and thrown himself into the fray, quickly locating a gathering of red-robed men and women. "How many?" he asked one of the Aurors. "Too many," the man answered worriedly. With a nod, Harry peeled away and raised his wand, sending a stream of fire towards a figure bearing down on them. The robes went up in flames, but the pace of the assailant did not slow. Instead, they raised their wand in response, and Harry was forced to divert a trio of spells sent towards him. Despite being burned, there was no scream of agony nor relenting in the return fire, and Harry frowned as the robes continued to smolder until the hood had burned away entirely. Staring back at him was a pale, red-eyed man, hairless, and with glowing runes etched into his skin. What it was he faced, Harry didn't know. But as he landed a severing curse that removed the man's arm, he balked as the limb simply regrew, and he summoned his wand back to his nearly minted hand. "What the—" He managed to duck below a sudden onslaught that came from his right, and his blasting curse was swept aside with little effort from the new foe. Beneath the hood, he could see the same glowing eyes and runes. With a shake of his head, Harry pressed on, engaging both, simultaneously casting and avoiding the return fire, his frustration growing as his own spells seemed to have no effect. They simply shrugged off bludgeoning curses, and even his darker spells seemingly did nothing. A blood-boiling curse would usually end a fight after only a moment of being under the effects, but not this time. The Death Eaters, or whatever they were, fought on tirelessly, not slowing at all despite the damage they sustained. "What are these things?" a voice mirroring his own frustration questioned. Harry, too, was wondering the very same thing, and even as he removed the head of one with another blasting curse, the woman picked it up and reattached it with a wave of her wand. Something was wrong. Nothing should be able to survive this, and yet Harry found himself forced to avoid another flurry of spells from the woman he had decapitated. He growled irritably as he conjured a cursed, black flame, only for it to be snuffed out before it could reach its target by one of the other abominations. "Fuck," Harry cursed, at a loss as to what else he could try. He was unprepared to face such a thing, and not being granted the required time to ponder his next move before being set upon once more. "Potter, we've been called away," one of the Aurors called. "There are other attacks." "Geo," Harry urged, seeing no benefit to the Aurors being here. Whatever these things were had decided to focus on him. They did not breathe, they did not tire, and they did not bleed. Whatever these monstrosities were, Harry knew he had his work cut out for him, but with no Aurors to concern himself with, he no longer needed to hold back. Raising his wand once more, he released a deep breath. Fiendfire. If the accursed flames failed as everything else did, then Harry was at a loss as to what else he could do. However, as the fire spewed from his wand, another explosion rent the air, and he felt himself propelled backwards until he hit something unforgiving. With his vision blurring, he felt something heavy collapse on top of him, squeezing the air from his lungs. With his final breath, Harry activated his portkey, knowing his fight here was done, though he cursed himself for what had unfolded. Whatever had happened to the Death Eaters was magic beyond his understanding, but he knew that if, as he suspected, Voldemort was behind it, the magic could be all manner of unpleasant creations of the Dark Lord. Break. As he rebuffed another attack from Tom, Albus took a deep breath as he twirled his wand beneath his fingers. Some of the rocky debris were hurled forward and impacted against a hastily conjured shield courtesy of his foe. The Dark Lord growled as he pressed on, his next attack being intercepted by a spell of Albus's, the two meeting in midair in the limited space between them, dissipating in a shower of sparks. Tom remained undeterred as he responded with another flurry of violent magic, which caused the walls around them to tremble as Albus blocked it once more. Here, they seemed to have reached a stalemate, but the headmaster knew better than for the man to concede defeat. He'd thrown all he could into his efforts to reach this far, and with a piece of his soul up for grabs, he would give no quarter. Albus was not inclined to either, and his will to prevent the man from entering the school was wrought from iron. Even if it cost him his life to prevent it, Tom would not be roaming the halls of Hogwarts tonight. Nonetheless, Albus knew that something would have to give, though it seemed that neither would concede an inch to the other. "You're wanting, old man," Tom mocked. He was old, and Albus felt every one of the years he'd lived, but he was far from wanting. If anything, he was only getting started, and it was time to remind Tom why it was Albus had been the one wizard he had always been wary of confronting. Raising his wand, the headmaster directed his magic to gather more of the scattered debris, the dirt and the rocks being swept up in a frantic vortex as it plowed towards the younger man. It was only the briefest of flashes, but for the first time, Albus saw a flicker of concern in the Dark Lord's eyes. His defensive magic was indeed excellent, but his proclivity towards and favor of the dark arts blinded him to other magic that could be wielded. Inevitably, he would find a way around this particular creation, but in doing so, he would need to grant Albus a respite, and the headmaster vaguely wondered what was happening outside the castle. The explosions had ceased some moments prior, but he did not have time to focus on that. Taking another deep breath to continue on with his own fight, he sent forth a flurry of spells to make Tom's task much harder, taking a little satisfaction in the success he was having. Albus had never enjoyed violence, but knowing he was still capable of keeping even the most dangerous of men at bay was a welcome revelation for the headmaster. "Break. What is happening?" Sirius asked worriedly as a panting Dawson, a senior Auror, appeared in his office. The man's robes were significantly burned, and his skin was awash with blackened soot. "The Magical Catastrophes team has arrived at Hogsmeade," he explained. "The fire is under control, but the damage is significant, serious. The Aurors were pulled out before, so no further casualties and the Death Eaters are gone." Sirius nodded grimly. "Any word from Harry?" Dawson deflated, his expression shifting to one of concern. "The latest report I received from those at Hogsmeade was that he'd arrived there. They were moved on before the fire, so I cannot say." Sirius felt his heart sink into his stomach. "Was Voldemort there?" Dawson shook his head. "There has been no sign of him." Sirius once more paced back and forth in front of the fireplace. "I will go to Hogsmeade," he decided. "I can't just wait around here." Dawson made no attempt to stop him, and Sirius disappeared with a gentle crack, his nose filling with repulsive smell of burning wood, scorched stone, and seared flesh as he arrived in the smoldering village. "Bloody hell," he choked as he took in the scene before him. The village is off limits. Oh, it's you, Minister. What's happening, Robards? The man shook his head. The attacks have been dealt with for the most part, he answered. There are a few skirmishes still happening around the country, but support has been sent where it is needed most. Here, I don't even know where to begin. The residents are reporting that around a dozen Death Eaters arrived and all hell broke loose. The Aurors were fighting them off, and then Potter arrived. That's when it gets a little strange, Minister. Strain. Robards nodded as he beckoned for Sirius to follow him. They say that these Death Eaters were different, he explained. One man saw Potter light one on fire. The Death Eater kept fighting and didn't make a peep, not even when his robes were burned away. He says the Death Eater was bald and had red eyes. Voldemort. No, Robards denied. This Death Eater had glowing runes carved into his skin. I thought the man was exaggerating, as they often do. That was until I saw this. Sirius frowned as Robards pointed to a dismembered arm that was indeed inundated with several runes carved into it. What is it? That is what we need to establish, Robards sighed, but it gets stranger. Stranger than this. Robards nodded. According to the witness, it was Potter who hacked this arm off. What makes it stranger is that the arm grew back and the Death Eater continued fighting. Sirius scoffed in disbelief, but sobered when Robards showed no sign he was jesting. It's concerning, the Auror continued. What I find more concerning is the state of the arm. The flesh is dead, Minister, and it's not recent. In my experience, this is seen in corpses we find around a week or so after the person has been killed. Necromancy, Sirius asked worriedly. It seems that way, Minister, Robards replied. We will know more when this arm has been looked at. Sirius swallowed deeply as he surveyed the damage to the village once more. What caused that? He asked, nodding towards a deep crater in the ground a short distance away. Judging by the smell, it seems that the explosion was caused by a volatile concoction of potion ingredients. The witness says he saw one of the Death Eaters throw it at Potter when he... Robards broke off. When he what? When he cast the fiend fire. Sirius could only nod. Has Harry been? Robards shook his head worriedly. The last anything was seen of him was when he was thrown into that building by the explosion, he said apologetically. The building in question was little more than a pile of rubble that had been badly burned by the fire, and Sirius immediately knew no one could have survived it. His remains, he managed to choke. I cannot see how there would be any, Robards returned. The residents got to it as soon as they could. There was nothing, not a trace. Sirius frowned. Not a trace, Robards reiterated in a whisper. So he... Robards placed a finger to his lips. I expect so, he said reassuringly. Sirius breathed a sigh of relief. I want to know what that is, he said firmly, gesturing to the discarded arm. Bring it to my office, I will have it looked at. Of course, Robards complied. I will finish up here and bring it in, Minister. Thank you, Gawain, Sirius said appreciatively, wondering just where his godson was. Robards firmly believed that Harry was alive and well, and the man had proven his intelligence by keeping that to himself. Still, Sirius was concerned. Harry would undoubtedly be hurt, and rather significantly, which only gave him another thing to worry about along with the state of the country. Voldemort had truly committed to this attack, and Sirius dreaded the various reports that would flood in throughout the coming hours, informing him of the number of dead and the damage sustained. It would be a long night with long days to come, and yet the minister could only ponder the whereabouts of his godson. Break. Despite his earlier success, and even with the help of the castle defenses, Albus truly felt the fatigue beginning to set in. Having learned from his mistake in allowing a moment to mount some offense, Tom's own attack had been relentless and unwavering in his pursuit to break through. Something surely had to give. With both determined as one another to see an end to the confrontation, it was only a matter of time. Thus far, Albus had managed to repel all that Tom had to offer. But as a smirk crested the lips of the Dark Lord, the headmaster knew the impending onslaught would be unlike the others. With a guttural roar, the passageway shuddered under the force of the dark mass that careened from his wand, and although Albus managed to conjure a powerful shield to intercept the attack, he was sent sprawling, coming to a halt, having skidded several feet from where he'd been standing. Laying on his back with his breathing labored, he felt depleted as an equally tired Tom stalked towards him. Evidently, the exertion of magic had taken much out of the Dark Lord, though not as it had on Albus. With a shaking hand, the headmaster managed to raise his wand as Voldemort bore down on him, the tired smile of the man triumphant. "It was inevitable," the Dark Lord murmured as he raised his own. "Goodbye, Dumbledore, Avada Cade." Before he could finish the incantation, the ground between them erupted in a fountain of earth and debris, followed by an inhuman screech. Albus remained where he was, dumbfounded by the plethora of spitting and hissing that followed as the enormous serpent that had emerged repeatedly lunged at Tom, who was hard-pressed to defend himself, especially with his eyes closed so tightly. He seemed to be attempting to reason with the creature, to no avail. The basilisk proved to be as relentless as the man, undeterred by the fact the passageway was barely able to accommodate its ample size, its mind set on tearing the Dark Lord limb from limb. Realizing the creature would not listen to him, Tom bid a hasty retreat, vanishing in a cloud of blackened smoke as he screamed in fury. Albus dared not move, his own eyes closing as the creature began turning to look at him. It was not often he was gripped by fear, but as he could sense the serpent coming closer, he felt it along with the helplessness of the situation. Expecting to feel the large fangs penetrate his flesh and bone, he braced himself, only to feel a gentle nudging of a reptilian nose against his chest. He heard the movement of its body once more, and as he chanced the slightest of glances through the smallest gap he dared open his eyes, he saw the tail vanishing through the hole it had created. In all of his years, he'd never seen such a thing, and he silently thanked the magnificent beast for its intervention. Harry had explained that Salazar had placed it here for the protection of the school, and it had indeed come to Albus in his moment of need. Taking another moment to recuperate, his legs were unsteady as he stood and took in the sight before him. With a final shake of his head, he took it upon himself to collapse the passageway entirely as he took his leave, intent on finding out how the others had fared in their own tasks this night. "Break." He groaned as he tried to move. Harry didn't know how long he had been lying on his kitchen floor, but the pain tearing through his body had yet to abate. His back and ribs were throbbing, and simply breathing felt as though a knife was being jammed between each of his ribs. More concerning, however, was the blood leaking from his arm and another significant wound in his thigh, where a sizable splinter of wood was protruding from. He'd been woefully unprepared to face such enemies. How could he have been ready for something that seemingly couldn't be killed? No, that was untrue. Everything could be killed. He just needed to figure out how to tackle this particular foe. Harry cursed under his breath as he pushed himself into a sitting position, grimacing as his head spun from the pain and nausea. Although he was not in immediate danger of dying, he knew he was not in a good way. With the status of Hogwarts unknown to him, and being unwilling to place himself in such a public setting as St. Mungo's, he could only think of one other place he could get the help he needed. Harry didn't have the first clue how to remove the wood wedged in his thigh, nor where to begin with his back. He knew some useful healing spells, but here, he was out of his depth. With a shake of his head, he retrieved one of the other portkeys from within his robes and took a moment to compose himself before activating it, groaning once more from the unpleasant sensation of being hooked through the navel and torn away from his home. Break. Theo had surprisingly taken her involvement with Harry well, and had even thanked Isabella for his intervention. Without it, she couldn't fathom the suffering her younger brother would have endured. "You're worried?" Isabella nodded. "Harry said something big is happening tonight," she murmured. "With the Dark Lord going to Hogwarts." She shook her head, and Theo wrapped an arm around her shoulders. "Potter will be fine," he tried to assure her. Isabella offered him a weak smile, only to frown as a thud sounded from the adjoining room, and their mother screamed. Drawing her wand, Isabella entered the living area followed by Theo, both freezing at the sight of the injured Harry sprawled on the rug in front of the fireplace. "Merlin," she whispered as she kneeled next to him, not knowing where to start. The wood embedded in his thigh was concerning enough, but he was bleeding heavily from another wound, and the rattling of his breathing was not a good sign. "Where does it hurt?" she asked. "Everywhere," Harry chuckled humorlessly. "Back, ribs, leg, lungs, I think. Potions in my trunk," he added in a wheeze, pointing to his inside pocket. Isabella nodded as she reached in and retrieved it, finding her hand covered in blood when she did so. "Mother, I'll need your help." The pale woman nodded as she took up a position next to her. Isabella rifled through the trunk until she found a box helpfully labeled, indicating that this was where Harry stored his potions. Opening it, she was unsurprised to find almost every concoction any well-equipped healer would carry, and she began removing the files she would need. "Drink this," she instructed, uncorking a blood replenisher and handing it to Harry. He did so, and followed it up with a potion to alleviate the considerable pain he was in. "I don't suppose this is the ideal way for us to meet," Harry snorted, addressing Isabella's mother. "No," the woman agreed. "I'm still coming to terms with all of this." Isabella barely followed the ensuing conversation as she focused on repairing Harry's ribs, placing a hand on them when she'd finished and shaking her head. "The lung is punctured," she informed him as she handed yet another potion to the boy. "It will take a few days to heal, and the leg probably longer. It will be easier to open it up to remove the wood, and then I will have to stop the bleeding before I can begin healing it. It's going to hurt." Harry waved her on. "That's nothing new," he sighed, his pain seemingly subsiding. "Is there anything I can do?" Theo asked. Isabella shook her head. "Not unless you've been secretly training to be a healer." Receiving no reply from her brother, she continued with her efforts and took a deep breath. "Your back isn't broken," she murmured, "but it's not in a good way. There's significant muscle damage and your spine is badly bruised. There's not much I can do for that other than treating it with a bruise salve. Your leg is another matter entirely. The wood is embedded in the bone and the muscle is a mess. I won't know how bad it is until I get the wood out." Harry nodded. "Will I need some salve on that too?" Isabella rolled her eyes at him. "Shut up, Potter," she grumbled as she set to work, wincing at how firmly the wood held. Having already deduced what she would have to do, Isabella carefully opened the wound a little wider to relieve the pressure before summoning the splinter out of the bone. Harry cursed at this, but she was focused on stemming the bleeding. It took only a few moments, and when she was done, she breathed a sigh of relief as her mother bandaged the leg and fed Harry another potion to begin the healing. "We need to let the potions do their work, and then I can begin knitting the muscle and bone together," she explained. "You're going to be sore for a few days, and you certainly won't be able to travel, not for a week at least. It looks like you're stuck with me then." Isabella offered him a sad smile as she took his hand. "What happened?" she asked, unsure whether or not she truly wanted to know. Harry shook his head. "I don't know," he murmured tiredly. "I was at Hogsmeade when this happened. I don't know anything about Hogwarts or anywhere else." "What about Malfoy?" Theo asked. "He's not going anywhere," Harry assured him. "Other than prison, I need to get a message to Sirius. Can you pass me a quill and some parchment?" Isabella did so, and Harry penned a note before closing his eyes. Theo did not react to the Thistral that seemed to materialize from his chest, but Isabella and her mother were taken aback. "Mallory, take this to Sirius," Harry instructed. "Wait for his reply." The Thistral vanished in a plume of smoke, and he laid down, exhausted from what he'd endured this evening. "Are we safe here?" her mother asked. Harry nodded. "No one will find you here," he promised. Hearing it from Harry seemed to reassure her, and she relaxed for the first time since they'd arrived. "Come on, we'd best get you to a bed," Isabella sighed as she stood. "You can stay in mine." "Oh, that is a treat," Harry quipped. Isabella shook her head as she levitated him from the ground. "Are you going to make this difficult?" she asked. "I might," Harry returned, grinning despite the several injuries he was carrying. "If I have to suffer this indignity, why shouldn't I?" "I see the pain potions are working," Isabella snorted as she entered the room she had taken for herself and deposited Harry onto the bed. "You need to rest." "I don't think I could do much more if I wanted to," he replied tiredly, falling asleep only a moment later. Isabella left him to it and used her wand to clean the blood off her hands and clothes before returning to the living room. "Will he be all right?" her mother asked. Isabella nodded. "He will be," she murmured worriedly. For now, that was the truth, but with the war only getting progressively more violent, she could not help but think that she had yet to see the worst. "You care about him," her mother said flatly. "I couldn't let him die." Her mother tutted. "You know what I mean, Isabella." Isabella shook her head. "We are friends, Mother," she returned. "I've helped him and he's helped us. That's it. What else would there be?" Her mother quirked an eyebrow at her, but said nothing else on the matter, choosing to kiss her on the cheek before heading towards her own bedroom. She seemed to be taking the upheaval well enough, but Isabella knew that it would not be so simple moving forward. Despite everything, her parents had been married for close to 2 decades, and it would be a considerable adjustment for her mother, let alone her father, when he discovered what had happened. Not that he deserved anything less. With a shake of her head, Isabella transfigured the couch into a bed and conjured a duvet before climbing in. For the time being, this would be her life now, and though she had not expected the turn of events that had taken place, there was a part of her that was glad Harry was here, even if he was injured. She lay there for a while, willing sleep to come, but being unable to settle. She decided to check on the boy a final time and took a seat next to the bed he was resting in. Taking his hand, she brushed her thumb across the back of it, doing her utmost not to think of what her mother had said. She and Harry were friends. Well, she liked to think they were. Over the past few weeks, she had been staying at his house. He had stopped by regularly to check on her, and they had spent considerable time together. So much so that she was truly worried for him, even if she knew he would come through this particular incident just fine when he'd recovered. "Thank you." Isabella froze as Harry spoke. "You're welcome," she whispered gently. In his weakened state, he still managed to offer her a somewhat mischievous smile, and Isabella felt her chest fill with warmth. Instead of returning to the transfigured bed, she leaned back in the chair she was sitting on, keeping hold of Harry's hand as she slowly drifted into a sleep of her own. Sirius could seldom think of any other occasion that he had experienced such relief upon receiving the letter from Harry informing him that he was alive, though perhaps not so well. It had been a short note explaining that he would be away for several days to recover from the injuries he'd sustained, and asking Sirius to convey the same message to Dumbledore, along with the revelation he'd apprehended Draco Malfoy for the attempted murder of a student. Sirius had already retrieved the boy from Harry's home and had him quietly processed by the Aurors. Not that Lucius was in a position to help his son. The moment he was captured, he would be subjected to a dose of Veritaserum, and not even the plight of his son would see him emerge to endure such treatment. Dumbledore had been equally relieved, having learned of what had occurred in Hogsmeade. The village was in ruins, with many of the buildings having been destroyed and some notable businesses in ruins amongst them. It would take considerable effort to reinstate it to what it had been, if such a thing was even possible. The only saving grace was that the death and injury toll was minimal, though the same could not be said for the rest of the country where the attacks had occurred. There had been 9 in total, with the deaths already in the hundreds, and counting. Most of those were confused muggles who had been caught up in the antics of the Death Eaters, and some Aurors who had responded. In all, the night would be remembered as a bloody affair, and as a stark reminder of the power the Dark Lord had at his command. Sirius rubbed his eyes tiredly. He'd returned to his office to receive the incoming reports and pass them on to the media. With the influx now having come to a stop, he needed only to complete one other task before he could finally take some rest for himself. It had been almost 24 hours ago that the first attack had been declared, and the Minister of Magic was exhausted. Yawning, he reached for the pot of flue powder sitting atop the mantel of his fireplace before throwing a handful into the flames. Downing Street, he murmured. The Muggles were currently having an election of their own, and it was looking likely that Sirius would soon be making the acquaintance of a new Prime Minister. But for now, he was to make a second visit to John Major, a dullard if Sirius had ever met one. Still, he expected the man to be most displeased by the news he would bring. Not that anything could be done. If Major decided to be difficult, a simple memory charm would be sufficient in placating the Muggle politician. With a sigh, Sirius stepped into the flames, all but ready for this living nightmare to come to an end. Break. The Dark Lord's anger was palpable. His failure to secure his Horcrux was one thing, but to be prevented from doing so by the very basilisk he had spent many hours with during his youth was an insult he couldn't stomach. Why had it attacked him so viciously? Lord Voldemort could not begin to fathom the reason, but it changed nothing. The creature of his ancestor had been the cause of his failure. Dumbledore had been at his mercy, weakened and unable to defend himself. The Dark Lord had been poised to end the man that many had considered his greatest foe throughout his first rise to power, ready to prove to them all that no such man existed. He had been uttering the words that would be the headmaster's downfall when he had been set upon. Taking a breath to calm himself, he nodded at his reflection. In the grand scheme of things, it mattered not. His Horcrux was safe in the place he had hidden it, and Dumbledore would meet his demise soon enough, along with any other foolish enough to resist the Dark Lord. A new era would soon be upon Britain, though not as soon as he wished. Nonetheless, he could feel it approaching and could see himself standing above all others as he seized the power he desired. It would be a new age, one that would last in perpetuity with the Dark Lord at the helm. He smiled at the thought before grimacing at the fresh blood that stained the floor at his feet. Both Lucius and Nott had been foolish enough to interrupt his reflection, and had paid the price with the latter biting through his own tongue from the agony inflicted upon him. Why should the Dark Lord care about Nott's missing wife? He snorted at the very thought. The domestic problems of his followers were not his concern, not when he was on the cusp of changing the very world around them. It was only a matter of time, and though his anger would not abate at the slight leveled against him the previous night, his mood was improving as he considered all that had been achieved. According to the reports he'd gathered, Diagon Alley was empty, and many of the businesses simply had not opened. Hogsmeade was in an even worse state and would likely never be the same. The Dark Lord's creations had done admirably with their task, and when the giants were ready and the next full moon came, Great Britain would endure its first, full-scale attack. If the fools believed what they'd experienced last night had been horrific, then what was to come would be nothing short of hellish. Once more, his own thoughts brought a smile of anticipation to his lips. It would seem as though he'd not been gone for close to a decade and a half in the coming weeks. If they didn't remember the fear that gripped them before now, they would soon enough. Break. He looked on in wonder as he watched his mother walking up the aisle of the church, her white dress simple as she clutched a bouquet with her eyes brimming with happiness. With only Sirius, Pettigrew, and a few of Lily's friends Harry recognized from her time at Hogwarts present, it was a small ceremony, but no less a privilege to bear witness to. He stayed rooted to the spot as they exchanged vows, declaring their love for one another and a promise to be united until the very end. They had stuck to their word, and though it was a bittersweet realization, Harry had no doubt that had they lived, they would be as inseparable now as they were that very day. He swallowed the lump that formed in his throat as he watched them leave the church, hand in hand and beaming at one another, before James helped his new bride into a horse-drawn carriage, joining her as they waved farewell to the few guests. Harry had never been to a wedding before. Perhaps he never would, but he hoped he would live to experience his own if he found someone he wished to share his life with. Was that beyond the realm of possibility for him? Only time would tell, but as the autumn colors of the trees faded to the familiar gray hue he'd grown used to whilst being in Godric's Hollow, he sobered from the joyous occasion he'd been granted a retrospective glimpse at. It grew suddenly cold, though the chill no longer made him shudder. It was as much a part of him as anything else he'd ever owned, a comfortable cold that served to remind him of his purpose in life. There was no promise of marriage or children, the only thing guaranteed being war and violence. As expected, the cloaked figure soon emerged from the shadows of the church, gliding to meet him in the courtyard where it all began. "Harry Potter," it whispered in a gravelly voice in greeting. "I don't suppose you are here for a happy reunion," Harry snorted. "No." Harry deflated as he nodded his understanding. "Do you know what those things were?" "As big an insult to me and my purpose as the containers used to house his fragments of soul," the figure replied. "They are neither man nor woman, neither alive nor dead. The soul is imprisoned within them and tied to your foe." "I couldn't kill them," Harry murmured to himself. "Will they die if he dies?" "Yes." "Can they be killed with him still alive?" "Yes." "Are you going to tell me how?" Silence reigned for several moments before the figure spoke once more. "They are able to regenerate lost limbs and are resistant to all magics. You must release the soul from its binding and break the magic that powers them. They do not breathe, and they do not bleed. They have no need of rest and are at his whim." "So, magic will not work?" "Not as you intend," the figure answered. "Think Harry Potter. You have the tools at your disposal, the very same thing that will free his soul from the containers." "Basilisk venom," Harry whispered. "It would be the most effective option. I will not see my champion delve into the very magic that insults us." Harry nodded his understanding. The basilisk would be willing to provide the venom. He just needed to find a way of poisoning the monstrosities Voldemort had created. His mind drifted back to some of the earliest memories the cloak had shown him, and an idea began to form. How many? 13 trapped souls, a powerful number indeed. Their very existence offends me. As my champion, I task you with their destruction. You didn't even have to ask, Harry returned determinedly, offering the figure a bow. He'd already deduced that he would meet them again along the way. Next time, however, he would be ready once he'd made the necessary preparations. It was with a groan from the dull ache plaguing him that Harry woke from his slumber, though he did not feel as depleted as he'd expected from how his foray into Hogsmeade had gone. Frowning as he glanced out of the window to see it was still dark, he wondered how long he'd been asleep, and he grunted as he pushed himself into a sitting position. "I do not think it is wise to move so much," a voice chided him gently from the doorway. "Mrs. Knott." "Well, since I was given the task to wash the blood from you, I think we are past such formalities," the woman sighed amusedly. "You may call me Violetta." Peering beneath the duvet he was under, Harry groaned once more, and the woman laughed. "Do not worry, Mr. Potter, your dignity was preserved," she assured him. "That's a first," Harry grumbled. "Well, since we are limited on personnel, it was either me or Isabella who had to do it. You could not be left in such a state. Theo, for all his talent in arithmancy, would have done a terrible job. I thought I was the better option, for yours and Isabella's sake." Harry nodded gratefully as Violetta took the seat next to his bed and watched him for a moment. "I wanted to thank you for what you have done for my family," she said sincerely. "Being married to my husband has not been easy, and it's been harder for my children." "You don't need to explain," Harry replied. "Isabella helped me twice now," he added with a chuckle. "She asked me to help you in return." Violetta offered him a smile. "Well, I am grateful nonetheless." "How long was I out?" "Almost 3 days. Sorry, I don't have any news to share with you. It is quite isolated here. 3 days. At least it hadn't been close to a week this time. I thought it would be for the best to get you somewhere quiet, Harry explained. How is Isabella? Violetta smirked. She has barely left your side, she answered amusedly. I finally managed to get her away from you so that she could shower and rest. Good, Harry returned as he stretched gently. How are you feeling? Sore, but I've had worse. I've heard of your habit of getting hurt. The Triwizard Tournament was well documented. I expect people think I have a death wish. Taking on a notorious Dark Lord will give that impression. For what it is worth, you are doing rather well. Barely a day has gone by in the last couple of years that my husband has not bemoaned your interference and survival, she added. He told me of what happened after the World Cup. I find it hard to believe, but I cannot fathom why he would lie. You mean when he and Malfoy and the others attempted to murder me? Violetta nodded. He says that you survived the impossible, that you sat up as though you had only been shoved to the ground. They fear you, Harry Potter. As they should, Harry murmured. They cannot escape what is coming for them. Violetta swallowed deeply as she nodded, turning towards the door as it was pushed open. I told you to get me when he woke up, Isabella huffed as she stepped into the room. You're not dead then. You can't have all the luck, Harry quipped. The girl tutted at him, though her expression was one of concern. I will leave you to it, Violetta declared as she stood. I am quite sure Harry will be capable of washing himself next time, so no ideas, young lady. Mother, Isabella choked, her cheeks reddening as the woman stepped past her. I didn't. I know, Harry laughed, grimacing at the ache in his chest. She already told me she cleaned me up, jealous. Isabella narrowed her eyes at him. Shut up, she grumbled. Are you still in pain? A little. Good, Isabella said with a grin as she took the seat her mother had left. I've been worried about you. Do you always have strange dreams? Strange dreams. You were really cold and talking about the souls of your enemies. I couldn't make sense of much of it. Harry waved off her concern. They come and go, he said dismissively. Isabella eyed him questioningly for a moment before deciding against pressing the matter. Your wounds are healing well, she informed him, and thank you. I know you being here isn't what you planned, but it has helped keep my mother distracted. Theo told me what you did for him, what Draco tried to do. Well, I couldn't get this far and let him die, could I? You saved him because you're a good person, Harry, Isabella replied. Despite everything you've been through and you've had to do, you're a good person. Your brother can't help the hand he was dealt. He's not like Malfoy and didn't want anything to do with the war. He deserved a chance to escape it. Isabella offered him a smile as she squeezed his hand. Oh, that reminds me. Your Thistral returned whilst you were sleeping. She gave me this. She removed a sealed envelope from her pocket, and Harry immediately recognized the handwriting of his godfather. Without preamble, he opened it, eager for an update on what had happened back in Britain. Harry, I have retrieved the Malfoy boy, and he will soon be brought before the Wisengamot. If you could provide a memory from yourself and Theo Knott, it would be most helpful in securing a conviction. An investigation is underway to ascertain what has been done to those Death Eaters you faced in Hogsmeade, and I am hoping to have answers soon. I have the very best looking into it as a priority. The village is a mess and will take considerable effort to restore, but that is a ministry problem. Albus has asked me to pass on the news that he was successful, thanks to a very large friend of yours who did not appreciate the Dark Lord attempting to enter the castle. Focus on getting better and visit as soon as you can. Serious? Harry breathed a sigh of relief at the news that Dumbledore had managed to prevent Tom from entering Hogwarts, and wished he could have seen the headmaster's face at the sight of the basilisk Sirius was undoubtedly referring to. Is everything okay? Isabella asked, pulling him from his thoughts. It could be much worse, Harry sighed. I suppose things are as well as can be expected. Isabella nodded. Are you hungry? Some food will probably do you good. I could eat, Harry replied, shifting to make himself more comfortable. Then I'll be back in a moment. She left, and Harry reveled in the relief that not all had gone awry. His own efforts had not ended desirably, but Tom had equally failed in his. The realization offered little comfort when he considered the developments that had followed. The Death Eaters he'd encountered would be a problem, but knowing what he could do to defeat them was another small mercy. Here, Isabella announced as she entered the room carrying a tray laden with food. I brought you a little of everything. Thank you, Harry said appreciatively, realizing how hungry he was as the tray was rested on his lap. Have you been eating? Isabella shrugged. Not really, she murmured. I've been busy looking after you, Theo, and Mum. Harry shook his head and gestured towards the tray. Eat, he urged. You're no good to anyone if you're wasting away. You're the one who needs looking after. You can't do that if you're not looking after yourself. Eat. Isabella rolled her eyes at him, as she often did, and helped herself to some fruit. Not the melon, Harry protested. She quirked an eyebrow at him before eating it, nonetheless, and Harry pouted. I wanted that. You should have been quicker, Isabella pointed out as she reached for a pear, only for Harry to snatch it away and take a bite out of the fruit. You're such a child. You're picking on a cripple. Now you're being dramatic. You're only temporarily incapacitated. It was Harry's turn to shrug as he continued eating his pear victoriously, and Isabella laughed at him in amusement. When he was done, he yawned and she stood, taking the tray from him. You should get some more rest, she suggested, tucking an errant lock of hair behind her ear. Harry nodded as he sunk into the mattress once more, the effort of eating proving to be more taxing than he'd expected. I'll check on you later, Isabella assured him. Did I dream that you were sitting next to me and holding my hand? Harry asked as she made to leave the room. Isabella paused. It may have been real, she answered before continuing on her way. I didn't know healers offered that service, Harry called after her. And I didn't know patients could be as difficult as you, Potter. Harry chuckled as he settled to rest, only to raise an eyebrow when Isabella returned, her demeanor quite maudlin. I really thought you were going to die. There was so much blood. I had to make sure you made it through the night. I didn't know you cared so much, Harry said with a smirk, trying to lighten the mood once more. Isabella shook her head. You know, you have a way of making people do that. Caring for you, I mean. She placed a kiss on his cheek before leaving the room once more, and Harry could only stare up at the ceiling, lost in thought until the much-needed sleep eventually took him. Break. Sirius stared at the floating arm that had been placed on his desk, the pale flesh still bearing the runes that had been intricately carved into it. The unspeakables had housed it within a jar, somehow making the dismembered limb more macabre. What have you discovered, Croaker? He asked curiously. The old man with intelligent blue eyes took the seat opposite him and stared at the arm thoughtfully. Not as much as we would have with a complete specimen, he sighed. Nevertheless, despite the nature of the magic, it is quite impressive. Sirius nodded and gestured for the man to continue, not doubting the brilliance possessed by the Dark Lord. The residual magic suggests that a ritual was conducted whilst the subject was still alive. As a result of it, he would now be considered dead, fueled and animated by the magic that continues to exist within him. In essence, the Dark Lord has created something resembling both an inferi that can think actively for itself and possesses magic, and a human that is no longer bound by its physical vulnerabilities. It is unprecedented, Minister. What about the runes? That is the genius behind the magic at play, Croaker continued. Although they are not here on this arm, I have no doubt that there is a cluster dedicated to regeneration, amongst many other things. What is puzzling is that I can think of none who would willingly endure such a transformation, no matter how loyal they were. It would have been agonizing to experience, and their own magic would have been heavily resistant. Even under the Imperious curse, our research suggests such a ritual would have failed. No, we can only deduce that this was tested on those who were unable to resist, but were very much alive. Sirius frowned thoughtfully and released a deep breath as he pondered the revelation. So, if someone's mind had been damaged so badly that they were just a live shell without conscience. Croker nodded. I suppose that would make for a suitable candidate, a perfect one, in fact. If that is what has happened here, it would make sense. However, we would need a whole and active specimen to determine it with any level of certainty. Sirius continued to stare at the limb. What about killing them? I have it on good authority that 13 of these exist. Snape had provided that snippet of information, and though Sirius would never fully trust the man, he had no reason to doubt him in this. Well, it would be a simple case of breaking the magic that holds it all together, Croker explained. A killing curse may be sufficient, but since these creations are not truly alive in human form, it may have no effect. No, it would be best to find another method as equally powerful. Fiendfire. That would certainly do it, Croker confirmed. I suspect that these things are aware of that particular vulnerability. Was that not the cause of the resulting explosion when young Mr. Potter attempted that very thing in Hogsmeade? It was, Sirius confirmed, not questioning how the man had come by the knowledge. The Unspeakables were a mysterious group that operated mostly within the shadows of society, and one that Sirius was pleased to have on side. Then I suspect another method must be found. I will begin working on it immediately, with your leave, of course. Sirius nodded gratefully. Your efforts are most appreciated, Croker, he offered. If there is anything you need, you only have to ask. Thank you, Croker replied as he stood, pulling his hood up and gathering the jar from the desk before taking his leave. Sirius could only curse under his breath at what he had learned. Voldemort had always been a dangerous foe, but he was delving into magics that not even Sirius's own ancestors would experiment with. The man was proving to be much more unhinged than he'd thought. Still, with Croker and his team looking into the matter on his behalf, he could, for the time being, shift his focus to the many other things that required his attention. This morning, he would be attending the gathering of the Wisengamot to determine the fate of the Malfoy boy. Sirius suspected there would be a lack of leniency towards the young man, and without Lucius nor any other in a position to defend him, it was likely he would receive a harsh sentence, especially with the current climate in the country. The Wisengamot would look to make an example of the boy, to set a precedence of zero tolerance to assisting the Dark Lord in any manner, and if Sirius was honest with himself, he couldn't find an ounce of empathy for young Draco. He truly was a product of his father's upbringing, so deeply indoctrinated in the belief that he was superior to all others, which would not serve him well in the proceedings to come if he comported himself as Sirius expected. Break. Harry stretched when he woke, grateful that the aches and pains of his injuries had lessened considerably from when he first regained consciousness after his ordeal. The realization brought with it a sense of restlessness. He had never been one for remaining idle. Whilst living with the Dursleys, he'd not been allowed to be left unoccupied with no meaningless tasks. Petunia simply could not stand to see him with nothing to do. He'd kept that habit since leaving, and even in his injured state, he longed to be on his feet again. You're awake, Isabella greeted him as she opened the door. Harry nodded as he sat up, wiping the sleep from his eyes. What time is it? You've just missed lunch, she explained. I'll bring something in for you. No, it's fine, Harry declined politely. Would you mind helping me up? Up? I can't lie here anymore, Harry sighed. Isabella shook her head. I don't think that's a good idea. Your wounds. Feel much better, Harry cut in. She eyed him for a moment before muttering under her breath. Let me check them first, she urged. If I think they're healed enough, we will go from there. Harry nodded his agreement, and Isabella hesitated before peeling back the duvet. You'll need to move your shorts, she said shyly. Harry smirked as he did so, and she narrowed her eyes at him. Don't look at me like that, she warned. Like what? She shook her head before inspecting the wound, her cheeks reddening slightly as she pressed her fingers around it. Does it hurt? Not much, Harry said with a shrug. Not much. It aches a little, but that's it. Isabella hummed as she reached up his shirt and felt his ribs, eliciting a gasp from Harry. Sorry, I didn't mean to. He waved her off as he chuckled. Your hands are cold, he explained amusedly. It's not sore. She glared at him once more. I think there is a part of you that thrives on being injured, she said flatly. What's not to like? Harry snorted. A nice warm bed, food brought to me, and being tended to by a beautiful girl. She blushed once more, and Harry wondered why he'd said what he had, chastising himself for the outburst he would expect from his father, having witnessed the man say very similar things to his mother. He was on the cusp of apologizing when Isabella looked up at him rather boldly. You know, if we were in St. Mungo's, I'd have you sent for a cold shower. Maybe two. Harry felt another smirk tug at the corner of his lips. It wouldn't be so bad if you joined me. She quirked an eyebrow at him and shook her head. Don't say things like that. You'll only give me hope, Potter, she replied with a grin of her own. Well, I think it's safe to say you're feeling better. I'd rather you didn't try to walk just yet, but we both know you're not going to listen. Take it slowly. Harry shook himself from his thoughts as she held out her hands to help him out. With considerable effort from the girl, he managed to pull himself to his feet, though he found himself to be a little unsteady on them. Slowly, she reiterated, catching him by the hips as he stumbled. You're a bloody nightmare. Harry laughed as he held onto the girl to prevent himself falling. Maybe I did that on purpose. Maybe I should put you back into bed. Oh, that's an offer I can't refuse. Shut up, she grumbled, blushing once more as she took his hands again. I see he is feeling better. An amused voice sounded from the door. Isabella whipped around, and Harry almost fell as she did so. Bloody hell, he cursed, bracing himself on the bedside table. Is there an option for private medical care? If you're going to be a healer, I think I'll avoid St. Mungo's. I was just helping him out of bed, Isabella explained, panicking slightly. Of course you were, her mother said with a smirk. I can't imagine what else two hormonal teenagers could possibly be doing. Not that Potter seems to be up for much. The poor boy can barely stand. She's taking advantage of my weakened state, Harry protested. Violetta laughed heartily as Isabella glared at him. One more word out of you, and I'll put you back in bed, the latter warned. See, Harry pointed out. Violetta shook her head. Mr. Potter, I think you have a misconception of my daughter. You have seen the kind and caring side to her, but I wouldn't forget the family name she carries. I can assure you, she is a very capable witch. Her great-aunt saw to that. The same great-aunt that brought you your violin. Isabella nodded. My Aunt Rosalina was an excellent duelist. She won 5 national championships, 4 European, and was even a world championship. That's impressive, Harry complimented. She was a wonderful woman, if not a vicious one at her best. Unfortunately, she is rather old now. I think she would have liked you. She probably would have, Isabella grumbled. Better now. Harry nodded and took a few tentative steps around the corner, allowing the blood to flow back to his legs. Much better, he declared. I suppose that means you'll be leaving. I should get back, Harry sighed. I have classes to teach and a war to fight. You say it so casually, Isabella murmured. It's all I've ever known, Harry pointed out. Isabella offered him a sad smile. I'll collect your things, Violetta declared, leaving them alone once more. It will be strange without you here. You mean injured and sleeping most of the time. At least you're not causing trouble when you're sleeping, Isabella said with a warmer smile before her expression fell again. You'll be careful, won't you? I always am. Isabella nodded before carefully wrapping her arms around him. Thank you, Harry whispered gratefully, for not letting me die. I think you have enough people who want you dead, Isabella returned. You should have a few people that want to see you live, at least. Even if I am irritating. She rolled her eyes at him, a habit he was growing fond of seeing. Even irritating people deserve to live, Potter. "Here we are," Violetta declared, announcing her arrival. "I managed to repair your robes and get the blood out of them." "Thank you," Harry said appreciatively, frowning slightly as Theo entered the room. "Not," Harry greeted him. The boy nodded as he stepped forward, offering his hand. "Thanks, Potter, for doing what you did for all of us." Harry accepted the proffered limb. "You're welcome." With a final nod, Theo left the room and Harry readied himself to depart, being pulled into an embrace by Violetta when he had done so. "Do visit when you can," she urged, "even if it is just to bring us news from home." "I will," Harry assured her. She offered him a tired smile and a pointed look towards her daughter before following Theo from the room. "Are you really going to visit?" Isabella asked hopefully. "Well, it's quite likely I'll get injured again." "You know what I meant." Harry nodded. "I'll visit," he promised. "If there's anything you need before then, you only need to let me know." "I will," Isabella sighed as she wrapped her arms around him again, this time a little more tightly. "Don't get yourself killed." "Would you miss me?" She shook her head, her eyes alight with mirth. "I need someone to practice on," she quipped. "Oh, I see how it is," Harry snorted. "I'll make sure I get a few more injuries for you then." "Don't you dare," Isabella warned. "I'm not spending my life worrying about you or patching you up." "I'll do my best," Harry chuckled. "I'll see you soon." Isabella nodded as she released him, squeezing his hand once more before Harry activated his portkey to return to Britain and the war that was waiting. Break. Sirius watched as the smugness faded from Draco when he realized there were no familiar faces amongst the lords and ladies of the Wisengamot. Lucius was a wanted man, as were all those who may have offered some defense of the boy. Not that Sirius thought any would be so foolish to do so, not so publicly. The young man seemed to finally realize what he was facing, and the reported pompous attitude he had exhibited during interviews with the Aurors was all but absent. "Draco Lucius Malfoy," Sirius addressed him. "You stand accused of attempted murder, colluding with the Dark Lord known as Voldemort, and endangering the life of students at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry through such association. How do you plead?" "Not guilty," Malfoy replied defiantly. "Very well," Sirius sighed. "As you have pleaded not guilty, you will be questioned under Veritaserum according to the laws of Wizarding Britain." "I refuse to comply," Draco returned. "I wish to speak with my father." Sirius shook his head. "You are a man of age and are not required to have an appropriate adult speak or act on your behalf. According to my notes, you refused legal counsel and chose to proceed with your trial without it. You cannot refuse to be questioned under Veritaserum, Mr. Malfoy. You are to be tried as an adult." Draco looked horrified as two Aurors approached and forced him into the chair. He screamed in protest as he was secured to it, though fell silent as the potion was administered. Sirius waited for a moment for it to take effect before continuing. "What is your name?" "Draco Lucius Malfoy," was the reply. The young man's eyes glazed over. "Are you, or have you ever been a Death Eater?" "Yes." "Did you do so willingly knowing that following the Dark Lord is against the laws of Great Britain?" "Yes." "Did you willfully attempt to help Lord Voldemort enter Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, in the knowledge that it would endanger your fellow students?" "Yes." Sirius held up a hand to silence the murmurings of the Wisengamot. "Did you attempt to murder one Theodore, not the night you were apprehended?" "Yes." "And finally, were you acting of your own free will throughout the entirety of the aforementioned incidents?" "Yes." "That concludes the questioning. Take Mr. Malfoy back to the holding cells to recuperate whilst we deliberate a suitable sentencing." The Aurors did so, and Sirius offered a subtle nod to Rita Skeeter, who was sitting amongst the rest of the journalists. The news of the arrest and subsequent trial would reach the evening edition of the Daily Prophet, and those who had already, or were considering joining the Dark Lord would see that no quarter would be given. Sirius had vowed there would be a zero-tolerance approach to dealing with those serving the Dark Lord, and Draco Malfoy was the example he intended to set. Break. Lucius frowned as he heard the commotion emanating from the bedroom he shared with his wife, and as he opened the door, he was forced to duck below a vase that was thrown in his direction. "This is your fault," Narcissa hissed in a frightful rage, trembling as she held up a copy of a newspaper. 25 years, Lucius. They have sent him to prison for 25 years. Who? Lucius asked confusedly. Our son. Lucius balked as he snatched the newspaper from her grasp, his mouth falling agape as he skimmed through the article on the very front page. He'd heard nothing from Draco since the night of the last attack, and had even inquired with the Dark Lord as to whether Draco had contacted him. For his impertinence, he'd been punished most harshly, having caught his master in a terrible mood. Evidently, Draco had been apprehended for his part in the affair, had been held by the ministry, put on trial, and sentenced. I didn't know. He reeled from the slap Narcissa unleashed, the black temper she had always kept a handle on being unleashed upon him. Get him back, Lucius, she seethed. I can't just get him back. Lucius flinched as the woman drew her wand, the look in her eyes uncharacteristically manic. You will bring our son home, she spat. I don't care who you have to beg, bribe, or blackmail. I want him home. She stormed from the room, slamming the door behind her, and Lucius could only stare in astonishment. Narcissa had always been calm and calculated, something he'd relied upon during times of crisis. Now, however, she was like a feral lioness whose cub had been taken from her. Her emotional distress was clouding her judgment. With how things were in Britain, it would be impossible to retrieve Draco, and not even the Dark Lord would be willing to help with what he would deem an unworthy venture. Nonetheless, Lucius knew he would not be granted a moment of peace until Draco was safely within their walls once more, though he could not even begin to fathom how he would achieve that. Have you heard from him recently? James did not even need to ask who Sirius was referring to. In recent days, he too had been wondering what had happened to the wayward werewolf. He'd slowly grown distant since they'd left Hogwarts, though not in a way that had concerned them until recently. Neither James nor Sirius had allowed the man to go without financially. He had always been welcome to stay with either of them, where he'd be fed, sheltered, and even given a dose of wolfsbane the night of the full moon. Nonetheless, Remus had been unable to secure any long-term employment, and he'd become rather disillusioned with the wizarding world. You don't think he's well, James asked worriedly. Remus had often half-joked about finding a pack of his own kind to live with. Thus far, he'd been deterred from doing so, but James could not dismiss the thought entirely. With the ongoing war and Greyback declaring himself, and his pact to the Dark Lord, it was a most concerning possibility. This is Moony we are talking about, Sirius pointed out, even if he didn't seem to be convinced by his own argument. I know, James sighed tiredly. I don't want to believe it. But it is possible, isn't it? Sirius cut in. Our lot haven't exactly treated him well. We always have, James countered. We've always been there for him. Is it enough? James swallowed deeply and released a deep breath. Harry was confused by the conversation. He'd never believed that Remus would turn his back on any of them, but he did have the benefit of hindsight. Taking his father's and Sirius's perspective into consideration and remembering just what was transpiring around them, he understood their doubt. Day in and day out, people were being implicitly betrayed by those they believed they could trust. Britain truly was a hotbed of distrust and paranoia because of the Dark Lord and the unknown men and women who had chosen to follow him. I'm going to look for him, Sirius murmured as he stood. I'll let you know when I find him. James nodded, and the two men shared a final look of concern before Sirius took his leave of the cottage. The Potter Lord shook his head. James. He smiled as Lily entered the room, though it fell when he caught sight of her expression. What's wrong? Has something happened? He asked. No, well, yes, Lily answered, her skin paler than usual. She appeared to be lost, and she deflated as she looked almost pleadingly at her husband. "I'm pregnant." Silence met the declaration, and James looked as though he'd been slapped in the face. His mouth fell agape, and his eyes bulged in what would be a comical manner if the situation wasn't so severe. Harry looked on with bated breath, as nervous as Lily undoubtedly was to receive the man's reaction. "Pregnant," he whispered, dragging a hand through his hair. "You're bloody pregnant." Lily was taken aback by James suddenly springing from the chair and wrapping her in his arms. He picked her up off the floor and spun her, laughing joyously as he did so. "You're pregnant," he repeated as he put her down. Lily nodded, her eyes shining with tears. "You're not angry." "Angry? Why would I be angry?" "The timing is not the best, James." The man nodded. "It isn't," he conceded, "but that doesn't change anything. We're going to have a baby, aren't we?" Lily rolled her eyes at him. "Of course we are," she assured him. "I'm just scared, James." He offered her a smile as he took her hands. "I'm sure I will be too," he admitted. "It's okay to be scared. That doesn't mean we can't be happy." "What about the war?" "Fuck the war," James returned. "There's not a thing I wouldn't do to keep you both safe." He placed a hand on Lily's stomach, and the two fell silent, simply reveling in the moment and taking some joy from what it was they were sharing. Harry sighed deeply as he was returned to the room on the 7th floor. The words of his father would turn to ash in his mouth only a couple of years later when Voldemort had come for them. Somehow, sharing in the intimacy of the moment only made it worse for Harry. To see how happy his father was to learn he would have a child. It hurt to know what was to come of James, Lily, and even himself, but he also felt a new sense of pride in being the son of James Potter. He'd been a man of his word, and had sacrificed himself to give his wife and son even the merest of chance of escaping Voldemort. Ultimately, it had been for nothing. Harry may have lived, but both James and Lily had perished, leaving a son behind to fight a war that no other could finish, and now, here he was. The life he'd lived since that fateful Halloween night had led him to many moments he'd sooner forget, and the many more unpleasant ones that were yet to come. Still, perhaps there would be some happier ones amongst them, just as there had been for his mother and father. That remained to be seen, and although Harry was somewhat hopeful, it was difficult to imagine them when all seemed so bleak. Almost a month had gone by since the attack on Hogsmeade, and although no other on such a scale had followed, smaller ones had been occurring daily. The Death Eaters, however, had reverted to their previous tactics of striking hard and fast, and the Aurors would arrive after the Dark Lord's followers had left. It was frustrating, to say the least. Nonetheless, Harry knew it was only a matter of time before the monstrosities Voldemort had created would make another appearance, and this time he would be ready for it. Having returned to Hogwarts, he'd immediately set about the task of finding a suitable way to combat them using the basilisk venom. He had considered imbuing projectiles, but had ultimately decided against such a vessel. It posed too much a risk to any other who would likely be fighting alongside him, and he did not wish to be responsible for their death, even inadvertently. No, using a concoction within a phial, or even an arrow or javelin would not do. Instead, Harry had opted to use a blade, but he was loath to get within arm's length of the things Tom had created. There was no telling what could befall him. A sword. He'd decided that using a sword would be the most suitable weapon. However, he'd only encountered problem after problem throughout his various experiments. Any blade he conjured was immediately destroyed by the venom the basilisk had so willingly provided, and the same had occurred with any other he'd purchased for the purpose. From what he had learned via the research he'd been conducting, only a goblin-forged blade would withstand the venom and even absorb the properties of it. Try as he might, Harry had been unable to obtain such a blade and had all but given up hope on the venture until he remembered one in particular. The solution had come to him through further research and remembering the brief conversation he'd shared with the headmaster. The sword of Godric Gryffindor. Of course, none had seen it in almost 1,000 years. However, from what the Sorting Hat had divulged, the garment knew the location, and Harry intended to discuss with it this very evening. For now, he had something else to attend to, but obtaining the sword, if at all possible, was at the top of his list of priorities. It was likely he would have need of it soon enough, after all. Break. Being in hiding was not how she'd envisioned spending her birthday. It had been close to a month ago now that they'd arrived at the house in France, and oddly enough, it was Theo who was keeping their spirits up. It was a difficult adjustment to make, particularly for their mother, who had spent the better part of 2 decades married to their father and barely leaving the large manor they'd lived in. Still, the woman was making the best of their situation, and Harry had done more than any of them could have asked of him. With that being said, it was not so easy being kept in the dark for days at a time. At Harry's suggestion, they remained in the house and received no mail, not even the Daily Prophet. Isabella spent her time studying the various volumes on becoming a healer and completing menial tasks around the house. Theo was continuing to study for the newts he hoped to sit the following year, and their mother seemed to be in a daze for the most part, seemingly taking each day as it came. It was far from ideal, but they were safe, and that was all that mattered. "Isabella, would you come here, please?" She sighed as she placed the book she was trying to read on the bedside table before taking her leave of her room, pausing at the sight that greeted her in the kitchen. "Happy birthday," Harry greeted her with a grin. Isabella could only blink as she spotted the large pile of gifts, the platter of various foods, and the cake resting atop the table. "Aren't you going to blow your candles out?" he chuckled. "I don't want to eat cake with wax on it." Isabella rolled her eyes and did so, cutting him a generous slice and quirking an eyebrow as he bit into it. "This is good," he declared with a beaming smile, and Isabella shook her head at the flecks of chocolate around his lips. "Oi, if Potter's having cake, I want some too," Theo declared. "It is really good," Harry reiterated teasingly, eliciting a scowl from the other boy. "I think I'll have some more." "Sod off, Potter," Theo growled, snatching at the next piece, grinning triumphantly as he reached it first. Harry pouted petulantly. "You can wait for more, Harry," Violetta huffed. "Honestly, this is why I only had one of each," she added, ignoring Harry's frown as she moved the cake out of reach of both boys. "Why don't you open your presents?" Isabella accepted the package she was handed, acutely aware that only Harry could have gotten them for her. He didn't have to, and yet again, she was reminded of just how kind he was and how much he'd done for them. She was lost for words as she continued unwrapping the gifts. An assortment of books, clothes, and even perfume lay before her amongst various other odds and ends. It was overwhelming, to say the least, and as she looked towards the still smiling Harry, he held yet another gift for her. "This one is from me," he explained. Tentatively, she accepted it, and as she removed the paper, her eyes widened. Within was a bag designed for healers, and judging by the weight, it was full of all the essentials she was hoping she would one day need, many of which were heavily regulated by the Ministry of Magic. Only qualified healers were able to purchase these. "How did you get this?" Isabella whispered. "I suppose being me does have its perks," Harry chuckled. "Have you been exploiting your fame, Potter?" Theo asked almost proudly. "Wouldn't you?" Theo nodded. "I'm a Slytherin." Harry's sudden burst of laughter took them all aback, and as Isabella looked at him, he stopped as though he had caught himself. "What's funny, Potter?" Theo pressed confusedly. "Well, if I hadn't have met Malfoy, I would have been a Slytherin," he revealed. "The hat was determined to put me there. I had to convince it not to." Theo's eyes widened comically before he too chuckled. "I can see it," he murmured. "That would have been interesting. There would have been a lot of people upset by that. The Potters have traditionally been Gryffindors. Both of your parents were, weren't they?" Harry nodded, though he laughed again. "They were," he confirmed. "But not everything is always as it seems," he added coyly. Before anyone could question him further on the matter, Violetta began serving them food from the platters, which served to distract them enough from what they'd been discussing. Isabella hadn't had much of an appetite in recent weeks, but it had returned now. The presents were, of course, a welcome addition, but simply being here with her mother, Theo, and Harry to share her birthday had cheered her up considerably. "Hungry?" Harry asked as she accepted another plate of food from her mother, her third helping. "Maybe," she answered with a smirk. "I might even eat yours if you're not careful." She laughed as Harry wrapped his arm around his plate protectively. "You'll get a fork in your hand if you try it." "And from me," Theo warned. "You too, Potter, if you get greedy with the cake." Harry held his hands up innocently, but he eyed the confection with clear intent. "I mean it, Potter." "There's more than enough for everyone," Violetta said pointedly. "Besides, Isabella should have had the first slice." "She should have been quicker," Harry grumbled, and Theo nodded his agreement. "Well, she can have the next slice," Violetta declared, cutting her a generous piece and placing it in front of her. Isabella smiled and slowly took a forkful into her mouth, feeling amused by the starring of Harry and her brother. Much to their relief, however, they didn't have to wait long for their own, and they fell into a companionable silence whilst they finished their meal. When they were done, Theo decided he would lie down to recover from the sheer amount of food he'd consumed, and their mother busied herself by clearing the table, leaving Isabella alone with Harry. "You didn't have to do all of this," she sighed. "It's your birthday," he replied simply. "You shouldn't have to go without just because of everything that is happening." Isabella nodded gratefully. "Thank you," she whispered sincerely. "Besides, I'm sure you'll make use of that bag." It took Isabella a moment to understand the meaning of what he'd said, and she deflated. "I'd rather I didn't." "Me too," Harry sighed, "but we both know it's likely." She nodded reluctantly as she took his hand and gently squeezed it. It was odd. She'd grown up with the stories of Harry Potter and had imagined he'd grown into a pompous, arrogant boy, much like how Draco had proven himself to be every time Isabella had met him. Despite her father's open disdain for him, Harry was nothing like she'd thought. Unexpectedly, Isabella had grown rather fond of him since meeting him in that dingy pub in Knockturn Alley. It was strange to think that the young man who had gone out of his way to ensure she enjoyed her birthday was the same she'd heard her father speak of in such an unpleasant manner, the same the world was looking to for a solution to the ensuing war. To many, he was a hero for fighting the Dark Lord and his followers, but it was much more personal to Isabella. He'd saved her, her mother, and even Theo when he had no obligation to. Beyond standing against the Dark Lord, Harry was the kindest person she'd met, and that damned grin he wore, even now, was something that was as frustrating as it was endearing. "What is it?" Isabella sighed. "Nothing," Harry returned as he stood. "I should get back, there's so much I have to do." Isabella nodded her understanding. "I really do appreciate everything you did for me today," she said sincerely, tentatively wrapping her arms around him and placing a kiss on his cheek. "Thank you." "You're welcome," he replied with a smile. She took him by the hand before he could leave. "I know you can't make any promises, but at least try to be careful. I'd rather not spend my life putting you back together." "I can promise I'll try," he chuckled. "You know that's all I can do." "I suppose that will have to be enough," Isabella sighed, grinning at him. He returned the gesture, and she reluctantly released his hand so that he could be on his way. Isabella watched as he faded into a black smoke and shook her head. It was one of the many mysterious things about Harry Potter she didn't understand, but it was easier to ponder his quirks than it was to dwell on the fact that he was not there anymore. No, he was off saving the world, or doing whatever Harry Potter did when he wasn't fighting Dark Lords and Death Eaters. Isabella snorted at the thought. A part of her still bought into the notion that Harry lived a continuously fascinating life, when, in fact, she knew he appreciated the simpler things. Peace. He wanted little more than a life of peace, where he could restore his dwindling family. It was so simple, and yet it was all he craved. Isabella could appreciate that, though she had no doubt he would soon attract the attention of those who would one day expect a life in the spotlight. She shook her head at the thought and hoped Harry would not find himself in such a marriage if he lived. If he lived. That thought alone was one that haunted her during the lonely nights away from Britain. If Harry died, what would become of her home? It did not bear thinking about, and instead of dwelling on it, Isabella chose to revisit the gifts she'd received, a light frown creasing her brow as she read the note attached to the healer's bag. "You're going to be a fine healer, Isabella. Harry X." It was succinct, but it warmed her chest as she read the words repeatedly, reminding her that there was much to look forward to when the war was over. Break. "Without a full specimen, there is nothing else they can tell us," Sirius explained disappointedly. "They know how they can be killed, but not necessarily how easy it will be." Albus nodded his understanding. The Unspeakables had been studying the dismembered arm Harry had managed to sever from one of Tom's enhanced Death Eaters. Unfortunately, it provided only something of an insight into how it had been created. That, however, had not stopped the workers of the Department of Mysteries from trying to garner more information, though as Sirius informed the rest of the Order, their efforts were to no avail. Nonetheless, knowing how to destroy the Death Eaters was half the battle won, though Albus did not envy anyone facing them. "Headmaster." Severus burst into the kitchen, his breathing labored and his expression one of deep concern. "What is it?" "Tonight," the man wheezed. "He is going to attack again tonight with the werewolves and those things." Albus nodded grimly, holding up a hand to maintain calm amongst the Order of the Phoenix gathered members. "Do you know where?" Severus shook his head apologetically. "I do not. I overheard Narcissa and Lucius discussing it. I have not been made privy to the attack." "What do we do?" Minerva asked worriedly. "I will alert the Aurors," Sirius declared, immediately taking his leave of the kitchen. "The rest of us will wait," Albus decided. He did not like merely waiting, but there was little else that could be done until Sirius sent word of where they were needed. "Harry," he queried as the youngest of the group stood. "I need access to your office." "My office?" "It is important." Albus felt as though he was missing something, but he had no reason to distrust Harry. "Very well," he agreed. "Fox." The phoenix appeared in a column of fire, trilling comfortingly. "Would you be so kind as to take Harry to my office?" Fox trilled once more and seized the young man by the shoulders, the duo vanishing in another burst of fire. What Harry could possibly need in his office was lost on Albus, but he would not have made such a request at this moment if it wasn't urgent. "I hate waiting," Cedric Diggory grumbled restlessly. Albus understood the sentiment. Often, waiting was much worse than anything else they'd face, the anticipation being particularly trying on the nerves. Still, there was nothing else for it. With an imminent attack, they could only wait until further information was passed on to them, and only then could they act accordingly. "Break." "You could have warned me," Harry grumbled as he was deposited in Dumbledore's office, where Fox immediately flew to his perch. Shooting the bird a final look of disapproval, he shifted his attention towards the reason he had come here and found it resting atop the uppermost shelf. He stepped around the desk so that he could see the sorting hat in full before clearing his throat. "Be in your bonnet, Potter," it asked. Harry nodded. "When I was speaking with Dumbledore before, you mentioned you knew the whereabouts of Gryffindor's sword." "I did." "I was hoping you would be able to share the location with me," Harry responded hopefully. "I have need of it." "Impossible," the hat declared. "Only one who truly embodies the qualities of Godric may be granted the sword. I remember Potter and I stand by my word. You would have been great in Slytherin." Harry could only shake his head. "You won't tell me?" "No." "Then I suppose I will have to ask the man himself," Harry decided, taking hold of the resurrection stone and turning it over in his hand. I did wonder if I would be summoned. The man who had appeared in the room was tall and broad with it. Godric's eyes were alight with mischief, and he fondly looked around the headmaster's office. "Good grief," the Hat whispered in shock. "Godric, is it truly you?" Gryffindor dipped his head in the Hat's direction. "It is me, George." "George?" Harry questioned. "Named for the bravest of the saints," Godric answered with a chuckle. "He never did like the name," he added quietly, nodding towards the Hat. "Now, what can I do for you, young man?" "I was hoping I could make use of your sword," Harry explained. "The Hat claims to know where it is, but it won't tell me." Godric hummed thoughtfully as he shook his head. "Ah, well, that could prove to be difficult," he admitted. "The magic that conceals it relies on George cooperating and the individual truly possessing the qualities I hold most dear. There's only one way it can be retrieved. You must place the Hat upon your head and allow George to pass judgment on how worthy you are to wield it." "Okay," Harry agreed confusedly. "What if he doesn't agree?" "Then I'm afraid there is little that can be done," Godric answered. Harry frowned as he looked towards the Hat, who appeared to be rather smug. With nothing to lose, however, he summoned the weathered garment and put it on. This time, it did not fall over his eyes, though he could feel an odd presence within his mind. The Hat couldn't read his thoughts or his memories, but it did seem to be able to read certain parts of him. Yes, there is that same courage within you, Potter, but so much more. Wit and wisdom are not lost on you, and there is certainly loyalty. Ah, and there is the cunning and ambition you have in spades, young man. You are not the same boy I met when I first sorted you, but my original assessment stands. You would have been great in Slytherin, but I cannot ignore such boldness. Your enemy is great, a fierce foe, yet you intend to stand before him nonetheless." Harry flinched as something struck him on the head, and as he removed the Hat, a golden-handled sword clattered to the floor. "Excellent," Godric declared, clapping enthusiastically as Harry retrieved it. The blade was heavy in his hands, but not unwieldable. He gave it a few practice swings and smiled as he nodded. "I will return it when I'm done," he assured the Founder and the Hat. "I have no doubt you will," Godric replied with a bow. "May it serve you as well as it served me. George, it was good to see you." With that, the man faded from view, and Harry returned the Hat to the top shelf. "Not a word, Potter," it requested. "I would prefer that none learned of the name Godric gave me." "Your secret is safe with me," Harry assured the garment as he removed his trunk from within his pocket. There wasn't a moment to lose, and as he inspected the basilisk venom, he hoped the results would be different this time. He didn't know how he would explain the destruction of a priceless artifact, let alone to the Sorting Hat, who would never forgive him if anything was to go awry with the sword. Break. Once again, Sirius found himself packing back and forth in front of the fireplace in his office, bemoaning that this was where he would remain whilst the fighting took place. To him, waiting was all but intolerable, but he understood his position. Although he would not be in the thick of the action, it would be him to direct traffic, to direct the Aurors and other experts to where they would be needed most. It was trying on his nerves, and although he would never get used to it, there was not another he would trust. "What is it?" he asked as the door to his office opened and breathless Aurors entered. "2 attacks, Minister," the man answered. "One in Truro and the other in Leeds." Sirius nodded. "Send a team to each and hold the rest in reserve," he instructed. "Help will arrive for both shortly." "Yes, Minister," the man complied, taking his leave of the room. As he did so, Sirius sent his own message and poured himself a generous measure of whiskey. As had become the custom when the Death Eaters attacked, tonight would indeed be a long one. Break. More than an hour had gone by since Sirius had left Grimmauld Place, and with each passing moment, the members of the Order grew only more restless whilst they waited for word from the man. Albus managed to remain seated, focused on the task at hand, whilst the others had talked quietly amongst themselves, though none able to hold a conversation of substance. It was the sudden arrival of the familiar, ethereal dog that pulled them all from their thoughts, as it spoke in the voice of the Minister of Magic. "Truro and Leeds," it announced. "Aurors are already there." "We will head to Truro," Cedric declared as he stood, gesturing to himself, his father, and the Weasleys. "It is not far from where we live." Albus nodded his agreement, and the sizable group were gone only a moment later. "Then we will go to Leeds," he decided for the rest of them as he sent a message to Harry to join the first at his earliest convenience. What awaited them, the headmaster didn't know. With Tom as their enemy, there was never any certainty other than the inevitable death and destruction the man and his followers left in their wake. Break. It was the sound of explosion upon explosion that greeted them from only a few streets away when they arrived in the center of Truro, and without hesitation, the group consisting of the Weasleys and the Diggories hurried towards the sounds of fighting. Cedric was the first to reach the street and quickly found himself amongst a trio of Aurors who were doing their utmost to fend off an attack from a gathering of Death Eaters. "Nice of you to join us, Seed," Tonks commented. He smirked at the metamorph who had been his partner since he'd joined the Aurors. The woman never failed to make him laugh, even during the direst and most unpleasant situations they faced. "Working late?" he asked. They'd finished their shift hours prior, yet Tonks was still dressed in her uniform. "Not all of us have a pretty girl to go home to," she replied, diverting a curse sent her way. Cedric said nothing. He'd told no one that he and Cho had broken up a few weeks ago. With her finishing her final year at Hogwarts and him working what seemed to be every hour of the day, they'd spent little time together this year. They'd mutually decided to end things, the two of them simply having grown apart in recent months. There was no animosity, just the realization they no longer felt the same for one another. "Watch out." He shouldered Tonks out of the path of an incoming blasting curse, flinching as his shield buckled under the force. Returning fire with a spell of his own, he frowned as it seemed to have little effect. "Oh shit," Tonks cursed as the Death Eater pressed on towards them, uninjured and undeterred by what had happened, its demonic red eyes glowing ominously in the darkness. This was one of them, the very same thing Harry had faced in Hogsmeade that had left him quite severely injured. Worse yet, a chilling cacophony of howls rent the air, announcing the arrival of the werewolves. "That's not good," Cedric groaned, conjuring a thick stream of water towards the Death Eater in a bid to slow it down and freeze it in place with another flick of his wand. The relief he felt, however, was short-lived. The Death Eater simply severed its own leg just below the knee, and the limb was replaced even before it took another step. Another howl, and Cedric looked around. This one had been much closer, and he could hear the not-so-distant snarling of the beasts. "We need to retreat," he urged. Tonks would not wish to flee any more than him, but remaining where they were was not advantageous. Soon enough, they would be surrounded by werewolves and the monstrosities Voldemort had created. "Retreat," Tonks instructed. For one of the Aurors, the command came too late as he was set upon by a pair of werewolves, and his screams filled the air as he was quickly torn limb from limb. It happened so quickly that none had time to react. Those screams would undoubtedly haunt Cedric, but he did not have time to dwell on the demise of the man, not when the werewolves were congregating close to them, and the Death Eater continued to bear down on their position. As it went, it did not appear that they would be receiving any assistance from the other Aurors or members of the Order, who could scarcely be seen amongst the debris and ensuing fighting. No, they were very much alone, outnumbered, and seemingly left to fend for themselves. "Any ideas?" Cedric asked as the Death Eater came within a dozen or so feet of them. Before Tonks could answer, a familiar coldness washed over them, and the Death Eater suddenly staggered, a guttural roar of agony being forced from its lips. Cedric's eyes widened at the sight of the blade that exploded out of its chest, and as the roar became a higher-pitched screeching, the Death Eater keeled over. Where it had been stood a sword-wielding Harry Potter, whose presence seemed to bring something of a lull over the battlefield. Harry, however, did not pause. Bringing his wand to bear, he sent wave upon wave of blackened, icy flames towards the encroaching Death Eaters and werewolves, halting their progress and giving the Aurors and Order members a brief reprieve. "Don't just stand there," he growled. "Get your RCs moving." Cedric was all but dragged behind a pile of rubble from a collapsed building, by Tonks where they would have a semblance of protection from the errant spells that began flying. "Focus on the werewolves," she instructed. "Keep them away from Potter." Cedric nodded and set about the task of doing so. Given how large a pack Greyback had at his disposal, it wasn't easy. Nothing in this war ever was. Break. He had little time to dwell on the momentary jubilation he felt at the success of the sword in putting an end to the Death Eater. Once the shock of his arrival had waned, Harry found himself inundated with enemies to face. This time, however, he would not repeat his previous mistake. Spell after spell left his wand in his bid to keep the Death Eaters at bay, and much to his relief, the Aurors and Order members had chosen to focus their attention on the werewolves. Not that it made Harry's task any easier. Shoving a blade through the back of an unsuspecting opponent was one thing, but getting close enough to the rest was another entirely. Were he alone, he would implement the cloak to do so, but with so many spells being cast around him, it was too risky to attempt. No, he needed to find a way to breach the admittedly impressive defenses of the Death Eaters so that he could get within striking distance, a challenge unto itself. Avada Kedavra. He avoided the killing curse and deflected a flurry of other spells that had been sent towards, using the moment to conceive a way he could progress towards the Death Eaters. With so many hurling magic around the streets pell-mell, doing so was all but impossible, and it didn't help that they began their own retreat, firing the dark mark into the sky. They were attempting to escape, or so Harry thought. Nonetheless, he pursued them, fending off the wayward werewolves, and was joined by Cedric, Tonks, and another Auror that had been seeking shelter with them. "We'll focus on the werewolves," the former assured him, almost splitting one of the creatures in half with a severing curse. Harry nodded gratefully as he toyed with the idea of banishing the sword towards one of the Death Eaters, though he quickly decided against it. It was invaluable to him, and to lose it could prove to be catastrophic. Perhaps he could use it in such a way in the future, but for now, he was certainly limited by his own unwillingness to part with the blade for even a second. "Where are they going?" Cedric asked curiously as the Death Eaters and werewolves continued to retreat. "I don't know," Tonks answered warily as all pretense of fighting was abandoned, and they watched as the Dark Lord's followers vanished amongst the buildings. "Stay alert," Harry urged, his grip tightening around his wand. They had not left the area, but before he could ponder just why that was, the ground began to tremble beneath their feet. "Bollocks!" Harry cursed as an enormous chunk of stone skipped past them, thankfully missing its mark as it came to a rest amongst the other debris. He didn't need to hazard a guess as to where it had come from. It hadn't occurred to him until this moment that Truro was dangerously close to another place he had been monitoring closely in recent months. And as the first of the giants made itself known with a roar that shook the buildings around them, Harry could only brace himself for what was to come. "Bloody hell, how many of them are there?" Cedric whispered fearfully. "Around 30. They seemed to emerge from every possible avenue and alleyway, until the gathered members of the Order and the Aurors were looking upon a sight that most would only see in their worst nightmares. "Any ideas?" Cedric asked. "No," Harry answered as he readied himself. "Bugger," Cedric said simply, the same sentiment being shared by the others. Harry snorted as he nodded. "Come death, come," he murmured, reaching for the Thistral talon tied around his neck. "What the hell are we going to do?" Tonks questioned. Harry took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping across the gathered Aurors and members of the Order. All of them, including him, were out of their depths. The righteous fear emanating from them was understandable. Only a fool would throw themselves willingly into such a predicament. He chuckled humorlessly as he retrieved his firebolt from within his robes. "You can't be serious," Cedric snorted. "No, I'm Harry," he replied dryly. Cedric took hold of his arm and shook his head. It's suicide. Maybe, Harry agreed. I'm in, Cedric declared with a grin as he removed his own broom. Harry quirked an eyebrow at his former Quidditch rival. You're both insane, Tonks chastised. What the hell are you two thinking? Mrs. Weasley asked. Harry shrugged. He had one idea, and there was certainly no guarantee it would come to fruition. He would be relying a lot on something he'd yet to explore. It's probably best to get a message to Dumbledore, he urged. The rest of you get transfiguring whatever you can into projectiles. Magic will be useless against them. Aim for the knees and eyes if you can. We don't have our brooms, one of the Weasley twins said a little disappointedly. Help the others, Harry instructed. If you have anything that can be used as a distraction, it would be appreciated. I think we can manage that, don't you, Fred? That we can, George, that we can. Harry nodded gratefully as he turned to Cedric. Ready? Cedric eyed the rampaging giants. No, he snorted. Let's go. No, Tonks said sharply. Diggory, I forbid you from going. Cedric offered her a mischievous smirk. We're not on duty, Tonks, he pointed out as he mounted his broom and kicked off from the ground. Send for Dumbledore, Harry repeated, following Cedric, the chastisement of the metamorph ringing in his ear as he soared above the giants, contemplating just how to approach this problem. With his grip tightening around his wand, he dived, aware of Cedric doing the very same a short distance away. The man was right. This was likely a suicidal endeavor, but given the circumstances, it would take a mixture of boldness and cleverness to triumph this evening. And luck. Harry could not forget about the element of luck he was relying on. Break. The attack had been quelled quickly, though the damage had already been done by the time the Death Eaters had fled shortly after the Order and Aurors arrived. They laid waste to several buildings, and the screams of the Muggles trapped within could be heard. Frantically, the two groups came together to begin rescuing them, and Albus sent a patroness to Sirius to send additional help. What Tom hoped to achieve here, he didn't know, but if it was simply to cause mass chaos and death, he'd succeeded. Albus had never gotten used to the horrors of war. The whimpering of the wounded, the broken bodies strewn haphazardly, and the smell of blood and other bodily fluids that permeated the air. The Magical Catastrophes Squad is here, Elphia's doge informed him. Albus nodded. Now it would be up to the Ministry to clean up the mess, though he expected that most others would remain to assist them as he would. What of the healers? They're on their way, Elphias assured him. They'll see them right, Albus. The headmaster surveyed the scene, longing for the days to come when such things no longer happened. The world had much ugliness, and he'd grown tired of it throughout the duration of his life. First, it had been Gellert and his ambitions, and then Tom had followed shortly after. Who would be next? There would always be another. History had such a way of repeating itself in such unnecessary ways. Why was peace little more than a fever dream? Albus wished he could believe otherwise, but his own experiences would not allow him to, despite the slither of hope he clung to that he could leave the world better than the one he'd been born into. From what he saw around him, that hope was foolish. He was pulled from his musings as a dozen or so healers rushed into the street and began administering the urgent care the injured Muggles required. The dead were already being removed, and the debris cleared. In a matter of an hour or so, it would appear that no violent altercation had taken place at all. Until the next one inevitably occurred. Albus frowned as a sudden burst of light clouded his vision, and once more, he felt his heart sink as the jack-rabbit spoke to him. Albus, there are giants here, along with werewolves and those Death Eater things. Harry is here, but we need you. He's on his bloody broom with Diggory. This was not a welcome development, and with little time to waste, Albus reached upwards, urging Fawkes to take him to Truro, where it appeared those there were somehow having a much worse experience than here. Minerva, he called, we are needed in Truro. The woman nodded, and Fawkes arrived quickly to transport the headmaster, though he was not prepared for what awaited him. As he arrived, his thoughts were confirmed, and he sent another urgent message to Sirius as he took in his surroundings. Here, the members of the Order and the Aurors were intermingled with some transfiguring nearby debris, whilst the other banished the projectiles towards the giants. It was an ingenious technique against the creatures that were highly resistant to magic. Professor. Albus hurried to where Nymphadora had situated herself. Her robes were torn in several places, and she was sporting a few minor wounds. Where is Harry? Up there, the woman answered, pointing towards the night sky. Albus could not see the young man, but could not miss the flashes of spellfire being aimed at the giants' faces. It was a risky approach, but Harry and Cedric were succeeding in providing an effective distraction. Whilst the giants were occupied with them, they were not simply destroying everything in sight. What do we do? You are already doing what is best, Albus murmured, his gaze still fixed on the aerial antics of Harry and Cedric Diggory. The others are coming, and I have sent a message to Sirius to send reinforcements. For now, we have to hold them off. What about Harry and Cedric? Albus released a deep breath. He did not like that they were taking such a risk, but he could not deny that their efforts were invaluable. There is nothing we can do for them, he sighed. We must simply hope they prove themselves to be as worthy flyers as I believe them to be. Break. It was a rather perilous undertaking being in the air amongst the giants. They certainly did not take kindly to what they likely deemed to be buzzards flying around their heads, firing spells towards one of the few vulnerabilities that could be exploited. The behemoths were faster than Harry had anticipated, and though not known for their intelligence, they knew how to defend themselves well enough. Already, he'd almost been swatted from the sky 3 times, barely avoiding the flailing limbs. What Harry did ascertain quickly was that their approach was not working. It served to distract and annoy the giants, but zooming past them at more than 100 miles, an hour made it all but impossible to be accurate enough with their spell work. No, he and Cedric would need to adopt a different approach if they were to have any lasting impact on their progress. He gestured for the man to join him, and the two met in midair, a safe distance from where the giants could reach them. It's no good, Harry, Cedric panted. I can't get my aim off and will be splattered if we slow down. Harry nodded his agreement. Their legs, he suggested. If we fly around their legs, we may be able to tie enough rope around to bring them down. Do you think it will work? Harry shrugged. It's worth a try. It is, Cedric murmured as he eyed the giants. Which one first? How about the ugly one? They're all ugly, Cedric snorted. The one with the scar across his chest. That works for me, Harry agreed. Let's fly around it in opposite directions. I take the ankles and you take the knees. You didn't strike me as an ankle man, Potter, Cedric chuckled, offering Harry a wave as he took off on his broom. Git, Harry muttered as he followed, heading towards the giant they had decided to target first. As viable as their approach appeared to be, putting it into practice was another matter entirely. No matter how thick the ropes were that either of them managed to conjure, they simply would not take hold as intended, or the giant broke them by simply taking a step. Harry had expected the creatures to be formidable, but it seemed that they could not be stopped no matter what was attempted. Once more, he gestured for Cedric to join him. It's not working, the man huffed. I know, Harry observed as he racked his brains for another approach. Dumbledore's here. He looked towards where the headmaster was directing the attack against the giants from the ground, and nodded, an idea forming that was more than a little foolish. I've got something, he sighed. Can you act as a distraction? What are you thinking, Harry? Not anything good, he grumbled. Can you do it? Cedric frowned and looked at him speculatively before nodding. Is this the part where you do something monumentally stupid? A smirk tugged at Harry's lips. He could see no humor in the situation, but he found it somewhat amusing that his proclivity towards finding himself in such situations is what he was becoming known. It was not that he could be irked by Cedric jumping to that very conclusion here. Given his past, it was understandable. "It is," he confirmed. With Dumbledore and the others barely managing to keep the giants at bay, something drastic had to be done. "All right," Cedric agreed. "I'll do what I can." "Thanks," Harry offered gratefully as he once again barreled towards the giants, looping around them as he chose his target. He decided on a particularly vicious male who was swinging a telephone pole he'd torn from the ground, using it as a makeshift club as he attempted to bludgeon the members of the Order and Aurors below. Releasing a deep breath, Harry hurtled forward. Relying on the instincts and ability he'd been hunting for almost 6 years now, he landed on the giant's shoulder, seizing a handful of its hair to steady himself. He shook his head. Of all the stupid things he'd done, this was close to the top of the list. At first, the giant didn't notice him and continued swinging its makeshift club until it bellowed as Harry drove the sword of Gryffindor into the back of its neck. It began thrashing wildly, swiping at Harry in a bid to remove him from where he was perched. As he had during his first year when he jumped on the troll's back, Harry clung on for dear life. Having fun. Do I look like I'm bloody well having fun? Harry returned to the smirking Cedric, his heart sinking as he caught sight of the enormous hand that was swung towards the man. Move. His warning came too late, and Cedric was sent hurling through the air, his body limp. Someone below screamed fearfully, but Harry wasted no time looking to see who it was. Mallory. The Thistral burst from within him, her wings flapping frantically as she raced to catch up. Harry was not granted the reprieve to see if she was successful, as the giant continued to thrash, and he needed to focus on not facing a similar fate to Cedric. Keeping hold of the pommel of the sword that was buried in the giant's neck, he removed the blade with a sharp tug, eliciting another roar from his foe. Unable to steady his footing enough to stab it again, Harry began hacking, cursing with every blow he landed as he did his utmost to fall the volatile, dangerous creature. Break. Slowly but surely, the damage caused by their attacks began to accumulate. It was no easy feat to fend off one giant, let alone as many as the group that was here. Much to Albus's relief, the reinforcements had arrived quickly and set to work, transfiguring and banishing a myriad of objects towards the giants. Although much of the damage was minor, T was beginning to wear the colony down, and Albus hoped that soon enough, they would abandon their efforts in favor of retreating. It was a scream that pulled him from his thoughts, and his gaze drifted to where Nymphadora was starring. Evidently, he'd missed something of note, but spotted Harry's Thistral barreling through the air in pursuit of something else. "What is it, Nymphadora?" "It got Cedric," the woman whispered in a state of shock. "Oh dear," Albus murmured, shooting a glance towards Amos Diggory, who had not noticed what had happened. "I need to find him." Albus placed a hand on the metamorph's shoulder to prevent her moving within range of the giants and pointed towards the sky. "There is no need," he assured her. Harry's Thistral had already retrieved the man and was flying towards them. Even from such a distance, Albus could see Cedric was unconscious. Nymphadora was the first to reach him as the Thistral landed, and she checked him carefully. "He's alive, but he needs a healer now." Albus nodded. "Fox, take Mr. Diggory to Poppy immediately." With a trill, the phoenix complied, and Albus found himself distracted by a sudden roar of agony. He turned to find one of the giants gesticulating, turning on the spot as it reached behind its own head. "Dear Lord, is that Harry up there?" Arthur questioned worriedly. It was, and Albus could only look on as he swung a blade again and again at the giant's neck, until a gout of blood erupted from the wound he'd opened. Even so, Harry continued until the giant began swaying and tripped over its own feet and crashed to the ground, its partially severed head flopping from side to side nauseatingly. "Goodness me," Albus murmured, shuddering from a sudden influx of cold magic. At first, he thought it was radiating from Harry, but a large shadow blocked out the light of the full moon, darkening the streets. "It's the Dementors," Tonks whispered worriedly, trembling from the sheer presence of so many of the creatures. The giants were affected too, and they roared in protest. "This is the last thing we need," Arthur groaned through trembling lips. "We can't hope to." He broke off as the Dementors began swarming the giants in droves, both angering and frightening the creatures in equal measures. Albus had never heard one whimper fearfully, nor sprint away from a foe when all seemed to be in their favor. Amongst the marauding guards of Azkaban stood Harry Potter. Atop the giant he'd slain with his wand raised as he directed the Dementors towards the fleeing giants. It was quite the sight to behold, and such sentiment was not lost on any of the members of the Order of the Phoenix, nor the Aurors in attendance. Again, when all had seemed so bleak, Harry had come through when he was needed most, and now with no enemies to face, the cleanup could begin, though Albus could not help but think this would be one of many such battles ahead of them. "Unbelievable," he whispered as he watched the Dementors return and form around Harry, offering him a bow of deference before they took to the sky once more. The cold left with them, and the young man approached, ignoring the questioning looks aimed his way. "Cedric," he asked. Harry had sustained only minimal injuries, a miracle in itself, and he was certainly not going to explain what had just occurred to any who were hopping for it. "He is alive," Albus assured him, "but in a bad way. He is already with Poppy at Hogwarts." Harry nodded and surveyed the demolished streets around them. "I'll help clear up before I go to him. Go on, Tonks, he's your partner." The woman nodded gratefully before apparating away, and Albus once again sent a message to Sirius, as those already here set about the thankless task. "CDRIC, Albus, where is my boy?" Break. He felt as though he was being crushed beneath a great weight. It tore the air from his lungs, and he found he couldn't draw breath. Sometimes, he could hear muffled voices in the void or smell something unpleasant, but mostly, he was alone here with his pain. Over time, days, weeks, perhaps even months, it slowly ebbed away, and he would catch brief flashes of something bright above him before the darkness would fall once more. Even when most of the pain had subsided, he remained here, doing his utmost to remember just how he'd come to be. His own name escaped him, and it almost drove him mad trying to remember it. The voices he'd heard were familiar to him, but he couldn't remember to whom they belonged. They were just like everything else in this miserable hole. He knew them, of that he was certain, but the faces eluded him. Still, they came along with the flashes of light more frequently, and the unpleasant aromas made his nose wrinkle in disgust. "Cedric." "He's still sleeping." I saw his hand twitch. "He's not ready yet." He wanted to protest, but he could not even raise his own arms nor find his tongue. "How is he?" "Nothing has changed." The second was a woman's voice, her tone much more feminine than the first. "He'll wake up." "What if he doesn't?" "He will." Now he wanted to scream, to proclaim that he could hear them, but still, he could not find his own voice amongst the others who spoke. "How much longer?" "Soon," the male voice assured the female. He shuddered at the wave of sudden coldness that washed over him, but instead of shying away, he clung to it as though it was a lifeline. "Very soon," the male added. He couldn't be certain how much time passed, but he felt that same coldness again, and instead of needing to cling to it, it took hold of him. And he felt himself being guided out of his personal hell. "I can feel him." "He's waking up." "He is," the male voice confirmed. His lungs ached in protest as he took a deep breath, and the bright lights burned his eyes. Everything was tender, all the way to the marrow of his bones. He was glad to be awake, but he wished he was not in so much pain. "Where am I?" "St. Mungo's." Cedric frowned confusedly as he attempted to piece together what had led to him being here. "The giants," he whispered. "I was flying and then—" He broke off as he remembered the brief, but excruciating agony he'd endured before he'd lost consciousness. "You're damned lucky." Cedric snorted, wincing at the discomfort that spread throughout his chest. There were more broken bones than whole ones. The damage to your organs was worse, but they patched you up. It's going to take a while before you're back to feeling yourself. Cedric nodded. How long have I been here? A little over a week. I've come to check on you every day, and Tonks only leaves when she has to work. She'll be pissed she wasn't here for this. Is there something going on between you? What? No, I don't think so, Cedric answered. He could feel the smirk of the young man. I was just curious. I think she likes you, and now you're not with Cho. How do you know that? I sent for her, Harry sighed. I didn't know. Cedric nodded his understanding. My parents left an hour ago. I've already sent a message to them. Thanks, Harry. You should thank Mallory. If it wasn't for her, they wouldn't have been able to fix you. She caught you before you hit the ground. Mallory. My Thistral. Cedric frowned as he yawned deeply. He vaguely remembered being caught after the giant had struck him, but most other things were a blur. I don't remember much, he sighed. That's probably for the best. It didn't look good. What about the giants? We managed to send them away, Harry replied tiredly. They will be dealt with soon enough. I tried to encourage them not to join in, but that hasn't worked. Cedric nodded, wincing at the discomfort in his neck. It was a stupid idea, wasn't it? It was, Harry agreed. You did well, mate. Cedric smiled as he felt his hand being squeezed. I only did what you would do. That's not exactly a ringing endorsement, and I'd rather you didn't say that to anyone else, Harry chuckled. Cedric's own laughter only caused another wave of pain to wash over him. Am I in one piece? Yes, Harry answered. You're no uglier than you were before. That's a relief. I could have ended up looking like you. He yawned again, the fatigue he felt making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. It was a relief that it seemed he would indeed make a full recovery, but things could have gone so differently. Sleep, Harry urged. I'll wait for your parents and tell them to cancel the funeral. Cedric didn't need telling twice, and he allowed himself to be consumed by the prevailing darkness once more, though this time he wasn't drowning, and when he heard the familiar voices, he recognized each of them. It was those voices that woke him once more. This time, however, the hospital room was lit dimly, and night had fallen. It was much easier on his eyes, and when he opened them, they no longer burned. Seed, his father choked. I'm all right, Dad. The man nodded at him, fighting the urge to pull his son into a tight embrace. Does it hurt, son? Not so much anymore, Cedric assured him. I'm still here. You almost weren't. Cedric released a deep breath. I know. They fell silent for a moment, and Cedric knew that what he and Harry had done was, as he described himself, monumentally stupid. Nonetheless, he did not regret the decision he'd made in the moment, despite being where he was now. I'm proud of you, son. We both are. Cedric smiled. That was all the validation he needed that he'd done the right thing. It had ended badly for him, but ultimately the attack had been repelled, and that was what mattered the most. I'd rather you didn't repeat it, his mother added. I won't if it can be avoided, Cedric snorted. What happened after, well, you know. His father released a deep sigh. Harry, he said simply. The boy all but decapitated one of them with a sword of all things, and then the Dementors came. Dementors. They chased the giants off, his father explained. He hasn't confirmed it, but it looked as though Harry summoned them. They listened to him, Seed. That's not really a surprise, Cedric murmured. When they were at Hogwarts during my 6th year, they were scared of him. I don't know what that means, but so long as they're not on Voldemort's side, I suppose it is a good thing. It is, his father agreed. I won't profess to know the boy well, but everything I've seen speaks of someone who wants better for our world. He does, Cedric returned confidently. No one really knows him, but I've spent enough time with Harry. He'll defeat Voldemort. And then he will likely be the most influential person in the country, his father mused aloud. If he isn't already. The world knows what he did to that giant, amongst everything else he has done. He's going to leave quite the legacy behind. Cedric nodded. Do you think he'll want to be Minister of Magic? I expect he'd get just about every vote on the Wisengamot one day. Cedric shrugged. I don't know, he said tiredly. That's up to him. His father nodded. You're tired. You should rest more. I will, Cedric answered, falling asleep the moment his eyes closed. He was atop his broom again, darting in between large figures who were swinging their arms at him. His breathing became labored from the effort of avoiding the blows. It was no good. The arms came faster and seemed to only increase in number. Eventually, there was barely a gap for him to slip through, and something collided with him, sending Cedric spiraling towards the ground. He woke with a gasp, a cold sweat across his brow. The hospital room was still darker, and it took him a moment to control his breathing. Are you okay? Cedric nodded, becoming aware that someone was holding his hand. You were having a bad dream. You're telling me, Cedric groaned, turning towards the woman. Is this the part where you tell me I was an idiot? Do I need to? It might make me think twice about doing it again, he answered with a grin. Tonks shook her head at him, exasperatedly. You're such a prat, Diggory, but I'm glad you're okay. Could be worse, Cedric returned. Oh, you've not seen anything yet, Tonks grumbled. If you ever scare me like that again, being here will be the least of your worries. I think after facing giants, you're not so scary anymore. Tonks hummed, her eyes alight in amusement. We'll see about that. Break. I am pleased to hear he is awake at last. I will make a point to visit him tomorrow, Dumbledore declared with a smile. Now, to the reason I asked you here, Harry. You have completed your newts, and I am assured that Madame Marchbanks has been most impressed. I haven't received my results yet, Harry pointed out. The exams had been sprung on him rather suddenly. Madame Marchbanks had arrived with the other examiners and had cornered him, insisting he take the last of his newts. Seeing no reason to delay them, Harry had done so. I do not think we need to be concerned about your results. Griselda would not have allowed you to sit them if she had any doubts, Dumbledore replied, though I expect Wilkie Twycross has caught up with you. He wrote to me, Harry explained. He asked why I didn't attend the apparating lessons. I told him I didn't need to, and he's booked me in for my license over the summer. I still can't take the test until I'm 17. Dumbledore chuckled. There are some rules that cannot be navigated, but back to what happens next. Do you intend to return next year? Harry shook his head. Without any classes to attend, there's no reason to. The room on the 7th floor was an invaluable tool, and he would need to return to spend time with the basilisk. Harry already knew he could not convince her to leave. Hogwarts had been her home for close to 1,000 years, and he would not see her uprooted. Well, I'm certain Severus would appreciate if you retained your current teaching responsibilities, and your defense club is proving to be most beneficial. What I am saying, Harry, is that you are most welcome here, even if you choose to reside away from the castle. Harry nodded thoughtfully. So, you would like me to teach and run the defense club? Indeed. And I can leave the castle as I wish. Don't you already? Dumbledore returned, his eyes sparkling merrily. It just means that you are not required to board here any longer. Your education officially is at an end. Harry pondered the offer. His teaching was only a matter of 6 hours a week, as was the defense club. It was not an imposition on him, and he had worked both into his schedule well enough, along with the classes he was attending. In essence, he'd retain his access to the castle and have additional free time without his newt classes. I'll do it, he agreed. Excellent, Dumbledore proclaimed happily. That leaves only one other thing. You will be turning 17 shortly. Do you intend to take up your seat on the Wisengamot? Harry nodded. I will, he sighed. Despite the memories of his ancestors, he still felt wholly unprepared to delve into the world of politics. In truth, it was not something he'd put much focus into, but coming of age in a matter of weeks, he knew he should. Then I expect this will be of use to you, Dumbledore said with a smile, offering Harry a large tome that was resting next to him. It is a most excellent work on politics and one I found invaluable. You have my apologies. It is rather heavily annotated throughout, highlighting what I found to be most poignant. Thank you, Harry replied gratefully. He could use all the help he could get, and he wasn't concerned that the headmaster would try to use him for any influential gain. The water of politics is often murky, Harry, but I have always stood on the principle of standing for what I believe in. I would urge you to do the same, even if those you consider your friends are not of the same opinion on a matter. I am sure your own career will be most successful. Harry nodded as he stood, shrinking the book and placing it within his robes. That remains to be seen, he snorted before taking his leave of the office. It had been a rather turbulent 10 days since the attack in Truro. Having investigated just how the giants had been able to function in such a vicious manner, he'd been puzzled. The water source they drank from remained poisoned, but Harry had not considered that the creatures would develop an immunity to the aconite. A mistake on his part that would not be repeated. They had returned to their camp, and already Harry was taking measures to ensure they would be unable to carry out further attacks. The traps he'd laid, should they attempt to leave, would not merely leave them feeling under the weather. No, his approach was much more deadly now. He'd thought that the sickness would discourage the giants from participating, but he'd been wrong. They had done so with such violence and willingness that drastic action needed to be taken. Soon enough, it was likely they would indeed leave Britain, or their remains would simply fertilize the ground where they fell. Neither option was more preferable than the other to Harry, not after he'd seen what they were capable of for himself. "Hello, Potter." "Bloody hell, you scared the crap out of me, Greengrass," Harry gasped. "What are you doing sneaking around?" Daphne smirked at him. "I learnt from the best," she replied. "Funny," Harry snorted. "Is there a reason you were waiting for me?" "Maybe," Daphne replied, her smugness fading. "I suppose since you've finished your newts, you won't be coming back next year." "Would you notice?" "What's that supposed to mean?" "Well, you've been off with me all year," Harry pointed out. Daphne opened her mouth to argue, but stopped herself from doing so. "It's stupid," she huffed, "and I'm sorry. I don't want us to part on bad terms." "Did I do something?" Daphne shook her head. "No, you didn't do anything wrong, Harry. You just... She narrowed her eyes at him. "I saw the article in the French newspaper, the one with you and the Villa girl." Harry frowned confusedly before he remembered what she was referring to and burst out laughing. "Gabrielle," he said amusedly, "what about it?" "Well, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? That's what it looked like." "And when has any newspaper been a reliable source for the truth?" Harry asked. "Gabrielle is still unwell from what happened to her in the lake. She was having a funny turn and I was helping her. That's all." "Oh," Daphne replied embarrassedly. "I didn't know." "Is that why you were off with me?" "Kind of." Harry quirked an eyebrow at her. "Fine, I was a little annoyed with you," she admitted. "You were quite flirty with me and then I saw that. I thought you were either messing her around or making fun of me." Harry could only shake his head in response. "So, you just didn't ask me?" "How was I supposed to just ask you?" Daphne returned. "It would have made me look pathetic." "No, it wouldn't have," Harry sighed. "It would have been better than you being an arse to me all year." "I deserve that," Daphne murmured, "and I'm sorry." "It's fine," Harry said dismissively. Daphne offered him a weak smile. "I suppose this is it then." "No, I'll be back in September," Harry informed her. "Dumbledore has asked me to continue with my teaching and running the defense club." Daphne nodded and smiled a little brighter this time. "Can we continue with our lessons?" "If you don't act like you've got a broom shoved up your arse, I'll think about it." "Maybe I'll have tea think about it, Potter," she replied airily. "I have been meaning to ask you, do you know what happened to Nott? It's like he's just vanished." "I have no idea," Harry replied with a frown. "Maybe he decided to leave Hogwarts after what happened to Malfoy. Sirius hasn't said anything about him being wanted by the Ministry." Daphne eyed him speculatively before nodding. If you say so, Potter, she said suspiciously. So I'll see you in September. No summer training. I didn't know that was on offer. I'll write to you. With a final smile, Daphne made her way back towards the staircase she'd emerged from and paused. Turning back to look at him once more, she shook her head. Maybe I was a little jealous when I saw that article, she admitted before continuing on her way. Harry said nothing. He liked Daphne. She was a beautiful girl, witty and intelligent, but equally as stubborn, and very much the epitome of a pure-blood witch for the most part. There was a fun side to her too, and in truth, Harry hadn't gotten to see much of that this year with how she'd been towards him. Shaking his head of the typically teenage problem, he made his way towards the Chamber of Secrets. The basilisk needed to be fed before he left for the summer, and he was never short of things that required his attention whilst away from the castle. Tonight, however, he was going to visit Sirius. It wasn't often enough the two of them were able to meet, and with the school year coming to an end, he had no homework nor anything else to occupy. As things stood, he could think of no better way to spend what little free time he had. There's one missing, her mother murmured, a frown creasing her brow. Harry, why is there one missing? Missing? Harry asked dumbly. Violetta shot him a pointed look. Do not be coy with me, young man. I was the lady knot for several years, and I know coy when I see it. There is one missing, Isabella declared. See, it goes from the 17th of June and then to the 19th. Where's the addition from the 18th? Harry had hoped with so many copies of the Daily Prophet having been printed since they'd been here, they would not notice one or two absent from the pile Mrs. Knott had requested. She wanted to keep abreast of what was happening in Britain, and unfortunately for Harry, the newspaper was the most convenient medium. Having obtained the periodicals from the past 6 weeks, he'd carefully omitted a few, though judging by the looks he was receiving from the two women, his efforts would be in vain. Harry, Isabella sighed. Fine, he grumbled as he retrieved the ones he'd not given to them from within his trunk. They split the small pile between them, and Harry did not miss the smug grin Theo sent his way. He knew what that meant. He was likely in for a lecture or two, and his thoughts were confirmed only a moment later as he found himself being glared at by the Knott women. You fought a giant with a sword, Mrs. Knott asked through narrowed eyes. Even Theo sobered at the revelation and shook his head. Oh, you're in for it now, Potter, he muttered amusedly. I got in trouble for flying too high on my broom. Violetta gestured for Harry to explain, whilst Isabella read the article that accompanied the picture of the almost headless giant. I didn't have much choice, Harry defended. They're almost impossible to kill just using magic, and the opportunity presented itself. I took it, and well, you can see for yourself what happened. I wasn't injured. Violetta deflated and pulled him into a tight embrace. You really are a stupid boy, she huffed. But you do not have to answer to me, or anyone else for that matter, for what it is worth. I'm proud of you. I can't fathom what on earth you were thinking, but I'm not you. I won't pretend to understand what it is like to be you. Harry offered the woman a smile. Is that it? Theo scoffed. He gets away with it so easily. This is war, Theodore, Violetta pointed out. Harry did what he believed he needed to. You can't win a war without risk. Theo frowned, but nodded his understanding. Isabella simply shook her head when she finished the article. Well, you didn't end up in my bed again, so I'll assume you were uninjured, she sighed. You may want to choose your words more carefully, Isabella, her mother suggested. The younger woman's cheeks reddened, and Harry fought the urge to laugh. You know what I meant, Potter. Get your head out of the gutter. Harry held his hands up. I didn't say anything. Your mother did. I know you well enough to know how your mind works, Harry, Isabella grumbled, though a smirk tugged at the corner of her lips. Honestly, when I first met you, I thought you were a sweet and innocent boy. No boy is sweet and innocent, Violetta interjected. Bloody hell, what is this? Harry huffed. Aren't you at least going to stick up for our gender, not? The other boy shook his head. I've learned the hard way not to argue with them. Just give it up, Potter. This is a fight you won't win. You'll have more luck with the giants. Harry believed him. Violetta and Isabella were certainly a force to be reckoned with. I think I will comb through these, the older woman declared as she scooped up the pile of newspapers and left the kitchen. I have some studying to do for my newts, Theo added and followed suit. Good luck, Potter. Harry frowned, and as he looked towards Isabella once more, he realized why Theo had left so suddenly. The woman's mood had shifted, and she wiped away a tear. Sorry, it's just hard being here sometimes, not knowing what's happening and being stuck inside the same four walls. Harry nodded his understanding. I get it, he assured her comfortingly. I'll see what I can do for you. I may be able to arrange some time away from here. Would that help? Isabella nodded. Thank you, she said gratefully. Are you sure you're okay? I am, Harry chuckled. All in one piece. It was Cedric that got it this time, but he's fine now. He's being looked after by a terrifying Auror. Terrifying Auror? It's a long story that I don't even know myself, Harry snorted. I visited him yesterday, and the room reeked of hormones. It was disgusting. Lovely, Isabella commented dryly. No, it isn't. That woman will eat him alive if she's given the chance. Isabella rolled her eyes at him. People do have sex, Harry. I know. I just don't want to imagine the two of them doing it. Shy are we? Harry shook his head. After the many things he'd witnessed in the memories the cloak provided, he certainly wasn't shy, though he was grateful he'd been spared seeing his own conception. That was a memory he wouldn't be able to stomach. Isabella raised a questioning eyebrow at him. You didn't even grimace, she praised. Is there a hidden side to you, Harry Potter? A chance would be a fine thing, Harry replied. Come on, you must have an admirer or two. Harry shrugged, his thoughts drifting to his odd friendship with Daphne and even the one with Gabrielle. Both had expressed something of an interest in him. Well, it certainly seemed that way. Regardless, he was in no position to pursue a relationship with either, or perhaps it was that he didn't want to. Harry wasn't sure what he thought. In truth, his focus was on the war, and he hadn't considered romantic pursuits, not since Katie. Isabella was evidently thinking the same thing, as she suddenly looked apologetic. Sorry, I forgot about what happened to her. It's fine, Harry said dismissively. I suppose I've just not been looking for anything. With the war and everything else, I don't get to live my teenage years like everyone else. The war shouldn't stop that, Isabella chastised lightly. You should still get to live, Harry. He shrugged once more. I might not live. That is the problem, isn't it? She shot him a look of sympathy. You'll live, Harry. I can't imagine a world where you don't win. You'll be fine, he reminded her. If I die, there's a plan in place for you. Isabella shook her head. I'd rather it didn't come to that. I'd sooner see you live, Harry. Her words were sincere. Despite what she was set gain from his death at the hands of Tom Riddle, she meant what she had said. From what Harry had experienced of the wizarding world, particularly the pureblood side of it, that was quite the revelation. I have been thinking, Isabella said tentatively, about everything. There's not much else to do here, if the worst was to happen. What? Harry pressed curiously. Isabella released a deep sigh. Well, you don't have an heir. If you die, then that will be the end of your line. Harry nodded. What if I gave you an heir? Harry blinked, uncertain that he'd heard her correctly. Sorry. I could give you an heir, Isabella reiterated. If he wins, which I truly hope he doesn't, it's not as though I'll be able to be a healer. They'll find us, so we will have to stay in hiding. I could give you an heir so your family doesn't die out, and then you'd have someone of your blood to pass your legacy on to. Again, Harry wasn't convinced he wasn't hearing things, and he didn't know what to say. If I do win, then you can be a healer, he pointed out. You'll want to save being a mother for when you're married. Isabella shook her head. My prospects of marriage are nil, she said with a shrug. If he wins, we keep hiding. If you win, my family reputation will be worse than ever. No one will want a match with me or with Theo. If I give you an heir, your family line will be preserved, and I will have a child with a future. You can still be a healer. And a mother, Isabella pointed out. It would be a beneficial agreement for us both. You would have an heir, and I would have a child with the Potter name. That would go some way to redeeming my own. At least think about it, Harry. If this war goes wrong for us, then we have a contingency plan in place, you more than me. I don't know what to say, he murmured in disbelief. Don't say anything for now, she suggested. If you're worried about us, well, we wouldn't have to do that. There are other ways of making it happen. Despite his best efforts not to, Harry felt his cheeks redden slightly. What about marriage and a family? You can still have those things. I wouldn't interfere in that. No one who's going to end up with you will hold it against you that you felt the need to have an heir should the worst have happened. Just think about it. Harry nodded, though he was not convinced of the idea. He'd envisioned a life similar to those he'd seen in the memories. Marriage, children, family. He didn't want any child of his to be raised without him. Even so, such a child would never be born if he lost the war. I will, he replied, no more convinced by the rather ludicrous idea. Isabella offered him a smile as he checked the clock. I have to go, he sighed. There's somewhere I need to be. Isabella nodded and wrapped her arms around him. Any more plans to fight giants I should be prepared for? She asked with a smirk. I was thinking maybe something different but equally dangerous next time, Harry quipped. Who knows what injuries I'll sustain? She rolled her eyes at him and shook her head. I'm sure you will be the death of me, Harry Potter. And you think having my child is a good idea. Just imagine how I'd be if I was well-adjusted. She grinned as she patted his cheek. Well, it would be cute at least. I'll see you soon. You will, Harry huffed good-naturedly. Maybe find something else to occupy your time with other than me getting you pregnant. Isabella narrowed her eyes at him as he vanished from the room. Although he could see the benefit of her idea, it had taken him completely by surprise. Still, he didn't want to bring a child into the world without a father. He had no doubt Isabella would be a great mother, but Harry would not see her left alone to raise a child. Both of them would of course gain something from it, but having pondered the idea, albeit briefly, there were more reservations than he could justify in going along with it. Break. I will ask only once more, Auror Wilkes, Lucius warned. If you lie to me, I will kill your wife and your daughter. Now, where are the prisoners being kept? I don't fucking know, Wilkes sobbed. Only the minister and the head of department know where they are being housed. Lucius growled in frustration, raising his wand. He scowled as a hand came to rest on his forearm. Killing an Auror is not a good idea. Lucius, Narcissa reasoned, he knows nothing. We can't just let him go. No, but he can be put to better use, the woman mused aloud. We have his family, and I am sure Auror Wilkes does not wish to see them harmed. The Auror swallowed deeply and nodded. And I am certain Auror Wilkes will do all he can to find out what it is we want to know. The man nodded desperately once more, and Narcissa smiled as she crouched down next to him. If you do not, I am going to lock your daughter in a room with Fenrir Greyback the night of the next full moon. I will make your wife watch as she is torn limb from limb. You may think that I am being unreasonable, but all I want is my son back, Auror Wilkes. As a father yourself, I am sure you understand. Now, must we kill them here and now, or will you do as we have asked of you? Wilkes' gaze flittered between them. The man was torn, but Lucius expected nothing less than the answer they received. I'll do it, he agreed reluctantly. I'll find out what you know. Good, Narcissa said sweetly. Oh, and if you do get the sudden urge to tell anyone, it will be the giants I hand them to. I understand they can be rather brutal with women. You may leave now, Auror Wilkes. Your wife and daughter will be well cared for in your absence. The Auror fled, and Lucius eyed his wife speculatively. She had once been quite the beauty. Even as they had gotten older, she had retained it well. Now, however, with the lack of sleep, self-care, and this most unpleasant side to her, she had become rather unpleasant to look upon. Her hair was lank, her cheeks hollow, and the bags under her eyes giving her a haunted expression. Losing Draco had snapped something within Narcissa, and Lucius was not convinced that getting their son back would be enough to fix her. This was not her. She had always spoken out against threatening children and spouses, but with her own having been taken, it seemed there was no limit to what she wouldn't do to have Draco returned to her. Break. As always, Harry, it has been an absolute joy to see you, Perenelle whispered in his ear as she gave him a crushing embrace. Are you going to share why you have been so distracted? Sorry, Harry offered sincerely. Do you think I need an heir? Perenelle was taken aback by the question, and she shook her head. It feels like only yesterday that you were brought to me as a small boy, Harry. Living as long as Nicholas and I have, the years bleed into one another quite seamlessly. You are a man now, but what has brought this on? A friend of mine suggested I should have one should the worst happen, Harry explained. As things are, my family will end if I die. Perenelle nodded her understanding. As a woman who has been married for so long that the customs of the world are lost on me, it is an impossible question to answer. I do understand that legacy and the continuation of a family is important, but I expect doing so would come with potential implications in the future. It would. Then you must weigh up the pros and cons of each scenario, Harry. If you want my advice, speak with someone who has a better understanding of these things than you. For my part in this, you should do what you feel is right. That has never stopped you, so why should it now? Is that another way of saying I'm defiant? Defiant, stubborn, uncooperative, I'm afraid the list goes on, Perenelle said with a fond smile. Thanks, Harry said dryly, grinning at the woman. I think it is a genetic defect. My father was the same and his before him. Then any child you have will be equally so, Perenelle said amusedly. I look forward to seeing you navigating fatherhood when it comes, Harry. You're wishing a difficult experience on me. Compared to what you have faced, fatherhood should be rather easy, Perenelle chuckled. Harry smiled at the thought. The emotions he'd experienced from witnessing the many births he had through the visions given to him, by the cloak coming to the forefront of his mind. Maybe, he said uncertainly. I have a feeling that being a father will bring about very different challenges. Thank you, he added sincerely. As always, your advice is appreciated. Perenelle pulled him into another hug and pressed her lips against his cheek. Offering the woman he had come to think so highly of a final smile, he activated his portkey and arrived home, back in Britain, only a moment later, where he readied himself for Daphne's arrival. Perhaps she would be his best option to discuss the matter with. She had been an invaluable resource when it came to anything pertaining to the purebloods of wizarding Britain. Maybe she could offer some insight. Shaking his head, he prepared a light meal for himself and opened the mail he'd received this morning. Amongst them was his newt results, which only served to confirm how his time would be spent come September. With his education formerly over, he was moving on to a new chapter in his life, even if it seemed little was truly changing. Checking the clock, he saw that it would chime in a new hour in only a minute or so. As such, he made his way towards the entrance hall to where Daphne would appear for her lesson. She was as prompt as ever, wearing a green dress to suit the time of year. Green, Harry snorted. What is wrong with green? You wear it all year at school. I like green, Daphne returned with a smirk. I was even named for it, she added in a whisper. Bloody hell, Harry grumbled. I didn't know you wanted to be a comedian. Daphne shrugged. I do have something to show you, she declared excitedly. It's not something in your dress, is it? Now who's being funny? Daphne huffed as she drew her wand. Just watch, expecto patronum. Harry nodded approvingly as the ethereal panda bounded around the room, performing a somersault before vanishing. You did it, he praised. That's not an easy bit of magic. Daphne beamed delightedly, an expression that made quite the difference to her usually guarded nature whilst at Hogwarts. So, what will we be doing today? She asked eagerly. Break. Dementors. The boy had summoned Dementors, and even his basilisk had been turned against him. Potter was becoming more of an enigma, the magic he possessed proving to be dangerous. What was more was the courage the boy possessed. The Dark Lord would never have subjected himself to fighting a giant using a sword. The very thought was ridiculous. Nonetheless, it was the nature of the magic Potter wielded that had Lord Voldemort most concerned. It was unlike anything else he'd experienced, and yet he could find nothing in reference to it. The feeling of the unpleasant cold, his ability to summon ghostly figures to fight for him, and now the Dementors. The Dark Lord was missing vital information, and he did not like being ignorant of the abilities of his enemies. Knowledge was power, after all. No, try as he might, he could find no reference to such magic. Still, magic was merely magic, and it could be countered. Perhaps it would serve him well to engage the boy in smaller confrontations to develop an understanding of it. With no point of reference, it appeared to be the only way. Yes, that would certainly do it, even if it meant that the outcome of the prophecy would be more drawn out than the Dark Lord wished. He'd sooner be rid of Potter, but with such uncertainty surrounding the boy, a cautious approach would be best. He did not wish to repeat the very same mistake he had a little more than a decade and a half ago, after all. "You asked to see me, my lord." "I have a task for you, Barty," Lord Voldemort informed the man. "My attempt to enter Hogwarts was foiled and done so because of Nott's traitorous son. Find him, Barty. I would see that the entire family is made an example of. It must be known that none can hope to slight me and escape with their lives." "Of course, my lord. Do you have any suggestions on where to begin?" Lord Voldemort frowned thoughtfully. "It is likely they have been hidden by either Potter or Dumbledore," he mused aloud. "The boy has ties here and to France. You know the workings of the government well enough. I am sure you can uncover something." Barty offered him a bow. "Of course, my lord. Is there anything else?" "No, you may get on with your task." With that, Barty left, and the Dark Lord returned to pondering his own problem, his hand twitching towards his wand in anticipation of facing the boy once more. "Break." "Like that?" Daphne asked. "Exactly," Harry said encouragingly. "Now change the shape of it." "Why would I change the shape of it?" "Because you can concentrate all the power on the target you are trying to hit. If you can shape it to fit through a gap, the spell won't lose any of the intended effect." Daphne nodded her understanding, biting her lower lip as she focused on her magic. She began to sweat and gasped as the ball of flame escaped her grasp on it. It flew towards Harry, who brushed it aside, and it dissipated on the wall nearby. "You did that without a wand," Daphne whispered. "It's something I've been working on," Harry said with a shrug. "You lost focus." "I know," Daphne groaned. Harry offered her a look of sympathy. "It's not easy magic," he comforted. "If you drop your concentration even a fraction, you'll lose control. What you're doing is beyond Newt level already." "Can you show me?" With a nod, Harry conjured a fireball, though his was black rather than a standard red and orange of a fire-conjuring spell. Using his wand to guide his magic, he manipulated his creation in a myriad of shapes, eventually shifting it to the form of a spear and hurling it towards a training dummy. His projectile penetrated through the chest and protruded through the back, the dummy being engulfed in fire before it was reduced to a pile of ash. "I bet that hurts." "Not for long," Harry snorted. "But you see how useful what I'm trying to teach you is. If you can do it with fire, you can do it with most things and with less effort." "Shouldn't I be trying the easier things first?" "Not when the principle is the same," Harry replied. "Once you master fire, water and air are not such a challenge." "That makes sense," Daphne murmured. "I'll try again in a minute, I just need a break." "It is tiring at first," Harry sympathized as he passed her a bottle of water and some chocolate, fetching his own of the former. "Has something happened, Potter?" Daphne asked curiously. "You seem more distracted than usual." Harry shook his head. "No, nothing to do with the war," he sighed. "Something popped into my head and I'm mulling it over." "Anything I can help with?" "I was going to ask you about it," Harry said tiredly. "Do you think I should have an heir?" Daphne frowned at the question. Have you gotten someone pregnant? She choked, shocked by the question. No, nothing like that. It's just that with the war and the possibility of dying. I'm the last Potter, and I don't want to be the reason my family dies out. Daphne nodded thoughtfully. Well, in your position, I would make sense. But it depends on a few things, Potter. If you have a child with someone and don't marry them, and you live and marry someone else, that could cause problems of inheritance. Your first child would be your legal heir, even if you choose not to acknowledge them in the future. Most wives would not like that. It has been a problem in the past for some families. I suppose that's not good. Not really, Daphne murmured. But for you, it is different. How? Because you're Harry Potter, Daphne said simply. If you survive this war, it will be because you killed Voldemort. There will be many people who wouldn't mind so much if you already had an heir or pretend they don't and try to kill your first child. There are many families that would, she added at Harry's look of disgust. Bloody hell, Harry grumbled. It's a problem I wouldn't want to be faced with, Daphne mused aloud. Is it something you're considering? Harry shrugged. I don't know, he answered honestly. I suppose I have to decide if the potential future problems outweigh my desire to see my family continue, don't I? Not necessarily, Daphne replied cautiously. If you were to marry the person who was having your heir, it wouldn't be a problem. I'm not even 17. You will be soon, Daphne pointed out. You'll receive dozens of offers to court eligible witches and likely outright marriage. You'll have several options, she added with a slight grimace. Can I avoid that? Harry groaned. That will just complicate things more. The corner of Daphne's lips twitched. Not really, she informed him. You can delay it, of course, but that won't stop the most keen. You can tell them you're not looking for marriage right now and that you'll consider their offers in the future. That could work. It could work against you, Daphne continued. If you do that, most will decide to move on to other potential matches. When you decide you're ready, you could have very few choices. Harry frowned. I'm not limited to purebloods. True, Daphne conceded, but out of the 3 girls you spend the most time with, 2 of us are purebloods, and I don't think you plan on marrying Granger. She was referring to herself and Gabrielle, unaware of Harry's friendship with Isabella. No, I couldn't marry someone like Hermione, he chuckled. She'd drive me mad. The other problem is that you are so ingrained in the magical world now, Harry. I like to think I know you well enough to know that you couldn't go back to living in a mundane house with any ties to the Muggle world. For your own reasons, you've distanced yourself from it. He had. Harry hadn't spent much time in the Muggle since he'd left the Dursleys. Perhaps it was that they soured that for him, or maybe he was just drawn to the magical world. It was where he felt he belonged, after all. Maybe you're right, he sighed. I suppose it will be something I have to deal with sooner rather than later. Daphne nodded knowingly. Like I said, you have the option of delaying it, she reminded him. But if you want my honest opinion, I do not think you're going to lose this war. But there is that possibility. There is, Daphne acknowledged. If I was in your position, I would probably find a witch to marry so that she could give me an heir. It would avoid possible complications and secure the future of my line, but it is your decision, Harry. Only you can make it. Thanks, Harry said gratefully. Has someone offered to give you an heir? Daphne asked curiously. It has been mentioned, Harry answered truthfully. Oh, Daphne murmured. Well, it is definitely an option for you then. Come on, I'm ready to try again, she added, offering him a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Break. I still don't think you're ready to be back on duty, Tonks murmured as they walked the length of Diagon Alley. I'm fine, Nymphadora, Cedric replied with a smirk, eliciting a glare from the woman. That's the first and last time you get away with that, she warned. Is that right? Cedric asked amusedly. What are you going to do about it? Tonks paused and stared at him. You've either spent too much time with Potter, or the giants have scrambled your brains. I'm not sure which one it is, but... She fell silent as Cedric pressed his lips to hers, and she melted into the kiss. They broke apart a moment later with Tonks's head coming to rest on his shoulder, and her grip tightened on the handful of Cedric's robes she had seized. "Why did you have to do that?" she groaned. "It seemed like a good way to shut you up," Cedric murmured. Tonks looked up at him and shook her head. "Isn't this a stupid idea?" "No," Cedric answered. "Nearly dying has made me realize that I should at least try for the things I want. You are at the top of that list. The world is a miserable place. Shouldn't we be allowed to have some happiness?" "And what makes you think this will make me happy?" "If you tell me this isn't what you want, we can pretend this never happened," Cedric replied. "But you spent almost every hour you weren't on duty at my bedside." "Potter." Cedric shook his head. "I heard you speaking to me. I can't remember everything you said, but I remember your voice. It helped me." "Did it?" Cedric nodded. "I wasn't sure if I was going to make it," he said honestly, "but I'm here. The one thing I regretted more than anything else was not kissing you. And now you have." "I have. Maybe I can die happy now," Cedric returned with a grin. "For the love of Merlin, Diggory, shut up," Tonks huffed, her hair and cheeks flushing a deep red. "Fine, I get it," Cedric snorted. "We will pretend it never happened. Come on, or Tonks, we have work too." He was cut off by the woman returning the gesture, pulling him into a kiss that Cedric did not hesitate to embrace. He'd survived what most would deem to be impossible, and now he was enjoying something he'd thought he'd never have. Other than the war that plagued them, in this moment, he could not help but think that life was good. Break. It was not often one would see James Potter in such a state of helplessness, but as he held Lily's hand whilst she endured yet another contraction, it was impossible to miss the look of concern marring his features. "Is this normal, Poppy?" "Very normal," the healer assured him. "I expect it won't take much longer." James nodded as he turned towards the exhausted Lily and wiped the sweat from her brow. "Soon, it will be over soon." The woman nodded, grimacing as another wave of pain washed over her. Harry could only look on in a mixture of curiosity and horror, his own emotions warring with those of his father. Fear, excitement, adoration of his wife, and love for the child that would soon be born. Each was as overwhelming as the other. "You're doing well," Madame Pomfrey praised. "Just one more push." Harry swallowed deeply at the sight of himself being placed into his mother's arms, whilst James equally took in the sight. Pride. The man was unspeakably proud of his wife. "A boy," Poppy informed him. "You have a son, James." James Potter lost his composure, a sob racking his body as he collapsed into the chair he'd just vacated. "A boy," he choked. "It's a little boy, Lily." Harry stepped forward to get a better look as his mother shifted the blankets so she could look upon her son. It was a tuft of jet-black hair that greeted the Potters, and as the baby opened his eyes, James gasped. "He has your eyes," he exclaimed. "I need to check him over in a moment," Poppy informed them. "We need a name," Lily whispered. "What do you think, James?" The man continued staring at his son for a moment. "I don't know," he murmured. "What do you think?" "Harry," Lily said with a smile. "He looks like a Harry to me." James nodded approvingly. "Harry James Potter." Lily's lips quirked in amusement. "Harry James Potter," she agreed as she offered the bundle of blankets to James. He took Harry from her and cradled him against his chest, a feeling of completeness filling him. "Look at his tiny hands," he whispered in amazement, overcome with a sense of warmth as Harry grabbed his finger. "Oh, he'll be a seeker with that grip," he chuckled. "May I?" Poppy requested. James nodded and handed Harry to her, turning towards Lily whilst the baby was being checked. "I cannot put into words how proud I am of you," he said sincerely. "You did amazingly." He kissed her gently before his gaze shifted towards the healer and waited for her assessment. "You have a strong, healthy boy," Poppy declared. "He's okay?" Lily asked. Poppy offered her a bright smile. "He is more than okay, my dear. Mark my words, he will be a strong wizard when he grows. I can feel it." Harry wiped away his tears as he was pulled from the memory. What happened to James and Lily had never felt so unfair. And yet, they had experienced perhaps the most joyful thing any could in life, and Harry's own desire to have a family of his own grew in the moments he was in the memory. 18 months later, that joy was gone for his parents. They had left Harry behind, and he could not fathom just how terrible they would have felt in their final throes of life. He would be a man himself in only a few weeks, and it would be 16 years ago, come Halloween, that they had been taken from him. He visited their graves regularly, but it simply wasn't the same in any way. Tom Riddle was the cause of it, not that Harry needed any further reminding of the transgressions the man had perpetrated against him. Against his parents. They had died to protect him, after all, and though as not as intended, their sacrifice had indeed seen him live. It was odd. Harry had always harbored a little anger that he'd been left alone in the world, but now he could not bring himself to feel it, not towards his parents. There was little else they could have done to keep him safe. The one mistake they'd made had been putting their trust in the wrong man to keep their secret. Wormtail was dead, and Harry had ensured he had suffered agonizingly in his final moments. Voldemort yet lived, but fate would bring them together again, and Harry would give his all to put an end to the Dark Lord. Then he could live in peace, and his parents could rest in it. Swallowing deeply, he retrieved the stone he'd liberated from the gaunt family ring and stared at it longingly. As much as he wished for nothing more than to summon them, it did not quite feel right. No, he'd know when the right moment came, and he fought the urge to do so, opting instead to summon another. "Is it time for another lesson, Harry?" Godric asked. Harry nodded. "Then ready yourself. We will not be taking it easy on you anymore," Gawain warned as he drew his wand and his blade. Godric did the same, and Harry followed suit. He hadn't felt like such an amateur since he'd first dueled with Charles Potter, but between Godric and Gawain, they made him feel that way as he trained with both a sword and wand in hand. Still, he was improving with each passing day, and though he hoped indulging in something that required all of his focus would help him forget all else on his mind, it did not work as intended. Despite his best efforts, he could not fully remove himself from the memory of his own birth. It truly had been a magical experience for him, and though he knew his time sharing in the lives of his parents was coming to an end, he couldn't be more grateful for all the Hallows had gifted him thus far. "It feels like forever that I last saw you," Gabrielle said with a smile as she picked at the grass they were sitting on. "It's been almost a year when, well, you know." "You're not still embarrassed about that, are you?" She nodded. "I always will be, but I have better control over myself. I've been getting help from another Vila healer. She's been great." "So, you're feeling better?" Gabrielle shrugged. "I have good days and bad days still, but the bad ones come less often." "You look well," Harry said sincerely. "I'm just glad I'm not a wreck around you anymore. It must have been awful to be around me." Harry shook his head. "Not at all," he denied. "You went through a traumatic experience at a difficult time. It's understandable that you've been dealing with things you'd rather do without." Gabrielle nodded. "Thank you for being so good to me," she said gratefully. "Honestly, your letters have helped me more than you know." "You're welcome," Harry returned with a smile. "I'm just sorry I haven't been around much recently. Between teaching and the war, I've not had much free time." "You don't have to apologize to me, Harry. You made time to write to me a few times a week. I couldn't ask for anything more. So, how are things?" "Honestly, not so good," Harry sighed. "He has giants, werewolves, and some very strange things he created using necromancy and the Death Eaters from Azkaban. I have a few more scars to add to the collection from them and another near-death experience." Gabrielle offered him a look of sympathy. "Is it any closer to being over?" "Closer than I expected it to be, but there's still a way to go yet. I expect it will only get worse before it gets better." She took his hand and gave it a comforting squeeze. "I'm so proud of you. I can't think of anyone else who could cope with all of it as well as you do." "What choice do I have?" You could run, Gabrielle pointed out. You're good enough to hide for as long as you wanted to, but that's just not who you are. A lesser man would, but not you. Oh, you're going to make me blush. Gabrielle quirked an eyebrow at him. That sarcasm will only get you into trouble, Harry, she warned. I suppose I'm in enough of it already. I meant with me, Gabrielle said amusedly. Just because I owe you a life debt, that doesn't mean you get a free ride, and if you make an inappropriate comment, you might find me more than willing to take you up on it. Touché, Harry chuckled. You know me too well, he added with a frown. Even in your letters, I know when you're being too clever for your own good. I should stop writing to you. Then I will come and find you and make you write the letters. Bloody hell, that's all I need, Harry snorted. A villa in a mood. We do have many of them, depending on the circumstances. It's in your best interest to keep me in a good one. And how do I manage that? You do well enough already, Gabrielle assured him. So, have you been dating anyone? You really want to get so personal. Gabrielle nodded. Then I'm sorry to disappoint you, but no, I'm still my same boring self. I don't think I've ever met anyone less boring. I am when I'm alone, Harry replied. I like boring. It means that I'm not in danger. You like peace, Harry, Gabrielle corrected. If anyone has earned it, it's you. Peace, Harry mused aloud. You'll have to explain that one to me. You'll get there, Harry, she promised. I know you will. Break. It was undeniably a dull undertaking he'd been tasked with, but Barty was pleased for it. Being out of Britain was most welcome, and this particular request of the Dark Lord entailed little danger. Even now, he could feel the lingering, cold magic he'd experienced upon seeing the cloaked figure. It was something he would never forget, nor the threat Potter had made against him. Since the night he'd watched the boy decimate several werewolves, he'd not laid eyes on him, something Barty was grateful for, though that helped little in aiding his current frustration. Sirius Black had the British ministry locked up impossibly tight to outsiders, and any information worth obtaining was simply unobtainable. France, however, was another matter entirely. They would not involve themselves in the affairs of Britain, and with no indication the Dark Lord had any interest in the country, their own security remained unchanged. Being the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, as his father had been for several years, was proving fruitful for Barty. Though the only reference to Potter he could find within the archives pertaining to an award the boy was given for saving the Delacour girls during the second task of the tournament. No other trace had been found, much to his chagrin. Nonetheless, there were other avenues to explore, ones that would be freer of twist and turns for Barty to navigate. The most obvious was to investigate estate agents. If Potter did indeed own property in France, records for such purposes would exist, and if they did, Barty would find them. Nonetheless, it would not be easy. From what he'd ascertained in a little less than a week, there were dozens upon dozens of potential businesses Potter had used, and there were no guarantees that he'd even hidden the knots here. Still, Barty would be remiss in his duties and loyalty to the Dark Lord if he did not endure the tedious process of visiting them, beginning, of course, with the magical businesses dotted around the country as clandestinely as possible. He certainly did not wish for Potter to get wind of what he was up to. If the knots were indeed here, they would not be able to remain undetected. "Can I help you, sir?" the pudgy Frenchman asked as he entered the first establishment on his list. Barty smiled. His father had been an expert in languages, magical and muggle alike, and Barty had picked up more than a few himself throughout his younger years. "You most certainly can. Imperio." "Break." "To the Dark Lord. I know I will be dead long before you read this, but I want you to know it was I who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as I can. I face death in the hope that when you meet your match, you will be mortal once more. R.A.B. R.A.B., Albus murmured once he had finished reading the contents of the note. The locket had been hidden well. Were it not for the now elderly Martha, a former worker of Wool's orphanage, and the reluctant revelations of both Amy Benson and Dennis Bishop. The cave may never have been found. What Tom did to those children was unspeakably cruel, and both suffered to this day from the treatment they had endured at the hands of the boy. Even at such a young age, something had been exceedingly wrong with Tom. His ability to harm others purely by his own will was concerning to say the least, and to Albus, it was no surprise he had gone on to become what he was now. It only increased the guilt he felt for not stopping him sooner, for not acting on the instinct he'd felt so many years prior to not allow the boy to attend Hogwarts in the first place. Still, it was too late now, even if his hope that Tom would change his ways when he arrived at the school had indeed been foolish. "R.A.B.," he repeated with a frown. Of course, finding the cave had only been the beginning of the trials he was to face. As ever, Tom's price of entry was as crude as one would expect from the Dark Lord, but the plethora of inferi. Albus would not forget the smell of burning, rotten flesh. The moment he'd liberated the locket from within the pedestal, they swarmed him. Fire. His beard was singed, but none of the desecrated corpses remained, and he'd obtained the locket, albeit a replica of the genuine article. The potion had been the most difficult obstacle to navigate in pursuit of what he'd believed to be a Horcrux. Tom had truly shown his talent by making it almost impossible to bypass. He had, however, not accounted for something so simple, yet so far out of his trail of thoughts, whilst creating the sanctuary to house a piece of his soul. Friends. He'd designed the boat to carry only one capable wizard, with the expectation they would see no other way to retrieve the locket other than to consume the unpleasant brew. Although he'd been at a loss as to how he would proceed without assistance, as ever, it was Fawkes who arrived to come to his aid. An argument had broken out, which Albus eventually won, and Fawkes watched over him as he drank, helping after helping, battling with his innermost demons as he did so. Were it not for the Phoenix, Albus was not certain he would have made it out of the cave at all. Fawkes had proven once more just how valuable a friend he was. He'd fended off the inferi, whilst Albus had recovered well enough to defend himself, and now he found himself aboard the little boat once more, finally taking his leave of this forsaken place. Nonetheless, he felt weakened by his experience, and yet there was somewhere else he needed to be. If his suspicions were correct, it was quite possible that one of Tom's Horcruxes had been mere feet away from them for the best part of 2 years. Releasing a deep breath, he popped the cork on a pepper-up potion and downed the contents, the taste proving to be much more pleasant than the last brew he'd drunk. "R.A.B.," he murmured a final time, his mind wondering to just how it became that Regulus Black had turned on the Dark Lord. Break. What had been little more than another dull day in the office seemed to be taking a rather sinister turn for Sirius, and potentially many others. He'd been through in his checks of every employee of the ministry to ensure there were no ties to the Dark Lord, and those that did, even loosely, were being monitored closely. The aura he was due to meet momentarily had none, so discovering him snooping in files he had no business viewing had come as quite the surprise. "Come in," Sirius called, doing his utmost to remain calm. A distraught Aura Wilkes was led into the office by 2 of what would likely be his former colleagues, both looking at the man with utter disdain. "Please, Minister." Sirius held up a hand to silence the man. "You may leave," he instructed the guards before shifting his gaze towards Wilkes. "You know the consequences of the charges that will be brought against you. Aiding and abetting a known criminal, attempting to overthrow the British Ministry of Magic, among a slew of others. You will spend whatever remaining days you have behind bars. Now, explain yourself, Wilkes." "It is not what you think, Minister," the man protested. "They—" He broke off and hung his head defeatedly. "They what?" Sirius pressed. "They have my wife and daughter, Minister," Wilkes choked. "They took them, and they're keeping them prisoner until I give them what they want." "Who?" Sirius demanded. "The Malfoys." Sirius's eyes widened. "Lucius." "And his wife," Wilkes confirmed. She was there too. She tea-tortured me, Minister. Narcissa. Wilkes nodded, and Sirius leaned back in his chair. Although a black, Narcissa had never been one for cruelty, not like Bellatrix. Even Andromeda was more hot-headed than the youngest of the three siblings. Still, it had been many years since Sirius had spoken to her, and he doubted that being married to Lucius had done much good for the woman. What is it they want? The location of the prison their son is being kept in. Sirius snorted humorlessly. That's what you were looking for. Yes. Sirius released a deep breath. I understand, Wilkes, he murmured. I do not have a wife or children, but there is not a thing I wouldn't do for my godson. Maybe we can use this to our advantage, but it could be risky. For now, you will leave it with me and go about your business. My family. I will do what I can for them, Sirius promised. I will not keep you waiting longer than necessary. Guards. The door opened, and the two auras who had escorted Wilkes in entered the office once more. You know the rules, Sirius said apologetically as he drew his wand. Both auras nodded and waited for the inevitable. Obliviate. He repeated the process on the other and sent them on their way, their memories bereft of anything pertaining to the transgressions of Aura Wilkes. And me, Minister. Sirius shook his head. Not yet, he murmured. Once I have decided on a course of action, we will address it then. Not a word, Wilkes, and you are not to meet with them without informing me. Yes, Minister, and thank you. Don't thank me yet, Sirius grumbled. Go on, get back on duty. With that, Wilkes did as he was bid, and Sirius sank into his chair once more, pondering this development. Lucius was close to the very top of the list of those he wished to either apprehend or see killed. He was an asset to the Dark Lord that was best removed. If they intended on breaking Draco out of prison, perhaps it would be best to allow them to try. Sirius could arrange a trap to capture the man, but that relied on Lucius going to the prison himself to retrieve Draco. The question to consider was whether or not he would trust any other to do so on his behalf. It was difficult to say, and Aura's Wilkes family would be left in a rather precarious position. No, it was something he would indeed need to consider further before making a decision. Sirius. He turned towards the fireplace, where he found himself greeted by the sight of a tired Albus Dumbledore. What's wrong? Sirius asked with a frown. I think this is something we'd best discuss in person, if I am not imposing. His words were ominous, and the Minister of Magic nodded, wondering just how much stranger this day could possibly get. Break. He found himself on one knee and breathing heavily as he stared at Gawain and Godric, both men looking at him proudly. Again, they had put him through his paces, pushing him until he could no longer raise the sword to defend himself. Excellent work, Harry, Godric praised. Your progress is exceptional. It's not enough, Harry wheezed. It will be, Gawain assured him. Come, you should rest. Harry nodded as he stood and drained his bottle of water. What do you intend on doing with the rest of your birthday? Gawain asked. Harry shrugged. I thought we should train some more. You have already done 6 hours, the man chastised. You should not forget to enjoy the moments that come, Harry. He is right, Godric supported. We are at your disposal, but we will not shy away from telling you our thoughts. Enjoy what is left of today. Are you gaining up on me? Harry questioned amusedly. If necessary. Harry shook his head. Both men were rather set in their ways, and their opinions often clashed when it came to the best way to train Harry, but both were excellent instructors in both magic and swordsmanship. Fine, he agreed with a chuckle. I could use a shower anyway. I must smell terrible. Well, we didn't wish to say as much. Harry glared at the Hogwarts founder. Can you even smell anything? No, Godric answered with a grin. Honestly, I bet the world would love to know exactly what you're really like. I am Godric Gryffindor, the man proclaimed, standing proudly. My reputation is deserved. Even Gawain shook his head. You chose his house, he snorted. Harry laughed, as he allowed the men to return to whence they came. The banter between them was good-natured for the most part, but both had a vicious tongue when provoked, and they had quite the talent for irking one another. Taking his leave of the basement, he did follow through with his idea of showering and dressed before entering the kitchen, ignoring the stack of letters that had arrived throughout the day. He'd opened only a few, under the impression that they were merely well wishes for his birthday, but Daphne had been proven right. The first had arrived even before he was awake from Lord Abbot, inquiring about Harry's plans for marriage now that he had come of age. 6 others had arrived since, and Harry simply could not bring himself to open those scrawled in unfamiliar handwriting. He turned away from the pile. He had enough to concern himself with without this additional responsibility. Already, Gringotts had informed him of his access to the Potter vaults, and much to his relief, a confirmation that he was not beholden to any contacts that had been filed with them. Not that he'd expected to be, not unless his parents had felt the need for drastic action to secure the future of the family, by seeing Harry married to someone of their choosing as soon as possible. He shook his head. It served only to remind him of his own conundrum, and he did not wish to think of that right now, not when he had a half-dozen potential offers of marriage to deal with and everything else in his life that would not likely be resolved soon. Usually, whenever his fireplace alerted him to a caller, Harry's heart would sink knowing that something unpleasant was occurring. Now, however, he welcomed it simply for the distraction. "What's happened?" he asked as Dumbledore's head appeared in the fireplace. "Nothing so urgent, but I was hoping you would join me at Grimmauld Place. There has been a rather surprising development." "I'll come through," Harry consented, wondering what could have left the headmaster so seemingly taken aback. When he arrived in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, it was to find a pale Sirius staring at a slip of parchment and an unusually emotional Kreacher lurking in the corner, trembling quite pathetically. "Read it," his godfather urged, offering the parchment to Harry. He frowned as he did so, looking towards Dumbledore questioningly when he was done. "R.A.B. Regulus Arcturus Black," Sirius sighed. "My younger brother." Harry's eyebrows rose. How did he find out about them? Not even Bellatrix knew what she had been given, Harry pointed out. "Because the Dark Lord needed an elf to assist him with hiding it," Dumbledore answered, nodding towards Kreacher. "Master Regulus saved Kreacher," the elf murmured. "He made Kreacher promise to guard it and destroy it, but Kreacher couldn't. The Dark Lord came for Master Regulus, and he—" The elf did not need to finish the sentence. It took little deduction for Harry to know what had become of Regulus. "He turned on him," Sirius said sadly. "He didn't want any part of what he'd done." "Master Regulus was a good man," Kreacher choked. Harry felt a stab of sympathy for the usually cantankerous elf. "Where is it?" he asked curiously. Dumbledore held an intricate, gold locket aloft, and Harry felt a shiver run down his spine at the sudden influx of vile magic permeating the room. "That makes 5, Harry acknowledged. Dumbledore nodded. "I think perhaps there is one other that he would keep close. So, I have to kill him and then find it. Severus is under the impression the Dark Lord's companion has been used to house a portion of his soul," Dumbledore sighed. "It is a risk, but should the worst happen, he would still be consciously anchored here through it." "Bloody hell," Harry grumbled. "So, we have to get the snake first. If he dies, it will be gone before we can get close." "I fear that is the better option. Sirius, have you considered submitting one of the Horcruxes to the Department of Mysteries? They may be able to find a way to link them through a tracking charm, or something else crazy they seem to do." "Can they be trusted?" Harry asked. "I expect so," Dumbledore replied thoughtfully, "but I would be reluctant to allow them out of my sight. We must remember, Rookwood was an unspeakable and none suspected him of being a Death Eater." "I could have a quiet word with Croaker," Sirius offered. "He may be willing to inspect one away from the department." "Do so," Albus allowed. "Now, what of your problem with the Malfoys?" "The Malfoys?" Harry listened as Sirius explained what had occurred with the family of one of his Aurors, and the instructions the man had been given. He has to tell them, he mused aloud. Let's not pretend Lucius won't kill them. Sirius nodded. I know, I'm just trying to find a way we can use this, he explained. I'll figure it out. Besides, it's your birthday. I did write asking you to join me for a late breakfast. Sorry, Harry offered. I received a lot of letters, most of them not welcome. Sirius frowned before an impish grin formed. I should have known, he said gleefully. How many? 6. Sirius laughed as he banged the table with the flat of his hand. James will be furious. He only got 2. I could bloody well do without it, Harry huffed. Just politely decline them, Sirius suggested. No one will be offended, given the circumstances. I will, but I just can't even look at them at the minute. It makes me feel like a piece of meat the vultures want to pick at. That is the world we live in, Harry. Some are undoubtedly looking to improve their standing, but there are those that would have written even if this mess never happened. The name Potter is a desirable one. I know, Harry sighed. It's all just strange for me. I have someone offering to carry my heir, another girl who I just can't work out, and another I'm certain just wants to rip my clothes off and have her way with me. He hadn't meant to unload so much in one sentence, but his frustration had peaked, and both Sirius and Dumbledore stared at him dumbly. Sorry, Harry murmured. It's been a shit day. Sirius laughed again as he shook his head, and even Dumbledore's eyes were alight with amusement. All right, from the top. Who has offered to carry your heir? Isabella not. Not. I helped her, Theo, and their mother escape. And she offered to have your heir. No, it's not like that. I met her a couple of years ago now. We've been friends since. We've written regularly. I see, Sirius chuckled as he leaned back in his chair. The one you can't work out. Daphne Greengrass. Greengrass is neutral, bordering on some of the more traditional ideologies, Sirius mused aloud. What's the problem with her? I don't know, Harry replied with a shrug. I've been given her private lessons for over a year, and she's helped me out with a few things. She told me she gets jealous of the attention from other girls I get, and she's flirty. She's worried, Harry, Sirius pointed out. She comes from a neutral family, and as far as the world is concerned, you are the epitome of what the light side represents. I would say she likes you, but she's scared to act on it. I figured that out for myself, Harry grumbled. The last seems the least complicated. Gabrielle, Harry revealed. Delacour, Dumbledore asked, eliciting a nod from Harry. So it is complicated, Sirius muttered. She is the daughter of a very influential man. You can't just, well, not if it is more than a carnal thing. I don't ever want you to say that to me again, Harry groaned. Sirius grinned. Ah, the joys of youth, Dumbledore said whimsically. Well, it is not our place to interfere in such things. I'm afraid you are on your own, Harry. Thanks, Harry replied dryly. Sirius took some pity on him and patted the chair to his right. Harry sat down, and Sirius wrapped an arm around his shoulder. Drink, he offered. You're old enough now. Will it help? Not really. I'll have one anyway. That's my boy, Sirius praised. Creature, a bottle of fire whiskey, the good stuff. The elf vanished with a gentle pop and reappeared a moment later carrying a tray laden with glasses and a bottle of the requested liquor. Sirius poured them both a generous measure before looking towards Dumbledore questioningly. The occasion does call for it, the headmaster declared, accepting a glass for himself. To you, Harry, on this most momentous day. To Harry, Sirius echoed. And to Regulus Black, Harry added, raising his glass towards Creature, who beamed, his eyes welling with pride. The liquor burned unpleasantly, and Harry coughed in protest. That tastes awful, he croaked. We don't drink it because it tastes nice, Harry, Sirius snorted. Another. Harry pushed the glass away as he shook his head. You're on your own with that. Amateur, Sirius jibed. I just can't believe Regulus. He was always so staunch in his belief that the Dark Lord was the future of Britain. If only my mother could see this. The man grinned as he snatched the note from the table and entered the hallway. "I suppose we should cover our ears," Harry suggested. Dumbledore nodded. "Do you see this, you old cow? Even Regulus Realiscd was a loon." "Lies," Walburga screeched. "Regulus would never." She fell silent, and Harry frowned, only to wince as the woman unleashed an almighty shriek which drowned out Sirius's laughter. "That is our Minister of Magic," Harry pointed out. "He's arguing with the portrait of a woman that has been dead for years." Dumbledore chuckled at the ridiculousness of the situation. "What's so funny?" Sirius asked as he returned to the kitchen, looking thoroughly pleased with himself. "Nothing," Harry said dismissively. "Nothing at all." The man looked between Harry and Dumbledore before shaking his head and retaking his seat. "You know, it's strange to think you're 17, he sighed. "It doesn't seem so long ago that I was seeing you for the first time. James was so proud, Harry. I've never seen him so proud of anything else." Harry knew. He'd seen his father's pride for himself. Whatever Sirius was going to say next was cut off as the man suddenly stood and an alarm began sounding in the house. Only a split second later, Tonk's patroness arrived. "Albus, there's an attack in St. Albans. The Dark Lord is here." "I should have known I'd not get a peaceful day," Harry muttered, drawing his wand and vanishing into the shadows. Of course, there would be an attack on his birthday, but Voldemort himself leading it was a new development. The man hadn't been seen in months. "Break. I'll head back to the office," Sirius declared, his previous joviality all but absent. "I'll get as many Aurors there as possible and send whatever news comes in." Albus nodded gratefully as he continued sending his own messages to the various members of the Order of the Phoenix, before following Harry with Fawkes' assistance. It was the familiar cold of Harry's magic that greeted him, though the headmaster frowned as he took in the scene before him. At best, Tom had brought only a token force with him. There was no sign of any of the werewolves. Even with the lack of a full moon, they were a formidable group of witches and wizards. There was also no indication that he'd brought the monstrosities he'd created. There were several Death Eaters engaged with the Aurors that were arriving, and Albus too quickly found himself needing to defend a flurry of spells sent his way by another that targeted him upon his arrival. And yet, he could not help but think something was amiss. This attack was not like the other more recent ones, and with Tom leading it, Albus found it odd that he had not solicited the help of more of his followers. Was this merely a distraction for something bigger happening elsewhere? The headmaster didn't know, but with his former pupil, it was a distinct possibility. It was unsettling to say the least, though with a group of determined Death Eaters to contend with, now was not the time to ponder it. Bringing his wand to bear, Albus tore away a section of the ground between him and his foes to intercept a trio of killing curses and banished the remnants towards them. With an elaborate gesture, two of the cloaked figures were jerked backwards by an unseen force, continuing until they collided with the building behind them. They remained unmoving, and the remaining 3 Death Eaters hesitated, presenting Albus with an opportunity to strike once more. He did so, his powerful gust of wind sweeping up some of the nearby debris, which he whipped up into a vortex, sending it towards those he was dueling. The Dark Lord's followers scattered and attempted to regroup a short distance away, only to be deterred by the arrival of the Order of the Phoenix, who began flooding the street. In a matter of seconds, St. Albans was bereft of the Death Eaters, yet Tom remained, doing battle with Harry. Not for long, however. Recognizing that he was alone, Lord Voldemort offered a final offensive, avoiding Harry's counter and vanished into the night, making for an unexpected and puzzling experience. "Why would he leave?" Arthur Weasley questioned. "I am pondering the very same thing," Albus murmured in response. What Tom had hoped to achieve here, the headmaster did not know, but seemingly it had been a waste of his time unless he had indeed staged attacks elsewhere Albus had yet to be made aware of. Nonetheless, this had still been rather out of character for Tom. He was not one to waste such opportunities for something so trivial. So, what was he doing here in the first place? Without further investigation, Albus's thoughts were mere speculation, but he could not deny that he felt rather unsettled by this sudden change in tactics. Break. As Harry took his seat at the table in Grimmauld Place once more, he was perplexed by the altercation he'd just had with the Dark Lord. It was nothing like the time in the graveyard nor at Azkaban. This evening, Tom Riddle had taken more of a defensive stance and had waited for Harry to attack. That was not his modus operandi. The man was well known for his capabilities in dark, offensive magic, and had built his reputation to overwhelming those who dared cross wands with him. Strange, Dumbledore commented, evidently pondering the very same thing. What happened upon your arrival, Harry? Did the Death Eaters attack you? He shook his head. No, they avoided me, he explained. Tom came for me immediately but didn't fire a spell until I did. Dumbledore hummed thoughtfully. He's testing me, Harry mused aloud in realization. He's trying to find weaknesses he can exploit in my attacks. Dumbledore nodded his agreement. Your magic is unfamiliar to him, he murmured. He is hoping to gain an understanding of it, but it is risky to do so. I expect he will attempt to engage you in such a way more regularly. Just don't comply, Elphia's Doge suggested. Then he will attack others until I do, Harry sighed. It's quite a brilliant strategy, if a little frustrating. Not that he can hope to gain much if I don't let him. I will have to choose what I expose in the hope that he feels he's gaining enough knowledge. A dangerous game, Harry, Dumbledore pointed out. But one, I suppose, I will have to play, at least until he is in a position to be killed. Dumbledore nodded unhappily, but did not have an alternative approach to offer. In all, it doesn't seem much harm was done, Sturgis offered in consolation. Only because the werewolves and giants weren't there, Cedric snorted. We can't rely on their absence. We can't, Harry agreed. He'd already been considering what to do with the giants, and though he was content on seeing them perish, he did not like the idea of them being at Voldemort's disposal in any capacity. It could be that what he'd already put in place was discovered, or perhaps proved to be ineffective. Poisoning them with the aconite had seemed to be a good idea, but it appeared that they'd developed quite immunity to the plant. I do not believe we are going to solve anything tonight, Dumbledore said tiredly as he looked towards the clock. We will meet again tomorrow. With that, the majority of the members of the Order took their leave of Grimmauld Place, and Dumbledore gestured for Harry to remain behind. It wasn't until the room was almost empty, and Sirius returned during the departure of the others, that the headmaster spoke once more. I understand congratulations are in order on your new results, Harry. I received them yesterday. Dumbledore offered him a smile. Your parents would be so very proud of you, as I'm sure Sirius is. The man nodded, offering Harry a bright smile. I would like to thank you again for agreeing to return to Hogwarts to continue with your teaching, and of course, running the Defense Club. It truly is an invaluable asset. Why do I have the feeling you're going to ask me to do something else? Harry asked. Dumbledore chuckled. It seems you have come to know me well, Harry. I do have something to ask of you. Well, two things really. Harry gestured for the man to continue. Firstly, you have proven yourself rather capable of helping those in need, those who wish to remain out of reach to Tom and his followers. There is someone who has come to me in the hope of receiving such help. Harry frowned. I do not have unlimited hidden houses, Professor, Harry pointed out. I know, and I would not ask if I did not believe you would be so willing to help them. That is where the second part of the favor I am asking of you comes in. It is their new year, and I was hoping you would consent to help them with their studies. I can assure you, they are capable, so it would be little effort on your part. You want them to live with me. I would not suggest such a thing, but I expect it would be easier for you and safer for them if that arrangement could be made. I understand it is something of an imposition, but can I rely on you once more, Harry? It needs only be temporary until other arrangements can be made. Of course, this is to be kept a secret. Tom would not hesitate in harming them if he was to learn of their location. Harry released a deep breath before nodding. If someone needed protection, he would not deny them that. His own parents had been in such a position, and though they had considerable resources at their disposal, it had ultimately ended in disaster. Tom certainly had a way of getting to those he sought, whether that be through hook or crook. "Thank you, Harry," Dumbledore offered sincerely. "As ever, you demonstrate a humanity that is often lacking in our world. If you would be so kind as to make your way into Sirius's study, I expect they will be arriving soon." Harry did so, wondering why Dumbledore was being so vague with him. When he entered the room, he found it to be empty, but the fireplace flared into life only a moment later and a figure stepped out, causing Harry's eyes to widen. "Susan," he questioned in disbelief. The girl had not been seen since her aunt had been killed at Azkaban more than a year ago. She had seemingly vanished from the face of the earth, though now that Harry thought about it, it made sense that Dumbledore would know what became of her. "Hello, Harry," the replied with a smile. He frowned at the small pile of letters before him. 2 more had arrived this very morning, and though he did not wish to acknowledge it, Harry knew it was likely more would follow in the coming days. The last thing he wanted was to be inundated with such things, but he'd learned that this was how the wizarding world functioned, amongst the pureblood at least. Harry was not foolish enough to believe there would be no interest in him. For many, an association alone would elevate their standing amongst their peers, and a potential future marriage could open many doors. Perhaps he should be flattered, but he could not bring himself to feel that way. His parents had not needed a contract, and his grandparents had fallen in love with one another equally. Was it so much to ask for something akin to what they'd had? For him, Harry knew that it could well be. Even if he won the war and were in a position to consider marriage or pursuing a relationship, there would always be doubts as to why someone was interested in him. Now, he understood why it was the rich and famous tended to mingle with one another and marry someone in a similar position to themselves. He looked up as the back door opened and Susan entered wearing Muggle running gear. Her chest was heaving from the exertion, and she drained whatever remained in her water bottle. "Better?" Harry asked amusedly. "I will be once I've showered," she replied. "Don't worry, I changed my appearance." "It's quiet enough around here," Harry assured her, "and you have your portkey." Upon arriving from Grimmauld Place the night before, Harry had insisted she keep one with her at all times. They hadn't had much time to talk. The hour had been late, and he'd shown Susan to her room to allow her to get settled in. "I have," she confirmed, pointing to her sock where she evidently kept it. "Thanks again, Harry, for letting me stay and for helping me with my studies." "It's not a problem," Harry said dismissively. "Did you sleep well?" Susan nodded as she took the seat opposite him. "It's peaceful here." "Boring." "Do you find peace boring?" "Most people do," Harry chuckled. "Not me," Susan denied. "After the year I've had, I don't think I'll ever tire of peace." "You're telling me," Harry snorted. "I am sorry about what happened to your aunt." "Me too," Susan said with a sad smile. "I always knew her job made it a possibility, but—" She broke off with a shrug. "Well, you can stay as long as you like," Harry offered. "Don't say that, I might never leave," Susan warned jokingly. "I did consider going home, but I can't live there. The house is too big and too empty. Besides, it's probably being watched." "Probably," Harry agreed. "Only a few people know about this place, and I can change that with just a few spells. You won't be found here." Susan nodded gratefully. She had changed a lot in the last year. She had matured in a way that only losing someone close to you brings about. Susan had never been much of a giggly teenager from what Harry had seen of her, but losing Amelia had undoubtedly left its mark on the young woman. She appeared older now, youthful in looks, but her eyes carried an edge to them. Harry suspected he was much the same in that regard. "Anyway, if there is anything you need, you just have to ask. I'll be here for the rest of the summer and then back to Hogwarts in September for a few hours a day. Other than that, I'll be able to help you with your studies." Did you manage to do your owls? Lord Abbot arranged for me to be examined at the ministry. Harry grimaced at the mention of the man. You know him? Harry shook his head as he retrieved one of the letters he'd been perusing and slid it over to Susan. She frowned as she read it and released a deep sigh. I shouldn't be surprised, she mused aloud. Peter is nice enough, but he has his ambitions. Not that I think Hannah would complain if you were to agree to this, she added with a smirk. It's not funny, Harry grumbled, gesturing to the still-growing pile of missives he'd received. Did you really expect anything less? Did you have this problem? Susan shook her head. Most seem to think I'm either dead or have left the country. Maybe I should fake my death, Harry said thoughtfully. Susan tutted. I don't think that would work, but you should think about addressing them. I know, Harry huffed. I just don't know what to say. Are you interested in any of them? Honestly. Susan nodded. Not at all, Harry sighed. I don't want to offend anyone, but this whole pureblood agreement thing isn't for me. I'd rather marry someone because I want to, not because I have to. Well, if there's anyone who understands your position, it's me, Susan pointed out. I'm the last of my family, too. If I don't marry someone who will agree to give one of my children my family name, the Bones will no longer exist. There will be some who would agree, but that means control of my family wealth, and the seat on the Wisengamot will eventually be controlled by another family. Harry nodded his understanding. I need to attend the Wisengamot soon, he grumbled. You'll be great, Susan said dismissively. The rest of them will shit themselves at the thought of getting on the wrong side of you. Maybe, Harry replied with a shrug. What are you going to do about your family? I'm going to live my life, Harry, Susan answered. If I obsess over it, I'll only get it wrong. If you want my advice, you should do the same. Send a polite letter to each person who has written to you and explain that you're not considering marriage at this time. You'll be free to do whatever you like then. Other people have said I should do the same. They're not wrong, Susan said as she stood. I think our parents and my aunt would prefer we were happy in our lives than trying to continue a legacy that may be too late to save. I'm going to shower, and then I'll help you write a response if you like. Harry nodded gratefully. Thanks. Susan smiled amusedly. I won't be long. She left, and Harry finally found he had an appetite. By the time Susan returned, he'd finished preparing the food and had it laid out on the table. A breakfast service, the woman asked. I could get used to this. It's your turn tomorrow, Harry replied with a grin which was returned. I'm not very good at cooking, Susan returned. Never mind, if we both end up poisoned, it will save anyone else the trouble of killing us. There is that, Harry mused aloud. Then again, if I have to die, I'd rather it be something more fitting for the trouble I seem to find myself in. That wouldn't be much of a legacy, Susan agreed. Harry Potter, Triwizard Champion, killed by poorly cooked breakfast. I don't think that has much of a ring to it. It doesn't, Harry chuckled as he helped himself to some eggs and bacon, gesturing for Susan to do the same. She did so, and they ate in companionable silence, whilst Susan read through the pile of letters Harry had received from various lords and ladies. You are popular, she surmised when she was done. Well, there's none you need to be concerned with offending. I'm surprised Ogden has suggested you get to know his granddaughter. Why? Because she's almost 31. Harry almost choked on his orange juice. She'd be closer in age to my father if he was alive. Oh, I don't know, Harry. A mature woman could be exactly what you need. Maybe I should just offer myself to Griselda Marchbanks then. Susan shook her head amusedly. I don't think you need your ability to be a husband graded. That's a tea for breakfast, Potter. You'd better shape up, Harry quipped in what was a terrible impression of the woman. I'd give you an A, Susan replied. Only an A. Well, there's a lack of options, Potter. You had better shape up. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was supposed to provide continental options. I'll make sure I'm up at 4 to make croissants tomorrow. That might just put you up to an E, Susan said dryly. Harry laughed as he shook his head. Sorry, this is the best you can expect from me. I suppose it will have to do, Susan sighed, her eyes alight with amusement. Honestly, this is great. You'll get no complaints from me. They would be ignored. Ah, a true gentleman. So, what do you think I should say to them? Harry asked, nodding towards the parchment. Oh, that's easy enough. Fetch me some parchment and a quill. I'll write a response for you. Break. Sirius watched as the Obliviator finished his work and withdrew from the Auror's mind, nodding to indicate his efforts had been a success. Wilkes had presented quite the problem to solve, but one that would now prove to be beneficial if all went to plan. You know what to do, Wilkes, Sirius reiterated, as he handed the man a sheet of documents that had been kept within Grimmauld Place until this morning. Do not fuck this up. The Auror nodded gratefully and took his leave of the room, leaving Sirius to ponder another predicament, until the Malfoys acted on the information they would be provided. Thank you, Rollins. You can go back to your regular duties now. Of course, Minister, the Obliviator replied, following in Wilkes' footsteps. It was only a moment later that the fireplace flared into life, and Albus stepped out to attend the meeting Sirius had arranged between them, and Croaker of the Department of Mysteries. I brought all those that are in my possession, the headmaster informed him grimly. Sirius nodded. Horcruxes were indeed an unpleasant business, and something he had little understanding of. Do you think it is possible? He asked. I do not know, Sirius, Albus replied uncertainly. I can think of no other than Tom who has made more than one. Coming from Dumbledore, it was ominous, and the two waited for Croaker, who arrived at the exact time the meeting was scheduled for. Albus, it has been some time since we last spoke, the unspeakable greeted the older man. It has, Clarence, Dumbledore replied with a smile. It pleases me to see you are still working. There is a lack of suitable candidates to replace me, the man snorted. Believe me, retirement is at the top of my list. Now, what is it you require of me? Dumbledore removed several objects and placed them on the desk. What do you know of these? Croaker's frown was deep, and as he picked up the first Horcrux, he nodded appreciatively. Helga Hufflepuff's cup, he identified. It is a shame that it has been tainted with a piece of someone's soul. Might I assume that it does not belong to the beloved founder? It does not, Dumbledore confirmed. Croaker grunted as he picked up the next. The lost diadem of Ravenclaw, though not so lost now, he said fondly. Again, tainted with a soul fragment. Indeed. Croaker inspected the diary next, and then the locket, finishing with the ring that had already been destroyed by Harry. Troubling, he murmured. Most troubling indeed. Are there others? One other we suspect, Albus sighed. Croaker nodded. Well, you're no fool, Albus. I'm sure I do not need to tell you what these are nor how they're made. So, what is it you need help with? These have been created by the same person, Dumbledore explained. That is dangerous, Croaker said warningly. The soul is not an infinite resource, and it contains everything which makes us who we are. Splitting it, this is unheard of, and the results, I do not understand how the Dark Lord has survived this. He never had much humanity to begin, Albus said somewhat sadly. I'm afraid taking the path he chose has only resulted in him losing it entirely. Croaker hummed. I have come across only one person who made two. The second left his entire soul trapped within. Something went wrong with the ritual, but we could never figure it out. This is unprecedented and rather astounding, he declared. Is it possible there is a magical link between them? Sirius questioned. You would think so, but it is not so simple, Croaker answered. When a piece of a soul is torn from another, it becomes something of its own existence. It would likely recognize the others should they be put back together, but they would no longer be one single, conforming entity. A removed piece of soul will grow into its own thing with time. So, if the Dark Lord was to die and one of these is used, he would quite possibly be a different man than he is now. Though with him, I doubt the changes would be so noticeable. I see, Albus mused aloud. Will he notice if these are destroyed? No, Croker answered with certainty. Not immediately, at least. If all were destroyed, then perhaps, but these pieces of soul are very different from the piece that inhabits his body. In fact, I would urge you to destroy them. They can have a rather detrimental, psychological impact on any exposed to them for too long. They can cause people to exhibit certain behaviors that the soul piece covets. I saw it in myself while studying them. They are volatile and dangerous objects to keep around. Basilisk venom is best. I can source some if you need it. It's all in hand, Clarence, Dumbledore assured the man. Is there no way to use these to locate another? I'm afraid not, Croker said apologetically. It would be like trying to track you down through Minister Black here. It simply wouldn't work. Albus nodded his understanding, and Croker replaced his hood. Destroy them, gentlemen. Nothing good can come from them remaining as they are. He left, and Sirius and Albus shared a mutual nod. If Clarence Croker said something should be destroyed, then it absolutely should be, and without hesitation. Break. It had been Potter's connection to the Delacour family that had led him to this estate agent. It was a business of exclusivity, catering to those of note within France. As with all other such places, much of their trade came via recommendation, and this particular company had the distinction of being the go-to for even the Minister of Magic himself. Freshly groomed and dressed in a tailored suit, he entered the small office and was greeted by a rather beautiful woman. Good morning, Barty offered with a winning smile. I was hoping to speak with Mr. Morrow. Do you have an appointment? The woman asked without looking up at him. No, but I am pressed for time. Mr. Morrow was recommended to me by a gentleman who purchased an exquisite chateau south of Bordeaux almost 3 years ago now, Barty explained pointedly. The woman looked up and scrutinized him carefully. Is that so? It is. The Minister of Magic of France had indeed purchased such a property. It had been well reported at the time. I will see if Mr. Morrow is available, the woman declared, stepping out from behind her desk and disappearing down a nearby corridor. She returned a few moments later with a short, rotund man in her wake. He could have barely walked a few dozen feet, and he was already sweating around the rolls in his neck. I understand you wish to see, Morrow said curiously. Are you looking to purchase a property? I am, Barty confirmed. Morrow's piggish eyes widened greedily. Then come along, and we shall discuss the matter further, he urged. Barty followed the man to a small office and took a seat behind his desk. Before we proceed, Mr. Morrow, I must insist on the utmost privacy. Of course, the Frenchman said dismissively. I pride myself on my discretion. As you are aware, I work on behalf of the most prominent of clientele. Barty nodded. What property is it you are interested in? Discreetly, Barty removed his wand and cast a silencing charm before aiming his wand at the man under the desk. Morrow slumped forward as the stunning spell hit him, and Barty made his way to the filing cabinet in the corner of the room. It was locked, and no spell he attempted would open. Damn, he cursed, shifting his attention back to Morrow and securing him with ropes. Casting a silencing charm on the man, he revived him with a tap of his wand. Morrow's eyes opened and widened when he realized his predicament. I'm going to ask you some questions, Barty growled. You will either nod or shake your head to answer. Do you understand? Morrow nodded, and he began to sweat nervously. Have you sold a home to an Englishman recently? He received a nod in response. Was it Harry Potter? Another nod, and Barty removed the silencing charm. Explain, he commanded. Mr. Peapotter came to me recommended by Sebastian de Delacour. I sold him a home outside of St. Nazaire. He paid in gold. Where is this home? I do not know, Morrow said confusedly. I do not know where it is. Barty slammed his fist on the table. Morrow being unable to remember the location meant that Potter had hidden it, which was not good. Still, he would not be leaving empty-handed. Outside of St. Nazaire. West, Morrow answered. It's to the west. Barty nodded as he aimed his wand at the N and stunned him once more. Returning the office to the state it was in, and untying the man. He wiped Morrow's memory before taking his seat and reviving the Frenchman. "Well, I am sorry that you do not have what I am looking for, Mr. Morrow," Barty sighed. "Thank you for your time." He shook the confused man's hand and took his leave of the office, not pausing to bid farewell to the woman. Barty had considered using legilimency on Morrow, but he'd never been so proficient in the art. Wiping a memory was one thing, but invading one was another thing entirely. He could not risk being detected, not yet at least. His work on Morrow's memory would mean the man would forget he'd ever visited shortly, and he would go about his day as though nothing had happened. It gave Barty time to look into the house further. Morrow may not be able to tell him where it was, but Saint-Nazaire was close to the western coast of France. There was not much land between the city and the coast. If Potter had indeed purchased property there, Barty would find some trace of it. Break. It was a mistake, wasn't it? No, not a mistake, Violetta sighed. I suppose it took him by surprise. It is not an offer that is made lightly, Isabella. I know, and I wouldn't have made it if I thought it would scare him off. I expect he has been busy. Or avoiding me. It is a lot to take in, my girl. If it wasn't something he was considering, he would have told you by now. He doesn't strike me as the kind of man who would simply ignore you. He would give an answer if he had one to give. I still wish I hadn't asked him now. You were doing something noble, Isabella. It is something that would benefit you both. Maybe your timing was not so impeccable. When is it the right time to ask someone if you can have their baby? Usually when you're married, Violetta laughed. Theo's eyes widened, and his grip tightened on the handle of his door. Isabella had offered to have Potter's child. Thinking of it objectionably, it wasn't a terrible idea for both of them, but Theo could not fathom the reality of Potter being the father to his nephew or niece. It went against just about everything he'd stood for as long as he could remember. The thing you have to remember, Isabella, is that Harry did not have a family whilst he was growing up. That is undoubtedly a factor he must consider. If you were to have his child and he decided to marry another, I do not think that is the family life he probably envisioned when he realized he was an orphan. I know, Isabella sighed. It's not as though I could just ask him to marry me, though. It may have been less shocking than offering to have his baby. I suppose so, Isabella murmured. It was his birthday a few days ago. I expect he's had offers already. He's not come since I mentioned the baby. He will, Violetta assured her. He wouldn't just forget about it nor us. I hope not. Theo closed the door gently and took a seat on the edge of the bed. He understood why Isabella had offered to have Potter's child, but there was much more to it than that. She liked Potter and was maybe even in love with him. If neither of those things were true, it wouldn't bother her so much that he'd likely received other offers from lords and ladies in a much more favorable position than his own family. Theo released a deep breath. He'd never heard Isabella speak of a boy in such a way. His older sister had always been rather closed off and accepting of the fact that it would be her father who would choose any potential husband. Theo had spent that past several hopping. She wouldn't be lumbered with the likes of Crabbe, Goyle, or even worse, Draco, but he had not even entertained the idea of someone outside of his house, let alone that Isabella would have a say in who she married. It had crossed his mind that she may choose to live a life similar to their great-aunt, Rosalina, but it certainly hadn't that it could well be him who would make that final decision. If his father were to die, he would become Lord Not after all. As he pondered that very prospect, he found himself thinking of the kind of man he would wish for his one and only sister, and though it irked him somewhat to admit it, there would be few who could measure up to Harry Potter. In truth, there was not a single other he could think of who would come close. Break. I'm sorry, Mr. Potter. I do not know what has happened, but I was alerted to your file this morning, Mr. Morrow explained. It's all right. We suspected this would happen. That was why I chose to complete the transaction of the house through you. I know, but I am disappointed I did not find him suspicious. Harry had indeed planned for this eventuality. If either Nott or Voldemort were eager enough to find the family, they would do so. Harry had faced a decision of whether he should do his utmost to hide them completely or leave a loose trail to be followed that he could exploit. He'd opted for the latter. From what had happened to his parents, he could not have complete faith in magic to conceal the house indefinitely. There was always a flaw, and in this case, he could not afford to doubt Voldemort's ability to expose it. "Do you remember what he looked like?" Morrow shook his head. "I remember nothing." Harry nodded. At the very least, Morrow could not have given whomever it was the exact location of the house. "Marie," Morrow whispered suddenly, exiting his office. Harry followed, and they came upon the receptionist who sorting through a thick stack of parchment. "The man who visited this morning, did he leave a name?" Marie shook her head. "Do you remember what he looks like?" "I do," Marie confirmed. "Could I take the memory of your interaction?" "Of course," Marie complied, removing the requested strand with the tip of her wand. Harry hastily conjured a vial and placed the memory within, eager to view it at his earliest convenience. "Is the other house ready, Mr. Morrow?" "It is," the man confirmed. "I will fetch the keys for you. All of the security work was completed by my own people just a few days ago. You need only use your blood to activate the protections." Harry nodded gratefully, and the Frenchman left him briefly, returning a moment later with the keys to the second house he'd purchased. The first may have been discovered, but the second would not. "You know what I must do?" Morrow nodded, and Harry leveled his wand towards him. "Obliviate." He repeated the process with the secretary before taking his leave of the office. He'd hoped that it would take longer for the estate agent to be discovered, but it was not to be. Nonetheless, he had obtained an advantage he intended to exploit, and with Sirius working on his own via Auror Wilkes, significant losses to the Dark Lord would soon follow. Break. She didn't truly regret the offer she had made to Harry. It had been genuine and, in truth, unselfish on her part. It had crossed her mind that if Harry did indeed die during the war, any child they had would become the next head of the Potter family, but that was not why she had made the offer. Harry's life, what she knew of it at least, had been miserable for the most part. Isabella had hoped to give him something to be happy about. Perhaps she had not worded it right when she'd explained her idea, and maybe she'd held back with her intentions. Regardless, the damage seemed to have been done now. When she pondered if she would take it back, deep down, she knew she wouldn't, despite what seemed to have happened between them. Days had gone by, and she'd neither seen nor heard from Harry. Isabella turned away from the window she had been staring out of and tried to distract her wandering thoughts by studying one of the books on healing Harry had gotten her for her birthday. His own had come and gone since, and she'd not even been able to give him a present. With a sigh, she settled into her chair and managed to somewhat focus on the article she selected, only to be distracted by the sound of voices coming from the kitchen. Closing her book, she drew her wand as she opened the door to her room. "Harry," she gasped, "what's happened?" He seemed to be rather disturbed by something. His own wand was in hand, and whatever he'd explained to her mother had shaken her. "You need to pack your things." "Why?" Isabella asked. "Your location has been compromised. I'm taking you somewhere else." Isabella frowned. "Harry." She was silenced as he took her by the arm and led her back into her room. "I knew this might happen," he said apologetically. "Someone is determined to find you, and it is best that you're not here when they do. You'll be going to another one of my properties where I've ensured this can't happen again." "My father." "Maybe," Harry answered, "but the man who did the legwork in locating you is worse. Come on, we do need to leave." Isabella nodded, and her trunk packed in a matter of moments. "I'm ready," she declared. Harry offered her a comforting smile. "It will be okay," he assured her. "Will it?" "You have my word." Isabella smiled weakly in return, unable to enjoy Harry taking her by the hand as he led her back into the kitchen where her mother and Theo was waiting for them. "Ready," Harry asked as he removed a portkey in the shape of the Potter family crest. Theo's brow was furrowed questioningly as he nodded, and each of them reached out to take hold of the offered portkey. Isabella felt the hooking motion in her navel, and when she opened her eyes, she was in another house, in a place that was much warmer. Harry immediately set to work, cutting deeply into his hand and placing his leaking palm onto the wall of what appeared to be a large living area, murmuring under his breath as he did so. Blood magic. For most, it was a taboo practice, and something even some of the more traditional families of Great Britain frowned upon. Isabella had studied it during her time at Durmstrang, and it could be as effective as it was dangerous. It took Harry several moments to complete his task, and when he was done, he sealed the wound before emptying a large vial of blood-replenishing potion. "Potter, what is happening?" Theo asked. "Nothing now, you're safe," Harry assured him. "I suppose it was too good to be true to hope that no one would look for you and not go to so much trouble." "The Dark Lord?" Theo asked worriedly. "I think so," Harry sighed. "He sent someone else, but not even Tom can get to you here. The house you were in has been compromised, but I can use that to my advantage now." Theo nodded uncertainly. "Where are we?" "You are in what I am hoping will one day be a holiday home. It is an isolated and unplottable island in the Philippines. When I was looking for a place in France, this one was shown to me, but it wasn't ready. The paint is barely dry. It has taken a lot of work to complete, but here it is. I'm sure you will find it much more bearable than the other. You have your own beach just outside, and the island is big enough for you to have some privacy. There are 2 other buildings here, both belonging to me." "You bought an island," Theo snorted. "Not a bad idea now," Harry pointed out. "Anyway, there are 2 emergency exits you can take. One is in the basement, and the other is to the north of the island. I will show you that when I next visit." "When will that be?" Isabella asked. "Soon," Harry promised with an easy smile. "For now, I have to get back to France. I don't think it will be long before they come for you." "You're going to set a trap?" Harry nodded. "I have a personal score to settle with Barty Crouch." "Crouch," Violetta whispered. "Be careful with him, Harry. He's dangerous." "I know better than anyone how dangerous he is," Harry replied darkly, his expression shifting considerably. "Crouch is going to find out how dangerous I am." With that, he vanished, and Isabella could only stare at the spot he had been occupying. She had never seen Harry so angry, and even now she could feel the chill he'd left in his wake. Nonetheless, she once more found herself worrying about him, lamenting on the fact that they'd not been able to discuss what had been plaguing her. "He'll be back, Isabella," her mother said comfortingly. "He always comes back." "Maybe one day he won't," Isabella acknowledged, swallowing deeply at the thought. "Break." Lucius eyed the piece of parchment he'd been handed by the pale Wilkes, nodding as he read the contents before handing it to the waiting Narcissa. "Is that black signature?" he asked. Narcissa gasped as she nodded. "It is," she confirmed, breathing a sigh of relief. The parchment was everything the woman had been hoping for. It was Draco's official sentence, including the location of where he would serve it. With Azkaban destroyed, it seemed that the member countries of the ICW had shared the burden of housing the prisoners of one of their allies. "I did what you asked me," Wilkes spoke. "Where are my wife and daughter?" "You see, Wilkes, we do have a problem," Lucius said with a smirk. "What is to stop you from running to Black and telling him everything?" "He'll kill me," Wilkes answered simply. "The penalty for treason is death. I willingly broke the law to get you that, and I would be thrown through the veil even if I had no choice. Please, I just want my wife and daughter. We will leave the country if that is what it takes. I helped you locate your son. I've done everything you asked." "Your wife and daughter will be released," Lucius assured him. "But you are a loose end I cannot allow. Avada Kedavra." Wilkes' eyes widened as the curse was fired towards him, and he collapsed to the ground, unmoving. Lucius nodded, satisfied as he turned towards his wife. "Now, let us get our son back." "Break." Barty could not help but grin as he peered into Nott's study from the fireplace. The man was a mess, ungroomed and clutching a glass of fire whiskey. The near-empty bottle rested next to him. "What do you want, Crouch?" Not snarled. His words were slurred, and his eyes unfocused as he looked in the general direction of Barty. "I bring good news." Not frowned. "Well, out with it," he demanded. "I think you will want to hear this in person. Then stop pissing around and come through." Barty did so, removing the ash from his robes once he'd arrived within Not Manor, and wrinkled his nose. It smelled like a distillery, and he watched as the patriarch of the family emptied his glass and poured himself another. Barty grinned again, eliciting a deep scowl from Not. "I'm in no mood for games, Crouch. What do you want?" "That's no way to treat a guest who brings such a wonderful gift," Barty chastised. Not suddenly stood and threw his glass towards him, and Barty laughed as he ducked. "You may want to save some of that aggression, old friend. You can't greet your family in that state either." Not blinked, his drunken mind taking a moment to process what Barty had said. "My family. I know where they are." "Where?" Not growled, stalking forward and seizing Barty by the front of his robes. "Tell me where they are." "I will do you one better," Barty replied gleefully. "I will take you to them when you've sobered up. You'll need to have your wits about you. This is Potter we are dealing with." "Potter," Not whispered. He released Barty and spat on the ground, taking hold of his chair before he threw it against the wall in a fit of rage. "I'll kill them." Barty smiled once more. Not had always been easy to rile, but this time he'd not even had to try. Merely informing the man of his family's treachery was more than enough. Not that Barty cared for Not's feelings. He would take no small amount of joy in watching the man be torn apart by Potter for his own treachery against the Dark Lord. Barty had not forgotten, and he wouldn't until they'd all paid for their crimes against his master. Break. Harry took a few calming breaths to help center his mind. He had dreamed of such an opportunity coming his way, and finally, after more than 2 years of waiting, it seemed he would finally be getting his hands on Barty Crouch. The man's face had haunted him. The memory of watching Katie bleed out because of Crouch had haunted him. Harry had envisioned what he would do when he inevitably had Barty alone, and now that moment was imminent. He knew exactly what would await him when he arrived. Carefully, he ran his finger along the serrated blade and listened to his droplets of blood drip to the floor. Barty Crouch was going to suffer. Before Harry claimed his soul, he would suffer indescribably. "Come death, come," he whispered. The Dark Lord paced back and forth in front of the fireplace, his gaze flitting between Barty and Lucius. Both had come to inform him of the respective breakthroughs, and he was now pondering a way that he could use this to his advantage. "My lord," Bart pressed impatiently. "You will take Not and 6 others," Voldemort decided. "We will plan your taking of his family with Draco's bid for freedom. I will lead an attack, splitting the Aurors and the Order of the Phoenix. It will serve to ensure Potter is away from France whilst you do what you need, Barty." The man nodded. "What about me, my lord?" Lucius asked. "I would use this time to familiarize yourself with where it is Draco is being kept," Voldemort urged. "It would not do to be caught." "Yes, my lord," Lucius returned with a bow. "I expect this would be best handled quietly. I shall give you the use of 2 others. I suggest you prepare for all eventualities, Lucius." "I will, my lord, thank you. Now, if there is nothing else, I have my own preparations to make." Both men took their leave of the room, and the Dark Lord shifted his gaze towards the fire. When the traitors of the Knot family were brought before him, perhaps he would parade their bodies through Diagon Alley for all to see. Maybe then they would learn that not even the great Harry Potter can protect them from the wrath of the Dark Lord. He nodded satisfactorily to himself. With Lucius's whelp returned, the man may once more prove to be of use instead of mopping around his manor. Nonetheless, that was Lucius's problem, and the Dark Lord trusted Barty implicitly to carry out his instructions. As he'd said to the 2 men, he had his own part in this to plan. Potter would undoubtedly come to him when he learned of an ensuing attack, leaving Barty uninhibited. Voldemort smiled. Thus far, he'd not learned as much as he wished of the magic the boy wielded, but he would use this opportunity to gain further knowledge and experience in dealing with it. Soon enough, he would have accumulated enough that he'd no longer need to be cautious of what Potter was capable of. Then, he could finally put an end to the saga between them. With Potter dead, there was none to stand in his way, not the Ministry, and certainly not the old fool and his order. It would indeed be a glorious day, and one the Dark Lord longed for. 17 years. He had waited 17 years to put the prophecy to rest, and finally, he felt as though it was close to being on the cusp of being resolved. Break. The atmosphere around the table of Grimmauld Place was anticipatory and tense. The members of the order had gathered, and though Albus had yet to speak, they immediately thought something was afoot. Sirius was oddly quiet as he contemplated his own predicament, and Albus himself was pensive. It had come upon him suddenly. A conversation with Sirius and a hurriedly scrawled letter from Harry. Now they were here, and Albus was keen for some input on how they would tackle these issues. Sirius, would you care to begin with what you have discovered? The man nodded grimly. It was brought to my attention recently that Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy had kidnapped the family of one of my Aurors, he explained. The plan was to extract information pertaining to their son's whereabouts. The Auror in question came to me, and I provided him with what he needed. 3 days ago, he met with the Malfoys and has not been since. I suspect he has been murdered. Cedric and Tonks both seemed to take the perceived death of one of their colleagues personally, and Albus held up a hand to prevent either of them from talking. I'm expecting that they will try to free Draco imminently and have been preparing for an attempted breakout. I cannot say for certain when it will happen or what approach they will take, but it is coming. I am asking for a couple of volunteers to assist me with this. Tonks, Diggory, you're already included as part of the Ministry party. We'll do it, one of the Weasley twins declared, gesturing to himself and his sibling. Sirius nodded appreciatively. Albus. The headmaster released a deep breath as Severus raised his hands. I have been asked by Lucius to assist him, he revealed. Draco is still my godson. Does that complicate matters? Albus questioned. So long as I do not allow harm to come to Draco, no, Severus assured him. Then you must tread carefully, Albus urged. I have already taken the precaution of having Draco moved, Sirius explained. For now, he will remain in the holding cells of the Ministry. Severus breathed a sigh of relief, as did Albus, who did not wish for any vow or promise the man had made to interfere with what was to come. I also received a letter from Harry, Albus informed the group. In short, he is expecting his own problems on the continent in the form of Barty Crouch Jr. Harry somewhat laid a trap for the Dark Lord, but it was Barty that is going to fall into it. Harry was rather vague, but I do not need to explain to any of you the animosity he has towards Crouch. I have been unable to reach Harry. Nor I, Sirius sighed worriedly. That will be the other operation Lucius referred to, Severus murmured thoughtfully. He said that Barty and Knott would be busy with their own venture. They have been given 6 others to accompany them. Albus nodded. If Harry were expecting them and had prepared accordingly, he would likely be fine, though that did not prevent him from worrying. What Harry would do to them did not bear thinking about. Very well. Can we expect the Dark Lord to attack? Severus nodded. Lucius said as much. Do you think he wanted you to know that? Arthur questioned suspiciously. No, Severus said dismissively. He often says too much when he is quite euphoric. Learning of his son's whereabouts certainly loosened his tongue. Then we know what it is we face, Albus murmured. Those who are not assisting Sirius with the Malfoys will ready themselves to intervene wherever the Dark Lord will be. He is expecting Potter, Severus broke in. The reason for his own attack is to ensure that Potter is not where Barty will be. It must be. Then he will be disappointed, and by the time he realizes Harry is not coming, it will be too late, Albus pointed out, readying himself to face off with his former student once more in Harry's absence. As ever, It would be no easy feat to survive merely, but Albus knew Harry would not be dissuaded from his own course of action. If there was anyone he despised close to what he felt for Tom Riddle, it was Barty Crouch Jr. Break. With his preparations done, Harry had forced himself to sleep for at least a few hours during the day. He was in no doubt that Crouch would come after sunset. It was the way the Death Eaters operated, after all. Nonetheless, that did not assuage his impatience. He'd been such for long enough, and he simply could not wait to have the man within his grasp finally. In between sleeping and checking his preparations for the umpteenth time, Harry did his utmost to calm his warring thoughts. Doing so was difficult at best. Until the prospect of Crouch being at his mercy had become a reality, he had not realized just how much the man's continued existence had weighed down upon him. That would soon be remedied. His hand twitched towards his wand in anticipation of what was to come. Barty believed he had the upper hand from his own clandestine work, but the man was not to know that Harry had been operating in the shadows the moment he'd learned of the man's involvement in all that had befallen him during his 4th year of Hogwarts. Harry had merely bided his time, and now that the moment was all but here, he knew that he had never been more ready for anything else throughout his entire life. Break. For the past 3 days, he'd had the place watched. Every movement of every Auror and prisoner within had been noted, and it wasn't with much difficulty that Lucius had deduced the prison ran on a tight schedule. The prisoners were released for 1 hour a day to be exercised and marched around a large yard like a herd of cattle, where they were forced into silence by the heavy-handed guards. Even without the presence of the wayward dementors that Potter seemed to have taken control of, it made for miserable conditions. "Have you seen him?" Lucius whispered to one of the men he'd tasked with observing the prison. "He was brought out this morning. His hair is quite unmistakable." Lucius breathed a sigh of relief as he added a comforting nod to the waiting Narcissa. "Protections." "Nothing that can't be blasted away," the man said dismissively. "They've not had the time to put up any defenses we need be concerned with." "Are you certain?" The man nodded. "I already secured a guard as he finished his duty," he explained. "He has given me a detailed description of what we will face inside." "Good," Lucius murmured, his gaze shifting to the imposing, rocky building the ministry had created. It was far from being Azkaban, but it would be a dangerous undertaking, nonetheless. "Now all we must do is wait for the signal from the Dark Lord," Lucius mused aloud. "When we get it, we move in without delay. We secure my son, and then we get out of here, understood?" "I know the plan, Malfoy," the man grumbled irritably. Were they not in such a precarious position, Lucius would have reminded him of whom it was he was speaking to in such a way. For now, however, he would let it go in favor of retrieving Draco. Perhaps then Narcissa would become what she had been before their son had been imprisoned. As things were, she was but a shadow of herself, the very worst qualities she possessed having become more prominent. His wife had always been calm and measured, but without Draco, she had lost her way. Narcissa was almost as erratic as Bellatrix could be, and Lucius was reminded of the madness that was infamous amongst the Blacks. Had she fallen into it? Until they'd done what must be here, he wouldn't know, but the last thing he wanted was a mad woman for a wife. He'd seen how Rodolphus had suffered through the years at the hand of Bellatrix, and her unfettered infatuation with the Dark Lord. Lucius would have killed the woman the moment he'd been slighted, but Rodolphus had never been capable enough. Bellatrix would have killed him in the blink of an eye, and Lestrange did not possess the wherewithal to poison the woman in her sleep. No, Lucius hoped beyond hope that Narcissa had not been gripped by the madness that plagued her family, though he knew that only time would tell. Break. Barty was positively vibrating with excitement as the house came into view. It was a modest dwelling, perhaps consisting of 3 bedrooms and a small garden. He was certain the Potters were much wealthier than this home depicted, but if the boy had bought this for the sole purpose of it being a hideout, it made sense he would not invest much gold into it. "Steady, not," he chided, taking the man by the arm as he lunged forward. "Not until we are given the go-ahead. You wouldn't want to run into Potter here, would you?" "I'll strangle the bastard," Not growled. Barty rolled his eyes at him. Potter would tear Not in half with nary a thought. "The Dark Lord told us to wait." Not cursed under his breath, but took a seat. "They're in there, I can feel it. And you will have them back." A grin crest Barty's lips as he realized Not was focused only on the house before them. The defenses here had admittedly been rather extensive and impressive, but neither Barty nor Not had been so valued by the Dark Lord because they were mediocre wizards. Between them, they had made short work of the protections, and all without alerting any within to their presence. "There's movement," Not whispered, craning his neck to get a better look at the silhouette in the window. "That's my wife." "Calm yourself, Not," Barty hissed, pulling the man back once more. "If you do not compose yourself, you will ruin everything." Barty could not have that. If he was to retrieve the family and be rid of the fool in a well-calculated accident with one of the protections he had left in place, Not needed to comply. "Fine," the man snapped. "I'll bloody well wait." "They are the instructions of the Dark Lord," Barty reminded him. "You can rest assured I am just as eager as you to get in there, as are the others." The masked and robed men waiting behind them murmured their agreement, though they did not sound so keen. Why would they when it was Potter they were dealing with? The boy had proven himself to be dangerous and resourceful enough, but he wasn't the great Lord Voldemort. The boy could never hope to compare, even if he did still have his uses. "How long?" Not grumbled. "As long as it takes," Barty sighed. "The Dark Lord will tell us when." Not grunted, and Barty shook his head. He would be glad to be rid of the surly man, something that would come in due course, though not soon enough as far as Barty was concerned. Break. The calm before the storm. It appeared to be a peaceful night, but Albus knew better. Severus had informed him that the attempted breakout would be taking place this very evening. Of course, he had sent Harry a brief message to confirm it with the young man, but he'd received no reply. Already, Sirius was in place to intercept the Malfoys, and Albus found himself in good company with the remaining members of the Order that had not accompanied him. Although there were many gathered in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, none spoke a word. Molly was packing around the room, busying herself with whatever menial task she could so that she was not focused on what her twins were doing, to no avail. She had even brought the family clock along, and the arrows belonging to Fred and George pointed to them being in danger. The clock seemed to be broken. All of the hands indicated the same thing for each of the Weasleys. "Is Severus certain it is happening tonight?" Arthur asked, breaking the silence. Albus nodded in response, turning sharply as an ethereal dog, the Patronus belonging to Sirius materialized in the room. "The attack is taking place in Birmingham. Aurors are on the way. He has quite the force with him." Albus nodded grimly to himself. "We know what we are to do. Minerva, if the worst is to happen." He needed not to finish the sentence, as his deputy nodded. "Then let us not delay the inevitable," Albus declared, leading the group to vanish from the ancestral home of the Blacks. Break. He smiled as he walked through the chaos that surrounded him, the symphony of screams, of muggles and magical alike as they begged for their lives, the sweetest of music to his ears. There was no true purpose here, no specific goal the Dark Lord had set out to achieve other than to cause a distraction. This made it a relaxed affair, though, at the back of his mind, he was anticipating the imminent arrival of the boy that had plagued his conscience longer than he cared to remember. Potter. It may not be tonight that he meets his demise, but Potter would meet his maker at Lord Voldemort's hands. Carelessly, he hurled a curse towards a fleeing mother who was trying to shepherd her 3 children away from their burning house. "Mum," the eldest, a boy, whimpered pathetically. The Dark Lord laughed as he threw himself over her still body and sobbed, unaware of the cursed flames that enveloped him and his siblings. Lord Voldemort laughed once more as they cleared, and all that remained of the little family was 4 burnt skeletons, the mouths agape in a final scream of pain. With a nod of satisfaction to himself, he sent off the signals to Lucius and Barty. The Order and the Aurors were likely already on their way here. He continued his stroll through the streets of Birmingham. The city truly was an awful place, somehow much worse than London, where the Dark Lord had grown up in the squalid orphanage. The mere thought of his childhood abode elicited an outburst of anger from him, and he leveled another house with little more than a thought and sweeping gesture of his wand. That is quite enough. Lord Voldemort smiled as he turned to be greeted by the sight of Dumbledore, the old fool, in person. His smile was short-lived. However, when he could sense nothing of the very boy, this was all in aid of. Where was Potter? He's not here, Dumbledore answered the unasked question. You will have to contend with me this evening, Tom. Contend, Voldemort spat. You are no match for me, old man. Dumbledore said nothing, choosing to raise his wand instead and unleash a barrage of spells towards the Dark Lord, who diverted them away, his thoughts drifting to the boy he had been expecting. If Potter was not here, then where was he? Break. They had wasted no time. The very second they'd received the signal from the Dark Lord, they'd thrown everything they had towards the prison, bringing the mediocre protections down in a matter of moments. An alarm sounded loudly across the empty land as Lucius all, but sprinted through the corridors with Severus and Narcissa in tow. Where is he? The latter asked. Draco. Many of the cells they passed were empty, currently unoccupied due to the destruction of Azkaban, and those that were did not house Draco. Where is my son? Lucius snarled, seizing an injured Auror by the throat. The man wheezed as he struggled for breath, and Lucius released him. 84, he managed to communicate. 84, Lucius repeated, his gaze shifting to the numbered cells surrounding them. 62, he murmured. This way. Once more, he led the charge, counting up the numbers as they passed each door. Sliding to a halt as he reached the cell in question. Peering through the observation slit, he could see a pale, trembling Draco huddled in the corner. We're here, Draco, Lucius soothed as he frantically tried to unlock the door. Come on, you bast. The lock clicked open, and he tore the door open and rushed forward, turning sharply as he heard a panicked scream from his wife. Turning, he noticed that Severus was unconscious, and Narcissa was being wrestled by half a dozen Aurors that had appeared from nowhere. Black, he spat at the sight of the minister bearing down on him. Raising his wand, he allowed the hatred he felt for the man to fill him. Avada. He fell to his knees as something struck him heavily in the back, and before he could catch his bearings, he was disarmed and handcuffed, looking up at the smug expression of Sirius Black. You really are a stupid bastard, Malfoy, he said almost disappointedly. I've known you were here the moment your people arrived 3 days ago. I knew you couldn't resist. Now, what charges are we going to bring against you? Where is my son? Lucius demanded. Draco is quite safe, Black said dismissively. We thought it best he wasn't here for this. I don't think it would do him much good to know how much of a failure his father is. Isn't that right, Auror Tonks? Lucius watched as who he had thought was his son transformed into Narcissa's metamorph niece, and even though he was unarmed and restrained, he lunged forward in anger. They'd been lured into a trap, and now he found himself at the mercy of Sirius Black, as did Narcissa, Severus, and the others that he had brought with him. The Dark Lord would be furious. With that in mind, Lucius reluctantly bowed his head in submission. Perhaps he was safer with Black than he would be his master. The man would punish Lucius so severely for such a foolish error that whatever the ministry was going to throw at him would seem like a holiday camp. Still, this was not how he'd envisioned his life ending up. Now, his prospects were not good. If he managed to avoid the death penalty, there was no doubt in his mind he would be thrown in a hole to rot for whatever days remained of his miserable life. Get them out of here, Black snarled. Lucius did not resist as he was hauled to his feet. Instead, he chose to lament on better days before the Dark Lord had returned, days he would likely never experience again. Break. That's the signal, not cried. Barty did not stop him this time as he lunged towards the house. Who was he to take away the last morsel of excitement the man would experience? He smirked as he followed at a more leisurely pace, urging the 6 others who had come along to keep pace with Nott. They did so, and Barty slowed to a walk so he could watch what would come unfold. He was not disappointed, though he had not expected what happened. He felt the defenses close in around him, stifling and powerful. They'd spent hours ridding the place of them, and yet they'd seemingly returned, even stronger than before. It was a scream from the house as he neared that pulled him from his thoughts, blood-curdling and drawn out before all was silent for a moment. It was broken by frantic shouts, and Barty paused as Nott and only one of the other Death Eaters fled via the back door. He scowled. Nott was supposed to be dead. Barty would soon remedy that, but the sight of the other falling and being dragged back through the back door by an unseen force took him aback. Another scream and a loud thud sounded, and then another eerie silence fell upon them. "Run, you fool," Nott urged, alarmed by whatever he had witnessed. Barty shook himself from his stupor and leveled his wand at the retreating man, hitting him with a disarming charm. Nott's own wand vanished into the darkness, and the man scrambled to his feet in desperation, whimpering as he was bound in thick ropes. "Crouch, get me out of this," he demanded. Barty laughed and shook his head, reveling in the look of fear and confusion that marred Nott's features. "You were supposed to die in the house, but I can't say that I am disappointed that I get to kill you myself." Nott frowned before his eyes widened. "You're a traitor," he spat. "I always knew you couldn't be trusted. You're just like your father." Any amusement that Barty had felt all but vanished with one sweeping statement from the man. "I am not my father," he snapped. "I serve the Dark Lord proudly. You denounced him, all of you, when it came time to save your own skins. I remained loyal. Only because Karkaroff named you." "My loyalty never wavered," Barty denied. "The moment I could, I sought him out. I killed my father in service to the Dark Lord. You hid and returned out of fear just like the rest of them. Not that it matters now. The Dark Lord may have forgiven you, but not me. There is no place amongst us for disloyalty. Don't worry, Nott, your family will join you shortly. Avada Kedavra." He felt a rush of the utmost joy as he watched the jet of green light consume the man who died with an expression of disbelief. Nott hadn't suffered as he deserved, but the man was dead, and that was all that mattered to Barty. Before he could truly revel in Nott's passing, however, Barty's visions swam, and he collapsed to the ground as something impacted against his jaw. When he regained consciousness, what could only have been a moment or so later, he was bound in ropes and being dragged towards the house by his hair, his protests falling on deaf ears. His jaw was throbbing painfully, and he grunted as he was thrown onto a hard floor before the wind was forced from his lungs from a kick to his sternum. Barty groaned, coughing as another followed. The blows kept coming until he saw stars dancing in front of his eyes, and the next brought the bliss of darkness upon him. It was still dark when he woke, and his breathing came in short, sharp bursts, making him wince from the pain lancing through him. "If I would have known what a monster you had become, I never would have begged your father to let you free." The voice that spoke to him was familiar, though the disappointment he heard in it was new to him. "Mother," he whispered, his eyes widening as the ghostly figure stepped into his field of vision. "I begged and pleaded with your father. I told him he had gotten it wrong, that there was no way our little boy would have involved himself with that man. He wouldn't hear it, or maybe it was me that did not wish to face the truth. Why, Barty? What did we do that was so wrong?" Barty shuddered as her cold hand came to rest on his cheek, and he recoiled as she struck him. "You were my little boy," she sobbed. "Now I cannot look at you. You are no son of mine." She turned her back on him, and Barty fought against the ropes that bound him, stilling as another figure appeared. "You killed me," his father said accusingly. "There is a special place for people like you. I take comfort in the knowledge our family will end, knowing your soul will be tormented for the rest of time." "Mother, please," Barty whispered, feeling very much like a little boy who had simply broken a prized vase. "Mother." The woman graced him with a final look and shook her head before they both vanished, leaving Barty very much alone. Break. Harry took no small amount of joy in the man's suffering. Barty Crouch deserved every second of misery he had already endured, and yet it was only the beginning. With his parents gone, Harry stepped out of the shadows, his hardened gaze fixed upon the man responsible for so much of his own tribulations, scarcely believing he finally had him at his mercy. "Did you enjoy your reunion, Barty?" he asked, surprised by how calm his voice sounded. Harry was anything but, the fury coursing through his veins, reminiscent of the night he had watched Katie have her throat slit. It was all because of the man bound to the chair before him, all because of Barty Crouch Jr., a madman who served the Dark Lord but who evidently had his own motivations in life. Harry had seen him murder Nott, had heard his speech accusing the man of being a traitor. It was almost laughable how Barty dared judge others for their actions when the blood on his own hands was so plentiful. Harry, too, was no picture of innocence. He had killed willingly and would do so again. What he intended to do with Barty went beyond any perceived innocence of self-defense or even self-preservation, but he didn't care. Barty chuckled. "Your tricks will have no effect on me, Potter." "Tricks," Harry returned as he squatted in front of the man. No, Barty, that was no trick. Surely you have felt it. Whenever you ventured away from the loving embrace of your master, you felt that chill run down your spine, the icy breath breathing down your neck. You've seen him for yourself, and I must say, he is very keen to meet you." Barty frowned and Harry stood. "The moment you used this blade to cut her throat, you went to the very top of the list of those I wished to see dead," he murmured as he held the knife in front of him. He had taken from the hand of Barty's father in what was perhaps a morbid trophy, but now the man's ending would be in some way poetic. He could not fathom what was coming to him. "He's been watching you very closely, Barty, that same cloaked figure that has stalked you from the shadows. You see, even your master fears him, has done all he can to flee from him, but you cannot hide from my master, Barty. Death comes for us all." For the first time since he'd woken, a flicker of fear appeared in Barty's eyes, and Harry offered him a feral grin. "You can feel it now," he whispered. "He's here and he's just waiting for me to release you to him, but that won't be for some time yet. I have my own score to settle with you, and I'm afraid that it is going to be most unpleasant. You made a mistake killing her, Barty. I thought that I could move past it, that I would learn to live with the loss and the guilt of what you did, but I realized that I couldn't, not whilst you lived. With you gone, I will finally be free of it, but not until you suffer as I have. I'm going to break you, Barty. Mind, body, and soul, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. You have my permission to scream as loudly as you like. No one can hear you here, only death." He jammed the blade into Barty's thighs. The man's roar of agony, only the beginning of the utmost misery he would endure in the final moments of his life. Harry had pondered for months on a fitting end for Barty, and the blood curse he'd come across was the best he could come up with. It wasn't perfect, but nothing ever would be for Crouch. Still, it would keep him in the land of the living, whilst Harry carried out his other wishes. "Come, death, come," Harry murmured as he removed the blade before stabbing it through one of Barty's eyes. "Break." It was difficult to say how long they'd gone back and forth, casting and countering one another's magic as the world seemed to burn around them. The smell of smoke filled his nose, and the heat of the flames warmed him, uncomfortably so. Nonetheless, despite his tiredness, Albus would not relent. Feeling every year he'd lived, he battled on. Tom had only gotten better since they'd faced one another in the hidden passage of the castle, and the headmaster knew he'd only waned. Such vigor was for younger men. Much to his relief and fortune, Tom chose to retreat, evidently when he decided his distraction had lasted long enough, and when his own followers were overwhelmed by the combined efforts of the Aurors and members of the Order. Albus was exhausted, yet he needed to know what had occurred at the prison. Sending a message to Sirius, He began assisting with what would prove to be a monumental cleanup operation. As ever, the magical catastrophes team arrived, along with a plethora of healers, and the process truly began. Albus took a moment to survey the scene as he wiped the layer of perspiration from his brow. "Albus, are you okay?" Minerva asked, relieved to see him seemingly whole. He nodded. Her robes had been burned in places, but she did not appear to be injured. "I'm old, Minerva," he sighed, "far past my best." "Nonsense," the woman said dismissively. Albus chuckled humorlessly. "There was a time that your words would flatter me and convince me I was merely having a bad day. I fear it is not so any longer. Ah, Nymphadora, what news?" The Auror seemed as tired as those who had been here, but she nodded. "We have the Malfoys in custody," she informed them. "We had to arrest Severus, too. I think Diggory took a little more joy than you'd like in that." "How is he?" "Fine," Tonks assured him. "2 of the Death Eaters were killed, but none of ours. All went to plan." Albus nodded appreciatively. "Have you heard from Harry?" "No, and Cedric is getting worried," Tonks murmured, an expression of concern crossing her features. "As am I," Albus sighed, pondering whether or not he should send a message to the young man. "As am I." Break. The storm had rolled in late the previous night and had continued through the entirety of the morning, an omen of tumultuous times indeed. Still, it was a sight to behold, dangerous, raging, and unyielding. A reminder that nature was the true force in the world. Isabella had been unable to sleep through it. They had been here for 4 days now, and no news had come. Harry had not returned, and she was beginning to worry about him. He'd made it seem that their previous location would be attacked imminently, that it was imperative they left the very moment he'd arrived, and then he was gone. She watched as the rain continued to pound the island, and though it was a welcome break from the heat she was to acclimatize to, it was no less dreary. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Isabella was startled by the sound of her mother's voice. "It is," she agreed, turning towards the woman. "What's wrong?" Her mother had been crying. Her eyes were bloodshot, and her cheeks stained by the tears she'd shed. "Your father," she answered, holding up her hand. Her wedding ring. It was usually a vibrant gold, and now it was black. Isabella swallowed deeply. "Is he?" Her mother nodded. "It woke me in the early hours. He's dead." Her voice sounded so flat and lifeless, and Isabella immediately pulled her into a tight embrace. "I'm sorry, Mum." She meant it. Isabella did not agree with what her father had done in service to the Dark Lord, but she was not foolish to believe that there was never a time that her parents were not madly in love. They had been, and though it had likely been many years since the woman had felt such for the man, she would still mourn what it was they once had. "I knew it was coming," her mother sighed. "There's just nothing that can quite prepare you for it. Your father was lost to me a long time ago." "Does Theo know?" "He does. He took it well enough," her mother said sadly. "I think the suffering he caused your brother took its toll on him." Isabella nodded. "Is there anything I can do for you?" "No, I'll be all right," her mother assured her. "I think we have a visitor," she added darkly, nodding towards the ocean. A black mass was barreling through the air towards them, parting the waves as it swooped in before a sodden and exhausted Harry landed on the beach. He was ghostly pale from lack of sleep, and his eyes were dull, far from their usually fiery green. He approached, his expression unreadable. "I already know," her mother said before Harry could speak. He nodded grimly. "Crouch," he murmured. "Crouch?" her mother asked confusedly. "Crouch killed him. I'm not saying I wouldn't have, but Barty had it in his head that your husband and the others who denounced the Dark Lord were traitors. Crouch is dead, and your husband's death was quick and painless. I have preserved his body for burying, and I am sorry for your loss. It doesn't bring me any joy to see anyone lose a father or a woman her husband. I would not wish that on anyone." Oddly, he seemed to truly mean what he said, the death of an enemy weighing on him more than Isabella had expected. She'd known it was likely that Harry would kill him, had even come to terms with it, but she was not prepared to see him filled with sorrow for her and her family at her father's loss. "Thank you, Harry," her mother said gratefully, taking him by the hand and giving it a squeeze. "Is Crouch? He is dead, and he suffered greatly for everything he has done. The Malfoys have also been arrested. Is there anything you would like me to do for him?" Her mother nodded. "There is a family cemetery he should be laid to rest in," she explained. "I will write down the details." "And I will ensure you can all be there," Harry promised. "You should all be able to say your goodbyes, even if you didn't always agree with what he did. He was still your husband and your father. For now, I'll leave you and let you know when the arrangements have been made." "Would you like some lunch?" Violetta offered. Harry shook his head. "No, thank you. I think I just need to be alone for a while. It has been a trying night for me." With that, he released a deep, tired sigh, offering them a weak smile before he vanished. He hadn't said what he'd gone through, but in truth, he didn't need to. Harry was usually rather guarded, but Isabella felt she could see into his tormented soul, and her heart went out to him. It couldn't be easy being Harry Potter, and yet he shouldered it so well, even the things that would break most others. If there were an ounce of kindness in the world that was so full of hate, he would find some of the peace he so desperately sought, and if he could be so lucky, the love he deserved. He tapped the tip of his finger rhythmically on the arm of the chair he was seated within, still pondering how everything had seemingly gone so wrong in one single night. Barty, not Lucius, Severus. All four had been lost to him, and the Dark Lord could not figure out how such a thing had come to pass. They had been amongst his very best, his brightest, and most resourceful, yet hide nor hair of the former had been seen, and both Lucius and Severus were facing trial on several charges that would ensure neither would see the light of day for a very long time, if ever again. Whatever had happened to Barty, and naught was lost on the Dark Lord entirely. None who had ventured to France had returned, though he had no doubt all of them were dead. He could feel no connection to the mark they carried, and it was unlike Barty not to report back. Potter. There was no doubt in Lord Voldemort's mind that the boy had gotten to them, and if that was indeed true, he'd lost two of his oldest, most loyal followers. He ceased tapping and stood, peering across the sprawling lawn of the home that had belonged to his Muggle grandparents. With such losses, he lacked leadership amongst the ranks, and without Lucius, his funds would begin to dry up. Both needed to be remedied before he could proceed with his plans, and though it was as frustrating as it was a blow to his pride, the Dark Lord knew he needed to slow his pursuit of power once again, only temporarily, of course. In the interim, whilst he resolved what had befallen him, he would not leave all unattended. His efforts would continue, and the people of Britain would not be granted a reprieve. Nonetheless, he needed to consider his next moves carefully before implementing anything further, and his focus would be on ridding himself of Harry Potter. He had thought that the collapse of the country would lead to the boy falling into his grasp naturally, but that did not seem to be so. No, it appeared that he would have to snatch Potter away from them. Once the true final beacon of light was last, the darkness could wash over them uninhibited. Fate had decreed they would meet, after all, so why delay the inevitable, especially when the Dark Lord knew in his heart of hearts that Potter would die at his hands. Break. She couldn't say she knew Harry well enough to say that she noticed the changes within him for certain, but for the past weeks that Susan had been living in his home, he seemed to be somewhat more relaxed than the very first night she'd arrived. They'd interacted at Hogwarts from time to time, during lessons and in passing, and there had been an edge to him since the Triwizard Tournament had concluded. That appeared to be absent now. Although the weight of the war still evidently weighed heavy upon him, he seemed to have found a semblance of peace or contentment, at the very least. He smiled more now, and his posture was relaxed, for the most part. Harry just seemed more vibrant, and though Susan couldn't fathom what had caused such a change within him, it suited him. He'd always been rather quiet and reserved to those he did not know well, and he was much the same now, But he became more open and relaxed the more time they spent together whilst he helped her with her upcoming newts. "I just don't get it," Susan huffed as she placed the book on the kitchen table. "How is it that two runes that should negate the effects of one another work in the same array?" "Why do you think?" Harry asked as he leaned back in his chair, sporting an amused grin. "You know, you can be a smug git," she grumbled, provoking a hearty laugh from him. "I didn't get it either at first," he said comfortingly. "The reason they work as they show in the book is because they aren't exactly a part of the same array," he explained, pointing to the cluster of symbols. "This break in the chain separates them but equally brings them together as the chain continues through to the next sequence." "That still doesn't make sense," Susan grumbled irritably. "It's magic," Harry replied with a shrug. "What does make sense about it?" She frowned. It seemed that trying to make sense of and understand everything pertaining to the study of ancient runes was not the way to approach the subject. "So this one is the same," she guessed, pointing to the next page and another example. "It is, but can you find the break in the sequence?" Harry asked. Susan frowned as she translated the runes, nodding when she found the marking that was included purely to separate two opposing effects. "Here," she announced, pointing it out to Harry. He nodded as he removed a thick stack of parchment from his open trunk. "Good," he praised. "Now you only have these to work through. I will check them when I'm back." Susan groaned as she realized just how busy she would be kept in his absence. "All of them." "All of them," Harry confirmed as he stood. "You're enjoying this," Susan accused. "You get a kick out of seeing me suffer." "Teaching does have its perks," he quipped in reply. "Besides, if you fail your exam, it will look bad on me. Have at it, Bones." Susan threw a quill at him as he took his leave of the room, offering her an infuriating wave. "Git," she snorted. Harry was a taskmaster, and he was certainly taking her education seriously. Not a day went by where he wouldn't tutor in one subject or other, and Susan was grateful for his help, even if she didn't feel it as she looked upon the pile of work he'd set for her this morning. She would let it pass, however. Today was a momentous occasion for him. For the very first time, he would be stepping into the chambers of the Wisengamot as a man of age to claim his family title. Susan had turned 17 months prior, but had not been afforded the same experience as yet. When the war was over, her time would come, but today was Harry's turn, and Susan had no doubt he would do well. He didn't seem to think so, but Harry didn't seem to understand how he was viewed by others. There was no doubt in her mind that Harry's ascension would truly make a difference, now and in the years to come. Break. It seemed that it was not so long ago that Harry was here on behalf of Hagrid and Buckbeak, standing before the entirety of the Wisengamot with Cornelius Fudge at the helm. It had been more than 3 years since that day, and much had happened during that time. The tournament, Voldemort's return, and everything else in between. So much that Harry could scarcely believe only the better part of a few years had gone by, and here he was now. The chamber was emptier, and the mood was darker. Those who noticed him enter prodded their neighbors and openly pointed to him. Harry had expected this, but it did not make it any more welcome. He offered a nod to Neville, who had evidently arrived before him, and he noticed a few of his other peers amongst the lords and ladies, just as young and inexperienced and most thrust into their positions before they were ready. Terry Boot was here, as were a few Slytherins he recognized, all doing their utmost not to draw attention to themselves. It was no secret that their fathers, or even uncles in some cases, had died in service to the Dark Lord. Harry briefly wondered how many of those lives he had taken for himself before shaking his head and taking his next to Tiberius Ogden. "It warms me to see you among us, Harry Potter," the man greeted him. "I expect all eyes will be on you." "All eyes should be on the state of the country," Harry returned. "It is tearing itself apart at the seams and will collapse if this continues. I will play my part here so long as the rest of you do so equally. Failure starts at the very top, Lord Ogden, and this is just that, isn't it?" The man's expression hardened as he nodded. "You make it sound so simple. No, Harry denied. I make it sound urgent. Ogden frowned thoughtfully and turned away, which was the problem that most within these walls seemed to have. So long as something did not affect them directly, they were willing to ignore it. It was easy for them. They lived in large houses behind gates, walls, and magical protections that most could never hope to have in place. Harry had been on the other side of that whilst he was growing up, and he'd never forgotten it. Most here had never experienced a day of hardship in their lives, not the same way as the average person did. Harry was pulled from his thoughts as Dumbledore tapped his podium with a gavel, silencing the murmuring around the room. Before we get our meeting underway, I would first like to welcome the new faces among us, he began in his role as Chief Warlock. Now, there are several things on our agenda. First and foremost, arranging trials for those involved in the attempted prison break a few weeks ago. Harry snorted amusedly. Both Narcissa and Lucius had been caught in the act, and Snape along with them. Though his trial would be a farce, the man would simply be sent away until the war was done, and then hailed a hero upon his return. Not that Harry minded. They may be on the same side, but there was certainly no love lost between them, and Harry would be glad to see the back of the surly man. Much to his relief, Dumbledore had not asked him to take on Snape's teaching responsibilities. Instead, he had hired someone else who would fill in for the man. The headmaster had not divulged who that was, but Harry didn't care. So long as someone else was willing to take on that share, it didn't matter to him. They should be arranged quickly, Lord Greengrass urged. If they are being held in the ministry, we do not wish to encourage an attack here. Harry nodded his agreement. The sooner they were put to trial and convicted, the better. Very well, Dumbledore replied, receiving numerous murmurs in support. Then I propose we begin this coming Friday. He noted it down and scanned the room with his gaze once more. As much as the focus on the ongoing war is imperative, we cannot be seen to neglect the rest of our duties. With that being said, a proposal has been submitted by the Department of Magical Transportation. Harry quickly became lost in his own thoughts as Dumbledore explained the need for faster processing times for those arriving in Britain via Potkey. And as he looked around the room for himself, he could not help but notice the sheer number of empty seats, with one, in particular, catching his attention. Not. The recently deceased lord had once been a prominent voice amongst those gathered, for better or worse, and Harry had what he could only describe as the sobering displeasure of attending the man's funeral the previous week. He'd done so in the capacity of watching over the rest of the family whilst they said their goodbyes, and though he despised the man who had once tried to kill him, he was ultimately pleased that it had not been him to take Isabella's father away from her. That dubious honor belonged to Crouch. Even now, the thought of what the man had done sickened Harry, but he had relieved himself of that burden. He felt freer for it, and though nothing would ever take away the suffering he'd endured because of Bati, he could finally move on from that chapter of his life. Crouch was dead and had suffered inordinately for what he'd done. Still, it brought little comfort to the Knotts, who were still very much in mourning despite what the former patriarch of the family had put them through. If there are no other points to raise, I will end this meeting, Dumbledore finally declared after what seemed to be hours of monotonous discussions. He did so, and Harry shared a few brief, polite exchanges with some of his peers as he took his leave of the chambers. He knew that in the future, he would have to pay closer attention to meetings, but with much still to do pertaining to the war, he couldn't bring himself to be distracted by the mundane things that he hoped would one day occupy his life. Break. It had only been a matter of weeks ago that he was still a student at Hogwarts, attending his lessons with the added stress of finding a way into the castle of the Dark Lord. Without that addendum, life had been a rather simple commodity, but since he'd fled, it had become anything but. Walking across the beach of a paradisial island should be a blissful experience. For Theo, however, it had become something of therapy. He'd known for some time that it was likely his father would die or end up in prison for the rest of his life, at the very least. The reality of the loss had been harder than he'd expected. The man was undeniably a monster, but he had not always been so, not to Theo. He remembered fonder memories of his father reading to him when he was a small boy and imparting teachings throughout his life. They'd flown together from time to time and would even sneak away from his mother and Isabella for ice cream at Fortescue's. Despite all he'd done, Theo missed the father he'd once had, though he had irrevocably changed when the Dark Lord had returned. It was as though a veneer had been ripped away, and he'd seen the monster the rest of the world had always seen for the first time. Theo realized he wasn't like his father, and he had no desire to follow in his footsteps. He wanted to see his family thrive and prosper without throwing their lot in with the Dark Lord. That choice had been taken from his hands when it was insisted he helped Draco, and now he would spend the rest of his life attempting to atone for the mistakes of his father. He sighed as he peered towards the horizon. Isabella and his mother were coping well enough now, and Theo had done his best to hold them together, to keep their spirits up whilst they were here. Still, they couldn't leave yet, not until the war was done. That meant they were at the behest of Harry Potter, something that would have been unfathomable only a year ago. Theo wasn't ungrateful. If it weren't for Potter, he'd likely be dead now. And they say that I'm broody. Theo was startled from his thoughts by the masculine voice, and he turned to find that the man he'd been pondering was standing next to him. He hadn't seen Harry since the day of his father's funeral, assuming he'd given them time to mourn. I'm not brooding, I'm thinking. What about? Theo shot him a glance. Potter wasn't mocking him. He seemed sincerely interested in what was going through his mind. How much of an uphill struggle I'm going to have to redeem the family name, Theo sighed. I suppose I could donate to charities. Potter shook his head. Malfoy did that, and he was still a scumbag to most, he pointed out. If you want to redeem your name, not just be a good person. Forget donating gold and hopping people will forget because they won't. Show them you're different and you won't even have to try to win them over. You make it sound so easy. It is, Harry chuckled. I don't believe in allowing a son to suffer for his father's sins. If I did, you'd be dead. I won't pretend to know you, but anyone who spends more than a few minutes with you can see you're not like them. Theo nodded thoughtfully. Are you going to be a philosopher when the war is done? He winced at the term and shook his head firmly. I was thinking of becoming a greengrocer, he replied. I could have my own shop in a quiet village somewhere and just sell fruit and vegetables. Bugger off, Theo snorted. You're not serious. Why not? Potter asked. I suppose you assume I want to be an aura or travel the world taking down any would-be Dark Lords I can find. I can't say it didn't cross my mind, Theo admitted. It's what you're famous for. Harry shook his head. I'm tired of fighting, he sighed. It seems I've spent my whole life either doing it or preparing for it. What about Quidditch? Harry shrugged. I'm tired of the fame. If I played Quidditch, I wouldn't escape it. Potter, you can't escape it. As much as you want to, it is going to follow you around for the rest of your life. The more you hide from it, the worse it will be when you inevitably have to appear in public. You're best to embrace it. Sign autographs if you have to, and people will become so used to your presence that they won't bother you so much. I'm not saying you won't be approached, but not so much if you're around. Right now, you're a mystery to everyone because you've been absent for most of your life. Even now, you're not seen regularly. To them, you're an enigma. You make it sound so simple, Potter said with a smirk. Because it is. Potter laughed heartily, an alien sound coming from someone usually so serious. I might like to play Quidditch, he mused aloud. It's probably what I'm best at other than the other stuff. You should, Theo encouraged. I've never been great on a broom, but even I know natural talent when I see it. You didn't start until you came to Hogwarts, and you made Draco look like an amateur. He had private lessons before first year. Maybe I will, he sighed. At least I'll have your sister there to patch me up so I can avoid St. Mungo's. Theo frowned, and Potter looked at him questioningly. What is it? He asked. Theo released a deep breath. This wasn't something he wanted to discuss with Potter, but as the head of his family, it was not something he could ignore. I know about the offer Isabella made you to carry your heir. She told you, he asked, surprised. No, Theo huffed. I overheard her talking to my mother. It was before, well, you know, it wasn't exactly the best place for privacy. Potter nodded. Have you thought about it? How can I not? He sighed. I appreciate what she wants to do for me, but I don't know. She said she wished she hadn't asked you. She thinks that's why you've not been around much. That you're trying to avoid her. No, that's not it at all, Harry replied. Wait, she regrets it. Not so much that she wouldn't do it if you agreed, but I think there's more to it than that. For whatever reason, she actually cares about you, Potter, not because of what you've done for us or anything else. As painful and strange as it is for me to admit, she likes you, and I'd be a terrible head of house and a worse brother if I tried to forbid it. I expect you've had countless offers already, so I'm not going to make you another, but I wouldn't be so opposed to you and her if that were what you both wanted. You're not going to try and put a contract in place. Theo shook his head. I have nothing to offer you that you can't get for yourself, he said with a shrug. All I have is a blessing and a warning. Either let her down gently if it isn't what you want or don't break her heart. If you do, I will come for you, Potter. Oh, I know you'd spread me across the ground to fertilize the plants, but I will come for you. Isabella is amazing, and anyone would be lucky to have her. If you tell her I said that, I'll burn your house to the ground, he finished with a grin. Potter laughed once more before he nodded. I wouldn't ever hurt her, he promised. Not intentionally. Believe it or not, I care about her too. As things are, well, you know how fucked up my life is. I do, Theo agreed. Just don't give her false hope. Anyway, it's almost dinner time. Are you staying? I don't see why not. Lead the way. Theo did so and took in their surroundings. You know, you could have picked a much worse place, he praised. Well, if I die, it will belong to your sister anyway, Potter chuckled. You left it to her. I left just about everything to her, he answered. I promised I'd take care of her even if the worst happens. Besides, the goblins would only take it. They would, Theo replied quietly, taken aback by the gesture. Greedy little shits. Break. Could you help me finish setting the table, Isabella? Her mother asked. She nodded and placed her wand up her sleeve, returning to the house to help prepare for dinner. Isabella had taken to training since they'd arrived. Without any injuries to tend to, she couldn't practice her healing, so she'd resorted to what had been one of her other favorite pastimes during her time at Durmstrang, dueling. Her Aunt Rosalina had been a fantastic duelist and had spent hours with Isabella teaching her whilst she was growing up and throughout the summer when she was home from school. That had been until the woman passed away. Nonetheless, she'd learned much from her aunt, lessons that would stay with her for the rest of her life. Where's Theo? She asked as she entered the kitchen. Walking, her mother sighed. Whilst Isabella busied herself in her own way, her younger brother occupied himself by exploring the island. Theo had been rather lost since the death of their father, more thoughtful and reclusive. Look what I found washed up on the beach, her brother declared as he joined them, followed by Harry. Isabella groaned internally. It wasn't that she wasn't pleased to see him, but she had just finished training and had not showered or fixed her hair. Hello, Harry, her mother greeted him warmly. Are you joining us for dinner? Theo told me I had to. I did not. You shouldn't lie to your mother, not. Theo glared at the but what cut off before he could offer a rebuttal. That's enough out of both of you. I won't have you bickering like school children. Technically, Theo is still a student, Harry pointed out. I'm a professor. He puffed his chest out proudly, frowning as Violetta handed him some cutlery. Well, Professor Potter, setting a table should be no challenge for you, and you will do it without magic, she added as Harry slid his wand into his hand. Bloody hell, no wonder you Slytherins are miserable gits, he muttered. She takes it easy on you, Potter, Theo grumbled. She made me spend the day cutting the lawn with a pair of scissors once. It was less than an hour, Theodore, Violetta chided. You know why I did it. Why did she do it? Harry murmured curiously. Because thought it would be amusing to set off a dung bomb at the breakfast table. That does sound amusing, Harry said thoughtfully. It was an accident, Theo protested. Well, if there are any repeat performances from anyone, there is a lot of tundra out there that could use pruning, Violetta warned. Now, wash your hands and sit at the table. They did so, sharing a conversation that couldn't be heard, though both were smirking as they took their seats, eliciting a glare from Violetta. I'm glad you weren't a boy, Isabella, she sighed. I don't know what I would have done with two of them. Isabella laughed as Theo shot the woman an affronted look. I am here. Stop pouting, not, Harry huffed. You're supposed to be a grown man. Shut up, Theo grumbled as he busied himself with the plate he was served. Isabella grinned at Harry across the table. They'd never been discourteous to one another, not around Isabella or her mother, at least, but it seemed that Harry and Theo seemed to be bonding in their own strange way. Or perhaps they were just able to tolerate one another. Isabella didn't know of any interaction they'd had at Hogwarts, but she was aware of the rivalry between Gryffindors and Slytherins, so they'd not likely been pleasant in the past. So, you will be returning for your final year next week? Violetta asked Harry, who nodded in response. I will be, and I'm going to arrange for Theodore here to be able to keep up with his own studies. There's no point in him loafing around the house doing nothing. I think that's an excellent idea, Violetta declared. I'm not calling you Professor, Theo warned. Harry shrugged. Suit yourself. I will, Theo said defiantly. Isabella hid her amused smirk. Both were as bad as any bickering teenagers she'd gone to Durmstrang with. Still, it made for an entertaining meal as they went back and forth, trading light barbs they seemed to enjoy oddly. Now I know it is a little late, and we haven't been able to do much, but happy belated birthday, Harry, her mother offered, summoning a cake from one of the nearby. You didn't have to, he sighed. Nonsense, Violetta said dismissively. You managed to make Isabella's birthday special. This was the least we could do. It's been under a preservation charm for a while, but it should be fine. Harry offered her a warm smile, chuckling as he cut into the snitch-shaped cake and offered the first slice to Isabella. Oi, I'm the head of the family, Theo protested. I should get the first slice. Well, unfortunately for you, you're not as beautiful as your sister, Harry returned. Isabella blushed as Harry relented and gave Theo some of the cake before doing the same for her mother. Thank you, he said sincerely, as he helped himself to peace and dug into it with gusto. When he was done, he slid the plate away, and Isabella gathered it up with her own, Theo's, and her mother's. I'll do that, the other woman insisted, offering her a pointed look. Isabella nodded. Having explained the offer she'd made to Harry to her mother, she knew she needed to address it with him, though it was not a thought she was relishing. Taking a breath to calm herself, she turned to him to find he'd already stood. A walk, he asked easily. You can show me exactly what my gold brought me. Isabella followed him from the house, rolling her eyes as she took the lead onto one of the paths that led into a thick gathering of trees. One of the other buildings is at the end of the trail, she explained, making small talk. The other is in the other direction. Harry nodded, seemingly trying to find his own words. I'm sorry, Isabella said as she came to a halt, for springing what I did on you. Harry shook his head as he chuckled. It took me by surprise, he admitted, and it's me that should be apologizing for leaving it so long. I can't put into words how much I appreciate it. You don't have to say anything else, Isabella assured him. He waved her off as he took her hand. I do, he sighed. I have thought about it, but I can't bring myself to bring a child into this world that I won't be able to help raise. I grew up without parents, and I would have given anything to have both or just one of them with me. If we went through with this, and I died, that means he has one. Any child of mine would either spend their life in hiding, unable to tell anyone who they are, or fighting a war that I couldn't finish. And you would be caught up in that too. I care about you, Isabella, too much to leave you in that position. I know, she sighed. I don't suppose I really saw it that way. No, but you saw it with more honorable intentions. Harry pointed out. Of course, you considered what it could mean for your family reputation, but you didn't see it in a way of what you could gain for yourself. I would have gotten a baby, Isabella pointed out amusedly. That you would have raised alone if I died. I would have had my mother and Theo, but that is neither here nor there. If it were what you wanted, I would have gone through with it. I don't doubt that, Harry replied with a smile. I really do appreciate it. Isabella squeezed his hand before releasing it. Theo knows about it, he continued. He overheard your conversation with your mother. He what? Isabella scoffed. Harry grinned at her. What did he say? Nothing much, Harry said dismissively. He was lying, and Isabella narrowed her eyes at him. Well, she pressed. You know, you look like your mother when you make that face. Don't change the subject, Isabella huffed. What did he say? Harry said nothing, and she drew her wand. His eyes widened comically, and he burst into laughter before sprinting into the trees, followed by Isabella, who was determined not to let him get away. Potter, don't run from me, she warned. Her words fell on deaf ears, and his mocking laughter echoed around her as she continued to pursue him, though she was not entirely sure she wanted to know exactly what Theo had heard from that conversation. Break. He had them laid out on the desk before him. The ring which had already been destroyed, the cup that had belonged to Helga Hufflepuff, Tom Riddle's diary, Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, and the most recently acquired locket of Salazar Slytherin. Tonight, each of these items would cease to be, with both Dumbledore and Harry agreeing they needed to be destroyed lest they fall into the hands of someone else. Albus sat behind his desk whilst he waited for the other man to arrive, and he did so only a few moments later, looking somewhat carefree. He hadn't seen Harry much over the past few weeks. With both being busy, their interactions had been brief and limited to discussing the upcoming school year. There had been no mention of what had happened to Barty Crouch Jr., and Albus did not expect he would get one. However, the changes within Harry were noticeable. He was still intense and focused, but he was undoubtedly more content, seemingly satisfied the man was no longer a threat against him and had paid for his crimes. Nonetheless, such a thought was sobering for the headmaster. It meant that Harry had indeed sought his own brand of justice, and it was all but inescapable that the young man had ensured Crouch could no longer bring misery upon anyone. Are you ready? Harry asked, pulling Albus from his maudlin thoughts. The older man nodded, gesturing to the Horcruxes, and Harry's expression darkened as he drew the sword of Gryffindor. Albus took a moment to undo the many protections he'd placed around them, mostly to keep Tom's magic contained and unable to influence any they may come into contact with. Without his own nullifying the effects, it washed over them, and the cup and locket even began to move as though they sensed the threat that was upon them. Harry did not hesitate as he brought the blade down on the ladder, and the blood-curdling scream of pain and fury that followed sent the headmasters and headmistresses of the past fleeing from their portraits. Even Fawkes was disturbed by the resulting magic and took his leave of the perch he had been resting on, disappearing in a gout of fire. That's one down, Harry murmured. Albus nodded, and though he noticed that the suffocating magic of the Horcruxes had lessened, what remained was growing in intensity. Noticing this, Harry quickly dispatched the others, and the headmaster's ears were ringing uncomfortably by the time he was done. The residual magic was perhaps the most unpleasant he'd experienced and seemed to stain his very being. It will pass, Harry assured him. When I destroyed the ring, it clung to me for days after, but it will go. Not soon enough, Albus sighed. There is only one left. The most difficult one, Harry pointed out. Until we can get the snake, it won't be over. We've seen nor heard nothing of him since that night. Albus did not need to know which night Harry was referring to. The Death Eater's attacks had continued, as had the werewolves with the coming of the full moon, but Tom seemed to have gone to ground, likely pondering his next move. Most of his valuable assets were lost to him, but that made him no less dangerous. If anything, he would be more so as he felt the net closing around him. A cornered animal was at its most lethal after all. Harry seemed to understand this, and with the snake still to locate and dispose of, the coming weeks, months, or perhaps years would be most telling. Tom may be currently absent, but it would not remain, and when he did resurface, it would be in what he believed to be a position of power, with an advantage he perceived to be insurmountable. Nonetheless, much of his biggest advantage was now lost to him, and for the first time in more decades than Albus cared to count, there was an end in sight, a silver lining on the cloud that had hung over Britain for far too long. "Come, death, come," Harry murmured ominously. The meaning of such an eerie and even morbid saying was not familiar to him, but it had evidently become a mantra to Harry, and the accompanying coldness that Albus felt wash over him only made the phrase more daunting for whoever it was aimed at. "The Peverills?" he asked curiously. Harry shook his head, his expression unreadable. "Death," he answered simply. "Break." He woke with a start, his breathing labored and feeling suddenly disturbed, as though he had been infringed upon. He could not fathom it, but something felt terribly wrong, and he tried his utmost to remember the dream he was having. There had been a cloaked figure, seemingly staring at him from within the shadows, and the Dark Lord had felt it, something almost unrecognizable with how long had passed since it had last plagued him. Fear. It was an undeniable, abject fear that had gripped him as the figure stalked him. No spell had banished it, and no magic he wielded could stop it, and then it had laughed at him mockingly before Lord Voldemort woke. Nagini remained at peace, curled up in front of the fire, her own sleep undisturbed, and yet not the Dark Lord's. Despite his best efforts to reassure himself, that most unwelcome feeling lingered, one he hoped would vanish as the new day dawned around him. Falling back into his pillows, he was quickly taken by sleep once more, this one as restless as the last, but without the presence of the figure lurking in the shadows. "Take him away," Sirius huffed tiredly, dismissing the Aurors with an impatient wave. Lucius protested, as the two men seized him under the arms and dragged him out of the Wisengamot chambers, in which he'd been a prominent member of for more than a decade and a half. A life sentence with no prospect of freedom was less than the man deserved, but as the Minister of Magic, Sirius had to work within the limits of the laws. With a sigh, he wrote down the sentence on the sheet and passed it to Tiberius Ogden, who signed it before following suit. The same had been done for Snape, although he would not be going to prison for his part in the attempted prison break, much to Sirius's chagrin. He'd made the agreement with Dumbledore that his childhood rival, if proven he was truly against Voldemort, would be sent away from Britain for the remainder of the war. Surprisingly, Snape had done just that, and he was indeed a spy against the Dark Lord. It had been something of a bittersweet revelation for Sirius, who would not deny he'd hoped the man was spying on the Order. He wasn't, and the agreement had reluctantly been honored. The pomp and circumstance of the trial had gone ahead, but upon his sentencing, Severus had been given a portkey by Dumbledore, had his wand returned, and would not be seen again for the foreseeable future. Sirius hoped the man would find something wherever he was that would keep him there permanently. "Bring in Narcissa Malfoy," he instructed, his expression darkening considerably. The woman entered the chambers, flanked by two Aurors and doing her utmost to maintain an air of poise, though the heavy bags under her eyes spoke of the trauma being imprisoned had caused her. "Narcissa Malfoy, you have entered a plea of guilt, is that correct?" "It is." Sirius nodded grimly. "As this is your first offense, and you have not been found to have been marked by the Dark Lord, nor proven to have assisted him in his efforts in a violent manner, your circumstances have been taken into account," he explained. "You are to be fined 20,000 galleons, and you will serve 10 years in prison for the attempted breakout of your son, subject to review when your time for release nears. Do you understand?" Narcissa merely nodded in response, holding her head high. "Think yourself exceedingly lucky," Sirius murmured. "Aurors, take her away." He went through the process of filling in the required forms once more, and again handed the parchment to Ogden when he was done. Much to his surprise, he took no joy in sending his cousin to prison, even if she had always looked down on him ever since he'd been sorted into Gryffindor. Nonetheless, he didn't expect Narcissa would change over the years she would endure. Her feeling of superiority was so deeply ingrained in the woman that there was no hope of her ever being different. Still, his job was done now, and it was unlikely he would remain in his post so long that he would need to address her when her decade passed. No, Sirius intended on seeing the war through, and perhaps remaining on until Britain was in a better position. Then he would retire and return back to an easy life, where all he need concern himself with was whether or not he would bother dressing for the day. Break. Although he was pleased with the outcome of the trials, Harry had endured just about all he could stomach of the Wisengamot chambers to last him a lifetime. Of course, Malfoy had made a plea that he was not acting of his own volition, that Narcissa of all people had placed him under the imperious curse. His absurd claim had dragged the trial out to an unbearable length, but ultimately, he was proven to be a liar via a dose of Veritaserum. Under the influence of the potion, he'd admitted to a plethora of crimes, extortion, blackmail, bribery, and several counts of murder along with a slew of others. Lucius would not see the light of day again as a free man, and yet, Harry could not help but think he'd gotten off lightly. "How did it go?" Susan asked as he arrived home. "As expected," he replied. "It's nice to see you with some clothes on this time," he snorted. The woman rolled her eyes at him. "I said I was sorry," she huffed. "I was expecting you to be in the meeting all day. How was I supposed to know it would finish early?" Harry had indeed returned home early on the first day of Lucius's trial, when they'd been dismissed, so they could carry out the necessary task of investigating his claim. He'd found Susan exiting the bathroom, having forgotten her towel. It had been a shock for both, though she had gotten over it much quicker than him. They'd barely seen each other since, and this was the first time they'd spoken. "It's fine," he said dismissively. "I was just unexpected." "And for me," Susan pointed out, "if I'd have taken my wand, it wouldn't have happened. I suppose it was inevitable, really, with us living together. It could have been me bumping into you." Harry chuckled and shook his head. "Do you feel ready for the rest of your exams?" "Almost," Susan sighed. "I'll get there soon, thank you for all the help." "Well, I'll still be around. I'm not sleeping at Hogwarts, so I'll only be gone during the day." "I'll make sure I don't forget that. You don't want to come home and find me naked in the kitchen." "You do that." Susan offered him a grin. "I was joking, Harry," she assured him. "You have your meeting with the rest of the staff today, don't you?" Harry nodded. "I'll be back late. I have the meeting and a few other things to look into before I'm back to Hogwarts for the feast tomorrow." "Anything you need help with?" Harry shook his head. "Not that I can think of. I will speak with Flitwick to get some charms work for you, and Slughorn too," he promised. "Thank you," Susan replied gratefully. With that, Harry bade her farewell before vanishing through the fireplace, appearing in Dumbledore's office only a moment later. "Good afternoon, Harry," the headmaster greeted him with a smile. "I expect the others will be here shortly. Please take a seat." Harry did so around the table that wasn't usually present. Being here in an official capacity, other than that as a student, was an odd experience to say the least, and it would take some getting used to. "I have taken the liberty of assigning you an office," Dumbledore informed him. "It is within the defense against the dark arts classroom. Unfortunately, as a professor, you are no longer eligible to earn points for your former house, nor represent them playing Quidditch." "I expected as much," Harry sighed. He would miss playing on the team, but as he was no longer a student at the school, he'd already considered that he might not be allowed to play. "Minerva is most distressed," Dumbledore said amusedly. "Nonetheless, when it becomes public knowledge that you are no longer a student, I am anticipating you will be rather inundated with requests to meet with representatives from the professional leagues. It has been brought to my attention by a few former students that there is considerable interest in you." "It's the first I've heard about it." Dumbledore chuckled. They are not in the business of making their interests public, he explained. Professional teams tend to play their hands carefully to avoid finding themselves embroiled in a bidding war. I expect one will ensue for your services, nonetheless. Great, Harry muttered. Of course, you are under no obligation. I know, and my responsibilities here are my priority, Harry assured him. The man offered him an appreciative smile, turning his attention towards the door as a knock sounded. Come in, Minerva, Dumbledore called. The deputy headmistress entered, followed by the rest of the staff who were arriving for the meeting. Harry did a double take as he caught sight of a familiar face, and the woman smiled at him brightly. Hello, Harry, Fleur greeted him. I suppose we will be sharing our classes. You're the defense professor. The woman nodded. Professor Dumbledore asked if I would take the post, and I agreed. I bet your father isn't best pleased. Hogwarts is safe enough, Fleur said dismissively. Gabrielle is quite jealous that I will be spending so much time with you, though. How is your sister? I've not heard from her in a while. Busy, Fleur sighed. She is determined to get better exam results than me. Harry chuckled. She has asked me to give this to you, Fleur continued, handing him a sealed envelope. She is sorry she has not seen you over the summer. It's been busy, Harry replied apologetically. For her too, it seems. Fleur nodded as she took a seat next to him. Harry had not seen her for the better part of 2 years now. Once she had graduated, Fleur had taken a job in France with the ministry, training to be a cursebreaker. Evidently, she had finished that particular venture. For the time being, at least. What made you decide to come here? He asked curiously. Fleur shrugged. I hadn't really thought about it until Professor Dumbledore approached me, she admitted. Why do you not think I will be good at it, Harry? That remains to be seen, doesn't it? He returned with a smirk. Fleur narrowed her eyes at him challengingly. She was always easy to get a rise out of. Although much had indeed changed since he'd seen her last, some things, it seemed, never would. Break. The residual magic was already fading, though it remained ominous and cold in nature. Every fiber of his being was urging him to leave, but the Dark Lord persevered in his bid to become familiar with what it was Potter wielded. Death. The house itself reeked of it, so much so that he could almost hear the screams of agony that had been torn from those who had come here, could sense the tears that had been shed, and smell the blood that still stained the floor and walls. Worse still, it all belonged to only one man, and it appeared as though it had been flung carelessly around the room, but the Dark Lord knew better. It had been nothing short of calculated torture, and were it not for the fact that it had been conducted by his foe using a branch of magic he knew not, it would be praiseworthy. As it stood, the Dark Lord could not bring himself to applaud Potter for his cruelty, no matter how admirable it was. Bati had suffered greatly in his final moments that had been drawn out to last as long as Potter could keep him alive. Lord Voldemort paused as he entered the living area, where he found the place the rest of the blood had been spilled, though used to send a morbid message would be a more apt description. You're next, Tom Riddle. Despite his best efforts to find amusement in the threat, the chill that crawled up his spine took precedence. The words and meaning behind them were credible, and the Dark Lord once more felt the unpleasant call wash over him. With a snarl, he removed his wand and aimed it towards the bloody statement. Before he could cast a spell, however, the floor beneath his feet began to tremble, and his eyes widened. The instinct to flee was now impossible to ignore, and just as he cleared the threshold of the house, he was hurled through the air by a sudden explosion, which sent him skidding across the grass. Growling in fury, he turned towards the house, his mouth falling agape as he caught sight of the rising smoke towering above the smoldering ruins. It was the very same cloaked figure that had stalked him in his dream, pointing towards him accusingly before it dissipated. Nothing remained. No figure, no house, and no smoldering ruins. It was as though it had never been there to begin with, and the Dark Lord questioned if what he just experienced had been nothing more than a fever dream. No, the fear that had plagued him remained, gnawing away at him, and there was no doubt in his mind that it was indeed as real as it could be. Break. I always knew Snape was a slimy git, Ron declared disgustedly. Hermione had spent the past years at Hogwarts defending the man, insisting that if Dumbledore trusted him, then they should too. She had evidently been wrong, as had the headmaster in his assessment of Severus Snape. She shook her head. "Who do you think will replace him as the defense professor?" she asked curiously. Ron shrugged. "Dumbledore should just get Harry to do it." "Do you think he will?" Ginny broke in. "No," Hermione denied. "Harry won't want to do it, not with the war on. He might not even come back to Hogwarts. He's done with his newts." "Oh, I hadn't thought of that," Ginny said disappointedly. "Have you heard from him?" "He wrote a few times over the summer, but he's been busy," Hermione replied with a shrug. "I did see the article about him taking up his seat on the Wisengamot." "It's strange to think this is our last year," Ron murmured. Hermione nodded her agreement as she peered down at the head girl badge that adorned her robes. Ron wouldn't admit it, but he was disappointed not to have been made head boy. That honor had been given to Blaise Zabini. She had thought that perhaps Harry would have been appointed. Academically, he had done very well, and students from all houses looked up to him for what he'd done for them throughout the running of the defense club. Maybe he turned it down. It only added credence to Hermione's notion that he wouldn't be returning at all. It saddened her that they wouldn't be finishing their Hogwarts journey together, though when she thought back to the very first journey they made on the Express 6 years ago, she couldn't believe how much Harry had changed. He'd been meek, pale, and lacking in confidence. In the space of a few short months, that had begun to change. Ever since, he has simply excelled and endured as much along the way as he had achieved. Already, his tale was a remarkable one, and Hermione was in no doubt that it had just begun. "You know, it's been peaceful without Malfoy," Ron mused aloud. "Even the rest of the Slytherins have been quiet." "Because they aren't like Malfoy," Hermione pointed out as they exited the train at Hogsmeade. "Look at them," she urged. "They want this war to end as much as the rest of us." Ron frowned, though he did not argue with her. Instead, he led them towards the carriages, opening the door and allowing Hermione and Ginny to enter first. They trundled along the path towards the castle, the majesty of the school not having any of its luster as it came into view ahead of them. "It is sad that this is the last time we will do this," Ron sighed. "Everything will change after this, won't it?" Hermione nodded. "Have you decided what you're going to do?" "I'm going to be an Auror," Ron said proudly. "You?" "I'm still thinking," Hermione huffed. "There are so many things I can see myself doing." "Well, whatever you pick, you'll be great at," Ron assured her with a smile. Hermione was taken aback by the compliment. It wasn't like the redhead to speak so freely, but his words were appreciated. He could be dense at times and even insensitive, but she would not deny that Ron had been a good friend to her overall. "Are you ready for your last sorting?" Ginny asked. Hermione released a deep breath as she followed the siblings into the castle, and then the great hall, smiling as she caught sight of Harry sitting at the staff table. He had chosen to return. In what capacity remained to be seen, but Hermione knew that Hogwarts wouldn't be the same without him, even if he were absent much of the time. Break. For those of you who were here when she represented Beauxbaton's Academy of Magic, as their champion, Fleur Delacour will be familiar to you. Please join me in welcoming Professor Delacour, who has agreed to teach defense against the dark arts. The students clapped politely for the woman, and Albus waited for the noise to die down before continuing. "Of course, as you can see, Professor Potter has also agreed to return to the castle this year to teach our first, second, and third years. He will also be running the ever-popular defense club once more." Albus smiled as the students cheered their approval. Further to this, Mr. Potter will also be acting as head of Slytherin House. His smile did not waver as the students were shocked into silence. The headmaster could feel Harry's glare burning into the back of his head. He had not mentioned it to the young man, but he could not help but exploit one of the perks of his own position. It was his prerogative as to who was the head of each house. Horace had declined the position, wishing only to teach potions, and Albus saw it as the perfect opportunity to begin mending the rift between the students clad in green and silver-trimmed robes and their peers. Harry would show no favoritism, and equally, he wouldn't allow the house he was head of be bullied or intimidated by others. Still, Albus's considerations had not seemingly been taken on board by those within the Great Hall, but he stood by it. Besides, it would amuse him to no end to see the young man squirming, whilst their respective Quidditch teams played against each other. Over the years, Harry had caused him no end of stress and worry, and Albus was not beyond a little petty revenge, something he'd learned from Nicholas during his years apprenticing under him. "That is all from me. Now, off to bed with you all," the headmaster finished with another smile. "Break." Harry cursed under his breath as he stalked towards the dungeons. He cursed his decision to return to the castle, cursed Snape for leaving him in this position, and cursed Dumbledore's irritating smile of satisfaction he wore whilst he explained his reasoning for choosing him to fill the role. "Harry, Miss Delacour will be looked down upon by many in Slytherin for what she is. And she is a new member of staff. You know the students and which ones you will need to watch. The other professors have a full workload, and I felt you were the best man for the job." Harry had simply narrowed his eyes at the grinning man before taking his leave of the office and headed towards the dungeons. Pausing in front of the blank wall at the far end of the corridor, he released a deep breath. "Aren't you going to open?" he asked impatiently. Nothing happened, and Harry fought the urge to remove his wand and blast through the brickwork. "Open," he hissed. He snorted as the wall complied, imagining how amused Salazar would be by this development. The Slytherins immediately fell silent as he entered, and Harry's gaze swept across them. He ignored the veiled smirk of Daphne and shook his head. "All right, let's not pretend that any of us are happy about this. I found out the same time as you," he explained. "You all know who I am, and I know most of you. Some have been coming to the defense club, and others have been a pain in the arse since I came here 6 years ago. From tomorrow morning, we will have a clean slate. I'm not a student here anymore, and you will afford me the same respect as you do any other member of staff. Is that clear?" He received a murmured response. "I didn't quite hear that." "Yes, Professor," the students replied reluctantly. "In return, I will treat you all fairly unless you give me a reason not to. I expect each of you to work hard in your lessons and set an example for the rest of the school. I will not tolerate any bullshit, and I will not hesitate to put you in detention if I feel the need to. Otherwise, I will be here to help you in any way I can. As I said, from tomorrow, it will be a clean slate, so if anyone has anything to say to me, now is the time." Harry waited, though none spoke, and he nodded satisfactorily. "As I'm sure you are aware by now, Zabini is our head boy for this year. He is on hand to assist you all, as are the prefects. If there is something they cannot help with, they will come to me. Any questions?" "Did you really kill a giant?" a diminutive first-year asked. "Of course he did," another answered. "It was in the newspaper, I saw the pictures." Harry released a deep sigh. "Anything else? When will we get our timetables?" "At breakfast tomorrow. If there are any issues with them, my office can be found in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom on the 4th floor. I suggest you all get some rest. It's going to be a busy day tomorrow and a bloody busy year," he added before he left the common room. "Break." Sirius was laughing hysterically at Harry's misfortune, and he vowed to buy Dumbledore an extra gift for the coming Christmas for pulling such a well-planned prank. "Don't laugh, it's not funny," Harry huffed, his reflection in the mirror one of petulance. "Come on, Harry, it is funny," Sirius snorted. "This is a good thing, and he did have good reasons for choosing you. You could be the difference between some of them joining Voldemort or turning away from him." Harry shook his head. "I know," he sighed irritably. "Anyway, I need to go. I have more than enough to be getting on with before the morning. We will catch up soon." "Take care, Harry," Sirius replied with a smile before ending the connection between the mirrors. It had taken them considerable time to form a bond of substance, and for a while, Sirius didn't think it would happen. By the time he had come back into Harry's life, he'd been 13 years old and had spent most of them without parents. Whether it was a paternal relationship they shared didn't matter to Sirius. He was just grateful to have the young man around him. Harry reminded him so much of both James and Lily, even if he was very different to both for the most part. Still, he had grown deeply fond of Harry, and had been from the very moment he'd held him in his arms as a babe. "How is she, Creature?" "Not good, Master Sirius," the elf answered. "Creature thinks Mistress Bellatrix is dying." The potion regimen had been ceased months prior after the woman had suddenly begun convulsing. Snape claimed that the potions had weakened her, allowing an illness she'd contracted in Azkaban to take hold. Slowly but surely, her resistance to anything was waning. Bellatrix slept mostly, and when she wasn't sleeping, she simply stared ahead of her with bloodshot eyes, her mind addled by whatever was destroying her. "Maybe it is for the best if she does," he sighed. "I don't think there's anything that can be done for her." Poppy had said much the same when she'd completed a check on the woman. Nonetheless, Sirius did find it rather fitting that Bellatrix had all but lost her mind, given what she had done to Frank and Alice Longbottom. No, the world would be a better place for not having his cousin in it. Now, it was just a matter of time before the disease prevailed and sapped her of what remained of her life. Break. Being in hiding had taken its toll on them. Day in and day out, being trapped in the same walls was draining at best, and James could not deny it was having a detrimental effect on their marriage. Oh, they loved one another deeply, and even the damned prophecy had somehow brought them closer together. But it felt as though neither had any space when the need arose, and the petty bickering and arguments over things that didn't matter were tiring. "Born as the 7th month dies," James murmured as he tried to calm the restless Harry. What if Dumbledore was wrong? The prophecy was not set in stone, and much of it made little sense. It didn't seem to relate to his son at all. Nonetheless, he wouldn't risk anything happening to his family, not when Voldemort seemed to be intent on finding them. On the few occasions they had seen Sirius in the past year, the man had spoken of how many times the Death Eaters had attempted to kidnap him. He, too, was now in hiding at James's urging, and it had been months since the Potters had received word from the man. James hoped he was well and not doing anything reckless. If the absolute worst were to occur, he would need Sirius to take care of Harry. There was no other he trusted more with the life of his son. "How is he?" Lily asked from the doorway. "Finally resting," James whispered with an apologetic smile. It had been another argument that had woken Harry, the raised voices disturbing his slumber. "We are going to be okay, aren't we?" Lily murmured worriedly. "Of course," James assured her. "None of this is easy, and we are bound to grate on each other at times, but we will be fine. Maybe one day we will look back and wish we were locked away from the world again." "I can think of worse people to be locked away with," Lily returned with a smile of her own. James grinned as he laid the baby in his cot. "We made that," he chuckled as he wrapped an arm around his wife. Lily nodded. "It seems as though we somehow managed to make another one." James froze. "You're pregnant?" he asked dumbly. "I am." James could only shake his head as his gaze drifted towards their son. The timing was terrible. Neither would deny that, but equally, there was nothing that would make either of them happier than bringing another baby into the world. "What are we going to do, James?" Lily asked. He tightened his grip around her and offered an easy smile. "Whatever it takes," he answered simply. Harry was dumbfounded as he was pulled from the memory. Seeing himself as a baby always left him taken aback, but this was an unexpected development. His mother had been pregnant the night Voldemort had come for them. He remained in a state of shock for several moments, trying to make sense of the warring emotions he was experiencing. Life had not been easy for James and Lily Potter, but they'd managed to find something to be joyful about, something to look forward to in the months of misery they were enduring. Tom Riddle had taken it all away from them, had murdered both and an unborn child. Anger. Harry felt it coursing through his veins in a way he'd never experienced before. He prided himself on his ability to remain poised, even during the most trying of times, but now, all of his work in the mind arts was failing him. He needed to vent, to unleash what it was that was continuing to build inside him. If Voldemort were here now, he would be perfect, but the Dark Lord was hiding in the shadows once more. Nonetheless, Harry needed to let it all out, to unburden himself of that ice-cold, righteous fury that was occluding his thoughts. With only one destination in mind, he vanished into the shadows, his fraying temper hanging on by barely a thread. Break. Working a night shift in Diagon Alley was his least favorite part of the job, especially when it was so quiet. Cedric had learned that when things were at their most peaceful was when something unpleasant was on the cusp of happening. "It's just a cat," he assured Tonks, who had startled at the sound of the animal climbing across some nearby bins. She nodded and put her wand away. "Are you okay?" Cedric asked. "You've not really been yourself today." "I'm fine," Tonks huffed irritably. Cedric frowned but said nothing else, and they continued on their patrol. "I'm not fine," Tonks sighed. "What's wrong?" "I'm bloody pregnant." Cedric blinked, unsure if he had heard her correctly. They'd come to a stop, and the two of them stared blankly at one another, waiting for the other to react. "Oh," Cedric eventually murmured. "Oh," Tonks questioned with a raised eyebrow. "Well, I don't know what I'm supposed to say," Cedric said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. "No one has ever told me they're pregnant before." "I've not been pregnant before," Tonks returned evenly. "How?" Cedric asked. "We've always been careful." "Not careful enough," Tonks grumbled. "I can't say I was expecting this." "I wasn't either." Cedric held up his hands placatingly. "I know," he murmured. "I'm not trying to blame you, I was there too." "Well, I didn't get myself pregnant, did I?" "I don't even think a metamorph can do that," Cedric replied with a smirk. Tonks glared at him. "It's not funny, Diggory." "I know," Cedric said apologetically. "What do you want me to do?" "I just want you to tell me that it will be okay." He'd never seen her so vulnerable, and he took her by the hands and gave them a squeeze. "It will be okay," he said reassuringly. "Will it? Why wouldn't it be?" Tonks shrugged. "I might be crap at being a mother. I don't even like Bobbies." Cedric chuckled. "I can't imagine you having your own child. Besides, you'll have me to help you." "You're not going to do a runner." "Do you think I would?" "I might think about it if you were pregnant." "You have such a way with words, Nymphadora," Cedric snorted amusedly. She flared her nostrils at him. "Don't push your luck, Diggory. I think we've both done that enough, don't you?" "You're probably right," Cedric sighed. "I don't think I'll be joking much when you tell your mother. Maybe Harry could hide me for a while," he added thoughtfully. "You mean when we tell my mother," Tonks corrected. "You get to explain why her daughter is pregnant out of wedlock. She was a black, remember? She won't take the news well." "Bloody hell," Cedric cursed. "I forgot that we'll have to tell people." "Well, it's not easy to hide a baby." "We could run away," Cedric suggested jokingly. "I hear Japan is really nice." "No," Tonks sighed. "My mother would find us. We're just going to have to face it." "Bugger," Cedric muttered. "We could just get married before we tell them." "Don't joke about things like that." "Who's joking?" She eyed him suspiciously. "If that's your idea of a proposal, you'd better come up with something better." She offered him a teasing grin before turning away, and Cedric nodded to himself. He was in no doubt that he'd fallen in love with the woman, and though he hadn't even considered marriage, let alone children, until much later, fate, it seemed, had other ideas. "Fine," he said to himself as he followed the currently pink-haired woman. "Fine." Break. He was breathing heavily as he surveyed the damage around him. If he were to ponder whether or not he felt better, Harry would say he did, but it wasn't enough. The room on the 7th floor of Hogwarts had borne the brunt of his rage, and still, although he was tired, it wasn't enough. Everything he had kept buried within him had surfaced. The murder of his parents, the prophecy, and every last misfortune he'd suffered throughout his life. It ran through him so coldly that it burned, and no amount of breathing could pull him back from the brink. Destroying things had not helped, but perhaps righting one of those wrongs would. Harry wasn't convinced. Nonetheless, he'd made a vow to himself some years ago now. Most had paid for that transgression against him, yet there were others, and one he'd been as keen to settle the score with more than any other. Fading into the shadows, Harry quickly found himself looking into the cell belonging to Lucius Malfoy. There were certainly perks of his godfather being the Minister of Magic. The blonde looked miserable enough, shivering in the cold room, alone and without the comforts his life had afforded him. His wife was experiencing similar circumstances, as was his son, for his own crimes. Harry cared not for Draco or Narcissa. They would serve their sentences and move on in life, but not Lucius. With a wave of his wand, Harry silenced the room before entering. Lucius turned to look at him, and the man chuckled. "Have you come to kill me, Potter?" "Yes," Harry answered simply, "but not just yet." "Well, I would say the Dark Lord was wrong about you," Lucius said humorlessly. "He thought you to be weak. Oh, you've been lucky facing him thus far, but that luck will run out. You cannot defeat him." "Maybe not," Harry replied carelessly. "Tonight isn't about Tom Riddle. We will meet, and one or both of us will die. The difference is, Malfoy, that I do not fear it. Death is freedom from all the burdens that life places upon us. You'll be free of them soon enough, as will your son and your wife. Legilimens." Malfoy had made to lunge at him, but the spell froze him in place, and though he was met with considerable resistance, Harry tore through the man's mind, claiming each and every memory pertaining to Voldemort Lucius possessed. There was an abundance of them, from their very first meeting to the last in which Lucius had received his final instructions. When he was done, Harry withdrew from Lucius's mind and looked upon the man with utter disgust. To him, murder had been sport, and he had carried out dozens of them over the years. Harry's own hands were far from clean, but he'd only killed those that he believed deserved it. Lucius was undoubtedly amongst them. The man was clutching his head as he whimpered on the ground, and Harry leveled his wand at him once more. "Imperio." Lucius's eyes glazed over, his broken mind offering no resistance now. "I would love nothing more than to see you suffer for every last thing you've done to me and everyone else, but I have no intention of spending my life here," Harry murmured. "I suppose I'll have to settle for the world remembering you as the coward I know you to be. I'll be sure to give Draco and Narcissa your best," he finished callously. He truly had no intention of harming either of them, but Lucius believing he would in his final throes of life was not something Harry could deprive himself of. "Now let me set you free of your burdens, Lucius," Harry murmured coldly. Sirius could only shake his head as he looked upon the dangling form of Lucius Malfoy. He swayed and spun gently from the bedsheet wrapped around his neck and tied to the vent in the ceiling from the other end. His bloodshot eyes bulged in their sockets morbidly, and his skin had taken on a purplish hue. "There's no sign of any foul play?" Sirius asked. "None," the guard replied. "I checked on him. He was quiet but awake. Jones checked an hour later and found him like this. No alarms were triggered and there is no residual magic. He killed himself, Minister." "Fucking coward," Sirius sighed irritably. "All right, I'll have him cut down and buried." "What should I write in my report, Minister?" "The truth," Sirius answered. "I see no reason to report it to the media, but the report will say that Lucius Malfoy took his own life. I want one from each of you and Jones on my desk before your next shift starts. Go home, McAllister." The Auror nodded and did as he was bid, leaving Sirius alone with the cold corpse of a man he'd always despised. Lucius hanging himself was something of a surprise. The man's ego would not have allowed him to commit suicide unless he truly believed he had no other option. Maybe he feared that Voldemort would come and punish him for his failure, or perhaps it was that he'd accepted there was no prospect of freedom, and he'd decided to end things on his own terms. Either way, it didn't matter to Sirius. Lucius was dead, and it was one less mouth to feed in the prison system. A callous observation indeed, but one he would not dispute. Death was too good for the likes of Malfoy, and Sirius would sooner have seen him suffer, but the dead could not be brought back. Wherever he was now, Sirius hoped it was as miserable as he'd made the lives of others, and that he wouldn't be granted a moment's peace for the rest of time. That was what Lucius deserved. Nonetheless, he would be granted a burial. If Sirius had his way, Malfoy would be discarded into the sea for his corpse to be feasted upon. But no. That was not his prerogative. His responsibilities lay elsewhere, with the war, and ensuring the people of magical Britain and beyond were safe from the monsters that lurked in the night. For now, at least. Maybe, when the war was done, he'd be able to enjoy the perks of such a powerful position. That time, however, was not now, and he couldn't bring himself to envision that, not until he was looking upon the corpse of Lord Voldemort, and those who had chosen to follow him were locked away or dead. To Sirius, it didn't matter which, so long as they no longer exacted harm on others. Break. It was strange to have his own dedicated office. Since he'd begun teaching, he'd been using the desk in the classroom to mark the work of the first through third years. He did so after each lesson finished, a menial task but one he did not wish to pile up. Now, however, he had his own space, and it was a rather bittersweet realization. Harry was no longer a student here, nor was he a child being stalked by a dark lord. He was a man, though he could not really pinpoint exactly when that had happened. Was it when he'd killed Quirrell, or somewhere between then and the moment he'd turned 17? For the most part, he'd always been self-sufficient since arriving in the wizarding world. Of course, he'd had Perenelle and Nicholas to turn to, but ultimately, it was Harry who had endured and overcome time and again in those moments his life was in the balance. He shook his head. His anger had somewhat abated in the hours that had gone by since he'd visited Lucius, but it was still there, simmering under the surface, ready to be unleashed once more. Voldemort. He would save it all for the man who was the cause of it. Maybe then he'd be free of it, and he could move on if he survived the encounter. Harry, is there something you need? Fleur shook her head. No, I'm just a little nervous, she sighed. Any tips? You've done this before. You'll be fine, Harry assured her. Just stick to what you have to teach and watch out for the students that can be a pain in the arse. You'll see who they are quickly. Fleur nodded. What are you teaching first? 5th year Gryffindors and Slytherins. That's not a bad one to start with. The Slytherins are quiet, but you might want to keep an eye on some of the Gryffindors. There are a few pranksters among them. I'll be in here if you need me. Thank you, Fleur offered appreciatively, closing the door behind her as she left the office. Alone again, Harry took a seat in his chair and spun it around, grinning. It was something he'd seen on a TV show, once when the Dursleys forgot to shut the vent on the door to his cupboard. He frowned at the thought. How things had changed since those days, and not entirely for the better. At least back then, he only needed to worry about being insulted, ensuring his chores for the day were complete, and avoiding Dudley and his gang. Now, he was being pursued by numerous murders, one of them the very same that had killed his parents. His expression darkened once more. Running from this as he had Dudley had never been an option for him, and though Voldemort was terrifying to most, Harry found he no longer feared the man. His final encounter with Tom represented something Harry had become so familiar with over the years that the outcome truly did not matter to him as much as it probably should. Death, truly, was little more than the end of one journey and the gate to eternal peace. He liked the sound of that, but he was not quite ready to enjoy it yet. There was much he wished to do here before such bliss, but first, he needed to be rid of the Dark Lord and the prophecy that hung over him. Nodding to himself, he leaned back in the chair and gazed towards the ceiling, cursing his fate but equally embracing it for the first time. Voldemort was his to kill, and Harry would have it no other way, not after all the man had done to him and his family. Break. Cedric didn't believe he'd ever felt more nervous as he stood at the front door of the Tonks family. Not even when he'd faced the dragon, unprepared, during the first task of the tournament. When he'd mentioned that he and Nymphadora would have to tell her parents, and his own, of the pregnancy, he'd not expected to be doing so less than 24 hours later. Nymphadora, however, had insisted. She didn't wish to keep it from her mother any longer. It will be better the sooner we tell her. Cedric disagreed. He was still planning their escape to Japan in his mind, not confronting one of the members of the infamous Black family. "Come in," Tonks said nervously, seemingly relieved to see him as she opened the door. Cedric crossed the threshold into the home. It wasn't lavish by any stretch, but it was clear that the Tonks family was not poor. From what he knew, Ted Tonks was a lawyer and his wife worked with him. "Are those for me?" Nymphadora asked, gesturing towards the flowers Cedric held. "For your mother," he murmured. Tonks shook her head. "I don't think a bunch of flowers is going to stop her from killing us. Japan is still an option." Nymphadora rolled her eyes and gestured for him to follow. He did so, and they were greeted by a man an inch or so shorter than Cedric, middle-aged and with a slight paunch. "You must be Cedric," Ted Tonks said warmly, offering his hand. Cedric accepted it and nodded. "It is nice to meet you, Mr. Tonks." "Mr. Tonks, call me Ted. I never was one for formalities. Come, take a seat, Andromeda will join us shortly." Cedric placed the flowers on the table as he did so, the nervousness returning despite Ted Tonks's kindly nature. In truth, it wasn't the man that concerned him. It was the woman that entered only a moment later that did. Were it not for the knowledge that Bellatrix Lestrange's current location was unknown, Cedric would have sworn she just walked into the kitchen. Nymphadora had not told him of the resemblance, and he suspected she'd either done it intentionally or did not want to draw attention to it. Cedric shot her a brief look before standing to greet the woman. "Well, a young man with manners," Andromeda declared interestedly, offering her hand. She did not do so for it to be shaken, and Cedric brushed his lips across her knuckles, receiving a nod of approval. "Kissars," Nymphadora muttered amusedly. "Whatever keeps my head on my shoulders," Cedric returned quietly as Andromeda took her seat. She was considered to be the most approachable of the trio of sisters, though Cedric could not see how any reached that conclusion. Maybe it was the uncanny likeness to Bellatrix that had thrown him, but behind the eyes of Andromeda Tonks was that same sense of danger he saw in Sirius Black, and even Narcissa Malfoy during the times he'd met her at functions over the years. "Now, before we have dinner, I think you should come out and say whatever it is you intend to," Andromeda urged. "I'd rather not share an awkward meal when it can be avoided. Nymphadora," she pressed. Cedric had never seen the Auror so nervous as she was with her mother, waiting for an answer. When she could not find the words, Andromeda hummed. "Your silence tells me all I need to know." "What is it?" Ted asked confusedly. "It seems as though our daughter is either getting married or we are going to be grandparents. I would err more towards the latter because Mr. Diggory here does not strike me as the kind of young man to propose without seeking approval. It is not as though he is going to ask us if he can fornicate with Nymphadora, is it?" Cedric had frozen, and Ted Tonks grimaced as his wife finished speaking. "I do not want to hear that," the man groaned. "Wait, she's pregnant." Andromeda hummed once more, her expression unreadable. Ted simply didn't know how to react. Cedric wasn't sure if the man would whoop with joy or lunge across the table to throttle him. "Grandparents," Ted murmured. "Nymphadora," Andromeda pressed again. Tonks nodded. "Pregnant," she said simply. "And what do you intend to do?" Tonks shrugged. "I don't know," she sighed. "I only just told Cedric last night." Andromeda's gaze drifted towards him. "Whatever needs to be done," he answered immediately, earning his second nod of approval. "Good," Andromeda declared. "The first thing you need to do is tell Sirius. I expect he will see that you are signed off work." "I don't need to stop working." "You are pregnant, and there is a war on," Andromeda said firmly. Your priority is the safety of that baby. You cannot go gallivanting as you do whilst you are expecting a baby. Your mother is right, Ted sighed. Cedric said nothing, but he agreed with them. Fine, Tonks agreed reluctantly. I will speak with Sirius tomorrow. And I suppose we should tell my parents, Cedric added. Tonks nodded. Are they going to be furious? I don't expect they'll be thrilled, he murmured. I think they intended on seeing me married first, but they'll get over it. And what of marriage? Andromeda broke in. Do you intend on marrying? She won't have me, Cedric sighed. I never said that, Tonks denied. It was the way you made me feel, Cedric returned with a pout, eliciting a chuckle from Ted. You should think yourself lucky, the man snorted. The moment Andy knew she was pregnant, I was marched to the ministry to register for our marriage. You know, I don't think I ever actually agreed, proposed, or was asked, he added thoughtfully. You said the vows, Ted, Andromeda reminded him. That's all that matters. He beamed as he nodded. And I've not regretted it for a second, he said sincerely. Andromeda smiled for the first time, and Cedric breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe the woman wouldn't kill him after all. Break. Lily, it's him. Quick, get Harry and get out. James, Go, James urged. I'll hold him off. The smile he offered was one of acceptance, and James Potter looked upon his son for what would be the final time. He knew it, could feel it down to the very core that these would be his last moments. Was he angry? Yes. Voldemort finding them meant that either Peter had been caught or had given them up willingly. He didn't know which, and right now, he didn't care. His only priority was giving Lily and Harry a chance to escape, and he knew it was a slim chance as he felt the protections fail around him and new ones took their place. Already, his wand was in hand as the front door was blasted into splinters, and he immediately banished them back towards the intruder. Voldemort. James had no doubt that it was the Dark Lord himself who had come for them, but seeing him in the doorway of his home, and the realization of what he faced was not lost on him. Potter, Voldemort greeted him, having deflected the Jameses' attack effortlessly. Hand the boy over and I will let you live. James's grip tightened around his wand. Did you really expect me to agree to that? The Dark Lord chuckled as he shook his head. No, he answered, but it is always amusing to hear a fool's defiance. James nodded, his nostrils flaring as he whipped his wand upwards, his spell slamming into a shield that had been conjured in the time it had taken him to blink. The Dark Lord was fast, impossibly so, and James only just managed to rebuff the rebuttal, the force of the magic sending him backwards until he collided with the wall, knocking the wind out of him. Nonetheless, he did not hesitate in banishing the sofa towards Voldemort to buy himself some time, only to see it reduced to splinters whilst it was midair, the shards of wood and upholstery concealing the next offering. He turned away, though not quickly enough, and the spell that grazed his arm was enough to pull it from its socket. Avada Kedavra, Voldemort cried triumphantly. James could only look on at the green spell careen towards him, his final thoughts a prayer to any that would hear his plea that his wife, son, and unborn child had managed to escape. Harry breathed a sigh of relief as he was pulled from the vision. He'd not been prepared for it, though he knew it was coming. Seeing his father's life end was not as traumatic as he'd expected, but the pride he felt for James Potter was. He'd seen what the man was capable of during his various skirmishes with the Death Eaters, and he was an exceedingly gifted wizard. Nonetheless, James had lived a life of privilege, was doted upon by his parents, and had not overcome the adversity he'd needed to be experienced enough to face Tom. Wiping the tears away, he took a seat at the foot of his bed, ruminating on what he'd seen. He knew what had come after, and it would be almost 10 years later that the cloak would come into his possession. It was done. He'd experienced the life and deaths of every man of his bloodline who'd had the pleasure of owning the cloak, the ups and downs of each, and now the fabled garment was absorbing his own memories as he lived them. Harry snorted. It was simply his turn. Perhaps one day, one of his descendants would be given the opportunity to look upon his life the same way Harry had his ancestors. For now, however, his focus was on ensuring his death at the hand of Voldemort would not follow his father's. Harry was exhausted. For the better part of 6 years, he'd experienced more lives than he cared to count. From Ignatius Peveril to James Potter, he could not put into words what he'd learned from them all, how each man whose life he'd shared had shaped him into the man he was becoming. To Harry, the lessons were invaluable, and now that the memories were seemingly over, he felt almost lost, as though now it was his responsibility to take all he'd been shown and allow it to guide him towards victory. "Come, death, come," he murmured tiredly, still unsure if he was ready to face what was coming. He wanted it more than anything else, wanted Tom Riddle to suffer at his hands for all he'd done to Harry, and to ultimately live so that his parents' lives had not been given in vain. "You question whether you are able to defeat him." The gravelly voice pulled him from his thoughts, and Harry looked up to be faced by the very same cloaked figure he'd been introduced to in the first memory the cloak had shown him. "Shouldn't I?" he returned. "Yes," the figure answered simply. "Fate decreed that you shall face one another, but not the outcome of your final meeting. You have seen him, Harry Potter, have fought him, and yet you still remain uncertain." "Because it is uncertain," Harry pointed out. "If I can't kill him, he wins. If you don't kill him, there are others that can. Fate will no longer tie him to you, and without the prophecy, he is vulnerable to all." "Is he?" Harry snorted. "Only Dumbledore is the other willing to face him." "Then you must win," Death replied. "You make it sound so easy." "Not easy, but not impossible. See for yourself." Harry frowned as the figure raised its arms. Dozens of orbs appeared in front of him. Within each, a scene was playing out in which 2 wizards were fighting. Harry recognized Voldemort's familiar visage in all, some as the man he knew today, pale, snake-like, and red-eyed. In others, he appeared to be more human. "Are they all me?" Harry whispered in disbelief as he recognized the other in all of the orbs. Death nodded. In some, Harry barely recognized himself. His age and appearance varied from being a young man all the way to something of an elderly one. "What is this?" he asked confusedly. "There are many planes of existence, many instances in which you and Tom Riddle are tied together by the words of fate. The story is never the same, and yours is only one iteration of it." "Are you talking about multiple universes?" "And timelines," Death confirmed. "See, this is you some 30 years ago fighting Tom Riddle, and again a decade or so ago." Harry looked at the orbs the figure had gestured to. In them, it was unmistakably him and Voldemort, though the settings were different, and even Harry scarcely recognized himself. "All stories told, and many yet to come," Death continued. "In some, I am present, and in others, I am not. The formula is very much the same for you, and if you look upon these, you will see that victory is indeed possible." Harry did so, and watched another version of himself killing Voldemort in what appeared to be the Ministry of Magic. "Harry Evans," Death spoke once more. "In this one, you used your mother's name and even killed Gellert Grindelwald before the inevitable fateful meeting between you and Tom Riddle." "Grindelwald," Harry said in disbelief. "Why would I lie?" Harry could only shake his head as he watched other battles unfold around him. "What is this one?" he asked curiously, pointing towards another. "That's not Voldemort." "No, that is Salazar Slytherin. This exists in a timeline where your fate was intruded upon by another being. Here, you were taken to the birth of Hogwarts." "Unbelievable," Harry whispered. "But not the strangest of instances," Death pointed out, gesturing to the rest of the orbs. There were simply too many for Harry to focus on, and they vanished only a moment later, much to his chagrin. "Each of them depicts your victory against Tom Riddle in one way or another. It would serve no purpose for you to peruse them. The story you are embodying, Harry Potter, is the one that requires your focus. Can you defeat him? The answer to that is a resounding yes, because you already have and will again more times than I care to count. Oddly, the words of the figure brought Harry some comfort, and he nodded resolutely. You are my chosen, Harry Potter, Death reminded him. I expect to harvest your soul only when it has lived a full life. The joys and sorrows of every man. With that, the figure was gone, and much of the self-doubt that had instilled itself within Harry at seeing his father killed so easily evaporated. Nonetheless, it was still there, and Harry decided that it was perhaps a good thing. He did not wish to become arrogant or complacent, nor did he wish to believe that his victory was inevitable. All that was promised was that he and Tom would meet, and one would die at the hands of the other. With that in mind, he took a calming breath to center himself, though it was not so simple to be rid of all that was playing on his mind. His journey through the memories had come to an end, and all that was left was to come to terms with the seemingly unending emotions he'd experienced from them all. The horror, joy, heartache, and heartbreak. Harry was only 17, but had lived full lives vicariously, and others that had been cut tragically short. How he'd coped with it all, he didn't know, and even now he couldn't either contextualize what he'd experienced. Break. I am relying on you, Severus. The snake must be destroyed. And I find myself putting my faith in a boy, headmaster, Severus returned. The Dark Lord is like no other I have met. You may be willing to believe in Potter, but I cannot, not in the same way. Then put your faith in me, as you have for the past 15 years. To doubt Harry is only to doubt me. Severus met Dumbledore's gaze, looking for any sign of uncertainty. You truly believe Potter can do it? I do, Albus confirmed. You still see him as the son of James and Lily Potter. There is denying he has the best of his parents within him, Severus, but he is so much more. Like you, he has been shaped by experiences most would crumble from. Think of each of them, of what you know of both. They are so eerily similar. They are, Severus agreed. Potter could be just like him one day. No, Dumbledore denied. The similarities cannot be ignored, but it is their differences that sets them apart. Tom wants power to crush the world beneath his heel, to watch it burn around him if necessary. Harry wants only peace for himself, to hide from the world that has been nothing but cruel to him. That is the difference between them, Severus, and that is what truly separates them. Tom Riddle is a monster of his own design. And Potter because he needs to be, Severus finished tiredly. You know me too well. Well enough to know what you are going to ask of me. I will kill the snake, but then I will be free of all of this. My conscience will be clear. Will it? No, Severus murmured. It will never be clear of what I have done, but I would have done all I can to see it rectified. Whether that is enough or not remains to be seen, but I expect to carry it with me for the rest of my days. We each carry something we would be rid of, but ask yourself, where would you be now without that guilt? I expect dead or worse. What say you? Severus nodded. I say that as ever, you are likely correct. He looked upon where the house was supposed to be, though it was no longer visible to him. Somewhere within the Dark Lord's protections, the man plotted, and where the Dark Lord plotted, Nagini was not far away. Peering down at the leather brace covered in runes Albus had created for him, Severus released a deep breath. For the first time in almost 20 years, the Dark Lord could not find him through the mark. To the man he'd once served, Severus was lost to him. With a nod, he removed his omnioculars from within the small bag he carried and took another sip of polyjuice potion. To any passerby, he was a simple birdwatcher, visiting the area in search of rare, local species. In truth, Severus Snape was seeking a more dangerous foe, and he could only hope that under his current guise, he, as the hunter, did not become the hunted. He would have no explanation as to why he wasn't in prison. To the rest of the world, and even the Dark Lord, he was a traitor, and to be caught now would undoubtedly mean his death. Break. It's peaceful here, Harry murmured as he looked towards the horizon. The sun would be rising soon, and Isabella nodded. It is, she agreed. She didn't know when he'd arrived. She'd woken in the night and had spotted him from her bedroom window. Recognizing his familiar silhouette, she debated whether or not he'd come for a specific reason, and having decided to approach him, Isabella could not ignore just how depleted he looked. Physically, he seemed to be as well as ever, but one look in his eyes was all she needed to see how emotionally drained he was. Isabella had waited for him to speak, and after more than an hour, commenting on the serenity of the island was the first thing he'd uttered. "I don't suppose you see it the same way as me," he chuckled humorlessly. "How do you see it?" "Freedom," he answered quietly. "This will be where I'll come when this is all over, and I want to be free." "You're not free." He grimaced at the question. "No. I don't think I understand," Isabella said apologetically. "I'm being obtuse," Harry sighed. "I don't know. A lot has happened that no one knows about." "Like what?" He turned towards her and smirked, though it lacked the playfulness she often saw in his expression. "I don't think anyone would believe me if I told them." Isabella quirked an eyebrow at him. "Harry, the first time we met, you were in an underground dueling pit, fighting and beating adult wizards when you were 14. You've done things that would have killed most people and even took a giant down with a sword." "You make it sound crazy." "It is crazy," Isabella huffed. "What's worse is that you don't know how insane any of the things you do is. I don't think there's anything you could tell me that I wouldn't believe." Harry looked at her challengingly, and Isabella returned it in equal measures. "All right," he murmured. She watched as he looked towards his sleeve and took a step back as the head of an undoubtedly venomous snake appeared. That had been shocking enough, but as he began hissing at it, her eyes widened in disbelief. "See," he snorted. Isabella fumbled over her words for a moment before shaking her head. "You're a Slytherin," she whispered. "I don't understand the Potter family." "My mother," Harry said with a fond smile. "She was a descendant from centuries ago." Isabella frowned. "Mallory Gaunt," Harry continued. "She was Salazar's granddaughter who had a child with one of my ancestors. Mallory died during childbirth, so no one ever knew the child existed. Their daughter, Carries, married a muggle named John Evans, and they moved to the east of England." "Lily Evans," Isabella said in realization. Harry nodded. "How did you discover this?" Isabella asked curiously. "Magical genealogists have perfectly mapped out the Slytherin bloodline. There's no mention of that." "The answer to that is even more unbelievable than me being a descendant of Slytherin," Harry snorted. "Try me," Isabella urged. He seemed somehow unburdened when he'd spoken of his mother, something he'd never done before, not with her, at least. "I learned of it from a vision." "You're a seer." "No, nothing like that," Harry chuckled. "When I was 11, I received a family heirloom that has been passed down through the generations from 1,000 years ago. Ever since then, I've been shown the lives of every other who has possessed it." "An heirloom." "An heirloom," Harry confirmed, not elaborating further. "At first, I thought the visions were dreams of some kind, but I quickly realized they weren't. I was living the lives of these people, sharing their experiences and all the emotions that came with them. I've seen them born and die, get married, have children, and everything in between. It was hard at first feeling all of these things that I didn't understand. I can't really say I've ever gotten used to it." "How many lives have you witnessed?" "Dozens," Harry answered. "All of my forebears up until the heirloom was gifted to the man where it all began." "I can't think of any magical item that is capable of that," Isabella murmured. "Even a pensive has its limits, and though that, you experience memories, not feel emotions of who the memory belonged to." "The heirloom takes pieces of whoever owns it," Harry explained. "I think that's how it works." "So, every Potter in the last 1,000 years has experienced the same." Harry shook his head. "Just me," he said tiredly. "It's all happened to me." "Why you?" Harry shrugged. "Because fate decided it was going to be me," he snorted. "I'm no seer, but that type of magic has played a part in my life. I am what I am because of it in some ways." "I don't understand," Isabella replied confusedly. Harry offered her a sad smile. "Have you ever wondered why Voldemort came for my family?" I suppose it was because your father refused to join him. No, Harry denied. He didn't come for my mother and father, he came for me. For you, Isabella scoffed. Harry, you were just a baby. Why would he come after you? He removed a glass ball from within his trunk and tapped it with his wand. Upon doing so, an eerie voice spoke. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, and the Dark Lord shall mark him as his equal, but he shall have power the Dark Lord knows not. For neither can live while the other survives. What is that thing? A prophecy, Harry explained. Voldemort heard half of it and came for me, he added, gesturing to the faded scar above his brow. The Dark Lord shall mark him as his equal, Isabella whispered. He did, Harry returned with a shrug. I didn't want to believe in it, but it's real. I retrieved it from the Department of Mysteries myself. Oh, Harry, Isabella groaned, taking his hand. It was made before I was born, but has been in the works for centuries. I don't suppose it really means much to me, not as it does him. He came for me because of it, and I want him dead for what he has done to me. Isabella could only nod her understanding, even if she felt as lost as Harry had looked when she'd first approached him. She wiped away an errant tear as it broke free. She may not be able to comprehend all of what Harry had told her, but she could see just what it had done to him since before he could even talk. Why are you crying? He asked confusedly. Because you've been dealing with all of this on your own, Harry. Haven't you told anyone about this? He shook his head. It's not something you bring up, is it? Isabella shook her head. She'd always thought Harry was remarkable, at first for being a fool for attending the dueling pit in disguise, but now she understood why he'd done so. He needed to be ready, and with no one to turn to, he'd done what he'd felt was necessary. It was strange to see him as she did now. He'd always been strong, even when she'd tended to his gruesome injuries. He'd never batted an eyelid. In truth, she couldn't fathom how much strength he'd had to develop and show over the years to experience what he had, and still be the person he was today. If anything, it only made her admire him more, and as he looked towards her, almost for some kind of validation, she wrapped her arms around him tightly. What's that for? He asked. Isabella shrugged. I don't know what to say about any of this, she admitted. It seemed like the best thing to do. Harry laughed heartily as he returned the embrace. If it helps, I don't know either, he replied. It all seems so surreal when I think about it, like it is all happening to someone else. I don't know what I'm doing. It just seems I've fumbled my way through one thing after another as they've come or done something monumentally stupid that somehow worked. Hasn't it? Isabella questioned. You're still alive, Harry. Against the odds, you've made it through all of it. So far, he sighed. One day, one of those stupid things will get me killed. I don't believe that, Isabella denied. I think if you were going to die, he would have gotten you by now. Well, at least someone has faith in me. After all I've seen you do and come through, it's hard not to. Harry offered her a smile as he looked towards the rising sun once sun. It's nice here, he murmured. I'd like to enjoy it more if I live through this. Won't you get lonely? Harry shook his head. I spent most of my life being lonely. I got used to it. Isabella felt her chest tighten at that. You're not lonely, Harry, she assured him. No matter what happens, I won't let you be. If you wanted to, you could just leave it all behind, you know. I've thought about it, Harry admitted. But you can't, Isabella sighed. I can't, Harry agreed. It is our destiny to meet and for one of us to kill the other. You heard the prophecy. I did, Isabella replied as she took his hand once more. So, what else are you going to do when it's over? The sun only rises and sets for a small part of each day. I'm sure I will find something to occupy my time, he replied with a grin. Teaching. He shook his head. I enjoy it, and maybe one day I might consider it. Maybe I'd like to see the world a little and maybe play Quidditch. That's a lot of maybes, Isabella pointed out. There's a lot of uncertainty. His words sobered her, and she said nothing else, choosing to simply enjoy that his countenance had relaxed considerably from when he'd arrived. In this moment, He seemed to be simply enjoying some of that peace he was looking forward to, and Isabella couldn't deny that seeing him so blissful was all she could ever want for Harry. After some time, however, he deflated and gave her hand a gentle squeeze. "I have to go. Now." He nodded reluctantly. "Voldemort might not be around, but the war isn't on hold. There's something I have to do. Something dangerous and stupid." "You know me so well," he chuckled. "The giants, I have to deal with the giants." Isabella frowned as she tightened her grip on him. "You think it will all be over soon, don't you?" "Sooner rather than later," Harry sighed. "I can feel it. It's as though everything is finally coming full circle. He will soon become desperate, and when he does, he will want to end it." "And you're ready?" "I don't know," Harry answered honestly. "I don't know." He had not been at Hogwarts since his final day of school, and Cedric had forgotten how serene it could be by simply taking a stroll around the lake. He'd done so countless times with Cho, never thinking that he'd be doing so without her. Their breakup had been amicable enough, and Cedric had moved past the relationship they'd once had, but being here, it was impossible not to reminisce on those times. "I'm sure you didn't ask me to walk with you because you're scared that the giant squid will snatch you from the bank," Harry commented dryly. Cedric chuckled. Harry had always had a way of making him laugh, even when he was terrified. The first task of the tournament was a prime example of that, and maybe that was partly why Cedric had sought him out. Yes, Harry was his friend, and had been since they'd first competed against each other on the Quidditch pitch, but he possessed the innate ability to make everything feel so much easier. "Not exactly, no," Cedric sighed as he came to a halt. "Tonks is pregnant." "Bloody hell," Harry muttered, shaking his head. "I suppose it wasn't intentional." "No," Cedric confirmed. "But you're going to be a father," Harry pointed out with a smile. Cedric nodded and offered him a weak smile in return. "I'm shit scared," he admitted. "You'd be an idiot if you weren't, and I'd question whether or not you cared about Tonks or the baby at all." Cedric frowned, and Harry held his hand up to silence him. "I know you well enough to know you wouldn't sleep with her if you didn't care about her," he placated. "And now that she's carrying your child and heir, you care about her even more." "I do." "Then that is all that matters," Harry said reassuringly. "Having a baby, especially now, won't be easy. You'll make mistakes, but you will learn along the way. That's a part of being a parent." Cedric looked at him bemusedly. "You seem confident for someone who's not a father." Harry looked almost wistfully, perhaps longingly, across the lake. "It's common sense, isn't it? You're not going to know everything, and it's one of those things that you can only learn a certain amount about from books. Every baby is different, and for what it's worth, I think you'll be a great father." His sincerity was as comforting as Cedric hoped to feel, and it brought a smile to his lips. "Thanks, Harry," he said gratefully. "I think I needed to hear that." "I'm only telling you the truth, Cedric," Harry replied. "I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it." "I know," Cedric chuckled. "You'd tell me if you thought I'd be shit at it." "You might be to begin with, but you'll get better, both of you," he reiterated. "How is Tonks?" Cedric shrugged. "She's getting used to it," he sighed. "She's not happy she has to be signed off from active work." "She should have thought of that before she let you stick a bun in her oven." Cedric snorted. "There is that," he agreed. "Still, we have to make the best of it." "And you will," Harry assured him. "Have you thought of names yet?" "I'm still trying to come to terms with it myself. But it's as terrifying as it is exciting." "It is." Oddly, Harry seemed to know exactly what it was Cedric was experiencing. "Are you sure there's not something you want to tell me?" he pressed. "You haven't got someone pregnant, have you?" "No," Harry laughed. "Nothing of the sort." "But there is someone." Harry frowned at him. "No, not really." "Harry," Cedric prodded. He shook his head. "It's complicated. Well, it's not. That's what makes it so strange." "Go on." His frown deepened, but he deflated. "There is someone," he admitted quietly. "There are others that are interested in me for their own reasons." But it feels different with her. Harry nodded. Listen, I know it will always be different because of who you are, but I get it, Cedric said, clapping him on the shoulder. I come from a prominent family, and there are those who would pursue me just to better their social standing. It's worse for you because of the influence you already have, what you've done, and what some already expect from you in the future. I know, Harry grumbled. But it feels different with her, Cedric echoed. Tell me about her. Bugger off. See, that's your problem, Cedric chuckled. You have too many secrets. Sometimes it does help to talk. You can trust me. Go on, what's she like? He folded his arms stubbornly and waited. Seeing Cedric wouldn't let it go, Harry's nostrils flared in irritation before he seemed to relax. Honestly, she's amazing, he said sincerely. We met during the summer before my 5th year, just after, well, you know. Katie. Harry swallowed deeply and nodded. It was never like that, he defended. She patched me up after I'd been dueling in one of the clubs in Nocturne Alley. I was under Polyjuice potion. Still a stupid thing to do. I know, Harry murmured. Anyway, we stayed in touch, and we've helped each other out a few times. And I hadn't really thought much of it. I knew she was beautiful and smart, but I couldn't see her in that way, not until I killed Crouch. Wait, you got him. The same night you got Malfoy, Harry informed him. I think I wasn't able to move on from Katie, not properly, until I got him. When he was dead, I was able to finally let go of all the anger and guilt I'd been holding onto. That's understandable, Harry, Cedric comforted. I know how much she meant to you. She did and still does, Harry admitted, but she wouldn't want me to dwell on it. She'd want me to live, and her parents have said the same. We still write to each other, and I visit her grave with them sometimes. Cedric offered him a sympathetic smile. But you like this girl. I do. Does she like you? Harry nodded. She cares about me, he murmured. Not because of what I've done or what I'll be. She just cares about me. She told me I could run away from all of this, and she wouldn't think any less of me. She definitely likes you, Cedric chuckled. So what's stopping you? Harry simply handed his hands out, and Cedric shook his head. Bollocks to that, he huffed. I almost died, Harry. I can accept that might still happen, but the one regret I would have is that I didn't take the opportunities I've taken. Tonks. And now a baby, Cedric said fondly. If I'd have died that night, so be it, but now if it was to happen, I would go knowing I went for it and I got to experience that kind of happiness. That's not something you should miss out on. Harry didn't seem convinced, so Cedric placed a hand on his shoulder. Look at your parents, he urged. They were caught up in the same war you are now and had to go into hiding because of it. They still got married, and they had you. Do you think either of them ever regretted that for a moment? No, Harry whispered. So why should you deprive yourself of that? She knows that there's a chance you might die, but it sounds as though she thinks the same as me. Do you regret being with Katie? Of course not. Then, why is it so hard for you to even consider that this girl likes you enough not to regret it if the worst were to happen? When do you become such a pushy prick? When I almost died, Cedric answered flatly. You know even better than I do how much that can change you. I get that you needed to heal after Katie and that it has taken you a long time to come to terms with that. But from what you have told me, you have a chance at being with someone who likes you, Harry. Not because you're the handsome and brave Harry Potter, but because she has gotten to know you away from that perception we all have of you. You know, I could punch you in the face right now, Harry muttered. That wouldn't change the fact that you know I'm right, Cedric pointed out with a grin. No, but it would make me feel better. Cedric laughed heartily. How do you plan on telling your godchild you punched me in the face for being right? That's not being a responsible role model, Harry. The other man turned to look at him sharply, and Cedric offered him a sincere nod at the questioning look he received. If anything happens to me, Harry, there's not anyone I would trust more to keep them both safe. Bloody hell, you can't be that surprised. I'm still deciding whether or not I'm going to thump you before I accept. So you'll do it. Of course, I'll do it, Harry huffed. Someone's got to teach the poor kid how to play Quidditch properly. Cedric beamed as he wrapped his arms around him. Get off me, Diggory, Harry huffed. You're making a show of yourself. Oh, shut up and be happy, Cedric replied. When he released Harry, the man was smiling proudly, the sentiment of what he'd been asked to do not having been lost on him. I mean it, Cedric urged. Be happy, Harry. He said nothing but did nod, and Cedric took that as a good sign. Whether or not he would take his advice was another matter entirely, but Cedric hoped he would. Any who had the chance to experience the happiness he was should grasp it with both hands and not let go, just as he intended to do. Break. Come in, Sirius bade as the knock sounded to the door of his office. It opened, and in stepped a seemingly nervous Tonks, her demeanor eliciting a frown from the man. Immediately, he knew that something was bothering his cousin. She had never been one for reticence or shyness. I need to speak to you, she sighed. She looked exhausted, and Sirius gestured for the woman to take the seat opposite him. With an appreciative smile, she did so and appeared as though she was struggling to find the words she wanted to say. I'm pregnant, she declared. Sirius hadn't known what to expect, but such an announcement had not crossed his mind. Although she was a woman grown, perhaps he still saw her as the little toddler he'd known before he'd been incarcerated. Congratulations, he offered tentatively. This is a good thing, isn't it? I think so, Tonks murmured. You think so? She released a deep breath and shook her head. The timing isn't good. Is there ever a perfect timing? Sirius remembered having the very same conversation with James and Lily when they'd announced they were expecting Harry. The timing had been far from advantageous, but they'd made it work. Diggory. Tonks nodded. Are you going to marry him? Despite not being one for some of the less pleasant traditions that plagued wizarding Britain, and having shunned the very thing he was preaching, perhaps hypocritically, he was still a believer in the sanctity of raising a child in a family setting. I don't know, maybe, Tonks answered. Do you want to? She shrugged, and Sirius leaned back in his chair. Well, that is for the two of you to decide, he murmured. You do know what this means. I'm going to have to restrict you to administrative work from now on. Really? Tonks groaned. Yes, and I wouldn't change it if I could, he said firmly. I know this is all new to you, but you are carrying a baby. Being on patrol or in any physical altercation is not something I will allow. That also means taking a step back from the order. Don't argue with me, Tonks, he added as she opened her mouth to do just that. When did you become so responsible? She snorted. I don't know, Sirius sighed, but I am, for every single person employed by the ministry and who calls this country home. Why isn't Diggory here? He's visiting Harry at Hogwarts, Tonks explained. He wants him to be the first that knows other than our parents. Sirius grimaced. How did your mother take it? Well enough, Tonks answered amusedly. I made sure Cedric was there when I told them. Sirius chuckled. Was he a wreck? He suggested we flee to Japan before. Japan is nice, Sirius mused aloud. Well, as imperfect as the timing is, I am happy for you both, he offered sincerely. Tonks nodded as she stood. Thank you. I suppose I should get to my desk. I'd better get used to it. For now, Sirius returned with a grin. She glared at him before taking her leave of the office, and Sirius could only shake his head. To him, Tonks's pregnancy was good news, and as far as he was concerned, there had been a lack of that for some time now. It was nice to have something positive to look forward to, and he hoped beyond hope that in the coming weeks, months, and beyond, there would be more to come. Break. As far as stupid ideas went, Harry couldn't deny this was up there with what could prove to be the very worst of them. Nonetheless, he'd done all he could to deter the giants from siding with Voldemort, going as far as to kill one when his method of poisoning them proved to be rather ineffective. Whatever hold Voldemort had over them needed to be loosened, and Harry hoped that the Gurg was open to negotiation. If he wasn't and he was feeling particularly bloodthirsty, The demise of his entire clan would be inevitable. Harry didn't expect that they would simply allow him to walk amongst them and leave if the negotiations were not ended on amicable terms. So, success truly was his only option. Ensuring he had his contingencies in place, he approached the clearing the giants had made by tearing away the trees that had once been here, his presence being noticed almost immediately by a particularly brutal male. He roared his warning, and before he knew it, Harry found himself surrounded on all sides by the behemoths. "I am here to speak with the Gurg," he declared loudly. "I do not wish to harm you, only to speak." His words seemingly fell on deaf ears until another emerged from within the trees. He was flanked on both sides by two others, but he towered over them by at least a couple of feet. He truly was a monster in every sense of the word. The trophies that adorned his neck, wrists, and even ankles, made primarily of what Harry believed was human bones. "Speak now," the Gurg demanded. "I want you to leave," Harry replied. "I will offer you safe passage back to where you came from." The giants laughed, the sound rumbling through the ground beneath Harry's feet. "We stay." Harry nodded. "What is Voldemort offering you?" "Meet a new home here." "Well, you cannot stay here," Harry returned. "Voldemort will die, and then you and your clan will follow. It's not a threat, just the truth. If you hadn't attacked the people here and came in peace, maybe something could have been done for you to stay. You chose the wrong side." The Gurg looked at him, almost vacantly, before shaking his head. "We stay," he growled. Harry cursed under his breath. How anyone had ever managed to negotiate with them before, he didn't know. It was frustrating at best, and already he knew it would not end well. "Come death, come," he murmured. With nary a thought, the coldness swept through surrounding trees, and as Harry looked towards the sky, he saw dozens of shadowy figures converging on them. Holding up a hand, he halted the Dementor's approach, noticing the discomfort of the giants from their presence. "If you choose to stay, they will stay too," he warned. "They will follow wherever you will go. If you try to leave without my assistance, you will die," he added as he drew the sword of Gryffindor. One of the giants, seemingly acting as a guard for the Gurg, lunged forward, only to stiffen as the metal projectile Harry banished towards him stuck fast into his knee. He unleashed a roar as he staggered backwards, collapsing to the ground. The basilisk had only been too happy to provide him with more venom for this endeavor, and Harry was glad he had not come here without considering all possibilities. As the fallen giant began to convulse, the rest of the clan seemed to be in two minds on whether to attack or look on, as their companion was sapped of his life. Unsure on what they would do, Harry produced the dozens of other projectiles, 3 for every single giant here, and arranged them so they pointed away from him in every direction, ensuring his safety. The Gurg glared at him, but recognized the threat he posed. "I tried to be nice," Harry sighed. "I didn't want to harm any of you, but you left me no choice. If you want to save the rest of them, you will accept my offer. I will even gift you enough meat to last 5 years and find a home for you away from England. Or you can all die here. It is your choice." He'd attempted to be diplomatic, but without any opportunity to offer them the ability of satiating their bloodlust, it seemed such an approach was never going to be possible. The giants understood only violence, and though Harry was indeed outnumbered, he had outwitted them. The Gurg knew it, but it remained to be seen if he would allow his stubbornness to prevail and be responsible for his entire clan being wiped out. Harry would do just that if necessary, though he preferred the option of a somewhat peaceful conclusion. "We leave," the Gurg growled reluctantly. Harry nodded. "I will wait whilst you gather your belongings. You will be escorted to the coast by the Dementors and my Thistral." Mallory appeared and began pawing the ground impatiently, snorting in a menacing manner. Harry smirked at the creature who stood so proudly, and followed the giants with his gaze as they vanished within the trees once more. He couldn't help but think that he should have approached them long ago, but without a clear understanding, nor any leverage, he'd been reticent to do so. Now, however, he saw that this was the only way to get them to see sense. Maybe they would have fought until the last of them stood, a revelation Harry was pleased to avoid. To kill them all in battle would incur considerable loss to human life, but here, the only risk was to himself, and Harry breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that this could have gone badly, that something could have gone awry. For once, all had seemingly gone to plan, and as the giants began following Mallory away from what had become their temporary home, he was satisfied with the outcome. Break. It was not lost on him that he'd been asked to meet in the very same place he'd overheard the prophecy being spoken by Sybil Trelawney. Perhaps Albus wished to remind him of where it was his subterfuge had begun, remind him just why he was currently doing his utmost to kill the most valuable asset the Dark Lord possessed. Maybe it was simply because it was one of the few places they were likely to be overheard now. At the time, Severus had been unaware that the surly barman of the Hog's Head was, in fact, the brother of the headmaster he'd been eavesdropping on. He'd been so careless back then, so cocksure that the man he'd pledged himself to would emerge victorious. That had all changed the night he'd failed to kill Harry Potter. It was the first time Severus had seen him for what he was, just another man hungry for power. The Dark Lord had all but sealed his fate that night, and had lost Severus's loyalty for his inability to spare Lily's life. He was pulled from his thoughts as the door to the private room he'd been received in opened, and Aberforth showed his brother in, gracing neither with even a word of greeting before leaving them. "I suppose it would be too much to expect that you've been fortunate in your endeavor, Severus." "It would." Dumbledore offered him an encouraging smile. "Worry not, I have every faith in your success." Severus could only shake his head. "I have seen no sign of either the snake or the Dark Lord. Both seem to have vanished. Do you think the contraption I fashioned is not allowing you to see the house?" "No, I took it off and still could not find it," Severus informed him. "I will remain at my post and keep you informed of any progress I make." "Thank you, Severus," Dumbledore offered sincerely. "Your efforts are most appreciated." Severus merely nodded before he took his leave of the pub, ensuring his disguise was in place once more before he appeared in Little Hangelton. Although he could not see the house, he could feel the uneasy magic in their air, and he wondered if the Dark Lord was aware of his presence, that the leather band around his arm truly hid him from his former master. No, Albus would not have tasked him with such a thing if the risk was so prevalent. He was a manipulative old fool at times, but he would not purposely place him in danger. Still, Severus could not see how he was to be successful. If the Dark Lord had any suspicion that his snake was in danger, he would not allow Nagini to leave his sign. Nonetheless, if he wasn't here, then where had he gone? "Break. Now, imagine you are surrounded by dozens of these," Harry urged, nodding towards the menacing Grindylow in the tank. He'd taken inspiration from Remus for this lesson. "Are they dangerous?" one of the third-year Hufflepuffs asked. "In larger groups, they are very difficult to fend off," Harry warned. "They have sharp claws, but it is the fingers you must watch out for. See how long they are? Perfect for strangulation. Their grip is strong, and they move faster through the water than you will believe. Now, how do you avoid being ambushed by a group of them?" "By avoiding overgrown plant life," one of the Ravenclaws answered. "They lurk in the deeper parts of freshwater and lie in wait for an opportunity to strike." "Good," Harry praised, checking the clock. "Next time we will be looking at hinkapunks, so read up on them for your homework. I will be testing you. Off you go." The students bade him farewell as they left, seemingly having enjoyed the lesson. Whether it was because they'd been fascinated by the Grindylow or by him, Harry didn't know. "I still have nightmares about them," a voice broke into his thoughts. He turned to find Fleur had entered the room and was staring at the tank that occupied the corner, her expression much darker than usual. "I dream that I'm drowning in the lake, and I don't have my wand." "Well, I think it is safe to say you don't plan on going back in there," Harry replied. "No," Fleur murmured. "I won't go back into a water that isn't hot and full of bubbles." Harry chuckled amusedly. Her fear was well-founded. He'd not exaggerated how dangerous Grindylows could be to his class. Fleur was the perfect example of that. She was a gifted witch and had been caught out by the vicious creatures. "You seem happy," she commented thoughtfully, "as opposed to always being miserable." Fleur rolled her eyes at him. "No, as opposed to always looking as though everything is weighing you down. It suits you. A girl." "A girl? You know, soft skin, delicate just like me," Fleur returned with a grin. "I certainly wouldn't call you delicate." "You're avoiding the question, Harry." He shrugged in response, and Fleur beamed at him knowingly. "It is," she declared triumphantly. "Bugger off." "Well, how very rude," Fleur giggled. "Maybe I should write to Gabrielle and tell her. I know it isn't her. I saw her yesterday and she hasn't seen you. I am happy for you, Harry, and I'm sure Gabrielle will be when she gets over the disappointment." "I haven't said anything," he protested. "You didn't have to." Fleur returned with a smirk before entering the office and closing the door behind her. Harry could only shake his head. Somehow, this was all Diggory's fault. Harry knew it wasn't, not really, but he was going to blame Cedric anyway. Cursing the other man for the perceived slight, Harry entered his own office to mark the work the students had just completed, only to be interrupted a moment later by a knock at the door. "Come in," he called with a frown. It was a distinctly unhappy Daphne who entered, the scowl she wore tearful and full of anger. "Is something wrong?" Harry asked, not knowing what else to say. "My father has arranged a marriage between me and Ernie Macmillan." "Ernie's not bad," Harry defended. "Could have been Malfoy." "He's not," Daphne agreed, "but he lacks any kind of ambition." "He's 17, Harry pointed out. "So are you." Harry shook his head. "Most of my ambition comes from wanting just to survive," he explained. "When the war is over, I have no idea what I'll do." "They'll want you to be Minister of Magic." "I have no intention of taking any kind of job. I don't even plan on staying here." "What are you going to do?" Daphne asked almost disappointedly. "Whatever the hell I want for once," Harry answered simply. "I'll do my bit in the Wisengamot, but I'm tired of politics, war, and all the other bullshit that comes with it. I just want to live my life in whatever way I choose to." Daphne nodded her understanding and looked at him appraisingly. "I should have known you wouldn't do what everyone else would want," she said amusedly. "You've always had that rebellious side to you. I think that's what I really like, Harry. You're different." "Not by choice," Harry sighed. "I'd trade places with someone with a normal life in a heartbeat. Being me isn't what the papers make it out to be. I got tired of it the moment I found out the truth about what happened to my parents." "I suppose it is different for anyone else who wants the fame and attention you have," Daphne replied thoughtfully. "To them, your life is everything they want, but I bet they'd think differently if they lived just a day of it." "Probably," Harry agreed. "Sorry, I've got my next class coming in a few minutes." Daphne nodded as she made her way to the door, pausing briefly. "You know, I'll always wonder what it would have been like if things worked out differently between us," she said quietly. "I asked my father if he'd made any offer to you, but he hadn't. He considered it, but then Macmillan came along. I expect he just wanted to ensure my future. Maybe if he had met you, he would have believed in you like I do." She left, and oddly, Harry too wondered what he'd have done if Lord Greengrass had approached. Would he have considered such an offer? Perhaps, but as things were, that was no longer a possibility. He liked Daphne, truly, but he couldn't imagine being married to her. As kind and as caring as she could be, she would want more from him than he was willing to give when it came to his prospects when the war was concluded. And to Harry, living by his own choices was something he was not willing to negotiate. Break. He needed men. Whilst he'd been focused on killing Potter, the man had been busy depleting the numbers of the Dark Lord. As such, they dwindled significantly, much to his chagrin. None of those remained from the First War, and now, Lord Voldemort found himself without any who were truly capable. That, however, would change. He'd carefully pondered where he could receive the support he needed. Strong, powerful followers who would be an asset to his efforts, but he equally needed them to be loyal. Prisons. Were he to free those who found themselves incarcerated, they would be indebted to him, and with a few choice vows of service, he would grant them such a favor. In essence, it was a good plan, but he first needed to identify and liberate these individuals. Since his visit to France and coming upon the eerie scene of Barty's murder, the Dark Lord had been busy. With a little subterfuge, he'd managed to place one of the French ministry clerks under the imperious curse, and had instructed the woman to gather information pertaining to the current prisoners of France on his behalf. Armed with that, his resurgence could begin once more, with competent men to follow his lead. Those who refused his offer would be killed, but the Dark Lord could only imagine what those who had been imprisoned for so long would be willing to do for but a taste of freedom. He smiled triumphantly to himself. France was just the beginning. From here, he would cross the borders into neighboring countries until he was satisfied with his new gathering. When he returned to Britain, Potter and those who dared oppose him would be in for a rude awakening indeed. Break. The last time he'd been here was to see the sunrise, and perhaps subconsciously he'd arrived shortly before the sun was to set. Harry could not deny that it was a sight to behold, and one he hoped to become fond of in the coming years. You know, you'll eventually turn into a fossil if you keep standing there so still. Harry grinned as he nodded and turned towards the approaching Isabella. She was wearing a white sundress, her hair falling loosely around her shoulders, and her own smile crinkling her eyes slightly. It wouldn't be a bad place to be a fossil, he replied. Isabella hummed as she stood next to him. No, it wouldn't, she agreed. Are you here to bring bad news? Harry shook his head. I've seen the sunrise here. I thought I'd like to see it set too. Isabella nodded, and they fell into a comfortable silence. Harry had never experienced nervousness with the opposite sex, but he could feel it gnawing at the pit of his stomach. It prevented him from finding the words he wished to speak, blanking his mind. Isabella seemed to sense what he was feeling, and she shifted on her feet, though she did not press him. Still, Harry did his utmost to find the words that eluded him, with little success. After a moment, he cleared his throat, not wanting the silence to drag on any longer. The offer that you made, do you still mean it? He asked tentatively. Isabella frowned in confusion, her cheeks reddening as she realized what he was referring to. I'd still do it for you, Harry, she said sincerely. Harry nodded. I'd like to, he murmured. I'd like you to have my child, but I have one condition. Name it, Isabella sighed as she looked almost sadly across the rolling waves. I'll only agree to it if it's done properly. Her cheeks reddened deeper, and Harry cursed himself internally for his poor choice of words. You mean well, you know, Isabella asked. Would that be a problem? Isabella shook her head. No, of course not. He felt his chest tighten, her willingness to go through with it warming him as he realized just how much she cared for him. You really would, wouldn't you? Isabella turned to meet his gaze, her own one of resignation. If you can't see that I'd do just about anything for you by now, Harry, I don't know what to say. It was strange for him to see her so vulnerable, and Harry found he didn't care for it. He'd been all but blind to how she felt for him and him for her. When they'd met, he'd been in perhaps the worst place of his life, and yet Isabella had been there for him through it all. When his own feelings had become what they were, Harry didn't know. Perhaps they had grown over the past couple of years he'd known her, or it had happened without him realizing. He knew it now. He knew that Isabella had been holding onto some kind of hope that maybe he would one day see it. Maybe she knew how he felt but could see Harry didn't know it yet. He could ponder it indefinitely and likely never be close to a definitive answer. It didn't matter now. Isabella had been who he'd turned to when he needed someone. She'd healed his wounds, hadn't left his side in his most vulnerable moments, and he'd confided things in her he'd never tell another. Somewhere, somehow, Harry had grown so deeply fond of her, so much so that it hurt to see her willing to give so much and receive so little in return. I know you would, he murmured softly. I'd do the same for you. Isabella looked at him confusedly, and Harry took her hands in his own, allowing himself to enjoy the softness of them. He didn't know it, not until Crouch was dead and he'd spoken with Cedric, but it had always been different with her. With the others, he'd distanced himself emotionally, but with Isabella, he hadn't even tried. "You've already done more than enough for us, Harry," she whispered, offering him a watery smile. "I'm not talking about anyone else, just you," he replied. "I know things aren't so good right now, but I'd like them to be for both of us. I'd like you to have our child, and when I said I want it to be done properly, I meant with us together as a family." Isabella frowned again. "I'm sorry, I don't know what you're saying," she sighed. She knew. She was either wanting him to say it aloud, or she dared not hope, just in case she was wrong. Once more, Harry felt a pang in his chest at the thought it was the latter. Putting them both out of their misery, he squeezed her hands and met her gaze, allowing her apparent nervousness to bolster his confidence. "If you agree, I'd like to speak with your brother about arranging a marriage between us." Isabella said nothing for a moment and turned away. "Do you mean that?" she asked emotionally. "This isn't just for the baby, is it? Because if it is..." She was cut off. Turning back towards him, Harry pressed his lips to hers. Without any hesitation, Isabella returned the kiss, and Harry allowed himself to melt into it without any remorse and with all he felt for her in this moment. When they broke apart, their foreheads came to rest on one another's, and Isabella nodded. "I'd like that," she whispered, her lips turning upwards into a smile that Harry would never tire of seeing. "What changed?" "Nothing," Harry answered honestly. "I think I just needed to hear that all of this is okay. It made me realize what I could have if I'd just let it, even if the world has gone to shit." "It won't be that way forever," Isabella assured him. "Maybe this could be the start of things going right. It feels that way for me." It was Harry's turn to smile, and he did so, uninhibited and free of the misery that had plagued him. Even if it was only for a moment, he wanted to enjoy it for all it was worth. "Sirius, are you there?" Harry asked, waving his hand in front of his godfather's face. The man nodded, and Harry reveled in the shock of the man. "When? How?" Sirius asked dumbly. "Does that matter?" "No, I'm just surprised. You never mentioned you were seeing someone." "I didn't realize I was," Harry sighed. "We met a couple of years ago, and things have just kind of become what they are without me even knowing it was happening." Sirius chuckled as he shook his head. "You really are a clueless little prat, aren't you?" Harry nodded. "That's fair." He had been, and now that he'd realized it, Harry finally felt as though he had something worth holding onto, something he'd never thought he'd needed. With Katie, it had been undeniably different. They'd grown close and enjoyed each other's company, but they had been children, fumbling their way through things neither understood. His realization didn't demean what they'd shared. If anything, it only made it more special. Katie had given him something he'd sorely needed. The experience having seen him grow past the final vestiges of timidness, he'd developed from living a life of being unwanted by what was supposed to be his own family. For the first time he could remember, he'd been wanted by someone, and now he'd found another. To Harry, that was truly invaluable, and he was in no doubt that Isabella felt the same way. "Are you all right?" Sirius asked, pulling him from his thoughts. Harry nodded. "I am," he answered honestly. "Good," Sirius said with a smile. "I'm in shock, but I'm happy for you. If this is what you want, you have my full support always." "Thanks, Sirius." The man grinned. "So, what is she like? You know it's going to cause quite a stir, given who her father is." "She's great," Harry answered. "She's going to be a healer." "She's patched me up a few times," he added amusedly. "Honestly, Isabella isn't like anyone else. She's not interested in my fame or anything else. As for who her father is, does that matter?" "Not for you," Sirius assured him. "I can't think of anyone who would kick up a fuss. Even if they did, I'd tell them to bugger off. What do the rest of her family think?" The memory of the conversation he'd had with Not came to the forefront of Harry's mind, eliciting a grin from him. Flashback. As much as I'd like to just stand here with you, I should probably speak with your brother, Harry sighed. Isabella nodded. I'll come with you, she decided. It will be interesting to see his reaction. And your mother's, Harry pointed out, leading the woman towards the house. Are you really certain this is what you want? Not regretting it already, are you? Isabella rolled her eyes at him. Not at all. Good, Harry declared. Now I suppose I'll find out what your brother is going to want from me. Isabella smirked at him and shook her head. You have no idea how this works, do you? Not a clue, Harry answered as they entered the kitchen to find Violetta and Theo sitting at the table. All right, I'm here to negotiate a trade for your sister, he announced. What is it going to cost me? 2 cows and a box of turnips. Theo was utterly dumbfounded by the statement, whilst Violetta's mouth fell agape. Isabella tutted, swatting Harry on the arm whilst she laughed. That's not how it works, she huffed, and I like to think I'd be worth more to my brother than a couple of cows and a box of turnips. I don't understand, Theo said confusedly. Am I missing something here? Lord Potter would like to negotiate an agreement so that he and Isabella can get married, Violetta informed him, her eyes widening at the realization. Is this real? Harry nodded. It is. Violetta positively beamed, and Theo remained thoroughly confused, though he managed to shake himself from his stupor. Bloody hell, he grumbled. All right, Potter, name your terms. I have no use for livestock or vegetables. It was Harry's turn to experience confusion. He had no idea what terms were typically negotiated, so he turned towards Isabella for some assistance. She grinned at him amusedly. You just have to tell him what you want from this, she explained. Is there a number of children you have in mind, or is there any compensation you'd like? That kind of thing. We have to negotiate how many children we have. We don't have to, but Theo may ask for a minimum number. 2, Theo broke in. Your own heir, and 1 for my family if I don't have children of my own. That sounds reasonable, Harry agreed. We can have more, though. Theo grimaced as he nodded. As many as you like. Sounds good to me, Harry replied with a grin, enjoying watching the other man squirm. Compensation, Theo continued after he'd managed to rid himself of the thoughts he'd rather be without. I suggest a total dowry of 50,000 galleons, payable over 10 years at 5,000 galleons per payment. That's a considerable sum, Theo, Violetta interjected. As will be expected, Theo returned. If it were any other family, I'd half it. I can't be seen to be trying to take advantage. Take advantage? 50,000 will be worth paying every nut. Theo frowned confusedly. Harry, Theo is going to be paying that gold to you, Violetta explained. Wait, what? It's a dowry to ensure your and Isabella's future. It's tradition. But I don't need it. It's not about needing it, Harry, Violetta chuckled. Think of it as a gift for you both. Harry did not like it, but he could see neither would budge. Okay, he agreed, but it will be used to fund a charity in both our family names. I will match the donation, and we can put it towards helping students who don't have the means to buy school equipment. We can even set up some summer programs for those that don't have homes or don't want to go home. That's a good idea, Theo replied. It will show that we are tied together by more than just a marriage between the two of you, and that we are looking to better society. Any other terms? Harry asked. Not any that I can think of, Theo answered. We can always revisit the conversation. Given my current position, I think it is best that you find a lawyer to draw up the contract. We can look it over together and add and change anything from there. End flashback. It had been Cedric who'd come to Harry's rescue by recommending Ted Tonks to draw up the necessary documents, ensuring that the wedding would be kept out of the public eye. I encouraged you to start dating, Harry, not marry the girl straight away. Nymphadora is pregnant, and she hasn't agreed to marry me. Have you asked? Kind of. So that's a no. I mentioned it, and she said she wanted a proper proposal. Harry smirked at the man. Best you get to it, he suggested. The longer you wait, the more she's going to expect. I don't know much about pregnant women, but I hear they can be quite irrational. How did you propose? Harry shrugged. It just kind of happened in the moment. You're a great help to me, Harry, Cedric huffed. Never mind, it's not me that all eyes will be on. We're not telling anyone outside of those being invited yet, not until the war is over. That's smart, Cedric replied thoughtfully. It was. Harry and Isabella intended to keep it a small affair. With the knots still in hiding, it would not do to draw any unwanted attention to them, though Harry had insisted on marrying in the church at Godric's Hollow. That was one tradition he would gladly honor. Isabella had readily agreed to that one stipulation, and even Theo could find no fault in it. As such, the negotiations had, much to Harry's relief, been minimal, with all involved pleased by the outcome. Harry was pulled from his thoughts by Sirius's laughter. I forget how clueless you are, he mocked. Up yours, Harry muttered. Sirius grasped him by the shoulder and offered him a smile. For what it is worth, I'm happy for you, Harry. Merlin knows we could all do with some good news. Any sign of him? Sirius shook his head. Not a bloody thing, he huffed irritably. You'd think that a gangly pale prick with no nose and red eyes wouldn't be hard to miss. He knows how to hide, Harry pointed out. He's had a ton of practice. Sirius nodded his agreement. He's up to something, he murmured. Whenever it went quiet last time, he was up to something. Then we have to make sure we're ready for whatever he can throw at us. I don't like it, Sirius sighed. I just don't like it. Me either, Harry agreed. Sirius shook his head. We will face it when it comes, he said comfortingly. Anyway, when do I get to meet the future Lady Potter? You really want to meet her? Of course, Sirius snorted. She must be quite something if you chose her over the chance to be with Avila. Harry cursed under his breath. Well, if you really want to meet her, I'll take you now. Sirius smiled and wrapped an arm around his shoulders. Lead the way, Harry, my boy, he urged. It'll certainly be more fun than meeting with the ICW later. Why are you meeting with them? Sirius shrugged. Who knows what that bunch of old fossils want, sighed. Come on, let's meet your lady. Harry frowned at the man. You're not going to try to embarrass me, are you? You mean by telling her about the time Lily was changing your nappy, and you peed in her face? Those are the kind of things I want you to keep to yourself. My lips are sealed, Sirius promised, though the smirk he wore made Harry already regret his decision to take him to meet Isabella. Break. Nicholas grinned as he added the finished touches to his work, nodding appreciatively at the craftsmanship. He was no expert, but his years of diligence had paid dividends, and the hours spent on this proving to be worth it. Taking a seat to admire the final product, his grin widened. Fire, he commanded, whooping in joy as his trebuchets unleashed a barrage of projectiles at his to-scale replica of the Beauxbatons palace. And down it goes, he added as the outer walls collapsed under the barrage. Nicholas, Perenelle called as she entered the room, her lips tugging in an amused grin as she took in the scene before her. What is that on your head? Nicholas removed it and smiled sheepishly, placing the knight's helm on the table. Protection, he murmured. Perenelle shook her head. You will clean up this mess, she sighed. Do you not have other things to do to occupy your time? No, Nicholas returned stubbornly. Boys and their toys, will you never grow up? No man ever grows up, not really, Nicholas chuckled. I know. I've lived with you for more than 6 centuries now, and you haven't changed. She said fondly, the reason I am disturbing your most important work is this. Nicholas accepted the piece of parchment she'd handed him, scanning the contents quickly. He's getting married, he whispered. It only seems like yesterday I brought him home. It does, Perenelle agreed. It was hard to imagine Harry as a grown man, even if they'd watched him grow from the small boy to who he was now. They'd remained close since Nicholas had made Harry's acquaintance. The young man visited when he was able to, and he never failed to send birthday cards and gifts, and barely a week would go by that he didn't write to them. "He's a good boy," the philosopher murmured. "I suppose we will have to buy you a new dress." "That's a lovely suggestion, Nicholas," Perenelle said approvingly. "I will fetch my coat and bag." "Now," Nicholas groaned. Perenelle quirked an eyebrow at him. "Unless your toys are more important than your devoted wife," she asked before taking her leave of the room. Nicholas could only shake his head, shooting the remains of the palace a wistful look. "I'll be back to finish you off," he muttered. "I hope you know what you're letting yourself in for, Harry. Maybe his wife won't interfere in his work," he added thoughtfully. Break. She still found it difficult to believe that she was planning her own wedding and that it was Harry she would be marrying. Isabella often pinched herself whilst perusing the various catalogues the man had acquired for her, just to be certain she wasn't dreaming. The experience they'd shared by the shore whilst watching the sunset was a surreal one, but it certainly hadn't displeased her. Isabella had been concerned that it was all so sudden, and that Harry may have been having an existential crisis of sorts. Her fears, however, had been put to rest when she discussed it with him. For more than 2 years, he'd skirted around his growing feelings for her, unable to acknowledge them through the trials and tribulations he'd faced and the emotional upheaval he'd endured. Still, maybe they were rushing into marriage, though given Harry's whirlwind life and undeniably spontaneous nature, it was rather fitting. It was an intrusive thought that they were indeed rushing things, but one that Isabella couldn't ignore. Nonetheless, she knew Harry well enough to know that he would care for her and perhaps even love her. Isabella cared deeply for him, and the prospect of marrying him was something that filled her with something she couldn't explain, but it was a feeling she wouldn't be without. "Any luck?" Isabella shook her head as her mother entered the room. "No, I still can't find the right one," she sighed, pushing the bridal magazine away from her. "You'll get there," her mother comforted. "It's never easy choosing a dress." Isabella nodded. "The dress is only the beginning," she pointed out. "We still have to choose flowers and all the other things." "Breathe, girl. You're stressing over things that don't need to be stressed over. You have me to help you." Isabella released a deep breath as she nodded, smiling as she caught sight of Harry walking towards the house from the beach. "He's here, and there's someone else with him," she added with a frown. The man was unfamiliar, but as they entered, her mother certainly recognized him. "Well, if it isn't little Sirius Black," she greeted the stranger. "Or should I call you Minister?" "Violetta," Sirius greeted her with a smirk. "You know each other?" Harry asked. "Violetta was 3 years ahead of me at Hogwarts," Sirius explained. "Of course, she was a snake." "That didn't stop you trying to put your moves on me when you were 2nd year," Violetta said amusedly. "Bloody hell," Harry cursed. "You didn't." Oh no, I was wise to his little games. Even as a little 13-year-old, he'd already garnered quite the reputation for himself. Sirius nodded proudly, and Harry looked as though he wished the ground would swallow him up. "Why didn't you tell me you knew her?" "I didn't think she'd remember," Sirius murmured. Harry shook his head. "You know, I think Azkaban was probably the best thing to happen to you. How many of your offspring do you think would be running around now?" "I wasn't that bad." "I very vividly remember you being caught with more than one girl in broom cupboards," Violetta interjected. "Unless you were practicing your cleaning skills." "Perish the thought," Sirius returned with a grin. "No, Harry, I do not have any illegitimate children running around, so stop looking at me like that. Besides, I didn't come here to be ridiculed. I came to meet your future wife. You must be Isabella." "I am," Isabella confirmed with a smile as the man kissed the back of her hand. "Well, I would certainly say Harry is punching above his weight," Sirius declared. "I always said the same when anyone showed interest in your mother." "All right, that's enough of that, you get," Harry huffed. "You're supposed to be the Minister of Magic. Show a little decorum." "I'll tell you the same thing I told your mother. I do not lack decorum, just the urge to implement it. Besides, we are going to be family. Do we really have to go through all of the blasted pleasantries? I have to do that every day when someone wants to kiss my arse. I'm tired of it." "You sound like a petulant baby," Harry pointed out, eliciting a laugh from Isabella and Violetta. "No, he's quite right," her mother said dismissively. "I think when you've had someone produce a bunch of roses through the zip on his trousers to you in the middle of the Great Hall, we can do away with pleasantries." "It gets worse," Harry groaned. "What the hell were you thinking doing that?" "You'd be surprised how often it worked," Sirius replied with a grin. "And it was daffodils, Violetta. I tried it with roses once, and the thorns were not so friendly." Harry looked horrified, and Isabella stood. Linking her arm through his own, she rested her head on his shoulder. "I can only imagine how much of a degenerate you would have been if he raised you." Harry winced, and Isabella smirked at him amusedly. "Would you care for some tea, Minister? I'm afraid I don't have any of Slughorn's finest stolen mead to hand." "Tea will be perfectly fine," Sirius replied. "He was a womanizer and a thief," Harry muttered. "What else did he get up to?" "Harry, that really is not a question you want the answer to," Sirius answered. "Let's just say I'm a changed man and leave it at that." "I think that would be for the best," Violetta commented. Break. It seemed that almost every prison across the wizarding world didn't take their security as seriously as they should. Of the 11 he'd visited in the past 30 days, each relied too heavily on their chosen guards, most of whom were underpaid or retired aurors who did not wish to die for the thankless jobs they had. As such, most were willing to tell the Dark Lord all he needed to know to access the prisoners of interest, especially when they realized the threat before them. Those prisons that did not rely on men either kept their less savory elements of society within their walls using magic, and the Dark Lord doubted there was any alive as skilled as he'd become. Regardless of what measures were in place, he'd left each establishment with exactly what he'd been seeking. It didn't matter that the guards reported the losses the moment he left. Lord Voldemort had no intention of returning. He just needed to secure a handful more loyal men, and then he'd be set to return to Britain. The next prison on his list was one that had piqued his interest when he'd heard about it during his time at Hogwarts. It had been built by another Dark Lord, one with ambitions that proved to be much too grand to see accomplished, and as he'd peered across the landscape at the imposing structure, Voldemort had nodded to himself. Nurmengard. Little was known of this place. It was said that the Dark Lord had built the prison himself, that every brick and every cell was cursed with the man's own magic. According to the rumors, it was where Grindelwald housed his strongest opposition, where they would be tortured until they perished or simply lost their minds. Now it was used by the German ministry, who had decided it was an incredibly useful fortress to house some of their own criminals. Not that such a detail mattered. There were 4 men and 2 women whom Lord Voldemort wished to make the acquaintance of within these walls. Oddly, entering the prison had been as simple as walking through the front door. There were seemingly no guards on duty, a realization that left him on edge. The magic he could feel here was different, but there was a chilling familiarity with it, subtle but undoubtedly present. As he made his way through the halls, he found that most of the cells were empty, but for those that were not. The occupants were mostly unresponsive. Only 2 he came upon on the lower responded to him, though only one with any semblance of coherence. The woman spoke in German, and the Dark Lord cast a translation spell. "Are you here to release me?" she asked. Her eyes were sunken, and her skin pale from the lack of light. "I could," Voldemort responded. "That depends on what you can do for me. What is your name?" "Alison Becker." She was one of the potential recruits on his list. "Why are the others as they are? Have they been given potions?" Becker shook her head. "It is the prison," she whispered. "It slowly makes you lose your mind. Can you not feel it clawing at you? It is magic that none should be exposed to." Voldemort nodded. She was speaking of that familiar chill that probed at the back of the consciousness, almost like a parasite slowly burrowing under the flesh. "Imagine living with it," Becker urged. It will eventually drive any mad, except for maybe the man who lives at the top. What man? No one knows who he is, but he is the only one who gets a visitor. He used to get two, but that was before my time. Now, only one comes to see him. How do you know this? The guard that brings in the prisoners told me. He said that the man at the top has been here for decades and is unaffected by the magic. He said he doesn't like speaking to him, that the man up there is dangerous. The Dark Lord frowned. He'd read nothing on the admittedly few notes on the prison he'd managed to come across. Much of his knowledge had come from old newspaper articles. There had been no mention of such a man residing here. Of course, he wished to meet him, to shed some light on the tale he'd heard. I will return shortly, he assured the woman. For your freedom, you will pledge yourself to my service. If it gets me out of here, you have a deal. I would not dawdle. The prison has a way of swallowing people up. She hadn't been jesting. The further he climbed, the more the corridors became a labyrinth, and the Dark Lord was certain he had passed through the same hall 3 or 4 times before he realized that the walls themselves were not what they appeared to be in some places. Drawing his wand, he used to get an understanding of the magic at work here, of how it was woven together to conceal what it was designed to keep hidden. When that was done, the prison was not so difficult to navigate, and he quickly found a staircase that led him upwards. The cells here were fewer, but the magic was undeniably stronger, and as he approached the end of the last corridor he reached, it peaked exponentially. Within the final cell was indeed a man, an old and frail man who seemed to be mere inches from death. More than one visit in a year, aren't I lucky? What do you want now? He frowned as he turned to look towards the Dark Lord, his icy blue eyes showing more life and intelligence than expected. Well, you are not who I was expecting unless you've had a considerable mishap, he chuckled humorlessly. No, you would never delve into such magics that would leave you in such a way. Who are you? I could ask the same of you. Ah, another Brit, the old man murmured. Let me see, a British man who has clearly experimented with magic he does not understand. You found your way to me rather admirably, to boot. Only 2 of such caliber have been brought to my attention, and you are far from young enough to be the other. I suppose that makes you one Tom Riddle. Ah, I can see by the glare you are sporting that I am correct. Have you finally managed to kill Albus? You know Dumbledore. My boy, I know Albus Dumbledore better than any other. The accent he spoke with was not British, though the Dark Lord could not fathom whom it was he was speaking with. You are confused, the man said amusedly. I expect you wouldn't be alone if others knew of my continued existence. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Gellert Grindelwald. It wasn't often the Dark Lord found himself shocked. Living in the Muggle world as a boy and experiencing the magical one was as shocked as he'd ever been. But learning that Grindelwald was still alive left him taken aback. Grindelwald, he chuckled when the shock began to wear off. The world thinks you dead. For the best, the man replied. If they thought me alive, they would insist upon killing me. I'm almost ready for that eventuality, but I would see another few years. Dumbledore locked you away. He did, Grindelwald confirmed. Despite knowing that killing me would be the right thing to do, he could not bring himself to. He is a man of morals. His words were spoken with something akin to fondness. You do not hate him. Grindelwald shook his head. No, I do not, he sighed. Albus did what he thought was right, and he bested me when it mattered. Perhaps if you are granted a spell in a place like this, you will have time to reflect on your own choices, though from what I have heard, I think it unlikely. Your enemy is not Albus Dumbledore, and certainly not so forgiving. Potter will die. And it is admirable that you believe that, but then what happens? Another will come for you, and then another, and another until you are bested, just as I was. You are too dismissive of the boy. If he is anything like his grandfather, you would not be so. His grandfather. Charles, Grindelwald confirmed. Maybe he could have defeated me if it came to a fight between us. He gave me this souvenir, he added, pointing to a scar on his cheek. You should not underestimate your foes, especially one who hails from such a line. The Potters, Voldemort asked confusedly. Before venturing to Godric's Hollow, he had investigated the family pedigree thoroughly and had found no cause for concern. Was there something he'd missed? Judging by the smug smile of Grindelwald, it appeared he had. Not the Potters, the older man said dismissively. The Peverils. The Peverils. You do not know of the Peverils. I have read the name, I believe. But you know nothing of the family. The man unleashed a bark of laughter, his eyes alight in amusement as he shook his head. Then you cannot fathom what it is you are facing, he continued gleefully. You do not know it yet, but you are already dead. The Dark Lord felt a wave of anger wash over him at the mocking tone. I would not do that if I were you, Grindelwald warned. The protections here are of my own creation. I may longer possess my wand, but the magic will keep me safe, especially against you, I expect. It will recognize its enemy. It is his magic, after all. You faced the boy, you must recognize it. What is it? Voldemort growled. Grindelwald smirked at him. Tell me, Riddle, have you heard the tale of the three brothers? Voldemort frowned. I have no time for stories, he said dismissively. Ah, but this is one you should be concerned with, Grindelwald chided, as though he was speaking to a child. He turned towards a bookshelf in the corner of the room and retrieved a thin volume. Handing it to him, he nodded. Page 54, he informed him. Read it. The Dark Lord did so. It was not a long tale, but the more he read it, the more preposterous it became, though he could not deny that it instilled a feeling of unease within him. Death, he snorted derisively. You expect me to believe this drivel. Grindelwald leaned forward with a leer. You are free to believe what you will, but I would urge you not to be so dismissive of this. I have experienced the power of the Hallows for myself. I possess the Wand of Destiny, the Death Stick, or the Elder Wand, if you please. It is an instrument of incredible power, a power that I could not fully access. I lost the wand to the only man who has bested me. Dumbledore, Voldemort whispered. Grindelwald nodded as he retreated. Albus, he confirmed. Even the wand was not enough of an advantage for me to defeat him. He always was the better of us. Dumbledore has the wand, the Dark Lord whispered in realization. That is why he has been able to survive against me. Had the wand, Grindelwald returned. And no, Dumbledore does not have the means for the wand to work as intended. He has survived because he is a brilliant wizard, even if he lacks the conviction to conclude a fight truly. Potter, on the other hand, does possess what is required. He has the blood of the Peverils flowing through his veins and at least 2 of the Hallows. The wand alone would see you to your grave. You see, the Peveril line married into the Potter one, bringing, I strongly suspect, one of the Hallows with them. That would either be the Resurrection Stone or the Cloak of Invisibility. Maybe, somehow, he possesses the third. Already you face insurmountable odds. Death's champion answers to only death, the very thing you flee from. You cannot escape it, Riddle. You are under the assumption you have been hunting Harry Potter, but you have inadvertently been seeking the very thing you fear. Death comes for us all, even those who do all they can to avoid their fate. The Dark Lord felt it once more, that cold, cruel magic probing at every fiber of his being, and he unwittingly shivered, fighting the urge to run from this place. What can I do? Grindelwald chuckled humorlessly. Nothing, he answered simply. If death wishes to claim you, it shall be so. Run if you wish, but there is nowhere you can hide from it. Dumbledore put you up to this, didn't he? Voldemort whispered. He expects me to be fearful of a children's tale, to fear Potter. I fear no man. It is no man you are facing, Grindelwald returned with a shrug. Convince yourself all you like. I have given you only the truth as I believe it. I must tell you I am scarcely wrong. Voldemort shook his head. You lie, he spat as he took a step back. I am going to kill Potter, and then I will come back for you. I will tear down every brick of this place and bury you both under it. Grindelwald shrugged. This is to be my final resting place already, he said carelessly. I look forward to hearing of your demise, Tom Riddle. There is nowhere to flee from death. You, like all others before you, will find their way into his cold embrace." With that, he turned away, and the Dark Lord followed suit, unable to rid himself of the feeling of unease that plagued him. Could Grindelwald be telling the truth? Lord Voldemort could not bring himself to believe it, and yet he could not dismiss it entirely. Magic worked in mysterious ways, and if there was even a kernel of truth to what he'd been told, it was a most concerning revelation. Thinking back on all the times he'd encountered Potter, the very same feeling he was experiencing within these walls had been present, though so much stronger. Potter had seemingly been able to summon the dead to fight on his behalf. "The stone," he murmured. The wand, he couldn't be so sure of, but he could imagine Dumbledore bestowing it upon him to give him a perceived advantage. The cloak. He paused as he remembered something Wormtail had told him before he'd visited Godric's Hollow. "James has an invisibility cloak. It is big enough to hide them both under. He says that it has been in his family for generations. Just because you may not be able to see them, it doesn't mean they're not there." The Dark Lord had not pondered the possibility, seeing as the Potters had not been hiding under such a garment, but his admittedly limited knowledge on invisibility cloaks was that the magic would eventually wear off. For one to be in the family for generations was an absurd notion. Not if it is the cloak gifted to the Peverils by death. He shook his head of that intrusive thought, not wanting to dwell on such foolery as truth. No, it could not be true. The entire tale was ludicrous, though the Dark Lord could not deny that he had witnessed and experienced many things that most would find all but impossible to believe. And yet, they were indeed very real. It was another thought that only bolstered the unease he already felt, and Lord Voldemort knew he could not dismiss what he'd heard entirely. As much as he wished to, he'd seen much of what Grindelwald had said for himself, and that brought him no further comfort in the fight that was inevitably coming. Break. It wasn't often that Sirius found himself within the chambers of the ICW, something he was grateful for. His experiences thus far had left a rather sour taste in his mouth, the body of men and women proving to be just like the Wisengamot, just on a grander stage, a group of influential wizards who wished only to serve themselves. They had little interest in the affairs of individual countries, though as he found himself being looked upon by each representative and Dumbledore in his capacity as the supreme mugwump, he could not ignore they were being exceedingly attentive towards him. "Minister Black, you have been asked here today as it appears that one of you citizens is responsible for a spate of unacceptable crimes across several of the countries represented within this very room. If you will kindly consult the stack of parchment in front of you, I'm sure you will find yourself enlightened. We have taken the liberty of summarizing our problem on page 2. It was the French representative who had addressed him, and Sirius did not appreciate the condescending tone with which he had. With a nod, he read the page and looked towards the man expectantly. "Well, what do you have to say for yourself?" Sirius looked towards Dumbledore, who offered him a look of apology and chuckled. "So your prisons have been broken into?" he asked. "Several of them, in only a matter of weeks by a citizen of your country." Sirius nodded thoughtfully. "Well, the description provided seems to describe Voldemort," he conceded. "However," he continued, meeting the gaze of the Frenchman, "I will tell you the very same thing this body has told us for the past decades. Your domestic issues are yours to settle unless they infringe upon the men and women of other countries. My question to you is, what do you want me to do about it?" "We want you to fix it." Sirius snorted amusedly. "What do you think we have been doing?" he returned. "Our men and women have been slaughtered in droves by him and his ilk. We have been fighting him for decades, but now you want to take an interest because he's decided to help himself to some of your prisoners. You are wasting my time. Do not dare tell me to handle my affairs if you are making no offer of assistance. If he is operating in your countries, then he is your problem, and that will be so until he darkens Britain once more. Now, if there is nothing else." Evidently, they had not expected such hostility from Sirius, but he did not have time for political flexing. When none offered a response, he turned and stalked from the room, irked by the audacity to call him here in the first place for something so frivolous. Nonetheless, the revelation that the Dark Lord had been freeing prisoners, likely the most unpleasant housed in each of the several countries he'd visited, was not a welcome development. If the report he'd read was indeed correct, it appeared as though the man had added around 200 people to his cause, 200 more enemies that would need to be defeated. The ministry resources were already stretched thin, and with a large wolf pack at his disposal already, such an addition for the Dark Lord could tip the scale in his favor, though only if he intended to use them for a final push. Sirius nodded to himself. That was likely Voldemort's intention, and with that thought becoming immediately urgent, his pace quickened, eager to return home to begin the necessary preparations. The war would likely be concluded soon, a prospect that Sirius looked forward to, though equally dreaded if they failed to stop the Dark Lord. "You have my apologies, Sirius. I did not know you were going to be ambushed like that," Dumbledore offered sincerely. "I was not made aware of the topic of discussion until I arrived a few moments before you. For what it is worth, I think you handled it admirably." Sirius waved him off. "They were hopping to cow me," he sighed. "What I'm more concerned with is that Voldemort seems to be recruiting from within prisons now. I've read through the list of inmates missing. It does not bring me any comfort." "Prisons," Molly interjected worriedly. "Some 200 prisoners," Sirius revealed, rubbing his eyes tiredly. "It's certainly something we can do without." The other members of the Order nodded. "He's going to make a final push, isn't he?" Arthur questioned. "I expect that is his intention," Dumbledore murmured darkly. "He cannot afford a war of attrition. He has seen how that has ended up for him. He does not make the same mistake twice." The mood that swept over those within the room was grim. "How long will he wait?" Albus shook his head. "I cannot say, but I do not expect it will be long. As the late Alastor would say, we must remain vigilant. We have now reached a point of uncertainty and must be prepared for anything. For now, return home. We will meet daily to receive any needed updates on progress." The room emptied quietly, those who had attended the gathering seemingly processing what they'd just learned. "I must be going too, Sirius," Albus announced. "I would urge you to be cautious, especially now. These truly are the most dangerous of times." Sirius nodded his understanding, and Albus took his leave of Grimmauld Place, his next destination a pivotal visit he would make in this war. The report had not arrived until Sirius had left the ICW chambers, but Tom had made his way to Nurmengard, leaving with only one prisoner. It hadn't been Gellert, but with how meticulous his former pupil was, Albus did not doubt he made the acquaintance of his childhood friend, at the very least. What Gellert would have told him, however, was another matter entirely, though his penchant for causing chaos was most troubling, particularly with so much hanging in the balance. Albus could not trust the man not to share what he knew pertaining to certain topics, and if he had, it could prove to have a detrimental effect on the war and what Tom would do next. "Break. You know you don't have to go." "I know, but it feels like it is the right time," Susan replied as she added a pile of clothes to her trunk before closing it. "There's no reason for me to stay here anymore, Harry. I have passed my newts, and with you getting married, you should have your own space," she added with a grin. "We're not getting married yet." "I know, but I'm tired, Harry," Susan sighed. "I've been in hiding for so long, and I just want to have a semblance of freedom again. You must understand that." Harry nodded. "I do," he assured her. "Where will you go?" "I'm going home. I'm tired of hiding from him. Amelia didn't, and I won't either. I'm not a child who can hide under their bed from the monsters of the world anymore. I'm a grown woman, a Bones, and we do not hide from our enemies. If he comes for me, then he comes." Harry shook his head as he reached into his pocket and offered her the small, wooden Potter crest. "If he comes for you, you'll use this," he said firmly. "It will bring you back here and out of danger. Promise me, Susan." She rolled her eyes at him and nodded. "Fine," she agreed, "I will use it." "Good," Harry declared. "Good luck, Susan." "You too, Harry," she returned, offering him a smile and wrapping him in her arms. Thank you for everything. I couldn't have done it without you. He waved her off. You made it easy. If only the students could do the same, he sighed. It's not easy being a teacher. It's not, Harry agreed with a chuckle. That's why I have no intention of being one for any longer than necessary. I think Fleur will be okay to take over fully next year. What will you do? Harry shrugged. Not teach, he said with a grin. Susan laughed as she shook her head, making her way towards the fireplace. Thank you again, Harry, she said sincerely. With a final smile, she stepped into the flames and vanished, leaving Harry alone. He wasn't disappointed to have his home to himself once more, and the additional hours he'd gained where he wouldn't be tutoring her would certainly prove to be useful. Susan was right. With the wedding in the not-so-distant future, he would appreciate somewhere he and Isabella could be alone, and he knew his bride-to-be would feel the same. Still, there was time before he would be married, and he could simply enjoy having a space to truly call his own after a hard day of teaching and dealing with whatever Voldemort threw at him, even if the Dark Lord had been uncomfortably quiet recently. That wouldn't last, and it only served to remind Harry of all the other things he had to do in the meantime, beginning the very next morning. He'd carefully pondered who he would be inviting to the wedding, and many had been dismissed readily, but there were 2 more he wished to invite that he had not discussed it with as yet. Break. Revealing the pregnancy to his parents had not been as well received as Cedric had hoped. He knew they both loved him dearly. Despite this, it was impossible to miss the disappointment his father felt for him in that moment. Amos Diggory had always been supportive of Cedric, had encouraged him to do well in school, to play Quidditch, and even enter the Triwizard Tournament. Nonetheless, he was a traditionalist at heart in some ways, and having a child out of wedlock was something he certainly disapproved of. Cedric had never seen such disappointment in the man's eyes when he'd informed him that Tonks was pregnant. His father didn't care that the woman was a half-blood, nor that she was a working Auror. He admired Nymphadora, but her falling pregnant was just something he was struggling to accept. Perhaps it was too much to spring on the man so suddenly. Maybe Cedric should have told his parents when they were alone, and not subjected the woman to the same disappointment he'd experienced. He released a deep sigh as he checked his watch. He only had 5 minutes left of his shift, and then he promised Nymphadora he would visit her so they could begin looking into purchasing the first items for their son or daughter. The thought brought a smile to his lips, removing any of the negativity that was plaguing him. He hadn't intended to upset his parents, but the truth was, they would need to get used to the idea that he was going to be a father. Giving the alley a final glance and being thankful for a quiet shift, he made his way to the apparition point and vanished with a gentle pop. Arriving in front of Tonks's apartment building, he tapped the buzzer with his wand to alert her he'd arrived. She answered the door in her pajamas and gestured for him to enter. Upon doing so, she pressed her lips to his. "Busy night?" she asked expectantly. Cedric shook his head. "Quiet," he informed her. She nodded and released a deep sigh. Nymphadora was struggling with being stuck on desk duties, which consisted of filing paperwork, after spending the better part of 2 weeks getting it all in order to begin with. "I've been looking through some of these catalogs," she explained, patting the sofa next to her. "Don't worry, I've not picked anything yet." "You can pick anything you like," Cedric assured her. "I don't know about any of this stuff." She offered him a grin. "What, you never sat with your friends at school choosing baby outfits and planning your wedding?" she teased. "Boys don't really do that stuff," Cedric snorted. "We talk about Quidditch." "Of course you do," Tonks chuckled. "Well, you have to think about these things now, Diggory. You're going to have a baby." Cedric nodded as he smiled. "So what have you found?" he asked. He listened and watched as Tonks began flicking through some of the volumes, pointing out an assortment of clothing, cots, and even little seats specially designed for Bobbies. It was all rather domesticated, and it only endeared her to him more. "Marry me," he blurted. Tonks looked towards him and narrowed her eyes. If this is because of your parents. He took her hands, cutting her off. This has nothing to do with my mother and father, he said sincerely. This is about us. I was trying to find a way to ask you properly after you told me you were pregnant, and this isn't just about the baby either. I know that none of this is how either of us envisioned it, but I've fallen in love with you, and I want us to share our lives together. I thought you said you'd never thought about it. I hadn't until I met you, Cedric returned honestly. His words brought a smile to her lips. Do you mean it? She asked. Of course. Then I'll marry, Tonks agreed, but I do not want a big ceremony, something small. We could always elope, Cedric chuckled. Nymphadora nodded. Why not? She asked. Just you, me, my parents, and yours, would that be so bad? Cedric shook his head. That sounds perfect to me. Then that's what we will do, Tonks decided. When? Why not tomorrow? Cedric wasn't sure if she was being serious, but when no punchline was forthcoming, he nodded. Do you know a place? No, but I know 2 people who can do it, she replied with a smirk. Dumbledore and Sirius, Cedric snorted amusedly. Sirius. Tonks nodded. I'll send him a message now, she declared. We can fetch our parents in the morning. I think my father might have an aneurysm, Cedric chuckled. At least he won't have a reason to complain anymore, he added thoughtfully. So it's decided, Tonks asked nervously. It is, Cedric confirmed. You can't back out now, it was your idea. Break. He could feel Tom's presence the moment he entered the formidable prison. The familiar vile magic washed over him and grew only stronger as he traced the steps of the Dark Lord. As expected, he found the cell of the German mass murderer, Alison Becker, empty, and Albus shook his head. Already, she was likely in Britain, recovering from her ordeal here and readying herself to help the man who had freed her. However, it was not Becker Albus had come to see, and as he approached the cell, a bark of laughter rang out down the length of the corridor. I expected you would come, old friend, Gellert greeted him gleefully. What did you tell him, Gellert? This and that, the man replied with a dismissive shrug. He was surprised to find me. I suppose you have indeed managed to keep my status quite a secret. Kudos to you, Albus, but then again, you always have been good at keeping your secrets, haven't you? When necessary. Gellert snorted derisively. Let us not play games. You are here only to learn what I told Riddle. I am, Albus confirmed unashamedly. I suppose it would be too much to assume that you said nothing. It would, Gellert replied carelessly. I told him, Albus, he added darkly. I told him all about the Hallows and the connection of the Potter boy to the Peverils. Albus deflated at the revelation. Are you truly so bitter? Gellert shrugged, his piercing blue eyes meeting Albus's own. Not bitter, Albus, he replied quietly. I let go of my bitterness long ago. No, I merely enjoy seeing you squirm. It has become something of a passion of mine throughout my years here. I remember when you first came and told me about the boy, how concerning his proclivities already were. Do you remember what I told you? You would have seen me kill him. Exactly, Gellert confirmed. And had you followed my advice, you would not be here now. You always were too weak to see things through, Albus. You've left the dirty work for someone who is still a boy because you did not have the guts to do what was needed. I had hoped he would change. You had the same hope for me once upon a time, Gellert reminded him. Because of that, thousands lost their lives. Thousands lost their lives because of you, Albus snapped, his temper beginning to fray. You could have stopped me any time you wished. You proved that the day we met, and you bested me, even with the wand in my possession. I expect you have given it to the boy. I have. Then perhaps he has a semblance of hope of winning, Gellert murmured. Riddle is evil, Albus, more so than I ever was, and he has done unspeakable things to ensure his survival. I could feel it leaking off him. I can still feel it now. I have every faith in Harry. Then you'd best hope it is not misplaced, Gellert warned. If he perishes, then who else is there? Certainly not you. You are as old as I am, and even with a wand, I would not be what I once was. The years have crept up on us, old friend, and I suspect neither of us is for this world much longer. I often ponder the dream we once shared and wonder what the world would look like if we'd seen it through. The likes of Tom Riddle would never have risen. And yet, I fear the world would be a worse place, Albus sighed sadly, turning to leave. I expect this will be the last time I see you, Gellert murmured. Riddle has promised to tear this place down with me in it. You should have considered that before you told him, Gellert, Albus replied. If this shall be our last meeting, then so be it. I do not believe there is anything else for us to say to one another that hasn't been said before. I am truly sorry I could never help you. And I'm sorry that you could not understand my vision for the world. Perhaps in another life, things will be different. Albus met Gellert's gaze a final time and was unable to prevent himself from returning the wistful smile. Perhaps, he replied. Break. It wasn't unusual for Harry to be summoned by Dumbledore, and it had become more common in recent months when the man wished to discuss their combined war efforts. Being sent for in the hourly hours of the morning, however, was not something the headmaster had done, and for him to do so now could only mean that what he couldn't wait until the morning to discuss was most urgent. Come in, Harry, the man called as he knocked at the door to his office. He entered to find Dumbledore stroking Fawkes's plumage, something he did when he was pondering something or simply sought comfort in his companion. I'm not going to like this, am I? Dumbledore released a deep breath as he shook his head. I fear not, and for several reasons, he sighed. Please take a seat. Harry did so and waited expectantly for the man to speak, noting how exhausted the headmaster was. Evidently, it had been a trying day. It seems that Tom has become aware of the existence of the Deathly Hallows. Harry frowned at the revelation. It's a very specific thing to become aware of, and most of those that believe in them are, let's just say, not the most reliable of people. It was something Harry had been looking into. There were those who ardently believed in the existence of the Hallows and had dedicated their lives to seeking them out. Harry did not wish to fall prey to either the groups or the individuals who would not hesitate to murder him to possess them, even if they were usually rather benevolent people. To own the Hallows was a dream of many, and some would certainly resort to murder to have them for themselves. What they intended to do with them, he shuddered to think, but they would be sorely disappointed that they would not live up to the expectations laid out by the tale of the three brothers. Indeed, Dumbledore conceded, but there are those of us who once harbored considerable ambition that sought them. I was one of them, and there was another very dangerous man who came into possession of one. Grindelwald, Harry said with a frown. Dumbledore nodded. As you are aware, Tom recently turned his attention to replenishing his depleting numbers, and finding Britain lacking, he ventured elsewhere. He has been freeing prisoners, the very most worrisome, across the wizarding world. On his travels, he paid a visit to Nurmengard. Harry frowned confusedly. For the past 5 decades, it has hosted the very man that built it, and Tom managed to make his acquaintance. Grindelwald told Tom about the Deathly Hallows. He did, Dumbledore confirmed. If I may say, you do not seem surprised to learn that Gellert is still alive. Harry shrugged. I like to think I've gotten to know you well enough over the years. You're not a killer, Professor. Even if someone truly deserves it, you wouldn't take a life intentionally unless it was necessary. I cannot see you killing Grindelwald after you disarmed him. That is a rather astute observation, Harry, and one, much to my own detriment, is true. Had I killed Gellert, Tom would not have learned of them. Not from Grindelwald, at least, Harry sighed. Bloody hell, he continued in realization. He didn't free him, did he? He did not, Albus assured him. On the contrary, he has vowed to tear Nurmengard down. Harry frowned thoughtfully. Why wouldn't he try to get him on his side? That is an interesting question, Harry, and one I have pondered myself, Dumbledore returned. I expect it is for several reasons, the first being that Gellert is rather frail in his advanced years. Unable to use magic for so long, he is not the picture of health. Harry nodded his understanding. And Grindelwald is likely one of the few people Tom could never trust to be loyal, he murmured. Two powerful dark lords with their own ambitions. They would live in fear of a knife in the back. My thoughts exactly, Dumbledore agreed. Gellert would never be subservient to Tom, and likewise, to Tom. Grindelwald is a risky threat he would sooner be without. He has a powerful enough enemy in you, Harry. Harry conceded the point with a nod. It would not benefit Tom to release Grindelwald, though he did wonder how it was no one seemed to know the man was still alive. As though he'd read his mind, Dumbledore released a deep breath. Everyone simply assumed Gellert was killed at the conclusion of our duel, Harry. I simply never corrected them, he explained. Ever since, he has lived his life within the walls of his own prison, perhaps a crueler fate than death would have been. It is, Harry murmured. Not that any of it matters now. If Tom knows of the Hallows, it changes nothing, not really. He cannot hope to use them as they were intended, in the same neither you nor Grindelwald could. That had crossed my mind, but I thought it only courteous to inform you, Dumbledore replied tiredly. Harry stood with the intention of leaving, pausing before he took his leave of the room. You were friends, weren't you? Dumbledore nodded. We were, he confirmed. Forgive me for being immodest, Harry, but I was a gifted young man and as idealistic as any you would meet. Gellert was equally talented, and we found friendship in one another where we had both struggled previously. To my peers, I was something of a know-it-all who could do no wrong in the eyes of the staff that once roamed these halls. Gellert was my equal and someone I once held dear. Our ambitions, however, were not aligned. He sought something I could not bring myself to accept, and neither of us was willing to change to make the other happy. Harry nodded his understanding. I'm sorry, Professor, he offered sincerely. I cannot imagine how difficult it was for you to face him as you did. Your words are appreciated, Harry, Dumbledore replied with a sad smile. I often wonder how my life would have turned out had things happened differently, but I have no regrets. Do you think you would have become a teacher? Dumbledore scratched his beard as he pondered the question before shaking his head. Perhaps not. I may have liked to have developed my own line of sweets. As I'm sure you are aware, I am rather fond of confectionery. Maybe a magical sherbet lemon or even a new chocolate. You would have been a magical Willy Wonka. Willy Wonka. It is a Muggle story for children. I think you'd like it. It is about a boy who wins a golden ticket to visit a famous chocolate factory. That does sound interesting, Dumbledore mused aloud, losing himself in his thoughts. Harry simply chuckled and shook his head before taking his leave of the office, his thoughts, however, darkening as he considered what he'd just learned. With Tom being aware of the Hallows, it changed nothing, but it did present a unique opportunity for the man to become perhaps more familiar with the magic. If he made the link between the Peverils and Godric's Hollow, the village of Harry's ancestors could be in severe danger. Break. With those he had liberated taking some much-needed time to recover, the Dark Lord had other things to tend to ensure they were able to assist him competently in his plans. Most disgusted him, but they would prove to be useful, or they would die. So long as they were of use in some capacity, he did not mind which outcome. Nonetheless, they would need to be suitably armed, and there was only one place in Britain where he could obtain what was required. It also presented him with the opportunity to discover more about the mystery wand Grindelwald had mentioned. The frail, former Dark Lord had claimed to own it, and unless the man was as accomplished as Lord Voldemort in the mind arts, the wand did indeed exist. Grindelwald had seemingly spoken the truth, showing no signs of attempting to lead him. It was worrying, and the Dark Lord knew he needed more information. So, who better than the famous Ollivander to enlighten him as to what abilities the wand possessed? He'd perused Diagon Alley throughout the day, disguising himself with a few simple spells, so he appeared to be but a gentile old man, seeking a gift for his bedbound wife. As ever, the people proved to be sickeningly sentimental, and more than once, he'd had to fight the urge to draw his wand on them. Nonetheless, at this hour, the alley was emptying, and Lord Voldemort's patience was at an end. Wanting nothing more than to secure what he came for, he ambled towards the wandmaker's premises and entered, the sound of the bell reminding him of the day he'd purchased his own wand. "I will be with you in just one moment," a voice called from the back of the shop. Indeed, it was only a short wait before Ollivander, much older than the Dark Lord remembered, entered the front of the shop, his expression darkening at the sight of him. "I pride myself on having the most excellent security system in place," Ollivander commented, "but I do not suppose it will stop the likes of you, Tom Riddle." The Dark Lord winced at his given name. "It would not," Ollivander hummed. "I had hoped that I would be left out of this foolishness. I care neither for blood purity nor politics. I am but a simple wandmaker. You came here for a reason, Mr. Riddle. I would hear it." "I need wands, as many as you can provide. I can either pay for them or I can take them. The choice is yours." Even in the Great Britain, the Dark Lord envisioned the magical population would need wands, and none made them finer here than the man before him. It would truly be a shame to have to harm him. To demonstrate his sincerity, Voldemort placed a large sack of coins on the counter, courtesy of Lucius Malfoy. Fortunately, he'd had the foresight to secure his access to the man's home, the place he was using to house his newest batch of recruits. Ollivander nodded. "Very well. I suppose it would be easier for me to comply. Take what you require. You will get no resistance from me." "An excellent choice," the Dark Lord praised, waving his own wand to summon the entirety of the stock into a trunk he'd prepared. "I am grateful for your cooperation, but there is one other thing you can do for me." "I'm just a wandmaker." "It pertains to your expertise. Tell me, Ollivander, what do you know of the Elder Wand?" Ollivander's eyes widened briefly, and the Dark Lord knew then that the man was not ignorant of such an item. In fact, he would go as far as to say that there were likely very few who had researched it as thoroughly. "The Elder Wand is a folk tale," Ollivander sighed. "As a wand enthusiast, I have traced a perceived history of it, but nothing has ever been substantiated. Without seeing it, I cannot speak for the veracity of the stories." "And what stories have you heard?" the Dark Lord pressed. Ollivander shook his head as he released a deep breath. "It is said to have been gifted to one of the Peverell brothers by death, along with 2 other items: a stone able to return the dead to the living, and a cloak of true invisibility that will even hide the user from death himself. The first possessor of the wand used it to kill an old foe, and chose to boast about his new, unbeatable wand. His throat was slashed in his sleep, and the wand stolen." The Dark Lord nodded, and gestured for the man to continue. "After that, it has appeared throughout history over the past 1,000 years. The last instant with any documentation was some 200 years ago when a German claimed to possess it. He died a matter of days later. After that, the trail has run cold." "Until now," Voldemort murmured. "You were not aware that Gellert Grindelwald possessed it." Ollivander's eyes winded before he frowned thoughtfully. "I suppose with all he accomplished, it is not beyond the realm of possibility if the wand does indeed exist. But if Grindelwald owned it, that means that its allegiance was won by Dumbledore," the Dark Lord finished, "and now it is in the possession of Harry Potter." Ollivander laughed, his eyes twinkling. "If that is true, then I'm afraid that you truly have little hope of defeating him," the man replied. "The Elder Wand stands above all others in all ways. Your own is one of my finest creations, but even the very best wandmaker cannot compare to death." The Dark Lord felt his irritation rise. If what Ollivander said was true, then meeting Potter in a duel of equals was unlikely to benefit him. No, he needed to find a way to even the playing field, and the fight must take place on his terms. He needed to think, to plan how he would achieve victory. He'd spent much of his life finding a way to avoid death, and he would not fall to a mere boy, even if it were death itself guiding him. "Break. It really is peaceful here, even if it is not as warm as the island," Isabella commented. Harry nodded his agreement. "That's why I like it," Harry replied as he gazed across the crashing waves. It was raining heavily outside, a far cry from the island in the Philippines, which remained warm throughout the year, even when it was raining, whereas England stayed predominantly cold for much of it. "It's nice to be home," Isabella murmured. "I like the island, but it's not home. I miss it here." "You'll be back soon," Harry assured her, squeezing her hand. "How is the wedding planning going?" "Well enough," Isabella said with a smile. "I don't know how I'd do it without my mother. I had no idea how much goes into getting married." "I didn't either," Harry chuckled. "Have you found your dress?" Her eyes lit up excitedly as she nodded. "I have. And nothing. You don't get to see it until the wedding day." "I didn't know that was a magical tradition." "It's not really. I'm just not showing you." Harry quirked an eyebrow at the woman, shaking his head amusedly as she returned a stubborn glare. "You know, I think you would have fit in well with the rest of the Slytherins," he sighed. "Is that so?" He offered her a nod as he grinned. "They could be quite evil too, at times." Isabella rolled her eyes at him before resting her head on his chest. "Stop being dramatic," she sighed. "It's a dress. It's not as though I'm keeping anything else from you." "That's a dangerous thing to say." She grinned as she looked up at him. "You are going to get yourself in trouble." "I've spent my whole life in trouble," Harry pointed out. Isabella hummed. "I suppose that's true," she conceded, brushing her lips against his. "I don't think you could really be in any more trouble, could you?" Break. He'd all but dragged his parents away from the breakfast table, both still bleary-eyed as Cedric had told them of what was going to be happening today. His mother and father had been taken aback and had a plethora of questions, but much to his relief, had complied, much to his relief. "Weddings take time to plan, Cedric," his mother chided. "You need to book a venue, catering, and all manner of things." Cedric shook his head at the woman who had been served coffee in the kitchen at Grimmauld Place. "We don't want any of that," he said dismissively. "We just want to get married without any of it." "Are you sure?" his father asked. "I'm sure," Cedric assured the man with a smile. "I know you're not happy with how this has happened, but this is what we want." Amos nodded. "I admit I was not pleased with you, Cedric, but you are taking responsibility. If this is the wedding you both want, you, of course, have my blessing." "Thanks, Dad," Cedric replied appreciatively as the kitchen door opened, and Nymphadora entered with her own parents. As ever, Cedric immediately felt on edge around Andromeda Black, but the nod of approval he received from Ted relaxed him. "Amos," Andromeda greeted Cedric's father. The man stood and took Andromeda's hand, kissing the back of her knuckles. "It has been some years, Andromeda," he returned. "It has," she agreed with a smile. "Are we going to be having a negotiation before this happens?" Amos shook his head. "I don't believe that will be necessary. The Pratts are apparently in love. I'm sure you remember how that feels." A ghost of a smirk crested the woman's lips as she nodded. "Is this it?" Sirius cut in with a frown. "Are we missing something?" "Witnesses," Sirius sighed. "You must have one that isn't related to either party for it to be legal." "Bugger," Cedric groaned. "Wait, I can see if Harry is home. He'll do it even if it's just to take the piss." "Use the flue in the study," Sirius instructed. "It's the only one connected to his place. Just call his name when you've thrown the powder in." Cedric nodded gratefully as he took his leave of the kitchen and made his way up the nearby staircase. Entering the study, he did as he was bid, throwing a handful of flue powder into the flames before clearing his throat. Harry Potter. After a short delay, he placed his head into the fireplace and found himself looking into a modestly decorated living area. "Harry, are you there?" Cedric called. "Harry." The shirtless man stumbled into the room a moment later with his wand in hand. "Diggory, what the bloody hell are you doing?" he grumbled. "Why is your mug in my fireplace?" "Come on, I need you to come to Grimmauld Place. You need to be a witness for my wedding." "Bloody hell, how long have I been asleep? Your wedding?" "We decided to get married today," Cedric explained. "Sirius is going to the ceremony." The other man shook his head bemusedly. "Harry, what's happening?" Cedric's eyes widened as the woman walked into the room with only a duvet wrapped around her shoulders. Noticing him, she ensured she was completely covered. "Bloody hell, Potter, you should have said you had company," he groaned. "You shouldn't be a nosy git and interrupt people first thing in the morning. What the hell is wrong with you, Diggory?" Cedric laughed and shook his head. "This is brilliant. We need another witness. Come on, both of you can come through." With that, he withdrew from the fire, chuckling to himself as he returned to the kitchen. "Is he coming?" Tonks asked. Cedric nodded. "He is, but I think he will need a few minutes," he replied amusedly. "What's so funny?" "Oh, you'll see," Cedric responded with a smirk. It was around 10 minutes later that the footsteps sounded overhead, and Cedric snorted to himself as he heard Harry's dulcet tones approaching the kitchen. "I swear, if he's winding me up, I'm going to thump the git behind the ear," he vowed. "Stop pretending you're not happy for him, Harry," the woman he'd been with chastised lightly. "I'll be happy for him after I've thumped him." Cedric laughed. "Is he still moaning?" he sighed as they entered the kitchen. "I'm sorry we weren't introduced earlier. Harry's manners have always been lacking, but then again, he seems to be treating you well enough." The woman blushed slightly, and Harry shook his head. "Shut up, Diggory," he grumbled. "Are you really getting married?" Cedric nodded, unable to ignore the poorly hidden smirk Sirius was sporting. "Hello, Isabella," the man greeted her. It was only then that Cedric recognized her. It had been years before Hogwarts since he'd seen her last. He was surprised that she and Harry knew one another, but he would get the details from his friend later. For now, he had something more important to tend to. "Hello, Sirius," Isabella replied. "Good night," Sirius questioned with a grin. "Oh, shut up," Harry huffed. "Are we getting on with this?" Cedric nodded, and Sirius began arranging all of the required documentation, whilst both sets of parents in attendance remained quiet, both looking towards Harry and Isabella in shock. Clearing his throat, Sirius gestured that he was ready, and with a final look towards Harry, he saw that the other man was smiling contently, holding hands with his own bride-to-be as the ceremony got underway. Break. Godric's Hollow. This is where it all began more than a decade and a half ago, where he'd made his ill-fated mistake, and he'd toyed with old magic he knew not. The Dark Lord had learned from his error, and though he knew he was a much more accomplished wizard than Potter, he was not taking anything for granted. He could not allow his pride to be his downfall, and he could no longer be so dismissive of the boy. If he did indeed possess the Elder Wand, he was a true threat. Pausing as he reached where the Potter home was hidden beneath a plethora of preservation charms, he felt a chill run down his spine. He had not come here for a stroll down memory lane, nor to torment himself for his previous foolishness. No, what brought him here was his investigation into the Peveril family, who had hailed from this very village. The Dark Lord found it rather odd that such a seemingly insignificant place had produced so many of note. Was there something here that caused it? He couldn't be certain, but he could think of no more perfect place for it all to end exactly where it had begun between him and Harry Potter all those years ago. "Soon," he murmured to himself as he made his way towards the nearby cemetery. "It will all be over soon." With his plans and preparations in motion, their final confrontation was on the horizon, and when it came, the Dark Lord would ensure that Potter would breathe his last, that the boy's legacy will be his annihilation at the hands of Lord Voldemort. The stack of newspapers he'd been gathering almost daily was stacking up, much like the pile of bodies Voldemort and his followers left behind after each attack. The Dark Lord liberating some of the most notorious prisoners across the wizarding world had indeed been an omen, and Tom had only become more ruthless at his most desperate. What only made it worse was that the Aurors had only managed to capture a few of the escapees, and 2 of them had been killed in service. What was happening had quickly become something of a nightmare, and sooner rather than later, Harry knew something had to give. As such, he'd been preparing accordingly, ensuring he would be ready at a moment's notice. And yet, whenever he'd arrive at the location being attacked, it would be void of the Dark Lord and his followers. It was trying, to say the least, however. Harry knew it was only a matter of time. Something would have to give, and when it did, he would strike. With Tom being as elusive and dangerous as ever, a sullen mood had once again blanketed the country, and those who had begun to have hope that the tide of the war had changed for the better no longer believed it to be so. Even the majority of business owners of Diagon Alley had closed their doors, running a postal-only service, including the likes of Ollivander, who had remained open throughout the First War against Voldemort. It spoke volumes of the fear that had been instilled, and with Tom using the very same tactics he'd adopted during his first rise, it was difficult to envision when it would end. Soon. Harry knew it had to be soon. He could feel it creeping ever closer, the inevitable meeting between the two of them, no longer so far away on the horizon, but on the edge of his periphery. "Come in," he called as a knock at the door to his office pulled him from his thoughts. He smiled as Ron and Hermione entered. "You wanted to see us, Professor?" Hermione asked with a smirk. She seemed to never tire of teasing him. She knew it irked him when she'd refer to him by his title. "I think a detention may teach you some manners, Miss Granger." Ron snorted amusedly as Hermione narrowed her eyes at him. "You wouldn't dare." "No, I wouldn't," Harry muttered. Having a Dark Lord trying to kill him was one thing, but blemishing Hermione's spotless record would likely see him throttled in his sleep. She offered him a grin, and Ron shook his head. "You're playing with fire there, mate," he snorted. "What did you ask us here for?" "To invite you to my wedding." Ron blinked, seemingly trying to decide if he'd heard Harry correctly whilst Hermione simply looked confused. It was a rather alien expression to see her sporting, and Harry found it amusing. "Wedding?" they both asked at the same time. Harry nodded. "I'm getting married in 3 days, and I'd like you both to be there." "Married to who?" Ron asked. "Her name is Isabella." "Wait, shouldn't you date someone before you marry them?" Hermione asked. "Not if she's a pureblood," Ron murmured thoughtfully, his eyes widening. "She's a pureblood, isn't she?" "She is." Ron frowned thoughtfully. "Isabella," he murmured. "I don't know of any purebloods named Isabella around our age, well, except for Nott's sister. I think her name was Isabella." He'd inadvertently done the math, and Harry waited for the realization. Yuri, Maryngnott's sister. Once more, Hermione simply looked confused by the entire affair, and Ron could only gape humorlessly. After a few moments, the redhead managed to catch himself, and he laughed. "You're going to have to explain that one to me. How did you even meet?" "That is a very long story," Harry sighed. "And you're doing this by choice. There isn't any blackmail or anything going on." "Completely by choice," Harry assured him. Ron nodded, before thumping him on the shoulder. "Well, if you're happy, then I'm happy for you. Look at little Harry all grown up." "I don't understand." "What's there to understand, Hermione?" Ron asked. "Harry's getting married." "Isn't he a bit young for that?" Ron frowned. "No, he's 17. Lots of purebloods get married when they're 17. "Really?" Hermione asked, fascinated though equally disturbed. "But Harry's not a pureblood." "No, but the woman he's marrying is, and he comes from a traditionally pureblood family. His dad married his mum, but before that, there weren't many marriages that were to Muggle-borns." "Wait, I know something she doesn't," Ron added gleefully. Hermione tutted and rolled her eyes. "Is this really what you want?" "It is," Harry assured Hermione sincerely, "and I really like you both to be there." She nodded, and Ron thumped him on the arm once more. "Of course we'll be there," he promised. "She's not like her brother, is she?" "Theo's not too bad when you get him away from the rest of them," Harry sighed. "No, Isabella isn't like him much. She wants to be a healer and went to Durmstrang, so she's not a slimy snake, as you would say." Ron grimaced. "I don't think you'd marry her if she were." "I don't know what to say," Hermione murmured. A congratulations would be nice. She smiled and pulled Harry into a tight embrace. Congratulations, she offered. So, how did you meet her? Harry knew he was likely going to get a lecture for his foolishness, but he had no reason to keep anything from either of them. He'd all but isolated himself from his peers for much of his schooling, but Ron and Hermione had never pried and had never turned their back on him, despite it being the safest thing either could have done. Well, I suppose it started when I was at an illegal dueling pit in Nocturne Alley. His revelation got the exact response he'd expected, and whilst Hermione did indeed lecture him on being so irresponsible, he and Ron shared a look of bemusement. She may not be the same 11-year-old girl who'd almost been bludgeoned by a troll, but Hermione hadn't changed all that much. Break. Having a brother who owned a less-than-reputable establishment certainly served Albus well in times when discretion was a must. He sipped his butterbeer as he waited for Severus to arrive, pondering the unpleasant events of the past weeks, and there were many. Tom had not wasted any time implementing his new followers, and they quickly proved to be as vicious, cruel, and sadistic as the very worst to have ever followed him. With unprecedented efficiency, they'd struck night after night, leaving a trail of death and devastation in their wake, fleeing just as the Order and Aurors arrived. It appeared Tom had indeed learned from his mistakes and had reverted to his previous guerrilla tactics that had all but won him the war the first time around. It was frustrating, to say the least, and Albus was sincerely hoping Severus would bring him welcome tidings. The man entered only a few moments later, barely recognizable with the beard he was sporting. Severus looked exhausted, undoubtedly from the monumental task he'd been set. Albus would not have given it to him if it wasn't so important, and there was no other he would trust with it. The magic at play was Severus's expertise, after all, and Albus could think of none more equipped or motivated to see it through. I took it upon myself to bring you some food from the castle, the headmaster said in greeting. Severus nodded gratefully as he took a seat and released a deep breath. He tucked into the food ravenously. I've been avoiding being seen anywhere, he explained between mouthfuls. With these attacks, he could be anywhere at any given moment. Albus nodded his understanding. Your efforts are appreciated, Severus. The man scowled at him, irritably, before shaking his head. I fear they are for naught, he sighed. I have yet to see the snake. He must be keeping her hidden. I thought as much, Albus murmured unhappily. I think I will have to break cover to get to her, Severus declared worriedly. I must get within the boundaries, but when I do, he will know of my presence. Then you must not unless absolutely necessary. Albus held up a hand to prevent any further arguments. I trust your judgment, Severus, but I would ask that you wait until I alert you. Severus frowned for a moment before reluctantly nodding his agreement. As much as he did not wish to admit it, the man was right. If he was ever going to get to Nagini, it must be done with him entering Riddle Manor. Without doing so, the war could not be won, not truly. Break. It was odd to think that in only a few short days, she would be a married woman, beginning her life with her husband. Leading up to the wedding, the days seemed to bleed into one another seamlessly, though her own perception of how many had gone by was skewed by the constant traveling between time zones. Almost every night, well, early morning for Isabella, she would join Harry at his home, returning in the morning, which was the early afternoon on the island. It had all but ruined her sleep cycle, but Isabella didn't mind. Every strange hour of rest had been worth it. It looks wonderful, her mother gushed from the doorway. Isabella smiled appreciatively as she took in her reflection in the mirror. She had collected the dress from Harry, who had promised he'd not looked at it, the moment she'd returned home. She'd tried it on, pleased that the measurements she'd provided had been accurate. Thank you. Do you think he'll like it? If he doesn't, then he must be blind, her mother replied, straightening out the hem of the dress. He will love it. I hope so, Isabella returned, wondering what Harry's reaction will be to seeing her in it. Will you be going back to us later? Isabella offered her mother a questioning look, and the woman shook her head. It's not hard to notice you missing for hours on end, she pointed out. Does Theo know? Theo probably doesn't realize the time difference, her mother huffed amusedly. What you and Harry do is your business. You'll be married soon enough. It's not like that, Isabella defended. Isabella, I was a young woman myself once. How do you think you and your brother got here? Isabella grimaced at the intrusive, unwelcome thought of what her mother and father got up to for her to be born. Fine, it's not just that, she corrected. We talk. You talk? Isabella nodded. We've been getting to know each other better. It's strange, and you wouldn't think it, but when he's comfortable, Harry can talk for hours. About what? That was a question Isabella knew she couldn't answer. Not in a way that would explain just how close she and Harry had become, especially more recently. Had he told her half of what he'd opened up about if she didn't know him so well, she'd find it difficult to believe a single word. Flashback. What's on your mind? What makes you think there's something on my mind? Maybe I'm just enjoying the peace. Isabella rolled her eyes at him, lifting her head from his chest and meeting his gaze. I can tell when something is on your mind, Harry. You get this lost look, as though you're trying to solve an impossible puzzle. No, he chuckled. The puzzle isn't impossible, but solving it will be far from easy. Anyway, it's not him I'm thinking about. So, what is it? You know it's too late to cancel the wedding. He offered her a smile as he shook his head. I'm certainly not trying to do that, he assured her. There's just things playing on my mind, feelings I can't shake. That's not really important, though. They've always been there, but they're getting stronger. Isabella remained silent whilst he processed his thoughts, trying to find a way to put what he wanted to say into words. Were you ever told the story of the three brothers? She was taken aback by the seemingly inane question, not having expected such an odd topic. The three brothers, Isabella murmured, pondering the familiarity of the title. Wait, I think my Aunt Rosalina read it to me when I was young. It's about the brothers who tricked Death into giving them some artifacts, isn't it? That's the one, Harry confirmed. The story of the Deathly Hallows. Deathly Hallows, Isabella echoed. The Elder Wand, the Resurrection Stone, and the Cloak of Invisibility. I remember it now. Why? She added with a frown. Did you ever consider the possibility they might be real? Isabella shook her head. It's a story found in a children's book, Harry, she reminded him. True, he conceded, his lips curling upwards in a knowing smirk. Isabella frowned at him. Why are you asking me about a children's story? His expression shifted once more, and Isabella could see he was again choosing his words carefully. What if they were real? He asked. The Deathly Hallows. Harry nodded and watched her carefully. I would say that whoever possessed them would be in danger, she murmured, especially if anyone knew about it. You would be right, Harry sighed as he slid his wand into his hand. The Elder Wand. The Elder Wand, Harry confirmed. Isabella could not be certain if he was jesting, but the wistful, almost sad expression that marred his features told her otherwise. She watched as he reached over to the bedside table and picked up the necklace he wore. Isabella had not noticed it, not until they'd become intimate. He always kept it within his clothing, away from prying eyes. The Resurrection Stone, he explained, nodding towards the unassuming black pebble in his hand. If you look closely enough. Isabella squinted and could indeed see a mark, and she recoiled slightly. Harry, that's Grindelwald's mark, she gasped. She'd seen it carved into some of the walls at Durmstrang, and even in a few of the older library books. No, it isn't, he sighed. Grindelwald adopted the mark, but it is the sign of the Deathly Hallows. The wand, the stone, and the cloak, he explained, tracing the symbol into the air with his wand. Isabella was surprised by the revelation, but she said nothing else as Harry summoned a lengthy piece of silky fabric and looked at it fondly. The Cloak of Invisibility, he declared. It has been passed from father to son, sometimes daughter, for generations, all the way from Ignatus Peveril to me. It has been in the Potter family since Iolanthe Peveril married my many times over great-grandfather, Hardwin. This is the most valuable thing I own, both financially and sentimentally. Something like that must be priceless. In more ways than one, Harry said with a fond smile. I'm telling you this because if I don't make it, you should understand what it is you have. Voldemort must not get any of these, especially the wand. The cloak and stone will not work for him in any way, I've seen to that, and although he can't use the wand as it was fully intended, it will shift its allegiance to him if he bests me. It will still be a powerful tool for him. Isabella wiped away a tear. Do we have to talk about this? She choked. Harry nodded apologetically. I have no intention of dying, but if the worst happens, the wand must be destroyed and the stone taken somewhere it can never be found. This is magic that no other can comprehend, magic that has been both a curse and a blessing to me. The cloak will be yours to keep. It is my legacy. Isabella merely nodded her understanding. How were they made? She asked curiously. They weren't, Harry said with a grin. They were gifts. Let me guess, from death. Exactly. End flashback. It had been an odd conversation to share, and it only grew stranger as Harry had explained what the cloak had shown him throughout the years. For most, it would be a terrifying ordeal, but for Harry, who'd never had a family of which to speak, the visions he'd seen had been part of the blessing he'd referred to. For Isabella, it only endeared him to her more. Harry was not always the most open person, choosing silence over burdening anyone else with his problems, and that became clear as he spoke of his childhood and how everything had changed the first Christmas he'd experienced at Hogwarts. Harry had changed inexplicably. Isabella found it difficult to believe that the quietly confident young man she'd gotten to know had once been meek. His life made a misery by his Muggle relatives who not only neglected him, but abused him terribly. Who makes a child sleep in a cupboard for the first 10 years of their life? Even squibs were not treated so poorly in the magical world. For Dumbledore, of all people, to believe it was an apt upbringing for Harry angered Isabella, and given the opportunity, she would give the man a piece of her mind. Still, there was nothing that could be done now, and the wizarding world should be grateful that Harry was resilient and that he did not hold a grudge. It could have so very easily jaded him against Dumbledore, and he could have become a very different person. Perhaps those visions in the cloak had saved him from that. Isabella couldn't truly understand the impact they'd had on him, but Harry had insisted he would not be who he was without them. We talk about a lot, Isabella answered her mother with a smile. She would not break Harry's confidence in anyone, not even her mother. He didn't trust easily, and just that he had found it within himself to be able to open up to her spoke volumes of how much he had come to trust her. It was considerable progress, and though to some it might seem as though they were rushing their nuptials, none had shared their journey together, had not seen Harry at his most vulnerable when Isabella was healing him, nor when he'd shared his innermost secrets. Many would flee if they'd learned of what and who Harry Potter was, but not Isabella. To her, all of it only made her care for him more, and accepting it all as she had, she knew it meant a lot to Harry. Come death, come, she murmured. What was that, dear? Her mother asked confusedly. Nothing, Isabella said with a smile. Break. For the past several hours, he'd watched as her breathing only became shallower, her lungs fighting for every morsel of oxygen to sustain. Whatever illness it was that Bellatrix had contracted was one that would cause great suffering for those conscious to have to endure it, but Sirius had granted her the mercy of keeping her asleep. It was more than she deserved, and the suffering much less. After all she'd done, he couldn't bring himself to care that she was dying. He could scarcely think of a time in her life where she had not been repugnant, that her knees hadn't gone weak at the thought of obtaining power. The black madness had undoubtedly gripped her at a young age, and none had seemingly been able to see it. At the very first opportunity, she had joined Voldemort and had become what none who carry the black name should, a sheep. Her appetite for violence had been given an outlet, though it could never be satisfied. Bellatrix had simply been a bad egg from the very beginning, and Sirius maintained that her death would be the direct cause of hundreds of lives that had been preserved. "My lord, where are you?" she whispered weakly, her eyes fluttering open though they were glazed over. Sirius leaned, and so his lips were only an inch from her ear. "He's dead," he whispered tauntingly. "There's nothing left for you to hang on to. Why don't you join him, Lestrange?" He would not give her the courtesy of referring to her as anything else, and as she nodded, she breathed her last with a cruel smile cresting her lips. Sirius shot her a final look of disgust. He would see that she was buried, but not amongst his own. No, she would rest with the Lestranges, and Sirius hoped that whatever was waiting on the other side for them, all was not restful for the hateful woman. He hoped that her misery had only truly begun. Break. All was falling into place. Whilst his latest batch of Death Eaters cultivated a formidable reputation for themselves, the Dark Lord had been hard at work, considering any and all things he might face when he confronted Harry Potter. Investigating the Peverils had proven to be a rather fruitless task, but that did not mean the Dark Lord couldn't prepare accordingly. He'd experienced the magic of his foe, had become familiar with it throughout their several skirmishes, and he'd concocted his plans around all he could learn of the Deathly Hallows. Although he was loath to admit it, he wanted the Hallows for himself. His own power, combined with that of the artifacts, would be quite the sight to behold, and there was not any alive that could hope to stop him. The thought brought a rare smile to the Dark Lord's lips, and he took a moment to envision the very outcome he was working tirelessly towards. Potter would die, and the young man would be relieved of his trinkets. Of that there was no doubt. Break. He stared at the stone resting in his palm, and had been doing so for several minutes, perhaps hours now. Harry couldn't be sure how much time had passed, but as he mustered up the courage to do what he'd set out to, the room had darkened considerably. Turning it over in his hand, he braced himself, not knowing what reception he would receive. He felt their presence before he saw them, and then they were there. Having been tempted every day since he'd retrieved the stone, he'd finally done it, and now he was simply lost for words. They looked at him confusedly for a moment before the woman recognized him, her eyes widening in awe. "Harry," Lily whispered emotionally. He could only nod in response, any words he might want to speak dying on his tongue. "James, it's Harry." It appeared that they were all rooted to the spot, and oddly, it was the inane things Harry noticed. He was the same height as his father, and seeing the man in the flesh, he could see why those who knew him commented on the resemblance they shared. Lily was shorter by a head, and it was she who found her feet first, closing the distance between them and cupping Harry's cheek. "You're a man," she choked. Harry shivered as she wrapped her cold arms around him, though he would endure much worse for this moment. "I had to see you both," he murmured. He felt another pair of arms wrap around him, and Harry released a staggered breath. "I can't believe it," Lily whispered as she extracted herself. "You're so grown up. You were just a baby when—" She broke off, unable to finish what she was going to say. "And now I'm not," Harry replied. "I know what you both did for me. You gave me a chance, and I couldn't have asked for anything more. You died to protect me, and that's something I've never forgotten. I've always been so proud to call you my mother and father." "James," and Lily positively beamed at him. "I'd do it again without hesitation," James declared. "As would I." "Well, let's be grateful that's not an option," Harry murmured sadly. "Now it's down to me to finish it." "The prophecy," James growled. Harry nodded. "You might not understand the magic behind it, but it's very real. It will only end with either him or me dead. That's the hand I've been dealt, and I can only do my best with it." "He's a monster, Harry," Lily whispered. "As am I," Harry sighed. "I've done things that no good person would ever do. I've killed, I've tortured, and I have done everything I could to be where I am now, no matter who suffers for it. I have seen friends die and lost others I cared so deeply for. It is the way of war, and I've learned it the hard way." "But you are alive, Harry," James pointed out. "That's all that matters. If what happened to us can be a lesson, it should be that you can't ever predict when it will all come to an end. Enjoy the good things you have and take the bad as they come. My only regret is that I had so little time with you both as a family." "I am," Harry assured his father. "I'm getting married tomorrow." "Married?" James chuckled. "Who's the lucky lady?" "Her name is Isabella. She went to Durmstrang, and we met a couple of years ago." "She must be special if you're marrying her." "She is," Harry replied with a smile. "She's been there for me through everything. She keeps my secrets, she patches me up if I need it, and she just wants me to do what makes me happy. I can't really say the same about anyone else. They all have these expectations of me. They either think I'm going to be like Dumbledore or change the world around me to help everyone else. That's just not who I am. I help those who need it, but I'm no revolutionary or politician. I don't want any kind of power. I just want to be able to blend into the crowd, and I know that won't ever happen, but I just want peace for myself." "Maybe you'll find a way to have it," James offered. "The world is a fickle place, Harry. If you're fortunate, they will find something else to focus on." "I hope so," Harry murmured quietly. "Forget the war for a moment," Lily suggested. "Why don't you tell us about everything else?" Harry snorted humorlessly. "Well, I can't say it's been great overall, and I don't think you'll disagree." His parents frowned at him, and Harry braced himself for a long conversation. He would keep nothing from them. James and Lily Potter should know the truth of what their sacrifice had brought their son. "Break." "Nervous." "Petrified," Isabella answered. Their wedding day had come around so fast. Between making the preparations, waiting for her dress, and dealing with all of the other smaller things that came up, it was as though it was only yesterday that Harry had asked her to marry him. "It's good to be nervous," Theo replied. "It means you're less likely to mess up." "Thanks," Isabella grumbled as her mother helped her with the dress. "You look great," Theo complimented, a rare gesture on his part. "If you don't want to marry him, I can get you away," he added with a grin. "Would you?" "Of course," Theo assured her. "I'm the one who has to live knowing that you and Potter are, well, you know." Isabella did her utmost to hide her grin, and Theo grimaced. "That's disgusting," he groaned. "We're going to be married, little brother. What do you think we are going to get up to? Would it be too much to ask that you get a shared interest in reading?" Isabella laughed and Theo shrugged. "It was just a thought," he sighed. "Anyway, I won't wish you luck. That ran out the day you met that Pratt." "That Pratt is going to be your brother-in-law," Isabella reminded him. Theo shook his head. "Never say that again." Isabella rolled her eyes at him. "You like Harry. If you didn't, you wouldn't let me marry him." "I'll admit, he's not as bad as I thought, but if you tell him that, I'll tell him about what you did in Aunt Rosalina's pool." "I had a stomach ache." Theo laughed, and Isabella threw a nearby cushion at his retreating form. "Git," she muttered. "He always did know how to get under your skin," her mother sighed. "He's happy for you, Isabella. He wouldn't come if he weren't." "I know, but he's still a git." Her mother hummed and took a step backwards to admire Isabella in her completed dress. "Perfect," she said proudly. "You look amazing, my girl." "Don't cry, Mum," Isabella pleaded. "You'll start me off and we've already done my makeup." "That can be fixed," her mother said dismissively, wiping at her eyes as she made her way towards one of the side tables in the living area. "Here, I think this will do both of us good." She held up a bottle of expensive honeyed mead, and Isabella nodded appreciatively. The butterflies in her stomach would not settle, and she was hoping it would take the edge off her nerves. Most of those attending the wedding she hadn't met. She'd been introduced to Cedric, Tonks, and Sirius, but she wouldn't know anyone else other than her mother and Theo. Harry had assured her there was nothing to worry about, and that there were two people in particular he wished for her to meet, two people he was deeply fond of. He'd said no more on the matter, but if these people really were as special to Harry as it seemed, Isabella wanted to make a good first impression on them. "To you and to Harry," her mother toasted. "To me and Harry," Isabella echoed, allowing the bittersweet liquid to slide down her throat. "Break." He looked so nervous. Nicholas commented amusedly. It's his wedding day, Perenelle sighed. Ours was so long ago that I barely remember it, she added teasingly. How did I end up married to such an infuriating man? It was my dashing good looks, my wit and unending charm. What happened to them? Perenelle questioned with a grin. Nicholas narrowed her eyes at his wife before chuckling. You were once so sweet to me. I still am. You are, Nicholas replied with a smile. I can't say I ever felt that I deserved you. You didn't. You're still here. Maybe I'm the fool. Nicholas's smile widened. Not a day went by that they didn't trade playful barbs with one another. It kept the alchemist on his toes and ensured that he never got complacent when it came to ensuring his wife was happy. Maybe that was the advice he would give to Harry. Oh, here she comes, Perenelle said excitedly as a young woman entered the room, escorted by someone who appeared to be her brother. She's beautiful, Nicholas. She was. Harry had told them about Isabella from when they'd first met, when he'd been dueling in Nocturne Alley. Perenelle had admonished for such reckless, dangerous behavior, but Nicholas had told Harry how proud of him he was for taking the initiative. Nicholas knew about risks and how they could be beneficial. He hadn't created the Philosopher's Stone by playing by the rules. No, he'd broken them dozens of times to experience his success, and Harry had needed to do the same even to stand a chance with his own. She looks so nervous, Perenelle observed. Weren't you on our wedding day? Perenelle nodded as she smiled at Harry, who was in awe at the sight of the woman walking down the aisle towards him. He shared a few words with the other man, both laughing before shaking hands. With that, Isabella was taken by Harry, and he carefully placed her opposite him. I do love weddings, Albus murmured from Nicholas's right. The man had always been rather soft and a hopeless romantic. That would never change, though it amused Nicholas to no end that someone so famous for what he'd done could be brought to tears by two people exchanging their nuptials. Nonetheless, Nicholas could not deny that he himself was experiencing his own sentimental emotions. He'd watched Harry blossom from a boy who'd been meek with potential to perhaps the most talented young man he'd met. Still, he scowled as the grinning Perenelle offered him a handkerchief as the ceremony came to an end, and Harry and Isabella Potter shared their first kiss as a married couple. Break. Harry had never enjoyed being the center of attention, but he couldn't get married without inviting a select group of people. Of course, Sirius was here along with the Flamels, Dumbledore, Ron, and Hermione. He'd also asked Cedric and Tonks to be here to share in the occasion, as he and Isabella had theirs. The only others Harry wished could attend were his mother and father, though he was content with the conversation they'd shared the previous night, and it was something he would treasure for his remaining days. Do you feel any different? He asked Isabella. She shook her head, the smile cresting her lips not having shifted since Theo had handed her to him. No, she answered, you. Only the weight of a wife I have to answer to now, Harry quipped. Isabella swatted his arm playfully. You should have thought of that before you married me. Is it too late to reconsider? She quirked an eyebrow at him. It's too late, Harry, she sighed as she wrapped her arms around him. For both of us. He chuckled as they walked side by side down the aisle, and it was Dumbledore who greeted them first. Congratulations to you both, he offered, his eyes twinkling merrily. Thank you, Professor, Harry replied. I'm not sure if you've ever met, but this is Isabella N. Potter, he corrected. Isabella beamed at the use of his name and accepted Dumbledore's proffered limb. It is a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Potter. And you, Professor. Dumbledore offered Isabella a warm smile before he was all but shoved aside as Perenelle wrapped Harry in a tight embrace and began murmuring to him in French. Isabella looked at him confusedly, and Harry wrapped an arm around Perenelle's shoulder and gestured for Nicholas to come forward. These are two of the most important people in my life, he said sincerely. They took me in when I was 11 and have been there for me through everything. I'd like you to meet Nicholas and Perenelle Flamel. Isabella gaped for a moment, taken aback by being introduced to two of the most famous people in the wizarding world. Flamel, as in the creator of the Philosopher's Stone, she asked. It's always the stone, Nicholas huffed good-naturedly. I have other achievements. Oh, be quiet, Nicholas, Perenelle chided lightly. It is wonderful to meet you, Isabella. If your marriage is anything like mine, it will not be an easy one. I'm not expecting anything less from Harry, Isabella replied, embracing the older woman. You're in trouble now, Harry, Nicholas chuckled. When you decide to act up, you'll have both of them to deal with. I didn't think of that, Harry grumbled. I'll cross that bridge when I come to it. Take it from me, you can't prepare for it, Nicholas warned. I'll remember that, Harry murmured as Isabella turned back towards him. Are you ready to go home? She nodded and looped her arm in his. We can catch up with the others at Sirius's in a little while. They were hosting the reception at Grimmauld Place, another private affair that Harry was grateful for. Very few outside of the church in Godric's Hollow even knew he was getting married, and he appreciated the privacy of the occasion. How long do you need? Sirius asked as he reached them. An hour or so, Harry asked Isabella. That works, she agreed, her eyes widening as they stepped outside of the church. Harry turned to look at what had horrified her, and his heart sunk into the pit of his stomach. Flying above the home of many of his ancestors was the dark mark, yet before he could digest its presence, an explosion rent the air, followed by the telltale screaming of an attack. Shit, Sirius cursed. Harry immediately flicked his wand into his hand, the cold magic washing over him, chilling the churchyard. Isabella, I need you to get the Flamels, your mother, and your brother out of here, he instructed. She nodded, placing a searing kiss on his lips. Don't die, Harry, she whispered tearfully. Not tonight. He offered her a lopsided grin, and she rushed off to do as he'd asked. I've sent for the Aurors, Sirius informed him. And the Order are on their way, Dumbledore added. Harry merely nodded as he summoned Mallory and climbed upon her back. Come, death, come, he whispered before taking to the sky. It was a scream in the distance that pulled the wedding guests from their shock at what was happening and the sudden influx of coldness that washed over Godric's Hollow. Isabella, doing her utmost to quell the fear that had gripped her, set to work, immediately making her way towards the horror-stricken Flamels, placing a portkey in Perenelle's hand. You must leave, she whispered. The woman looked down at the Potter crest she'd been given and nodded. I'm so sorry, my child, Perenelle offered. Of all days. She shook her head as Nicholas wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Come, my dear, we can be of no help to him here. Isabella had no doubt that they would stay, but the truth was, both were so old and frail that they would simply be killed. Nonetheless, it was minimal relief the newlywed felt as the Flamels vanished, and she shifted her attention to her mother and brother. You have to go too, she instructed. And you, her mother urged. Isabella shook her head. No, she refused. I won't leave him to do this alone. He's my husband and I will fight with him. Her mother looked at her imploringly, before conceding with a nod. You're too much like your aunt for your own good, she murmured, wrapping her arms around Isabella. Come, Theo. Fuck that, the man denied stubbornly as he drew his wand. If she's staying, I am too. If I don't stand and fight now, then I am no better than my father. I am no coward. Isabella was surprised by the vehemence in his voice, and she nodded gratefully. Then I will be staying, Violetta declared. I will not have my children fight whilst I hide. Isabella wanted to argue with the woman, but she knew it would only be a waste of time. She nodded and accepted that she had just one more thing to worry about. Taking her own wand, she looked at the perfect dress she had chosen for the day that had now been ruined and cut away the parts that would hinder her. A wedding dress was not a suitable outfit for what was to come, after all. "You're not leaving," a voice questioned. Isabella watched as two people around her age approached, and she shook her head. "Of course not." The redhead nodded. "Then you can stick with us," he declared. "Harry would kick my arse if anything happened to you. Are you staying, not?" he added skeptically. "What does it look like, Weasley?" Theo returned. The redhead looked as though he was going to respond, but a hand on his arm from his brunette companion stopped him. "It's not the time for petty squabbling," she said irritably. "Come on." She led them out of the churchyard into the chaos, and Isabella experienced her first glimpses of just what the Dark Lord and his followers were capable of. Already, several buildings had been damaged. The dead and wounded were trampled over by those attempting to flee, and the smell was a pungent mixture of fecal matter and blood, the harsh reality of a war that had been raging on and off for decades now. Break. He had not hesitated in his reaction. He'd sent for the members of the order that had not attended the ceremony and a message to Severus informing him that the coast was clear for him to make his attempt. Tom was here. Albus could feel the man's familiar, sinister presence. With Nicholas gone, the headmaster turned towards the few allies he had and released a deep breath. Cedric was imploring Nymphadora to leave, and the woman was being her ever-stubborn self, though she did see sense as Cedric reminded her that she was not only responsible for her own life, but that of their unborn child. Reluctantly, she took her leave, warning her husband that he was not allowed to perish. "What can we do with so few of us?" Cedric asked. "What we can," Albus replied encouragingly. "The others will arrive shortly, Sirius." "The Aurors are coming," he assured them. "For now, we will have to hold them off." "You're staying." Sirius nodded. "I think I've sat out this war on the sidelines for long enough," he grumbled. "Of course, I'm bloody staying." Albus offered the man a grateful smile as they threw themselves into the fray, and the headmaster wondered just what Harry was doing. His answer came in the form of a rhythmic beating, and he looked on as dozens upon dozens of armored knights charged from within the trees in the distance and began engaging the seemingly never-ending stream of Tom's followers, beginning a battle that would undoubtedly be remembered for generations. Break. It hurt Harry to see the land his ancestors had so diligently protected being overrun by those who wished the village harm. Ignatus, his sons, and their sons, all the way until Harry had spilt the blood of their enemies and sacrificed their own to keep their home safe. And yet, Voldemort was doing his utmost to destroy it. Harry would not allow that to happen. He knew that Tom was here, lurking in the shadows and looking on, likely smiling at his perceived stroke of genius, but it wouldn't last. Harry would destroy everything the man threw against them, and then he would drag the Dark Lord from where he was hiding before squeezing the last vestiges of life from him. The day had finally come. He'd felt it drawing closer minute by minute, the feeling of inevitability growing stronger with each passing moment, and now that fateful meeting that had hung over him had arrived. There would be no more running, no more delaying. The prophecy would be fulfilled this very night. Whether Harry lived to see a new day remained to be seen. With the odds stacked against them, the task would not be an easy one, and with Voldemort hiding, Harry knew he had a fight on his hands. Already, significant damage had been done to the village in only a matter of moments, and the night would get much worse before there was any hope it would be better. "Come, death, come," Harry murmured to himself, taking hold of the resurrection stone around his neck as he took to the sky once more. As much as he wished to find Voldemort and put an end to the fighting, he knew the man would not show himself until the most opportune moment arrived. For now, he had another job to finish, and as he drew the sword of Gryffindor, he began scanning the ground for the foes that had plagued him for so many months. With it being dark and difficult to see below, he fired several blinding balls of light into the sky, making Godric's Hollow clear as day. Amongst the masses of people, it would be a struggle to locate the Death Eaters the Dark Lord had worked his magic on, especially when most below were garbed in black robes and sporting the bone-white masks. No, being above the fighting as he was would not do, and as Harry urged Mallory towards the ground, he unleashed a length of searing chain towards a Death Eater that was pursuing one of the villagers. It wrapped tightly around the neck of the man, eliciting an agonizing scream, and with a sharp tug. He was pulled backwards, and his head bounced off the pavement with a dull thud. Upon landing next to the flailing man, Mallory began trampling him, and he fell still as Harry set his sights on a trio of Tom's followers who were charging towards him. With his wand in one hand and sword in the other, he fended off their first flurry of attacks, mirroring their intention with a charge of his own. Spell after spell left was sent forth as he closed the distance between them. The conjured shield of the first he reached collapsing from the swing of his blade. The very same blow cut deeply into the man's arm, and he dropped his wand with barely a moment to realize it before Harry relieved him of his head. Taken aback by the brutality they'd witnessed, the other two attackers froze momentarily, and Harry seized the advantage, killing one with a blasting curse to the chest and tearing out the innards of the other with a slash of his sword. Death would indeed be busy this night, though Harry could not help but wonder briefly where the Aurors were. Before he could ponder it, he found himself in need of defending himself once more as he came upon another group of attackers. These he caught by surprise, his wand spewing a blackened flame towards them, filling the air with the smell of scorched flesh. They died screaming as they fought to extinguish the flames that only burned hotter with the more attempts they made. Nonetheless, even with his summoned knights, they remained considerably outnumbered, and his own fighting force would begin to take its toll on his endurance if they were needed for a prolonged period. It was his magic that sustained them after all, and Harry looked towards the church in the distance, hoping their reinforcements would arrive soon. He was pulled from his thoughts by the sound of a loud crashing just a short distance away, and Harry gritted his teeth at the sight of one of Tom's monstrous creations. The smell of death permeated around it, and without thought, Harry blocked the first spell sent his way with the flat of his blade, only to snort humorlessly as it was joined by 3 others of its kind. With a nod, Harry wasted no time and hurled himself forward with the knowledge that Tom was looking, and positively licking his lips at the thought of him being weakened by his followers. Break. The sudden relief he felt at receiving Dumbledore's message instructing him to proceed was quickly replaced with a sense of dread. Having been lying in wait for weeks for his opportunity, Severus did not hesitate in cutting away the leather bracer he'd been wearing and making his way towards the Riddle house, which had, as he'd hoped, appeared to him. Beginning the first phase of his plan, he fed the large doe he'd captured the antidote to the draught of the living death he'd fed it, and placed it under the imperious curse as it came round. Nagini would not be able to resist such a meal that so willingly walked into the serpent's lair. Following behind the creature closely, he looked on as it began eating some of the unkempt grass in the back garden, and Severus waited. His time in hiding and efforts to secure his opportunity proved to not be in vain, as, after only a few moments, he flinched as Nagini struck seemingly from the shadows and began coiling herself around the unsuspecting doe. Severus waited, grimacing at the sound of breaking bones and wheezing from the strangled creature. Worse were the noises that came from Nagini's gullet as she opened her jaw and began swallowing her meal. Again, Severus waited until half the deer had vanished, and then he struck. The basilisk venom-coated blade sunk into the snake's body, though in his eagerness, Severus had forgotten the anatomy of such a creature. With a screech, Nagini regurgitated the doe, swinging her head around as she did so, and sunk her fangs into Severus's arm. Nonetheless, his job was done, and it only took a matter of moments for Nagini to succumb to the superior venom. The human-like shriek that escaped her was followed by a violent explosion that sent Severus skidding across the ground where he lay still. He felt the venom of the snake coursing through his veins, slowly but surely shutting down his organs, and Severus could only laugh at his lot in life. It was fitting, really. His life had been miserable for the most part, and it seemed that it would end that way. Still, if the Dark Lord managed to survive the night, it would be him to find Severus's remains, and the man would learn of his final act of treachery. That thought alone brought him some comfort, and even when the agony began tearing through every fiber of his being, Severus smirked through it, knowing he'd done his part in seeing the downfall of the man who'd murdered the woman he'd loved. Break. Sirius had not hesitated to make his presence known, disposing of 4 Death Eaters quickly before making his way down a familiar alleyway which would bring him into the center of the village. Here, it was nothing short of chaotic, and the Minister of Magic fired curse upon curse into the swathes of cloaked figures, giving them a sample of his family magic that even the late Bellatrix would approve of. Several more died screaming, sporting various wounds and symptoms courtesy of the Blacks. Sirius grinned maliciously. Having spent so long directing the war effort from his office during attacks, he knew this was where he should have been all along. As much as the country needed him as a strong figurehead, Sirius Black was a man of action. Nonetheless, with the Aurors yet to arrive, he found himself heavily outnumbered, and it was inevitable that he would come under fire soon enough. He managed to kill 2 more of the Dark Lord's followers before that eventuality came to fruition. Through the crowd, he was spotted by a particularly eagle-eyed Death Eater who took it upon themselves to challenge Sirius, and they were quickly followed by another trio. With the odds stacked against him, the Lord Black found himself fighting for his life, though he laughed as he did so, not having felt so alive in as long as he could remember. Perhaps he had not entirely avoided the madness his family were famous for, after all. Dodging and shielding the attacks, he was barely able to offer any offense, and Sirius breathed a sigh of relief as the center of the village was suddenly flooded by the red-robed Aurors, 6 immediately circling him from the ongoing onslaught. With the Aurors here, maybe they had a chance, but even with more than 100 of the best witches and wizards Britain had to offer, it was a tall order. Break. He looked over the village from above, watching and waiting for the perfect moment to enter the fray. He'd seen many of his own followers fall to the efforts of those who had arrived much sooner than the Dark Lord had expected. Potter himself was here already, cutting a path of murderous destruction through the men and women he'd liberated from the various prisons across the wizarding world. Not that it mattered. To the Dark Lord, they were merely collateral damage, pawns to be sacrificed in a carefully devised strategy to see the end of his foe. Such a thought brought an anticipatory smile to his lips, and his fingers twitched towards his wand impatiently. By the time Potter and his ilk had reduced the numbers of his followers down enough, their efforts would see them spent, and then the Dark Lord would strike mercilessly, ridding himself of the burden that had plagued him for close to 2 decades now. His own losses would be inevitably high, but with Potter gone, the sacrifice would be worth every drop of blood that was spilt and every life lost. Without Potter, there was nothing to stand in Lord Voldemort's way, and his grab of power would be all but assured. His smile widened as he nodded, though he frowned as he felt something of a sudden disturbance within himself. Nervousness, or perhaps fear. The Dark Lord shook his head at that thought. There was nothing to fear, not anymore. Potter would already be beaten when he was confronted, and it would be as simple as murmuring 2 words to see the damned prophecy finally fulfilled. Break. Isabella had never been in such a situation. She dueled regularly at Durmstrang, but nothing she'd done at school could have prepared her for being in an open battle where every spell she faced was either frighteningly debilitating or lethal. She would not, however, shy away from what had unfolded around her. The mixture of fear of what was at stake and the anger she felt for the Dark Lord ruining her wedding day spurred her on, and though she was part of a foursome proving to work well together, every moment was filled with an indescribable terror that her life could be taken in the very next second. Isabella instinctively ducked beneath a severing curse and blocked another before returning the same spell back towards another robed assailant. It caught the woman flush on the neck, and she collapsed to the ground, dropping her wand in favor of attempting to stem the flow of blood spurting from the wound. her efforts would be in vain. In only a moment or so at best, she would be dead. Isabella didn't have time to focus on how she felt about taking a life, however. As one Death Eater fell, another emerged to take their place, and she quickly stepped out of the path of the killing curse, feeling the sinister magic pass her by much more closely than she was comfortable with. Isabella breathed a sigh of relief and continued the fight, wondering where Harry was and if he was okay. Was he hurt? She didn't know, but all she could focus on was those that were in front of her, and she did her utmost to ensure Theo remained safe in the ongoing melee. That would be no easy task. Break. He removed the blade from the chest of what had once been Augustus Rookwood and cast a hasty skin-knitting charm on the bite wound the Death Eater had given him in his final throes of life. Harry couldn't quite believe that whatever Augustus had become had sunk his teeth into his shoulder. Nonetheless, out of the 10 of Voldemort's monstrosities that existed, only 3 remained, though eliminating them would be quite the undertaking. Already, Harry had been bitten, burned, and hit with a blood-boiling curse that only his quick thinking had prevented him from succumbing to. Despite being quite dead, the Death Eaters that Tom had violated had retained their magical abilities and were even resistant to most offensive spells. As such, Harry found he needed to kill them with the sword, which meant getting close enough to do so. It was risky, and already he was sporting the wounds from his efforts. Still, there seemed to be no other way of stopping them, and he knew that this was undoubtedly a part of Voldemort's plan. The Dark Lord had yet to enter the battle, but Harry knew it wouldn't be long. When he felt the time was right, he would strike, and then it truly would come down to the outcome between their confrontation. In truth, Harry hoped it would be sooner rather than later. Even with the Aurors and the members of the Order having arrived, the numbers were not in their favor, and it didn't help that he was bearing witness to the destruction of the village that had been home to so many of his kin. Tom choosing Godric's Hollow of all places was but another insult to Harry, and he would not let it lie. Even if he had to follow the man to the ends of the earth, he would put an end to him this night. With that in mind, he began carving another path through the many-robed and masked figures that seemed to be an endless stream of enemies that needed to be defeated, searching for the rest of Tom's creations. They had to be stopped, and Harry suspected the Dark Lord himself would not arrive until they'd, in his eyes, weakened Harry sufficiently. "Come, Death, come," he murmured tiredly, splitting the skull of one of the Death Eaters, who simply collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Break. 2 of the group of Aurors that had immediately surrounded Sirius to protect him had fallen, but between them all, they'd killed several of the Dark Lord's followers as they made their way through the village to rid it of the threat. Sirius himself had been wounded, the cut he'd received on his ribs still leaking blood, though the flow was now beginning to stem. The same could not be said for the man he'd caught with a cleaving curse, and Sirius stomped on his neck before stepping over him to engage a large group of Greyback's pack. Despite not being transformed, they were still a bloodthirsty and feral lot, using their long nails and teeth to tear into any that came across their paths. Those who still retained their magic used their wands to great effect, cursing the fleeing muggles before setting upon them in the most brutal fashion. Nonetheless, they were not trained or prepared for the militant Aurors, who engaged them with equal viciousness. The bodies of the werewolves began to stack up rapidly as the Aurors tore through them with practiced efficiency, and it was in the heat of battle that Sirius saw the hulking figure he'd envisioned killing dozens of times over the years. Greyback. His hands and lips were dripping with the blood of his victims, but there was only one Sirius could think of as he looked upon the intimidating form. Remus may be dead, but his friend would rest more peacefully without Greyback in the world. Unleashing a guttural roar, the Minister of Magic surged forward, raising his wand and firing a plethora of spells towards the infamous werewolf. Greyback laughed mockingly as he defended against them before the black fog enveloped him. His amusement of what he seemingly deemed to be a weak attack died on his tongue as Sirius, clamped his canine jaws around his throat. Dragging the struggling greyback to the ground, his grip tightened, and he tore at the softer flesh until he came away with much of the man's neck in his mouth. Fenrir Greyback died gasping for breath, reaching for where his throat had been as the blood spurted between his desperately grasping fingers. Even when Sirius reverted to his human state, he could taste it, and nothing had ever tasted better than the revenge he'd taken for his fallen friend. Break. So much death. Wherever he looked, the ground was littered with the bodies of friend and foe alike, and Albus could not help but lament on the loss of life incurred here tonight. The blood of each of those was on the hands of Tom Riddle, who remained elusive in the sea of bodies strewn across Godric's Hollow. For Albus, this had been his childhood home, and though the good memories he'd shared with those he'd cared for had already been tainted with the loss of his sister and the beginning of Gellert's rise to prominence, what was happening now would only tarnish them further. Much of the village was already in ruins, and the reality of what was being destroyed truly hit home when Albus came across the corpse of the elderly Bathilda Bagshot. She died with an expression of horror, of disbelief at what was happening in the village she had spent many decades in, and Albus absent-mindedly thought that he would have to break the news to Gellert. The man would not take it well. Despite not having been on the best of terms, Gellert still thought a great deal of his aunt and she of him. "Albus, there's too many of them," a heavily breathing Arthur declared. He was bleeding from a deep cut above his brow, but seemed to be coping with it well enough. "We must fight on, Arthur," Albus encouraged. "We must." Arthur swallowed deeply as he nodded. "One of the twins," he choked. "I don't know what happened. Molly has taken him to St. Mungo's." "Then he is in the best possible place," Albus offered in a way of comfort, though he knew it would bring the man none. "Come, Arthur, Ronald is here somewhere. I will help you find him." Arthur merely nodded, and the two of them, joined by Minerva and Phileas, began searching the village for the youngest Weasley son. Break. He ground his teeth at the sight of Potter killing Yaxley, the last of the Death Eaters he'd liberated from Azkaban. The young man was indeed proving to be a worthy foe, and though he had been wounded, Potter was not as spent as the Dark Lord had hoped. Nonetheless, with Greyback dead and his own numbers beginning to wane, he knew that his time had come. It was now or never, and Lord Voldemort could already taste victory on his lips. With a grin, he took to the air before plummeting towards the center of the village, ready to put an end to the boy who had plagued him for so long. The screams that sounded at his arrival were music to his ears, and the Dark Lord quickly disposed of two Aurors who had the temerity to attack him. Their final moments would be filled with agony, and having seen the suffering he could exact upon his enemies, those who remained near enough to challenge chose not to do so. A wise move on their part, however. They would all die before the night was done. The Dark Lord had no time for those who had so stubbornly stood against him. "Come out wherever you are, Potter," he whispered, his voice echoing from every corner of Godric's Hollow. Another smile crested his lips as, only a moment later, a laboriously breathing Harry Potter complied. Clutching an intricate sword in one hand and a pale wand in the other, he stood before Lord Voldemort as defiantly as ever, his own smile firmly in place. No words were exchanged between the two, and it was Potter who struck first, immediately putting the Dark Lord on the defensive. What surprised him was the power the boy was able to muster. Coupled with the odd magic he wielded, he begrudgingly made for quite the opponent, but he was still just a man. He may have delved into magics unknown to most, but none had made the sacrifices the Dark Lord had. None had taken the very same steps, and there was no man alive that could claim to be his superior. Potter would learn that, and to his detriment, it would cost him his foolish life. Break. Sirius could only look on as Harry and Voldemort faced off with one another, the rest of those fighting giving the pair a wide berth. Already, the ground between them was little more than a crater of scorched earth and stone, the debris glowing hot from the force of magic exerted by both. He wanted nothing more than to intervene, to do as he had promised James, and Lily the moment they'd named him Harry's godfather, but there would be no intervention from any. It would only mean certain death for any foolish enough to attempt to do so. Sirius had witnessed the power of the Dark Lord, had seen him cut down many during the First War, and the man had only become more impressive. What impressed him more, however, was that Harry did not miss a step and was often beating Voldemort to the punch. It was as though both knew what the other would do next, and it became something of a physical game of chess in which they attempted to outmaneuver the other. It was as violent as it was awe-inspiring, and though the fighting continued around them, it was lessening now as all knew that the outcome hinged on what would happen between Harry and Voldemort. With a final glance towards his godson, Sirius continued his own battle, his thoughts not far away from Harry and the monumental task he was undertaking. Break. Their group had swelled throughout the duration of the fighting, and as Ron stood back-to-back with his father, fending off a much larger gathering of Death Eaters, he felt the man beginning to slow down, his casting becoming slower as the fatigue set in. Releasing a deep breath, he doubled down on his own efforts, dropping 2 Death Eaters to the ground before spinning to stand in front of the Weasley patriarch. His father had been trying to fight 3 at once, and though he was a capable wizard in his own right, that would take its toll on many. Ron was only more than willing to share the burden, though as he cast a shield, he heard a single word that filled him with dread, more so than his mother calling him in a shrill tone. Crucio. The word was spat in a foreign, gruff accent, and as Ron watched the spell collide with his unsuspecting father, his blood ran cold. Arthur Weasley screamed in agony, and his son felt an anger course through his veins like nothing he'd ever experienced. Without hesitation, he cast a particularly nasty rupturing curse towards the assailant, and the torture curse ended with the explosion of blood that spewed from the man's mouth. Briefly checking on his father, Ron breathed a sigh of relief to see the man still conscious, though wheezing, as he fought to make it back to his feet. Helping him, Ron supported his weight as he banished another robed figure into one of their comrades, his eyes widening as a sickly yellow curse was offered in return. At the last moment, a strong, pearlescent shield appeared in front of him, followed by an uncharacteristically scowling Cedric Diggory, who sported several wounds of his own. "Move him," Cedric growled. Ron nodded appreciatively as he all but dragged his father behind a nearby tree, which had not escaped the battle unscathed. The trunk had been torn in, and Ron rested his father against it. "I'll be all right," the man assured him breathlessly. "You need to get to St. Mungo's," Ron urged. "You're no good to anyone here like that." Reluctantly, his father nodded. "I'm so proud of you, Ron," he said sincerely. Ron snorted. "You can thank Harry. He's the one that has been teaching us." His father nodded. "Then Merlin bless Harry Potter," he murmured weakly before activating a portkey he wore around his neck. Ron waited only long enough to ensure the man had indeed left the village before returning to the ensuing battle, standing beside Cedric, Hermione, Isabella, Nott, and their mother. The Death Eater numbers were dwindling, but the real fight was taking place only a short distance away, and the ground trembled as Harry and the Dark Lord continued their deadly dance. "Come on, Harry," Cedric prayed. Ron's mouth was dry, and though he could scarcely speak, he nodded the sentiment internally, his gaze shifting to Harry's wife. Isabella was worried. They all were worried, but none seemingly more so than her. Break. Death had arrived. Although those within the village would not be able to tell the difference between the magic Harry exuded and its originator, he could, and it blanketed Godric's Hollow in anticipation of claiming the souls of the fallen. For now, Death was patiently waiting, looking on as Harry and Voldemort danced their dance for fate. The Dark Lord had evidently expected an easier fight than he was getting. With purpose, he'd hidden and only attacked when he felt the time was right. Harry, however, had given no quarter and fought the man off at every turn. Nonetheless, he could not deny the effort he'd exerted had taken its toll on him. With the number of Tom's followers having been reduced, He'd returned his summoned souls from whence they came, unable to sustain them as he battled his foe. Still, they seemed to have reached a stalemate. Both had given their all, and they bore the wounds to prove it. Harry's left leg had been compromised, and his body was littered with cuts and bruises alike, but he fought on, as did the Dark Lord. Tom had been the recipient of a nasty burn across his neck and shoulder, and was missing 3 fingers from his offhand. He winced as Harry's next offering crashed into his shield, the sound of another bone breaking echoing around the village. The Dark Lord acknowledged it with a pained hiss as he destroyed a nearby war memorial and sent the debris towards Harry, who had the foresight to conjure a molten wall of flame instead of trying to block them. The stony serpents Voldemort had transfigured them into just before impact were reduced to ash, which blew away in the breeze. Harry nodded as he offered a rebuttal, tearing a circular chunk of earth around the Dark Lord's feet and hissing, creating an enormous snake of his own that lunged towards his shocked foe. By a hair's breadth, Tom managed to repel it, and he looked at Harry in surprise before he screamed in fury, his wand becoming a blur as he did his utmost to put an end to him. Break. The now unmasked woman she faced was particularly vicious, and Isabella was already diving deeply into the tricks her Aunt Rosalina had spent years teaching her. The wedding dress she wore was no longer salvageable, having been dirtied by blood and all manner of filth it had accumulated throughout the duration of the fighting. With much of the battle being concluded, Isabella had seemingly reached the pinnacle herself. Both her mother and Theo had been hurt, as had the Granger girl at the hands of the woman Isabella now faced. She would not fall victim to her. Batting aside a duo of curses she did not recognize, Isabella sprang into action, sending several spells towards her opponent to conceal her intent. As expected, the woman defended them easily enough and even leered at Isabella. "You'll have to do better than that, girl," she mocked in a heavily foreign accent. Isabella merely nodded in response, smirking before striking once more. This time, however, she did not aim her spell towards the woman but high above her, a smile widening at the look of confusion sent her way. It was a wet, dull thud that spelt the end for her attacker, as the pebble Isabella elevated above them during her last flurry expanded into a sizable rock, which collided with the woman's head. She collapsed to the ground lifelessly, and Isabella fought the urge to vomit at the sight of the remains that had been sprayed across the ground. With the fight over, she rushed to where her mother was assisting Theo and began helping her counter the curse he'd been hit with. "Did you get her?" her brother asked through a grimace. Isabella nodded grimly as she continued to work, breathing a sigh of relief when she realized she'd caught it in time. "You're lucky," she murmured. "I don't feel lucky," Theo groaned. "Bloody hell." The ground beneath them trembled, and Isabella turned sharply to where Harry and the Dark Lord were fighting. "Go," Theo urged. "I'll be fine." She did not need telling twice, and as she fought her way to the front of the crowd, it was Sirius who wrapped an arm around her to prevent her from proceeding any closer. "Don't," he warned. "You'll only get yourself killed." He was right. Between the two of them, it was as though hell itself had opened in the very center of Godric's Hollow. Fire and ash whirled about them in a violent storm, and yet they continued to fight, nonplussed by the havoc being wrought upon the outside world. Even as far away as she was, the heat was almost unbearable, but with it was that same cold she'd become familiar with since meeting Harry. Somehow, it still chilled the air, and Isabella could only look on helplessly as Harry and Voldemort did all they could to kill one another. "Come on, Harry," Isabella urged, her fists balled tightly at her side. She couldn't say how long the battle raged on, but several minutes passed by in a frightful blur, and both were clearly exhausted from the exertion. It wasn't until Isabella felt a sudden spike of coldness that the flames seemed to flicker, and with a final shout of desperation, the Dark Lord raised his wand triumphantly. Avada Kedavra. It was in indescribable horror that Isabella realized that Harry was no longer holding his wand, and everything seemed to slow to a standstill as the jet of green light raced towards him. She gasped, choking in relief as he intercepted it with the blade he carried. The spell seemingly dissipated, but then an almighty explosion roared across Godric's hollow as the sword exploded, forcing her to close her eyes. When she opened them, it was to see Voldemort standing where he'd been, though now, a large piece of sharpened steel was lodged in his throat. He attempted to raise his wand a final time, but only managed a muffled scream of agony as blood began to pour from every visible orifice, and his eyes bulged in a mixture of shock and pain. He fell backwards, crashing to the ground, unmoving and undeniably dead. After a moment of stunned silence, Isabella sobbed. It was finally over. The Dark Lord was finally gone, though as Harry turned towards the gathered crowd, her jubilation turned to what she could only describe as a living nightmare. Protruding from the center of his chest was a shard of steel, similar to that which had felled Voldemort. Harry looked at it almost curiously before his gaze swept across those gathered. His eyes met hers, and Isabella was frozen in place as he offered her a sad smile. Still clutching the bladeless hilt of the sword, Harry collapsed forward to the ground where he no longer moved. Screams filled the air, and Isabella wasn't sure if they were her own or from those around her. All she did know was that everything seemed to be collapsing in on her, and as she fought to reach Harry before anyone else, she noticed that the world felt suddenly warmer, though not in a way she'd hoped for. He wiped away his tears as he exited the memory, shaking his head at what he had seen. For years now, he'd been shown the ins and outs of the lives of his ancestors with no understanding as to why he was seeing them. They'd started shortly after he'd begun at Hogwarts, and now it seemed he had witnessed his last. "It was 3 weeks after that I found out I was pregnant with you," his mother spoke softly, pulling him from his thoughts. "I didn't know what to do. All I knew was that I needed to keep you safe. The Dark Lord was dead, most of his followers were dead, but it was not safe. That's why we never left the house." "It is," his mother confirmed sadly. "When your Hogwarts letter arrived, I wanted to throw it into the fire to keep protecting you from it all, but I knew I couldn't. I'd kept so much from you, and you deserved to know the truth, to know just how special your father was." He swallowed deeply at the mention of the man, his warring emotions not making it easier to simply forgive. "He never knew about me." "No," his mother answered, "but you've seen it all for yourself. All he ever wanted was a family, and he would be so proud of you, just as I am." He nodded. "You gave up your life for me." "No," his mother denied firmly. "I was given a life to nurture when one was taken away from me. I was angry for a very long time. I suppose I still am, but you were a blessing, and I never want you to think any differently." He smiled fondly at the woman as he took her hand. "It was all so sudden. You were married, and then he was gone." "Yes, he was." She wiped away her own tears, and he lost himself in his thoughts. He'd seen it all, every moment his father had lived, the good and the bad, and when he pondered it, much of it was the latter. The one good thing he'd had was his mother, and he'd clung to it so dearly until the very end. "He loved you." His mother gave him a watery chuckle. "I wouldn't go that far." "He did," he reiterated. "He was so jaded by everything that happened to him that he might not have realized it himself, but he loved you so much. You shouldn't doubt that." "He did." He nodded as he offered her a reassuring smile. "More than anything else," he said warmly. "He had plans for you to live here, to have a family, and maybe play Quidditch. If he had his way, you'd have more children than just me. He did say he'd like a big family." "He meant every word, Mum." She offered him a grateful smile before they fell silent for a moment. "What happened after?" he asked curiously. "I don't want to bring up any bad memories." His mother waved him off. "I mourned," she answered. "Your father's wish was to be buried next to his parents, and that a plot next to his would be set aside for me." She choked back a sob. "I didn't know what to do," she continued. "Most of the country was celebrating, and I just couldn't. My world had collapsed around me. If it wasn't for you, I think I might not have lasted long. Your Gran and Uncle Theo did their best, but I was so lost. It's like you said, it happened so suddenly that I couldn't even believe it had happened. We just gotten married and had our whole lives ahead of us. And then he was gone. And then he was gone, his mother echoed. He released a deep breath. He'd never contemplated what she'd gone through, not truly. He'd entered the wizarding world having everyone marveling at his name, questioning if Harry Potter was a distant relative or even his father. He'd always found it to be a stupid question. He was the mirror image of his father, save for his eyes. He'd always been told he had his mother's eyes. It was odd and often uncomfortable when he met new people. They would speak so highly of the father he'd never met, of how he'd saved them all, and that he was a hero. He'd never seen him that way, but others spoke with such admiration. If anything, he'd resented the man for much of his life for not being around for him and his mother. He'd resented him for making his mother so sad by dying, but he didn't think that way now. Just as his father had lived the lives of their ancestors, he'd lived the life of his father, and now he was saddened for different reasons. He was sad that his father had been the one to shoulder the burden he did from when he was a babe in arms, that he'd had to claw and scratch for everything he achieved in his short life. Short life. It had been a short life, but one that had been full in many ways and empty in others. His wish, he murmured. You said you buried him with Nan and Granddad because it was his wish. His mother nodded as she reached into her purse and retrieved a worn, folded piece of parchment. I received this a week after he died, she explained as she handed it to him. Read it, she urged. He unfolded it, unable to ignore the tear stains, nor the wear to the creases from where it had been unfolded and refolded countless times over the years. Isabella, if you are reading this, then what I feared would happen has come to pass. I don't know why, but I cannot rid myself of the feeling that my fight with Voldemort will not end as I hope, and for that, I am sorry. I can feel it drawing closer by the moment. The magic of the prophecy is pulling us closer together, more so than I've ever felt before. With it is that feeling of uncertainty. Perhaps it is the anticipation that it will soon be all over, and I am worrying for nothing, but I cannot convince myself. I shared my secrets with you, and now you will have my final thoughts on the matter. I believe that death always intended for me to die. He gives nothing without receiving something in return. With the Peverils, it was their very souls, and he claimed those of Cadmus and Antioch quickly by way of the hallows he bestowed upon them. With Ignatus, it was different. Using the cloak, he lived a full life and only passed on when he was ready. Death would have seen this as defiance, and so it has been the same with my ancestors since. He claims to be my ally in all of this, but I see the truth for what it is. I think I am to pay the price for Ignatus's defiance. As his descendant, he believes it is my debt to fulfill. I hope I am wrong, but having given it much thought, it somewhat makes sense to me. After all I have seen and endured with death, I have become more familiar with it and how it works than any other. He will support me long enough to claim Tom Riddle's soul, and then he will have mine. Again, I hope I am wrong. If you are reading this, I would be buried next to my parents, with a plot reserved next to me for you for when the time comes. I intend to discuss the Hallows with you shortly so you will know the truth. If I haven't, the wand must be destroyed, and the stone cast away so none can find it. I cannot stress how important it is that none fall into the hands of others, especially Voldemort. The cloak is yours, and I would see it buried with us. With no children, there is none to pass it on to. I cannot put into words how sorry I am, and I hope you never read these words, but I have to prepare for every eventuality. As you already know, all of my worldly possessions are now yours, and I have set aside a sum of gold in the name of my parents to set up a magical orphanage in the hope that another Tom Riddle never emerges. A property in Hogsmeade has already been purchased for this purpose, and my family lawyer will make the arrangements to see it through to completion. There is nothing you need to do about this. Other than what I have said, I do not know what else to write. I live in the hope that this never reaches you. All my love. Harry X. Once more, he swallowed deeply. Having a better understanding of what his father had gone through, He realized how difficult such a letter would be to write. Growing up, he'd been rather bitter that he hadn't had a father, but his own father had no parents at all. For the first time in his life, he felt guilty for the resentment he'd harbored, and he shook his head. "I'm sorry, Mum," he whispered. "I never knew. I didn't want you to, not until you were older. I gave you the cloak without knowing any of this would happen." He'd reluctantly told her of the visions he was having. They'd terrified him, and he couldn't make them stop. They would come sporadically, but with his mother's support, he'd learn to live with them and even begin to appreciate what it was he was seeing. He'd learned so much from them all, but none more so than his father. His life had indeed been short, but he'd done so much. Now, he understood why Harry Potter was so highly thought of, why he'd been left without a father. "There's something else," his mother spoke again quietly. "Something else." She nodded as she reached into her blouse and pulled out a necklace. Hanging on the very end was something he'd become familiar with in recent months. "The stone," he whispered in disbelief. "When I found out I was pregnant with you, I couldn't throw it away," she explained apologetically. "Your father didn't know about you, and I held on to it. I destroyed the wand, but I couldn't go through with this." He smiled sadly as he looked at the stone, and then his mother. "Have you?" "I tried," she admitted unashamedly. "I missed him so much that I tried, but it wouldn't work for me. I expect it will for you, just as the cloak does." She offered it to him, and he hesitated to take it. "You do not have to use it. It is up to you what you do with it." She placed it into his hand, and as his fist closed around it, he felt the cold, familiar magic wash over him, the very same magic that had claimed his father. He nodded. "I need to think about it," he murmured. "I don't know. Thanks, Mum, for sharing this with me." "Where are you going?" she asked as he made to leave. "I'm not sure yet. I just need to think it over. For almost 17 years, I've thought a certain way, and for it to change like this, I just need to think." She nodded her understanding. "He would be so proud of you, James," she said sincerely. "I gave you his name, not because I expect you to be like him, but because it is something to be proud of. Believe me, it still hurts, and it always will, but your father would have loved you more than you know." "That's what hurts," James replied. "I don't feel like I knew him until now." He took his leave of the home he'd grown up in, the house on the beach his father had used as his refuge away from the world. Here it was peaceful, and though he'd hated it growing up, he'd come to appreciate it just as much as his father had. "Break." "Poor Arthur," Sirius chuckled as he read the headline of the Daily Prophet. The man had never wanted the job as Minister of Magic, but with Sirius having vacated the post shortly after the final battle, the country had looked towards another who had fought against the Dark Lord. With Albus once again flatly refusing any nomination, Arthur had been voted in even before the head of the Weasley family had known it. Sirius did feel guilty for being the one to nominate him, but he could think of so few others who would be a suitable replacement. Now, it was Arthur who had to deal with bureaucrats, and as today's headline explained, the discussion on a standardized thickness for cauldron bottoms. How that particular issue had not been solved over the years, Sirius didn't know, and he didn't care. He'd endured his stint as the minister, and had done so during one of the darkest periods in British history. His expression darkened as he noted the date. July 28th. In only a few days, it would be that time of year again when the country came together to pay their respects to the fallen, with one person at the forefront of their minds. Sirius shook his head. Not a day went by that he didn't think of his godson, nor what could have been if it had all ended differently. Over the years, Harry's loss had never gotten easier, and though he'd somewhat learned to live with it, as he had with the death of James and Lily, it still pained him. For months after, he'd fallen into a dark pit of despair, and it seemed he'd never be able to pull himself out of it. That had changed the night Isabella had come to visit and placed a bundle of blankets in his arms. Sirius had not seen her since Harry's funeral, had not known she was pregnant, but when he looked upon the little boy, his pudgy cheeks, and those dark locks, It took him back to the very first time he'd held Harry. James had grown up to look like his father, and though he didn't like to make comparisons, was much more similar to him than the boy would like to admit. Sirius understood why Isabella had kept him out of the limelight and why she was so cautious with James, but it didn't help the boy when he did enter his first year at Hogwarts and had to learn the hard way why his father was so famous. As Sirius expected, the comparisons had begun. Harry had left shoes too big for any to fill, and James had become rather bitter about the expectations so many seemed to have of him. Although James was just like Harry in many ways, he wasn't him, and people seemed to forget that. Sirius felt for the boy, and often James would come and stay with him to escape it. "Who's there?" he called as the Flu in the study announced an arrival. Sirius frowned as he made his way to greet his unexpected guest. Few people still had access to his home, and he hoped it wasn't Arthur coming to ask for his input on a dreary matter. "James," Sirius questioned as he entered the study, "what's wrong?" The boy looked so lost as he stood by the fireplace staring into the flames, and he shrugged uncertainly before turning to look at Sirius. "What was he like?" "Who?" "My father. I want to know what he was like without all the bloody frills and all the other bollocks." Sirius was taken aback. James had only ever asked him about Harry when he'd been a small boy, but had barely made mention of him since he'd started Hogwarts. "You want to know about him?" James nodded and smiled sadly. "I want to know who he was outside of the war and killing Voldemort." Sirius released a deep breath, unsure if he himself was ready for such a conversation. Harry had been in his thoughts always, but he'd not spoken much of him outside of those who had a right to. "Well, if you want me to be honest, I will," Sirius sighed. "Your father was a pain in the arse. He was sarcastic, surly at times, and broken by everything that happened to him, but he had the biggest heart despite all of it. Do you know how he met your mother?" James shook his head. "I never asked." "Then I'll save that story for her to tell you," Sirius decided with a smile. "You'll get a kick out of that. You already know that I should have raised him and that I didn't because of my own stupidity." "He repeated your mistake, kind of." Sirius shook his head. "No, he didn't," he murmured. "I want you to put yourself in his shoes. He grew up without parents and didn't know anything about what happened to them until he came into the wizarding world. Albus or Nicholas will be better at telling you what he was like before I met him, but he went through so much, James. More than even I think I know." "He did," James replied quietly. "If you really want to know what he was like, you only need to take a good look at yourself. I know you don't like to hear it, but you're just like him in so many ways, James. That's not a bad thing, even if you think it is. I hope you change your mind one day, because if you really think about it, you're not so bad, are you?" James snorted amusedly. "I have my moments." And so did he. I'm not saying he was perfect. No one ever is, but he did the best with the hand he was dealt, and if it wasn't for him, Merlin only knows where we would be now. Instead of focusing on the fact that he wasn't around, I think you should consider what he did. I can say without any doubt that he would have adored you, James, and I wish more than anything else that you could have met him. I know you would see it for yourself." The boy nodded and wrapped his arms around Sirius, who grunted. "Watch it. I'm not as young as I used to be." James laughed and offered him a grin. "You're not doing too badly for an old git." Sirius shook his head. "Just as cheeky as your father," he chided lightly. James frowned. "Do you think I'm being selfish?" "No," Sirius answered. "I know that even your father felt the same towards his parents at some point, but he grew past it. He didn't hold something that was out of their control against them. If you want my advice, you need to find a way to forgive him. You turned out well enough, and he doesn't deserve it." James nodded. "I'm trying, Sirius. I really am." "I know," Sirius replied. "Would you like some lunch?" "No, I think I'm going to see Uncle Cedric." "You're going to ask him about your father?" "I am," James confirmed. "Thank you, Sirius, for being honest with me." "Any time." James left through the fireplace, seemingly a little less burdened than when he'd arrived. And Sirius remained where he was for a moment, as he lost himself in thoughts of the godson he'd lost so long ago. Sarcastic git, he chuckled. Break. I'm going to need the reports on Crab on my desk by the end of the day, Tonks instructed. Yes, dear, Cedric returned with a mocking salute. Have I ever told you that having you as my boss has ruined my life? Only every day, Tonks replied with a fond smile, blowing him a kiss. Oh, and you will be interviewing our daughter tomorrow. Why do I have to do that? Because as head of the Aura department, that's your job. Of course, it's my job, Cedric grumbled. What happens if she's not an acceptable candidate? Do you think she won't be? As a father, absolutely not, but as the head of the department, she's bloody good, isn't she? She was trained well. Cedric hummed, scowling petulantly at his wife. It could be worse, Tonks pointed out. She could have chosen to put her talents to other uses. Cedric grimaced at the insinuation. Just like her mother, Erin was a metamorph, and he'd experienced firsthand the difficulty of raising one whilst being married to another. I'm sure she will do just fine, Cedric sighed. I will have my professional hat on. With a flick of his wand, a rather ridiculous garment appeared on his head, and he grinned as his wife shook her head. If you were anyone else, I'd have you up for a disciplinary. And we both know how they tend to end, Cedric snorted. Why bother with the bureaucracy at all? I am at your disposal. Tonks shook her head and took her leave of his office. She'll be back, he chuckled. She always is. Setting to work to finish what he'd started, he was disturbed once more only a few moments later, and he looked towards the door. I knew you'd be back, but so soon, he called. The door opened, and his smirk vanished immediately. Who's going to be back? James asked curiously. Cedric shook his head. No one, he said dismissively. Have you come to hand in an application? To be an Auror. No, to be a gardener, Cedric huffed. James grinned at him. Maybe one day, Uncle Seed. There's something else I want to talk to you about. What is it? My dad. Cedric leaned back in his chair as he surveyed the boy and nodded. Are you all right? He'd never wanted to discuss Harry much, and it had broken Cedric's heart to see how jaded he'd been towards his father. James shrugged. I think so, he sighed. I just want you to tell me about him from what you know. I can do that, Cedric agreed readily, feeling that familiar sadness that washed over him whenever he thought about his old friend. Well, we first met on the Quidditch pitch. I'd heard of your father beforehand and seen him play. He beat me that day, and we never had a rematch. People say he was good. He was brilliant, Cedric declared, and Quidditch made him happy just like you. That talent of yours comes from him. James nodded, and a ghost of a smile crested his lips. And your penchant for trouble, Cedric added. Harry was always in trouble in some way, and not just with the Dark Lord. Did I ever tell you about the Triwizard Tournament? James shook his head. I heard people talk about it, but like with most things, it all sounded like bollocks. What did you hear? That my dad won it, and he saved 2 people during the second task. True, Cedric confirmed, but much more happened. I can share my memories of that with you if you like. Your father was brilliant, James, but it all ended badly for him. Have you heard the name Katie Bell? James frowned thoughtfully. It sounds familiar. Cedric swallowed deeply. Well, she was killed at the end of the tournament, he sighed. She and your father were close, and that, for him, was when the war truly began. He watched as her throat was slit in front of her, and he never got over that. But he married my mum. Which tells you how much he came to care for her, Cedric said fondly. Listen, I loved your father like a brother. He wasn't the easiest person to get to know, but outside of the war, he was a smart, funny, and brilliant wizard. I miss him, James, and that will never go away. The boy nodded thoughtfully. Thank you, he said. Cedric clapped him on the shoulder. So, you'll be 17 soon. Are you ready for your influx of marriage offers? James grimaced, and Cedric laughed. Your father had the same problem when he came of age. Not me, James declared with a grin. No, Cedric asked with a frown. Nope, James reiterated. I'm going to marry Aaron. Cedric scoffed in disbelief as the boy left his office, whistling a jaunty tune. James, are you bloody serious? James, don't ignore me. The boy was already gone, and Cedric could only shake his head. Just like his father, he muttered, wondering if James had been joking or not. Break. She hated this time of year, and she knew that Harry would too if he could see it. The ministry had granted the courtesy of choosing to celebrate the fallen on Harry's birthday rather than the date of their wedding anniversary and death, but it was scarcely a better alternative for Isabella. Nonetheless, she attended the ceremony held in Diagon Alley every year to pay her respects and to listen to the kind words people wished to speak about her husband. Somehow, she felt closer to him, even if she was left in a rather maudlin mood. James truly had been a blessing for her over the years. It hadn't been easy raising the boy, especially since he'd attended Hogwarts. Isabella would have preferred for him to go to Durmstrang, but James had wanted to go to the same school as his father. Since then, it had been a difficult time for her son, who had endured hearing of how heroic his father was, everything he did to defeat the Dark Lord, and ultimately, how he died for them all. Nothing could be further from the truth. Harry hadn't chosen to die. It had been forced upon them all. For years, Isabella isolated herself from magical Britain whilst she raised her son, somewhat using it as an excuse to not see anyone, to have to deal with their looks of sympathy. She didn't want that. It had certainly come as a surprise to all, other than the select few she'd shared James's birth with, when it was revealed that a son of Harry Potter had arrived at Hogwarts. James had not been granted a moment of peace for his first year of schooling, though the journalists that had inevitably arrived had been sent away by Dumbledore, and then Sirius, who had made some carefully chosen threats. Still, it didn't make it easier for James. People had expectations of the boy, and in the end, it had only served to make him rather bitter. Perhaps Isabella would have done things differently if given the choice, but at the time, she knew she'd done the right thing. She just wished it hadn't been her son who'd paid the price. Things, however, did seem to be changing. James was beginning to take an interest in the memory of his father. When confronted, he'd been open about all he'd seen via the cloak, and the more he saw of Harry and the life he'd loved, the more James seemed to understand. To Isabella, it was a step in the right direction. He hadn't returned until the very early hours after she'd presented him with the stone. She knew he'd been to visit Sirius and then Cedric, but what he'd done after that, Isabella couldn't be certain. She hoped he'd had time to think, to finally realize that Harry hadn't abandoned him in favor of saving the world, and that his father would have adored him above all else. Isabella turned towards the kitchen door as she heard the approaching footsteps and smiled at her son. He looked tired, much like Harry did most of the time she knew him. Would you like some breakfast? James nodded appreciatively as he took a seat at the table. Whilst Isabella made the boy some toast, her gaze flitted to him from time to see if she could decipher his mood, but his expression was unreadable. Placing the food in front of him, she retook her own seat and nursed her cup of coffee. I'd like to see if the stone works, James murmured so quietly Isabella wasn't sure if she'd heard him correctly. You want to? He nodded and offered her a sad smile. Everyone has a lot to say about Dad, and I want to see it for myself. I hate all the crap and all the glorification. I don't care about any of that. He wouldn't either, Isabella assured him. Your father would hate it more than you. Really? Isabella nodded. He wanted one thing after the war was over. Do you know what that was? James frowned as he shook his head. Peace, she said with a chuckle. He just wanted to be left alone so he could finally live his life. He wouldn't want the ceremonies or anything else. Most people would. James, your father despised his fame. And it would break his heart to know that it has affected you this way. But if there is anyone who would understand, it would be him. James deflated as he shook his head. He lived up to his. Out of necessity, Isabella pointed out. I can promise you, if it weren't for Voldemort, your father wouldn't have cared less about what anyone expected from him. He would have told them to stuff it and bugger off. James snorted amusedly. What do I say to him? What would you like to say? He remained silent for some time before nodding. Nothing, he answered. I'd just like the chance to speak to my dad for who he was and not what anyone else has to say about him. Then that's what you should do, Isabella urged. You've seen what he went through, and now you have the chance to see the kind of man he was for yourself. James nodded as he pulled the necklace from within his shirt and stared at the stone for a moment before turning it over in his hand. Isabella had not expected him to act immediately, but as she felt the cold, familiar magic wash over the room, her breath stilled in her chest. Standing before her was her husband, who smiled at the sight of her. Isabella, he whispered. She could only nod in response as their eyes locked, and he stepped across the room and wrapped his arms around her. The coldness of his touch was uncomfortable, but she didn't care. She knew it would only be a moment in time that he held her, and she would endure it. You look beautiful, he murmured in her ear. Isabella felt the warm tears roll down her cheeks before she extracted herself to look at him. She'd never seen him look so at peace. There were no lines creasing his brows nor bags under his eyes telling of his lack of rest. Harry was so at ease. Harry, there's someone you should meet, she said nervously, her mouth going dry as she spoke the words. He frowned and turned to where she gestured, pausing as he took in the young man who resembled him so uncannily before looking back at her questioningly. He's our son, Isabella choked. Harry was dumbfounded as he stared at James, both being speechless at the sight of one another. I didn't know I was pregnant until a few weeks after we buried you, Isabella explained. James came 8 months later. Harry swallowed deeply. James. I named him for your father. It broke her heart to see him cry, and yet his gaze never left their son. We had a baby, he whispered. How old are you, James? I'll be 17 soon. James was rather guarded, but Isabella did not miss the longing in his voice. 17 years, Harry said sadly. I'm so sorry. It wasn't your fault, James offered comfortingly. I know what you did and what you died for. I can't say I wouldn't have done the same if I were in your position. After everything that happened to you, I just wish you could have lived. Harry continued to look guilty before he deflated. So do I, he murmured. Did you really know you would die? James asked. Not for certain, Harry answered. I had a feeling that it might happen. James nodded. I saw the memories in the cloak, he revealed. It makes sense why you would think that. Death was going to take the Peverils before he gave them the Hallows. And he succeeded, Harry pointed out. Both Cadmus and Antioch died long before they should have. Ignatus managed to defy death, and it was me who paid the price for it. I was his chosen so long as I served him and destroyed Voldemort's Horcruxes. When that was done and he was dead, he claimed my soul too as a final punishment. That's not fair, James huffed. No, it isn't, Harry agreed, but death does not give. It is a reaver of souls, not a giver of life. The Peverils played with magic they couldn't comprehend, and I was used to fulfill fate's wish as well as death's revenge. And you still fought knowing you might die. Harry nodded. It was my fight. Whether we fought then or another time, it would have ended the same way. Death had no intention of both of us winning, even if I tried to convince myself otherwise. James nodded. I know, it took me seeing your memories to understand it and not hold it against you, he admitted. Even if you would have run, it would have come for you. It doesn't make it any easier. It doesn't, Harry agreed. Well, I know it isn't much of a consolation, but you have the stone. I couldn't throw it away, Isabella said apologetically. I'm glad you didn't, Harry said with a smile. I know it's not the same, but I'd like to get to know you, James, if you'll let me. What would you like to know? Everything, Harry answered. I want to know everything about you. I think 17 years of your life is a lot to catch up on, don't you? I just wish I could have been there for you, both of you. I can't imagine how hard it's been. Isabella nodded. It's not been easy. Did you ever make it as a healer? When James went to Hogwarts, I did, Isabella explained, still taken aback by the surreal situation she found herself in. She's brilliant, James declared proudly. She's patched me up a few times after Quidditch. She does that, Harry chuckled. Were you ever told how we met? James shook his head. I didn't see that memory, he answered. I didn't see any memories of the two of you except for when you died. Well, that's quite a story, Harry chuckled. Are you going to tell it or should I? You can tell your side, and I'll tell mine, Isabella decided. I'll go first. It all started when a stupid prat decided he was going to start dueling in an illegal club in Knockturn Alley. Oi, less of the prat. Harry, you were a prat, Isabella snorted. He pouted petulantly, and James laughed. That look won't work on her, he advised. No, it never bloody did, Harry grumbled. You can't blame me for trying. Isabella rolled her eyes at the man, almost forgetting for a moment that he wasn't truly with them. For her, it felt as though they were a family, and though she knew this would be a painful experience to endure, she had not expected to feel such happiness at the same time. Laughter and tears. It was truly the best she could have hoped for. Break. Sirius peered at the crowd through curtains. As ever, hundreds had filled the alley to share their appreciation for those who had died during the war against Voldemort, many having lost friends and family themselves. Still, he hated this day. It only served to remind him of how his godson had perished, and though he had learned to live with it, speaking of it in front of so many was not what he wanted. Hello, Sirius. He was startled by the voice, and he turned to be faced by a smiling James, something it felt he had not seen in such a long time. You came, he asked, surprised by the boy's appearance. James hadn't been to one of the gatherings since his first year of Hogwarts, not wanting to celebrate the dead nor hear of his father in such a context. I did, he replied. I'd like to give the speech if you don't mind. You want to give the speech? Sirius asked suspiciously. James nodded. If anyone has the right to, it's me, don't you think? Don't worry, I'm not going to say anything unpleasant. Sirius eyed the boy curiously. Somehow he seemed happier, almost more relaxed than he'd ever seen him. Throwing caution to the wind, he nodded. If that's what you want. It is, James confirmed, surprising him once more by pulling him into a hug. Thank you for telling me about him. Anytime, James. The boy offered him another smile as he stepped through the curtains, and Sirius looked on as the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, just as surprised as he was to see James here. Break. The pointing and the starring had always grated on her. So few had known that she and Harry had gotten married, and that only came to light when James entered Hogwarts shortly after his 11th birthday. With whom her father was, questions had been asked, and it wasn't until those who had attended the ceremony and knew of their relationship had come forward to vouch for it that the vicious rumors stopped. Still, Isabella was looked upon with suspicion by some, though they dared not say anything openly. She'd never let it get to her, and certainly not today. For the better part of the past few days, James had been getting to know his father, and the more he did so, the more he came out of his shell, and the more he accepted what had happened. For them both, it was helping immensely, though she was surprised when James had declared his intention to attend, let alone give the speech. As he took to the stage, he looked at her, and Isabella offered her son a nod of encouragement, ignoring the muttered questioning of the crowd. Clearing his throat, he stood tall and unflinching. My name is James Harry Potter, he declared proudly. Named for the grandfather who died to protect his family, and for my own father, who many of you knew. I have not been to one of these for some time. I have spent my life with whispers following me wherever I went and had expectations thrust upon me because of who my father was. I used it as an excuse to become something he would not be proud of, and I have given you all reasons to believe that I am not proud of my father. He paused for a moment and took a deep breath. The truth is, I am prouder of my father than anyone else. In his short life, he achieved many things, most of which he couldn't care less about but he is remembered for. The things he cared for were the people lucky enough to get close to him. Sirius, Cedric, of course, my wonderful mother, and others who are unfortunately no longer with us. I only wish that I could have gotten to know him the same way you all did. For the others who lost their lives, you have my undying gratitude for standing with my father when he fought the Dark Lord. So long as we gather here and pay homage, none will be forgotten. Their memories will live on just as my father's does, and I carry his name and his legacy with the utmost pride of who he was, what he stood for, and all he has done to give us all that we have now. That is peace, and wherever he is, I hope that he has found it for himself. That was all he wanted. Thank you. The crowd cheered, and James offered them a bow before taking his leave. Isabella wiped away a tear, accepting the handkerchief Mrs. Weasley offered her. That was some speech, Arthur declared. It was, one of the twins agreed. What do you say, Fred, a grand finale? My thoughts exactly, George. They rushed off, followed by their frantic mother, and when they returned, the sky was soon full of an array of fireworks, much to the delight of the crowd. It was the first time Isabella had attended one of the gatherings that she wasn't leaving feeling that her heart had been torn into a million pieces all over again, and for that, she was grateful. She would never stop missing Harry nor wishing he was truly with them once more, but seeing him again had given her the closure she needed, and hearing how unwaveringly proud he was of her for what she'd endured was all she'd needed. Raising James had not been easy, but every moment had been worth it to see them meeting for the first time. Break. James laughed along with his father as he described the Weasley twins' spectacular fireworks display. He was glad to have given the speech, and had done so to honor the father he was getting to know. I expect Mrs. Weasley wasn't pleased. No, James snorted. She cuffed them both around the ears. His father grinned amusedly before it fell. What about Ron? What happened to him? He became an Auror and a good one at that, James's mother explained. He was devastated, and he always kept in touch. Barely a week goes by that he doesn't write. And Hermione. She is a lawyer now, Isabella explained. I see her when I visit the alley. James's dad nodded. Who else died? He asked. Not anyone you were close to. Sturgis Podmore was killed, as was Mundungus Fletcher. The rest were Aurors and villagers. Oh, and Severus Snape was found a few days later. He'd been bitten by a snake he killed. He got her then, Harry sighed in relief. There's no chance he can come back. None, Isabella confirmed. Harry nodded. James, would you mind if I have a word with your mother? Of course not, James complied, giving them some space by walking a dozen or so paces towards the beach house. It was here that his mother had hidden during the war, and the spot they stood in now was the place his father had asked his mother to marry him. He watched the interaction between them, longing for it all to have been what he'd grown with, but James had found a sense of contentment with who he was, who his father was, and what he'd done. He'd meant every word he'd spoken during the speech, and equally guilty for how he'd been before he'd met his father. Looking on, he could see just how much they had meant to one another, and as his father cupped his mother's cheek, wiping away her tears as he did so, he couldn't help but think of how unfair the world was. They both deserved better than they'd been given. It was a few moments later that his mother approached and gestured for him to join his father on the shore. She was still crying, but that smile she'd been missing for the past 17 years was firmly in place. It warmed him to see it, and he was grateful to his father for bringing it back. Nonetheless, it was a sense of sadness that washed over him as he approached the man once more. He'd known this moment was coming since he'd summoned him a few days prior, but it didn't make it any easier for him. I have to let you go, don't I? He asked. Do you want to? I'm not ready to say goodbye. Then don't, his father urged. I have missed so much of your life, and you never got to know me. I want you to keep the stone, James. Whenever you need me, I'll be there. Won't Death be pissed? If Death has a problem with it, he can take it up with me, his father grumbled. The Git hasn't given me an explanation, and our debt is clear as far as I'm concerned. The stone is yours, as is the cloak. I know it won't be the same as having me with you both, but we have to make do with the best we have, and one day, many years from now, we'll be together." James nodded. "What's it like being dead?" "Peaceful," his father answered with a smile. "Go on, go and be with your mother for a while." "What did you say to her?" "I told her that I loved her, and a few other things you don't need to hear." James grimaced at the insinuation and shook his head as his father grinned. "You'll be able to come back. Any time." Reluctantly, James released his father, watching the man as he faded into nothingness until he was looking towards the setting sun. "Come, death, come," he whispered to himself, finally understanding the words his father had spoken often. It truly was not something to be feared, but something to be embraced, for when the time came to say goodbye, it was only peace that waited. When that peace came for James, they would be together again, as it should have been in life. A.N. This was a very difficult story to finish for me, especially in this way. I wanted this Harry to have a truly happy ending, but the more I wrote of the lore of the Hallows, of death, and of fate throughout, the more it dawned on me that this was inevitable. Anything else really would have cheapened the story as a whole, and it wasn't my intention to end it this way when I planned it out and began writing it. I really tried to find a way to end this differently. I wrote a scenario where Harry knew he was going to die and created a Horcrux to prevent it, but that did not fit in with his character. Throughout the story, he comes to accept death for what it is he believed it to be, and if he had taken that route, he would have learned nothing from Ignatus and the mistake the Peverills made. The other option was to go all in and have the entire affair be miserable, but I couldn't do that either. This Harry deserved something, and to learn that his line would continue, and that this truly wasn't the end for his family was what mattered to him. I didn't want to depress anyone with this, and as always, I wanted to give an authentic account of the theme of this story. I really wish I could have written it happier, and not taken anything away from the rest of the story itself. In essence, we got something of a bittersweet ending here, but I promise you that the next one will not be so. There will be much more lightheartedness, but with a Harry who is capable, resourceful, and takes no prisoners, and a very strong female lead. Of course, the endgame is Harry and Amelia, but it will be far from smooth sailing. Again, I thank you all for your continued support. Doing what I love and being able to share it with you is an honor that I don't take for granted. The Baron.